fault. Tell me what you did to me. Yeah. Temperature's hot and you got me caught just the way I wanna be. Yeah. My favorite addiction, you know you are just what I've been waiting for. You know that you had me right from the start, and I inside. Come on, baby, let it show. Set the world on fire. It's your time, so do whatever you like. It's your lane. You got the stars in your eyes. Let them shine and set the world on fire. Light up the sky.
I've been walking through the valley of the shadows. I let them tell me who I was. I've been talking myself up onto the gallows. Every time I tried to walk away, I couldn't make it through another day. Everything seems being up an uphill battle. I was trying to make it on my own, my way. You were knocking on the door that I've been looking for. It was right in front of me. I was lost, but now I'm free. And I was blind, but now I see that your love is better than life. Your love is better than life. But I ain't turning back now. It's double so amazed how your love is better than life.
I know the truth and now I'm in a new light. Forever starts today and won't stop now.
Your face shining on me.
Walking in the truth that set me free. It's all I need. If it ever only for me, then who could stand against?
Love is better than life. Your love is better than life. But I ain't turning back now. It's double so amazed how your love is better than life. any diamonds or pearls, but I can give you all my extra time. I never look at the other girls, 'cause you are always on my mind. And they keep on coming up, and I keep on moving on, and they keep on coming back for more. And I keep on giving it up, and you keep on moving on, and I keep on coming back for more. This could be paradise. Yeah, this could be our last night. Whoa, this could be paradise. I want you back like 1985. It's the darkest deep in a bathroom stall. Girl, I know what's going through your mind. So tell me, what are you waiting for? Trying to hide it behind that door. And they keep on coming up, and I keep on moving on, and they keep on coming back for more. And I keep on giving it up, and you keep on moving on, and I keep on coming back for more. This could be paradise. Yeah, this could be our last night. Whoa, this could be paradise. I want you back like 1985. this is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like it's takeout. Show me you got soul inside those new shoes. And you can rock and roll with an attitude. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. You're the new MC, you got the remix. Keep it on repeat, just let the beat kick. Everywhere you go, you bring the roof down. Everybody knows you got your own sound. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, yeah, you like it, the way you like it now. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, so good, so fresh. Get up on your feet. Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
DreamLeague Season 20 is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Good morning. Why is that chair empty? That is not supposed to be empty. Good morning, pleasant pandas. Always happy to see you here. You guys are here when I wake up. You guys are there when I watch the stream when I go to bed. You never leave. You have beds in the back? Yeah. Sometimes it be like that. It was a long day yesterday. What is this?
Ready yet? Oh, they unmuted my mic. Thank you for that. I wasn't ready yet.
Why are you late?
You know.
No, I don't know.
It's being a one on the side, being a rapper, and also being a Dota talent. Very.
You're a
talented.
rapper.
Yeah.
Do a rap. Can we get a beat? Thank you.
Give me a theme.
All right. I believe Capitalist would like to go on first.
Okay.
Specifically because he doesn't want to be last. That's your topic right there. Take a little bit of time though for the rap itself.
No, I don't need time. That's why it's freestyling. All right, you can walk down.
No, you can't. You have to do a full rap first.
All right. Waiting for the beat to drop. Austin in the building. I'ma do a rap. I'ma introduce him. Here comes Cap. He comes down the stairs. He's looking really good. I think that he is from the hood because he's cool. I wanna drool. I don't know anything that rhymes with drool. but Cap is there. He's got some hair, even though he didn't care whether or not he was bald. He's very tall. He's not gonna mauled. How much do I do? Thank you.
Continues on. I mean, it was good. I definitely did think it went downhill a little bit towards the end, but the start was really strong.
All right,
I just appreciate the variation. I was like, great, another rap about Cap. Here comes how I'm bald. Then he said I had hair.
Yeah.
Wow.
Look at you.
You're growing. You're maturing.
Thank you.
Still late, but, you know.
Always
Growing, just like the hair.
Yep.
Yep.
All right, I got another one.
All right. Can we have another beat, please, for our
Yo.
next guest?
Come on down, Avery.
What?
Yo.
Rap it.
Okay. Avery coming down the stairs. He's a killer on the mic. He's like Jigsaw. He rides that fucking trike. I see him there. I don't know what he's doing because I think he's gonna do a shoeing. Something about shoes. I think he's really fucking cool because he's blues. Motherfucking blues. Whoa! He scared me. I almost peed on my toilet seat. I sit down when I motherfucking pee.
Did I get you?
I don't know why I did that peeing rhyme.
Yeah, you did it back to back.
I think I got
yeah.
Cheever more than I got you.
I was
I
really
was
focused
fooled.
on not saying something offensive.
Because you wore this nice new
you
tracksuit.
tend to do that whenever you rap. He's pretty hardcore as a rapper, so it's got to keep him away from.
You know what my rap name is?
What's your rap name?
A Jizzle.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I was thinking J Dizzle or A Jizzle. It's like Andrew Jenkins.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah,
You got it.
I often refer to you as a jizzle, so that makes sense.
Do you? In the group chat
Yeah,
with my
The one-
with my
Oh, that's
family.
what
No,
those
the one that
messages
you're
were
not
about.
in. Yeah.
It's for some reason I've
Makes
moved this
more
group
sense.
chat, and it's my whole family, and then my mother added him to the group chat. I'm not entirely sure why.
yeah. Your dad and I were coming up with nicknames for you and making fun of you.
He does do that, actually. Piece of shit.
I believe it. You guys ready to talk some Dota 2 this
No.
morning?
Yes.
Yes?
It's a slow morning.
Finally.
It is a slow morning, but that means we're going to ease everybody into it because I feel like it's been an absolute rush. We've been landed in an absolute roller coaster here in the Dota 2 scenarios, and it's like there's no breaks, there's no break days, there's no stopping. It's just Dota, Dota, Dota all day, which is nice. But it also sometimes makes you lose track a bit more potentially. You know, you want to be able to keep up to date with everything that's happening, which is
What's going on,
near
Cheever?
impossible.
What's going on
What is
here?
going on is that we are in group stage number 2, and we figured, you know, we start you off slowly, meaning we'll just show you the group standings after 4 series have been played in group stage 2. Look, 4 teams won, 4 teams lost, Jenkins. That's normal.
Oh, thank God we don't have any ties, Cheever. Thank God. Because that would, of course, be impossible at this point.
I'm sure we could orchestrate some ties if you really want them.
You think
Take
so?
a couple game threes off.
We did have a 1-hour break between games yesterday.
Yeah,
that
that was
was
kinda like a tie.
unusual.
Yeah.
Won't happen today. Knock on wood.
Hello?
Knock on wood.
Who's there?
I see
Come
Nine,
in.
No
Nine
ties.
Pandas
Oh,
won
A
their
Jizzle.
series.
Yeah.
Oh, what up, A Jizzle?
It's our next panelist. Snoop Dogg.
Nine Pandas won their series against Aster. Who did Team Spirit lose to? To my
Team
illustrious
Spirit.
LGD.
Lost.
LGD. So
LGD.
Literally casted that
One
one
series.
time, I'm trying to get the panel involved in a conversation, Avery. Jesus Christ, must you constantly nag me. Anyway, Eastern European team
Yeah.
beat Chinese team.
Yeah.
Chinese team beat Eastern European team.
Yeah.
Now we get to have your Eastern European team versus Eastern European
Wait.
team.
Hold on a second. It
No,
was
it's not
Aster that
Chinese
went
team.
down.
What?
That's a North American team right there. Right, Avery?
Correct.
What I am interested in is if we look at the top 8 teams that we have here in this group stage. I don't know how good your memory is, A Jizzle. Last season, top 8 teams was very different, I believe.
The top 8 teams. Well, I can tell you one of them was
you just called them that.
It's my name. One of them was Liquid. Team Liquid, I should say. Because obviously people are like about 98% water. So you could pretty much say any of these teams are liquid.
Sure.
But one of them was Liquid, so they're gone.
Yeah. We can show the comparison, the head-to-head.
Oh,
for
we
season
actually
19.
have
yeah,
it
we
here.
have it. Look how different these. Okay, so we both have EG Game and Gladiators. That's fine. But OG Liquid last time were in, and Tundra that is, and this time they're just evaporated. Shopify evaporated. TSM evaporated. Beast Coast evaporated. We got 6 fresh teams.
To be fair, TSM was pretty close. Some of these teams were.
Tundra was pretty close too. Beast
was
Coast was
pretty
pretty
close,
close too. They all play. Actually,
They tied. Yeah, they all tied.
Thank God for some variety. If I have to watch another Western European derby go on for hours and hours on end, now we got a C team in there. We've got a couple Chinese teams in there. Eastern Europe showing up big way.
We got
All
a
three of
great
their
spread.
teams got
Apparently,
in.
North
North
America
American.
is representing in Aster. Sure.
Yep.
We'll give it a little bit. I mean, that means we got basically all regions. Am I missing something?
No, you're not. That's
North
definitely
America,
all the
South
regions.
America, Southeast Asia, China, Eastern Europe, Western Europe. We got them all. Done. Perfect.
Good
there's
old
no-
NA will always clutch it. in the end.
Excuse me?
What?
We're in North America.
What?
What?
you
Actually,
already
that
made.
seems the male
Aster.
and Mad. They're on the same team. That's 2 North American
That's
people
Void
right there.
Boys, Avery. That's Void Boys mad.
You
Yeah.
gotta give him a little. You know.
There's no
You got.
continuity
we
with
gotta give NA a little bit of a glimmer of hope, so they don't get all sad.
I don't know. I'm just sad because
Oh.
every time one of these teams does well, you know,
Yeah.
they get a top 2, they get a top 3. Oh, it's a European squad. Then when they're in the elimination, they get bottomed out. Oh, now they're an NA squad. Where's the justice in the world?
Shopify. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
When Shopify win, oh, they're
There
all
need-
European players. When
there
they
needs to be
lose,
more
NA
justice.
team at the bottom again.
That's why we gave you Aster right now. Done.
Okay, I'm happy.
Okay, good.
Thank you, Aegis.
now.
Can we actually have
Do
them?
you actually care if North America does well?
I'm insulted you would even ask that question. I was
No,
born and
legitimate.
raised in North America.
Yeah.
I helped foster the region. I helped gatekeep the other half.
Yeah, but wouldn't it suck to see some of the people that you gate kept out then go on to succeed?
Well, none of them will. They're all terrible.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fair enough.
Doing well in the top 8, by the way, is very important regardless of which region you are at, because
Why?
based on your ranking in DreamLeague Season 19 and Season 20, that was my plan. Thank you. Can we get it back? I like the color. Yeah, good.
A Jizzle loves the green. You can't stop him.
That hit me way too late. We can look at the prize pool. Look at this. It's nice to have money on the line, Jenkins. There's a lot of money on the line. This is DreamLeague for $1 million.
Yeah, I mean, you got to get those racks. Of course, you wouldn't sell your boys for a stack, but that's the kind of the point of the tournament is that you're doing it with the boys. But really, I think everybody's looking at Riyadh. That's the big pot of gold. That's the lucky charms at the end of the rainbow here. Dota Capitalist.
Yeah, we already have 2 teams locked in. Actually, we can take a look.
Who that?
Who dat? Western Europe. You know it.
Damn, Tundra made it in, who are not doing it with the boys.
No.
They're doing it with some other boys that they recently
Okay.
met.
So I
Flirted
asked
with a little
for this information. It's like, Tundra knows that they're in. We know that they're in because it's mathematically the case. Now I asked
Okay.
for a way to have it explained so we can explain to people at home how this works, this math. And apparently all I got told is there's this big-ass spreadsheet.
It's the glyco.
It is
It's
the
that
glyco.
glyco system.
And I can't properly explain it other than the math checks out.
The maths are just too complicated
Yeah.
for
I think
us.
we all know that A Jizzle has a honorary PhD in mathematics and statistics
Yeah,
over
tell
here.
us.
So why don't you explain it to us?
I do have a math degree, actually.
Big AG.
I have a math degree.
Yeah,
don't
we're
believe you.
waiting. We're
What?
waiting.
Oh, you want me to do?
Yeah, lay out the formulas for me.
Yeah, well,
In fact,
you know.
rap the formulas for us. I think that would combine your 2 areas of expertise.
Oh, Jesus Christ, don't make me rap again.
No, the band's ready. Here we go. Here we go.
The band all of a sudden perked up and like,
Thank
this is
you.
getting a little bit boring. Wait up.
Yo, rapping on this mic, it's a fucking disgrace. Tundra got something like 5th place in the last Dream League. They did really well, so they're going to this tournament as well. I think they're swell. Shouldn't have rhymed that again. Trying to think of things I can't think in my head because Tundra, their team is not dead. They do very well at every tournament. That's because Owie's in the basement. He's thinking about what he can do. That's because he sits when he poos. Fuck! I always go to the toilet seat
It
stuff.
always comes
I always
back
go to
to
the
the-
toilet seat stuff. I need more practice. I told you I'm not going to do it today. I told you I'm not. But if you put a beat on, I have to rap. That's because I'm sitting next to my friend Cap. I think he shouldn't wear a cap on his head because he's not. What are you doing with your mouth?
Rap.
This rap's going south. Stop fucking playing. Stop playing. Stop playing. You know how
Never
I was
stop
shocked
playing.
you didn't lead that into
you know
crap.
how it is when there's a beat on.
Yeah.
I was waiting for the toilet rhyme or the ball.
It was
rhyme.
kind of like, I was like, because I'm taking a crap, I
Yeah.
was like, yeah,
I will
that's gonna
say
be
I'm very
happening.
happy about the Jigsaw riding a trike line.
That was a
what?
nice line. Yeah,
I said
yeah.
I said
It's like-
Jigsaw riding a
like,
trike.
Like Jigsaw riding the trike.
Yeah, can we get a
got the little
clip?
trike
Roll the
right
clip
there?
of Jigsaw riding a
I
trike.
don't have it. I don't think we have it. I am sorry. You
I
can do
told
it again.
Production. I told production.
You can do it again?
Well,
told
that means
production.
you pre-planned the rhyme?
No, of course not.
I thought this
I
was-
told
That's
them.
not very streets of you.
Oh,
I told
illusion
them-
shattered.
No, I told them that they need to have every single clip that I could possibly rap about prepared.
I thought you were a real rapper.
I am. Look what I'm wearing.
No, I think you're just a poser now.
My disappointment is immeasurable.
I'm gonna go get changed, guys. I don't know if I can do this anymore.
Fine.
Maybe we can leave
Sit back
instead.
down. You were already late. You're not getting up from that chair anymore. We're going to look at what we're going through today on the Dota front. We have 4 series, 4 best of 3s coming your way. We got Team Spirit versus 9 Pandas, PSG LGD Gaming Gladiators, Talon versus Aster and BetBoom versus Evil Geniuses, SVG. What's the blockbuster of the day?
It's got to be LGD Gaming Gladiators.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's not that, I think it's going to be Talon Aster. If Talon show up, that could be a series that goes to some serious late games because Talon are from Southeast Asia. And of course, their average game length is 90 minutes.
Yep,
Yep.
And Aster have
Proven.
Monet, so their average game length is also 90 minutes.
proven.
That's going to go the distance. But I'm looking at LGD Gaming because LGD gaining a lot of momentum. Gaming, are they the number 1 team in the world right now?
Yes.
Are they?
Yeah. Best
Are
North
they?
American team, best team.
Are they?
I don't know. They lost yesterday, and you know they're one of these teams that is already set to go to Riyadh, to the road to TI, and so do they need to try?
What do
They're
they have
chilling.
to play for?
What do they have to play for? They're just chilling. They're having fun. They're playing to keep on the same level, but not peak yet because they want to peak in finals, which they do, by the way. They won every finals they've been in, but they want to save those peaks for then.
That's an empty.
I got
that's
it.
an empty stat, though.
That is wrong. Absolutely wrong.
I
Gaming
agree.
Gladiators are going to be trying their hearts out. You want to know why?
Why?
All about that cash money ain't right.
Great,
Hey.
homie. I honestly think that Quinn is so used to winning, but then still being shit on
I
Quincy
can
crew.
assure you he's not used to winning.
He's used to winning in NA and then being shit still on Quincy crew. You know,
That's
'cause of
accurate
some- 'cause
enough.
of-
Yeah, you don't. I mean, you can just say it was me.
Moon.
You don't have to like subtly do that.
And so to him, it's like winning is not the goal.
Not the
Like,
goal.
it does nothing for him. It's just not losing. That's what
Winning
what he
is not losing.
Yeah, no, winning is not. I mean, how many times do we go into this every season? It's all about that dopamine starvation in Dota.
Okay, but the thing. Okay, I get gaming won like 4 lanes in a row, 3 lanes, whatever it is. Who even counts these days?
Yeah.
But if I've learned anything about Dota in the last 10 years, the second you lose a series, you're immediately trash again.
True.
Right? This is what Reddit tells me every time. So I feel like gaming are back at the bottom. I think they got to climb back to the top.
Yeah.
I think they're like a bottom 3 team right now. They got to
but
reprove
have the comfort
themselves.
to doing that at the tournament that other people are
Why are you
still
laughing at
fighting
that,
to get.
Jizzle?
Because they're top 8.
Well, they could be bottom,
Bottom
3
3
in the top 8.
Okay, that makes.
I mean, judging for the Reddit
It's
comments
fine.
I read last night, Duraccio.
You know,
They should kick him.
They should kick the hell out of
he's
him.
just awful.
Jesus.
I think he's already been kicked.
Yeah, he's
Miracle's
done.
in.
Yeah.
and sometimes kicking is good. Sometimes kicking just shapes things up, and that's exactly what we're gonna do. I'm gonna kick both of yous and shake things up.
Why not kick Jenkins?
No, because he's gonna rap intro the other people.
All right. Yo.
I need him.
Hey, Jizzle. Big fan. Keep it real.
Don't make me do it, bro.
Yo, can I get an autograph later?
Where am I signing it?
You know where.
I don't think I have enough ink for that.
All right, I'm gonna give the floor to you, Pleasant Pandas.
Don't do
Please
toilet seat.
start the
Don't do
beat.
toilet seat.
Jenkins. Yeah,
introducing?
it's all
right.
you.
All right, let me think.
Take all your time you need.
Okay, go ahead. Come on in, Effie. Effie walking down the stairs. She's got some swag. That's because when she comes in, she makes the bag. I can't,
that all?
I can only do 2.
Come on.
Give me a theme. Give me a theme. What's your theme?
Friendship.
Friendship. All right. Yo. We were using a massager. We were giving her... Never mind. Don't. I realized what I said when I said... There's this hand massager backstage, all right?
It's a muscle massage.
I was going to say rubby, and then I was going to rhyme it with bubby. But then I realized I said some massaging thing with Effie walking down the fucking stairs. Jesus Christ. Don't make me do that again. I
Okay,
can't do
that's
it.
fine. The next
Do it for fear.
subject.
Do it for fear.
Yeah.
I'll do
I
it
think fear deserves one as well.
Okay.
Better. Do you want to change things up by having the Pleasant Pandas have a little bit of a different beat? Do you want to go faster?
Give me like a... Just go harder. Like a harder beat.
a harder beat.
Yeah.
Very specific.
Yo. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Here we go.
All right. Fear walking down the stairs. He's an old man. When at TI5, I was a big fan. I saw Fear and I was his stand. I look at his arms and I think he could stand on those things cause he's so fucking buff. Fear is cool, he's really fucking tough. He walks down the stairs and he goes rough cause he's a dog.
I actually really that was your best one yet.
Like Snoop Dogg.
Why was mine
It's
so
just-
pathetic?
What?
My rap was so pathetic.
I don't know because listen, I had already done it 5 times. They just keep making me do it. I'm
But
running out of
apparently,
words.
the 6th one was perfect. Math doesn't check out.
It's
I
because
am
it's
well aware.
freestyling and you run out of words and you're like, what's another word? Oh, word rhymes with turd. I'm going to do a toilet type thing again.
I mean,
for
I will
fuck's
say-
sake, sitting down on the toilet seat when you pee. Another the same one of those rhymes. You can't do that for a girl because girls actually do that. That's actually what they do. But if guys do that, come on. What's the point? What's the point in doing that? Sitting down.
Wait.
You're gifted this thing for a reason. I don't know.
No comment on
How
that,
did
but I
we
do
get
appreciate
here?
Jenkins like freestyle rapping.
Yeah.
It's definitely difficult.
That was very cool. You know what I also appreciate? Dota 2 and players that play it. I think we have learned a lot already about the teams that are here still in Group Stage 2 for Dream League Season 20. We're going to learn a little bit more and specifically about 9 Pandas.
Enough to cover into the RP as well. Nightfall's laying into them now with the Metamorphosis. Has BKB to back him up, but Antares with a stolen RP. Oh, and Kiyotaka with the damage to follow suit. A thing of beauty here as BetBoom. You were absolutely right. The carry's been the supports this entire time.
My gamer name is Solo. I'm playing in 9 Pandas team. I'm support and captain.
My name is Miro, and I'm playing for 9 Pandas. I describe my team vibe, one word.
My team is crazy. Everything that I can do for my team, I will do it. Mental coach, also like a friend. We didn't practice a lot. It will be a very hard Dream League for us. We played first Dream League bad. Somebody was really sick, very bad cold and stuff. And of course, we wanna try to make a good result this time.
We've got nothing to lose. Yeah, it's you don't feel stress. We're gonna make good plays.
Well, we'll see now. The charge on in. They are starting to fight off right. Oh, Ramsey's just annihilates.
Oh, he clicked the R button. He's gonna kill them all.
Kiyotaka. Oh, no.
Just
it's not good
kidding.
enough. Nope.
Just kidding, bro.
Nope. He pressed R. He didn't even get the nullifier off. Not like it mattered. He's already disconnected from the game. BetBoom. They're going to go down in game 1.
When you're playing with players with some experience, you're learning a lot.
When you play with the young teams on team, it's more easy to recognize some things about patch because they notice it quite faster than me. So it's a big help from youngsters.
Ramses that beats him down.
Oh my god.
Huge play here as Roger gets the pike onto Zai. It's not going to be enough to find the kill, but it's just Ramses once again. He gets the next assassin, disarmed his Nisha. He's got to try and get out of here. He gets protected. No, he gets silenced instead. 95 seconds, has a buyback available, but they're bleeding deaths one by one as Kiyotako's at the fountain. They've got Insania as well. That's going to be a dieback. Ultra kill for Ramses.
We will do everything we can to be the strongest East European team. Yeah, of course we can win. I mean, you can win always.
Our players is good.
We're going to have an Eastern European showdown. We're going to have 9 Pandas taking on Team Spirit. It's a best of 3, so someone has to come out victorious. It's going to be a good one for sure, and the draft is very, very close, and that means we're going to take a quick break, but when we're back, it's Dota time. Stay tuned.
Wow.
Wow. What's up?
Wow. Huh?
Is that? I feel like you wanted to say something.
No.
Okay.
I just
Good morning. What? You interrupted me again?
No, I'm sorry.
Good morning. There you go. We are ready for some Dota 2. We're going to have 9 Pandas taking on Team Spirit, and I'm joined by Fear, Effie, and Jenkins. Or actually, no. Fear, Effie, and Ajizzle, as he is today. Are you going to be that every day? Because you do know that we'll make you rap every day.
No,
So
this is the
your
This is just a
skill
character.
fresh.
This is just a character.
Okay,
Don't do it.
Ajizzle it is.
Yep.
I want to talk about this matchup though, because it is for me, a very exciting series. Because in Eastern Europe, I feel like, you know how there's normally a team, you got a Western Europe Gaming Gladiators best team, you got Shopify Rebellion on top of North America every time, you got PSG and Aster top of China all the time. I feel like Eastern Europe, they're just circulating the crown and nobody's really picked it up just yet. Fear, who do you think should have the crown of the 3 Eastern European teams?
Most likely Team Spirit, I would say.
Okay.
They did win in the league as well against them. They're consistent every single time, whereas I feel like the other ones they circle in and out who's the second or third, but Team Spirit's always in that mix, I feel.
I have an analogy that like 3% of the audience will understand. Effie will get it. I think that, or anybody maybe that knows the history, I think that Team Spirit are like the King Harold, or whatever. What's the big king in Vinland Saga?
It's Harold, isn't it?
Is it Harold? And then I think that 9 Pandas are King Canute, who is the young up and coming team, and then BetBoom is the other king, the prince, the other brother that becomes the king that Canute kills.
Stop spoiling Vinland Saga.
It's based on history. It's based on real life.
What are you
history.
doing? Literally,
It's
season 2
literally based
just
on.
got finished being done animated. So many people haven't seen it.
And
That-
so I
No spoilers.
And so
That's
I think
actually a
that
punishable
there's like
offense.
clearly Spirit is king, right? But you have the 2 princes coming for the head of the king, and then you have one of the princes is the one that everybody expects, and the other is one that nobody expects.
Sure, great analogy, but I have to stop you from talking about Vinland Saga any further. It
is
has a lot of
based
fans.
on reality.
It
King
doesn't
Canute was
matter.
real. It was Canute the Great.
It's loosely based on reality.
No.
All right. So
Yes.
Jenkins also thinks that Team Spirit is king right now, and 2 others are fighting for the crown. Well, 9 Pandas is coming in hard because they have been fighting really hard.
I mean, if you look at history, everybody knows who's going to win here.
I think for sure, if you're going to make a claim to the best Eastern European team, it has to be Team Spirit because they perform consistently on LAN. They perform consistently during DPC, and they won a TI, right? You can't say the same for BetBoom or 9 Pandas, who, are an up-and-coming team and have been looking good. Even if Team Spirit had kind of a less than stellar performance in this DreamLeague, it doesn't take away from their achievements.
No, they still came first in their region, of course, this time around, where BetBoom came second and 9 Pandas came third. But, the previous one, it was 9 Pandas that came first, and Spirit came second, and BetBoom came third.
9 Pandas is thirsty, man. They're bloodthirsty.
Oh, I thought there was another reference. But yes, they are very thirsty. And they are also drafting right now. We are in the drafting. Spirit is Radiant. We got 9 Pandas on the Dire side. We got a Doom Timber Band out, as well as a Bat Rider and a Morphling. And first pick goes the way of Team Spirit. Yesterday, we saw the first day of a new patch of 733D. Sorry.
Yep.
Do you feel like it had a lot of impact? If you look back at it, we definitely saw some changes. How much impact do you think we'll see in this series in particular?
Will we see techies?
We're already seeing the impact already. Yesterday, Team Spirit got slapped by LGD 2-0 real hard versus an Undying. Look what they first picked. Undying. So we're already seeing some adjustments, some learning from previous series, and potentially new drafts. And both these teams we're talking about battle. They're battling on the home field, Eastern European home field here. Both these teams know each other incredibly well. And the only thing that will be a different variable is just the patch. That's pretty much it. But other than that, they know the players' play styles, how they like to play, what they generally like to play in drafts. So it should be a very close series.
Yeah, and speaking of Undying, we saw that hero at least once in every series yesterday. And it's honestly because this hero was being played in this patch anyway, not as much as the other higher popularity, higher win rate supports, but with the new patch and the popular supports being nerfed, this hero went untouched. So the teams that were playing it anyway and building strats around it anyway now have even more of a reason to pick it because it stayed relatively strong compared to the last patch, but now it's just stronger than other supports too.
Yeah.
I think also an element is all the universal heroes, because universal heroes are so OP, were being played as carry. And with all the universal heroes being nerfed, it means more traditional carries are strong, and so the value of having an Undying who can 1v2 literally any lane is a lot higher. Because with a hero like Terrorblade who just wants some, early free farm, like he's gonna get it with an Undying on his side.
Mm-hmm. And again, these teams have been playing Terrorblade anyway. Like, even with the popularity of Universal Heroes, this is still one of the popular carries. And especially if you see a Beastmaster, right? Terrorblade does extremely well versus Beastmaster lane. It was yesterday that we saw, which team was it?
Aster.
Aster get completely destroyed by a TB Undying lane.
Which was on the side of 9 Pandas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Completely crushed.
Yeah.
So we already know that Team Spirit have secured their safe lane, and they took away comfort picks from 9 Pandas themselves. Whereas the heroes on the side of 9 Pandas right now, you have Beastmaster's lane being incredibly difficult, and Techies being less strong than before.
And the respect ban of the Tinker. I hope that at least one of the games we're going to see a Kiyotaka Tinker. I feel like we need to have it. But I also understand that people are just banning it out second phase now, just to avoid facing it.
Especially if you have the Terrorblade, right? It's a very good hero against TB. And Undying will always be in the meta if this hero stays the same, just for one reason. Carry players love having an Undying in their lane. You get to play any carry in the world that you want to play. So you get an Undying, I'm going to counter it with a Beastmaster. The summons are good versus it. But then you pick up a Terrorblade, and all of a sudden, it's not such a good game for the Beastmaster because he has been nerfed with the axes as well. We saw yesterday, Aster, they tried to play the Venomancer into this lane. Did not go well. He chain fed with the Beastmaster. And I think Team Spirit are trying to repeat that. Make sure they have like a good start here. But we'll see how it goes. 9 Pandas, they do have a choice as techies. Might be good enough to make the Beast look good in the laning stage. Maybe better than the Veno we saw yesterday. But we'll have to see.
We'll have to see. They're taking their time on I almost wanted to say actual bans that are not necessarily the Kiyotaka Tinker or the signature heroes.
It does feel like that,
So what do you not want to face when you are when you know you're going to play Terrorblade core? Are there some cores you just don't want to deal with? Obviously, they ban out the Wind Ranger right now, which, I mean, Wind Ranger hasn't really been picked that much since the patch either.
I mean, PL was one for a long time. That's the highest win rate hero in Dota versus TB. It's just a question of, is PL good against the other heroes? Because obviously there's, the Earthshakers and the Zeus-type heroes that are very good at dealing with the PL, anything with, like, Illusion Clear, so it does have to be, like, a later pick. Probably a last pick or, like, the last pick out of the second phase.
And TB doesn't want to get run out. The thing about TB is even if he has hero-to-hero counters, he can still win the game and ball up really early with his team and hit his timings before, core-to-core interactions become relevant. So TB just doesn't want to get run out while he's laning. He wants to have a good lane, which they've secured because they see the Beastmaster versus the Undying. So I think they should ban out the carries that can rotate on the TB early through the Twin Gates. Like the Monkey Kings and the Bloodseekers potentially, that can kick him out and slow down his farming phase. That's what Team Spirit should be looking towards.
That could definitely work. Like, if I think about Terrorblade and the counters that traditionally you saw, like, Zeus isn't really a hero anymore, right?
Terrible.
You don't want to pick that hero. PL, very situational. Makes a lot of sense with the Tinker. Lena's gaining some popularity. That could
I was going to say Lena.
That could be a hero that
Spellcaster
they
might
could
be
look
good.
for as well. Or they can go for the route of slowing down the tempo of 9 Pandas. Maybe banning out a Bloodseeker, saying they'll just be too fast, right, on the map, and TB needs a lot of time. There's a lot of threats they need to think about, but it's really going to come down to what they want to pick in their next couple picks.
Yeah.
And we don't really know for sure what they want. They have an Undying, they have a Terrorblade, so maybe they want to pick a POS 4 next, I would imagine. And an offlaner? We'll have to see, as 9 Pandas do have the first pick out of the gate here.
I was going to say, I do like the Medusa versus TB. I feel like every time
Controversial
we see it now,
matchup, right?
What was that?
I think it's a controversial matchup.
It is controversial, yeah. I'm on the side of Medusa being stronger than the TB in that matchup. That's my opinion. Like, every time we've seen it, it's like TB tries to sunder the Medusa, he gets full HP. Sure, she's at like 20% HP. She's full mana anyway. She's mana fights him, kills him. I think it's good. And it's also Ramses is like second most played hero in this tournament. So
And we've seen it go both ways during Tour 3 of the DPC. It was probably the most played carry matchup, and it really just feels like a matter of execution, but the ease of execution side definitely exists on Medusa, right? All she kind of has to do is hit Ancients, hit creeps, go with her team and press down guys, whereas TB has to be cautious about every single hero on the enemy team and who can kill him.
I think
Medusa is the one hero that can match the pace of farm of TB as well.
Yeah.
Not many heroes can do that.
yeah, not currently. I think, I mean, clearly Storm is you know, what 9 Pandas is eyeing, or at least that looks like the best option. So the question is, does Spirit like preemptively deal with the Storm, or at the very least deal with like a potential Spirit that's going to be coming out with the Pugna?
I was going to say, I feel like this is one of the very few times that we have all spirits still in without
it
being
could be
banned.
it could be any of them. But I feel like against Undying, you're really eyeing a Storm. I mean, especially if some like non-stunners come out here.
Yeah, this is where they should just draft their stuns. Pick that Mira hero, right? The one that rotates on the map and kills that Rubik or potentially even that Snapfire. And then you can just pick an offlaner with some kind of reliable disable. So now that you've got the Murano, which is the Mira hero, typically you want to pair it with Collapse's hero. And we've seen Mars even rise back to popularity in the hands of LGD. And Yu plays it so well. And maybe Team Spirit are looking at it for themselves because they lost to it.
I mean, they do have Collapse. He is one of the best Mars players.
I could see like, yeah, Mars or Axe. Just something to set up for the
He does
Mirana.
love Axe, doesn't he? But
He
I
does.
really dislike that hero. He's a good Axe player, but it feels like you die maybe twice and then all of a sudden the game is hard. And this is a hero that went undefeated yesterday and looked good in every single game.
Yeah. Really good against the Pugna. Like, so many abilities that disjoint his suck. It's I remember back when like Pugna was being played as a mid, Ember was the counter to it, because you can just never get a grip on him.
Yeah, and it was, of course, Laurel that was on the receiving end of Nothing to Say's Ember yesterday, which was a pretty painful experience.
Yeah, but more importantly, it's their kind of way to deal with Storm in that early game. They're going to have the Ember Spirit, who has a really fine lane versus Storm with the Murana. So you've got the setup for the arrow, not just for the lane, but for the entirety of the game.
Pog.
Okay, that was a bit of a debate. So they go for the counter pick. Earthshaker versus Ember Spirit mid. That's a classic. You max out the enchant totem and
You whack him for half his HP.
smack him for It's very strong. I think we've actually seen it a couple of times in DreamLeague in the first group stage.
We saw Miracle play it with Shopify. He played
Yeah.
Earthshaker mid. It looked really good, but
Normally, so this is a counter matchup, and it's one of the, I'll say, more hidden ones that people don't generally go for. But when it works, it looks really good. But my question is, how do they transition from winning the lane? Can they find an impact on the map? Whereas Ember normally can make rotations, make things happen. Will the Shaker rush a dagger? Will he make those rotations? Those are always the questions.
yeah, I think Shaker definitely can rotate, but the issue of Team Spirit supports is I feel that they're strong enough to just play around this Ember at some point, especially if he needs help later on. And when Shopify looked good with that mid Shaker, they had the security of a Faceless Void who had a really good lane, who was just farming throughout the entire game and joining these fights and doing very well.
And if this Beastmaster has anything like most of the Beastmasters from yesterday type of laning stage, which all of them were abysmal, by the way. So far, Beastmaster's laning stage have looked so bad.
Yeah.
You can't really rotate to that as a Shaker. You can't really farm as a Shaker either. So a lot of this game might hinge on the fact that how well can this Beast do in the lane? Can the Shaker make an impact? Can he rotate to an Undying Terrorblade lane? That feels pretty difficult. So maybe he can go to a safe lane.
Can the techies and the Pugna rotate a lot to help out?
To the Shaker, maybe, until Ember gets 6, and then it's kind of almost impossible unless you get the chain stuns exactly correct, but it might work.
I mean, I think Techies does a solid job, and it shouldn't be too much of an issue, but if you're talking about the 2v2 supports mid in that situation, I feel like 9 Pandas do have the weaker one. The thing about Beastmaster is it doesn't matter if he loses lane or gets kicked out. That hero just farms Ancients now. His gameplay has become a lot more simplified and a lot easier in the laning stage, and you can leave him alone. So there are ways for 9 Pandas to play around what they're seeing on Team Spirit.
I think this is another one of the heroes that was people were realizing it was good in the like weeks coming up to the patch, and so it didn't get nerfed. And in fact, it actually got buffed. The ult does more damage per smash that he does now, and I feel like people realize
patches too. Like, his ult keeps getting buffed is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to continuously, like... They keep buffing his ult, but you have to get the ult off. And I feel like against Shaker, it might be difficult.
His ult pierces debuff immunity.
It really does, doesn't it?
Yeah. This is actually... I feel like it's actually good against Jug.
I think Jug does fine versus Primal Beast on lane. Like, if they go for an aggressive play on the side of Spirit and Jug lives through it, they can just turn right on the side of 9 Pandas, and there's going to be sustain for him throughout the game. But and overall, I feel like Team Spirit's draft is definitely easier to play. But late game Juggernaut, we've seen it time and time again. We've seen what it can do. Once it hits that like level 24 item timing, it just becomes really strong, and it's a good hero to deal with TB. But yeah, I think ease of execution is going to favor Spirit in this matchup.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think this Beast shouldn't have a good lane. Ember versus Shaker, we'll see what happens, but I think you come online really quickly with a Primal Beast. Ember, even if Ember has a bad game, Primal's going to be running around the map. They got the arrow set up from Mira here, and I think Spirit's draft looks really good here.
Yep, there's a lot of pressure, I feel like, on Kiyotaka. Really performing on that Earthshaker.
Yep.
Like, he has to pop off, otherwise it's a rough one, Jenkins.
Yeah, I agree. I think a lot rides on his matchup and dumpstering the Ember, and maybe the supports rotating mid and helping him like transition that into, you know, owning the early game. I do actually really like the Jug matchup versus TB because you just Omni Slash and TB can't sunder. You can spin, TB can't sunder. You know, there's a million different ways you can play that, but he's level 20. It's a late timing, and I think Team Spirit could ball up before then.
Well, let's find out if that's going to happen, if Kiyotaka can get some slamming done. We're going to find out after the Pleasant Pandas get some jamming done.
Eastern European team, aka Team Spirit, won TI 10, TI 11. Eastern Europe did very poorly, Avery, and it's been kind of a rebuilding, but it does look like TI 12 has a very promising future for Eastern Europe. After all, we've already got a top 3 performance at the majors by 9 Pandas. Team Spirit seems to be doing all right for themselves, and very likely we're going to see 3 or 4 teams at this TI from Eastern Europe, where last year we didn't even see any Eastern European teams in the top 12.
It was shameful.
Very
Absolutely shameful for the region. That's why they're motivated here. Though, you can never underestimate how much can go wrong in the next 2 months.
Yeah? You experienced that before?
I mean, TI is a fickle beast. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like, you think you're going to do well at it, you crash out. You think your team is destroyed, you win it. it's a high pressure tournament, and if you're not used to it, you don't have the veteranship. Sometimes you just crumble, even if you're a favorite going in. So I never write teams off. I never write them in. I never write to them at all. I just look forward to the tournament.
Okay.
But you are right. CIS is looking better than they have looked in a long time, especially the breadth of the region. I feel like usually Eastern Europe has had one dominant team, and that's about it.
Yep.
And the other teams are like, well, maybe they'll get last, and they probably do. Now it feels like we have multiple contenders, multiple rising stars, 9 Pandas, especially on the back of Kiyotaka. I mean, I don't think I've seen a player look this dominating in such a short time period out of nowhere in a long-ass time.
Yeah, he's had one hell of a performance and a large reason why 9 Pandas have been able to go so far. This duo of him and Ramses seems to always be able to lock down mid to late game for you. So as long as 9 Pandas can get there in the first place, they seem to do pretty damn well for themselves. And that's going to be up to Amiro and Antares here in the off lane. They're up against Maposhka and Yotaro in the Undying and the Terrorblade. Oh, there's our early spin here. Collapse is going to be dying as there's nowhere for him to go to, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. First blood goes to Solo.
For that Uproar level 1, will not be able to get out of the Blade Fury's range. And first blood on this lane. Ramsey's very happy with that. Especially he started this Blades of Attack build. This is like a build you can kind of only do on Juggernaut. He has the super high BAT and you can just abuse the extra damage. Forsaking early stats on an Agi carry. Usually not up there, but it will produce a very fast phase boost for Ramses on this lane, which could prove to net them more kills down the road. So already, 9 Pandas fulfilling the game plan here on the early laning phase, and Kiyotaka is doubling up the mid CS pretty much. A very good sign for them, as you really want the Shaker to get off to a fast start here and be able to play through the combination with the Techies, because that's what I'm looking for from 9 Pandas. I think Techies is an exceptional hero this patch. He almost always guarantees you an even lane to a lane win, as we talked about. But the other thing this hero does is he combines really well with almost any mid playmaker. He provides you a huge amount of follow-up damage, follow-up stun, follow-up slow, disarm, magic amp for a lot of the mid heroes who play off the magic damage. These little small things make a mid spirit heroes, or in this case the Shaker, a spirit in disguise. I feel really good about making kill rotations. So if I'm on Pandas, I'm looking for Antares and Kiyotaka to combine. And I feel like that is where their success lies a lot of the time. Those two players combining, making the kills happen on the map, and just racking up the KDA for Kiyotaka as he continues his rampage through the Dota scene. Almost reminds me of a young Sumail.
Yeah, a little bit. Some like big playmaking mid laners.
He's just a killer.
High killer.
Yeah. I don't remember the last just straight up killer that came into the Dota scene. Or maybe like Whisper. Maybe Whisper. I mean, he's not mid, but like similar playstyle, right?
Yeah, I can kind of see that. Definitely the special thing about Kiyotaka is some of his specialty heroes. Everyone talks about the Tinker. We'll see how he performs on the Earthshaker here. We've seen a couple of Earthshakers already in DreamLeague. Is this going to be like a continuing trend, you think, Avery? I mean, it dumpsters some of these spirit heroes, right?
For sure has good lane matchups, as 9 Pandas will run off this Tombstone. Maposhka cannot get the kill with that level 3 timing. Little missed opportunities on this lane for Team Spirit if you compare this to when 9 Pandas ran this lane and were just chain killing people very strongly when you have the meta Tombstone up, but 9 Pandas may be used to playing against it and are familiar with those timings. I think the Shaker has some viability in this patch. I actually like the hero. I think even with the stun nerfs, he still has a lot of viability. As a support, his lane is a little weak, but if you get into that mid game, the Shard, the chaining off the Fissure, the spell does a lot of follow-up damage. Little goes like this, he really helps. And Collapse, he does not need much follow-up damage, as he just claims the skeleton, but will pay the back-end price. Those phase boots already up for Ramses.
Yeah, that's what happens when you give away first blood to a Juggernaut. He's going to have the boots advantage, and any go you make is going to probably naturally just trade out. So still to the favor of 9 Pandas.
Multiple trades happening at the same time. Kiyotaka with the slight block on Laurel mid will get the bottle refill as well. He does have level advantage and lane control here. It's going to be a question if 9 Pandas can punish it. Get that kill. Maposhka barely surviving as well.
Yeah, a little bit lucky there. The sticky bomb didn't land onto him. Chasing after Ramses. Really just trying to force something out of him. Kiyotaka getting some serious advantage now. 30-9 compared to 22-5, and that's not even level 6 picked up for the Earthshaker, who is, he is going to get that level 6 before Laurel. Collapse in trouble. Uh-oh. He doesn't have the upheaval up. One more second, but he can't get it out in time. Ramses picks a 3rd kill in this lane. Boy, this is just not working the way they wanted this to work. The Primal Beast. This is not a hero you want to have operate from behind. I mean, it was a mid laner for the longest time because it needed the solo experience.
Especially a last pick Primal Beast for Team Spirit.
Yeah.
Like, they got that 9th. He's losing the lane up here. I mean, it is ultra last pick Juggernaut, so technically 9 has had the answer, but Ramses just played this lane to perfection. 1-0-2, phase boots rush paying off. Straight into the Battle Fury here. You lose a little value with that Battle Fury because you don't have the treads, but if you're getting this much extra net worth out of the lane versus a very strong laner, you're happy to make that exchange. And now it's just a question if 9 Pandas can snowball one of these other lanes to create space for that Jug, who is just going to be off to the races with the start he's had. Haste Rune for Kiyotaka. Very strong on him as well.
The support battle continues here. He does have a Lotus on Miposhka, so he's not going to die so easily, but Antares can keep him kited around and force those resources out of him. Goes for another one, and Miposhka does successfully bait him in for another round of Decay, which gets the kill.
Just thinking about this 7-minute Wisdom Rune, too.
Oh, there it is. The Haste Rune pickup for Kiyotaka allows him to be able to get an Echo Slam kill onto the Mirana.
9 Pandas in cruise mode this game.
They really are.
They're going to TP Miero to contest the 7-minute Wisdom. You cannot give it to Miposhka here. Might escape. No, that's not too bad. They get the other one, which Collapse does. Secures it for the boys against Solo.
Barely. They should be able to get the kill off this one. Blood Grenade leading into the arrow. That's going to be a whiff. Solo. Pretty damn fast, and I guess it's not going to be a kill because Collapse doesn't have the onslaught up for a sec.
I mean, you can't catch that skeleton booty. What?
That was so random. Not the first thing I think of when I look at Pugna.
Don't body shame him, man. God damn.
He's all skin and bone.
Not everyone's some buffed up military Chad like you.
Solo is really pushing his luck, but he dodges another arrow. Still managing to stay alive. Boy, things just are not going Team Spirit's way. Mira can't land an arrow. They're losing all their lanes. Then again, they're not that far behind. Only 1K, but
it just feels like 9 Pandas are getting a lot of small things going for them.
Yeah.
Especially with a lineup that, in theory, has the ultimate late game beast in the Juggernaut. 9 Pandas should be very happy with their position, just continuing to scale. These games where Juggernaut gets ahead must be a very large increase in the win chance, just based off that alone, because it's hard to beat this hero late game. You just bust up your team with the healing ward. Team Spirit have decent ways to deal with the healing ward, though, and they can catch the Jug on the map. So going down a little bit in this is not the end-all be-all. It's not an absolutely free Jug game. They can create a lot of tempo in the mid-game. And Laurel, on this Ember, a hero we've seen dominate in the last few days, Team Spirit need to start playing through him.
Chainstone's not going to be good enough, but Poshka leaves the tombstone behind the tower. They'll quickly address that and address the Undying. Oh, the damage is racking in. Oh, what a blast off. Actually lands onto the Ember Spirits, who might have gone back in for the kill on Kiyotaka. He's still going to try. Kiyotaka turns around with the Echo, hits it on Mira. They get the Roar onto the Ember Spirit at the same time. They're going to clean up everybody from Spirit unless Mira barely gets out in time. The round of nukes just coming up, but
I mean, Miro very happy about that. He has to come in and get a huge Ember kill with the Roar.
Yeah.
On top of not really missing too much. Count me in right there. A lot of levels for him. He was having probably the roughest laning phase of anybody on 9 Pandas, but still having a pretty decent one here. And the biggest thing is it continues to shut down Laurel, who's not finding that Ember momentum that you really want on this hero. And it's also very important for the Team Spirit supports because they don't have an easier core to play through right now. The Primal got shut down on lane. It's not a guaranteed connection right now against the Juggernaut, and you really want these chains up to be able to land arrow to lock them in around the tombstone for Collapse to come and connect into. The more that Ember gets shut down, the more it becomes harder for Team Spirit to find all these little connections they're looking for in this early game, which they want to pick up the pace of right now. When you have Ember Primal Beast, you do not want to sit back and farm. You want to be smashing heads into the dirt.
They may be able to take the tower down to the dirt. Nobody's here to defend it.
Good read. I don't know how this always happens for Ember, but it does.
It really does. Even without the Orb of Corrosion complete, which goes to show how Laurel is a bit behind right now. Lowest net worth core in the game.
I mean, this is the downside of the Shaker picking an Ember. I don't think you can really stop his slight spam and him forcing you out of areas, unless you're just chain killing him, which didn't happen. As compared to something like the Dragon Knight or the Huskar or the Lone Druid, right? Those matchups, you're pushing against the Ember, you're pushing him and taking his tower. And I think that feels overall slightly better for the game. But of course, the Shaker can provide you with the lockdown later that's more reliable against him in the mid game. Everything in Dota is a trade-off. It's just a matter of hitting your power points and making the most of them.
Sure. They sacrifice their tower in order to get Blink Dagger up on Earthshaker, right?
Right. But I do think it's interesting that 9 Pandas, I mean, I know Kiyotaka's not a Huskar player, but they had that Huskar option on the 4th. That is a dangerous pick for Team Spirit, unless you're 100% certain he will never play it. Because it was a damn good Huskar game.
Raise no hand in anger and you'll pass.
Netherward versus Tombstone. 9 Panda's always going to be backing away from the Tombstone if possible.
What is with these guys with like the half face cam, man?
Don't want their mouth to be seen.
This is some like weird pseudo allowed thing.
No, it's like when you know the baseball coaches, they cover their hands when they make their calls.
I don't think that is
to make sure that nobody is able to see. Got to watch out for those scouts, man.
By the way, I saw them adjust that in the cam before the game. Like I saw,
like it had his full face. And he was like, no.
We were watching Solo's cam, and in the back of Solo's cam, I saw one of the 9 Pandas players literally tilt their camera so we only saw half their face, and he was adjusting it and looking at the Discord. So they're consciously doing it. I'm on to you.
Yeah, they've been doing that for a long time. Ever since the DPC started, basically. Antares, Starstorm is going to be able to finish him off. Mira picking up a kill without losing his life for once. Oh no, Miro coming in from the side, but they don't have enough stuns until the Fisher comes in. Echo, no!
Where was it?
Blinked forward, maybe thought he had more time or something, or didn't want to use it. Now he's going to use it on the Undying, surely. He regrets not taking the Ember Spirit kill when he had a chance.
Do you think he was out of range? I mean, even if he's out of range, the Echo hits would have killed him.
I mean, I will say this is his debut performance on Earthshaker. Kiyotaka has not played the Earthshaker in a professional match before, so, you know, maybe this is just a little bit of discomfort. Something that he surely played in pubs and scrims, but...
That looked weird. Interesting play. He'll cancel the charge here. Another nice factor for the Shaker of 9 Pandas this mid-game. Just preventing collapse going in. But every time you can get this Ember kill, you really want to secure it. Continue to shut Laurel down, keep him down in the net worth, remove the playmaking potential from the Team Spirit lineup. As you can see what they're trying to do, they just want to get in these skirmishes off the chains. When it's this deep, it's very difficult though, and Collapse, you are in no man's land. I guess there's no roar, so...
There is a blast off, but not enough damage. And all this is happening, I think Team Spirit, I mean, which one are you happier with? You basically have 4 versus 4. Nobody's dying. Nobody's accomplishing anything quite yet. But you do have a Juggernaut free farming and a Terrorblade free farming.
I'm taking the Jug. Especially if the Jug's ahead. Maybe if the Terrorblade had a faster start and he's ahead, you're like, all right, Terrorblade's going to hit his Scotty timing and we're just going to take the fight with that. Jug's not going to be ready. But this Jug is going to be ready to fight.
Yeah.
And he can get in those exchanges. He can contribute. A healing ward off a Primal Beast initiation or something, if it saves your hero, that's a big deal in these engagements. You have the Pugna as well for some extra sustain. I'm taking Ramses in this situation.
Yeah, with a Battle Fury pickup, he's going to be a terror for this Terrorblade the entire game. 1,000 net worth ahead. We're going to have a mech picked up for Mira. Still working on that Maelstrom for Laurel. Still trying to recover his game because he's working for kills and hasn't been able to claim them.
No, he's too far behind. DD will definitely help with that. The one factor for the Terrorblade, though, is you have this decent portion in the mid-game where Jug, he farms fast, but he doesn't shove lanes aggressively, whereas the Terrorblade, he's creating map pressure for his team.
Yeah.
Early Manta on Yatoro, he can shove in waves deep, he can get in aggressive areas and cut. This will create some map pressure that'll create openings, whereas 9 Pandas have to do it the hard way, which is just kind of smoke up mid.
This is a little bit awkward now. Decrepify will actually help him back out from that tombstone range.
Hero's waiting for that chains.
TP to bottom lane. Collapse going for the kill, but Miro's already backed off. They go for the kill on mid at the same time, but again, 9 Pandas managing to deftly dodge every single one of these attempts from Team Spirit.
Sustain's just too much right now. Kiyotaka very aggressive.
Oh, it's with the
Echo this
echoes.
time.
Is that enough? Chain stun, the blast off. It's going to come in. It lands. He did not expect that one. Laurel.
Didn't have the remnant.
Yeah, he had the remnant coming out, but didn't get very far out. Kiyotaka is out of mana here, so he's going to be struggling in this fight. Looks like he's probably just going to flat out die. And Ramsey's
he's
going to take a...
But let that be a lesson that nobody just kills Kiyotaka.
This is a good time to readjust your cameras.
I'm telling you, they did it purposely, man.
Believe me, I know. Before you even started casting, the DPC started, all the players, so many of them would just be like, it's a forehead cam.
Again,
I don't want to be on camera.
These two teams are
Too bad. You're in entertainment. Get used to it.
That is true. Solo had a lot of time to think about how hard his skull was going to be crushed there.
That poor fragile skull. No muscle to protect it, just straight bone.
Decent find for Team Spirit. They get the Yatoro connection. He's probably their strongest hero on the map right now by far. And he's happy to get involved in those overextensions, especially on the Shaker. This is the downside of Shaker. Like, when you go in, you're in. You're not a Spirit hero. You do not have the ability to jump and then get back out like all these other mobility mids do. You're just locked in the cage.
You call them a pseudo Spirit hero, so which one is it? Is he not a Spirit hero? Well,
that's why he's pseudo.
Okay.
He thinks he's a Spirit hero, but he's not.
I mean, he becomes a Spirit hero again when he gets Aghanim Scepter, right?
Yes, that is when it comes online. He is going that second here. I think it's needed. Because, again, he has to be able to go in and out. He has to be able to deal with the Tombstone, slowing down some of his movement. If you blink and go on somebody, Tombstone gets dropped, and you're just stuck in there, your mid-hero's just gone. Doesn't matter how much net worth he has.
Yeah.
So Kiyotaka really needs the Ags this game. He's going to continue to farm up for it. And that'll be a big power spike for 9 Pandas to take the fight. Also an item that does help you farm with the cleave hits. Something that gets forgotten about a little bit, but was one of the reasons that Shaker was very popular in the offlane when he was getting picked more.
Yeah. Yeah, the fact that they changed it to be able to give cleave.
You can get some nasty base damage buffs up on this hero. I still support the armlet Shaker build, by the way.
What, armlet Ags?
Yeah, you just armlet totem. That number rockets up.
Ramsey's been quiet the entire game. All of a sudden, he decides it's time to get aggressive. Bolts into the jungle and immediately omni-slashes Maposhka.
And then immediately runs away back to Ancients.
He's like, all right. You know, I feel like that was somebody be like, hey, can we get something done? I would love to get our carry involved. We have Omni-Slash. And Ramsey's like, oh, we got Omni-Slash, huh?
Fine, I'll go do something.
All right, Omni-Slash is on cooldown. I'm going to go hit more creeps.
Maposhka just sitting there. Why me, man?
As we see, we got the Aghanim Scepter done for our Beastmaster. He's going to go for a Heaven's Halberd and just tank up build. Just try and get in there with the drums going and increase his survivability as much as possible. It does mean, same thing with the Techies, same thing with the Earthshaker pre-Ag. So you have these heroes that do want to just go in. I feel like the Tombstone is actually far more important in this game than it usually is.
It is a very important Tombstone game. They needed to live to debilitate the Shaker and the Beastmaster in the fight.
Yeah.
And 9 Pandas don't have the easiest Tombstone killers because they have the 3 melee cores that have to get in there. Only the Jug has attack speed. I guess you have Inner Beastor, but if you can start the fights on one of the cores and drop like this and drop the Tombstone after, that fight should be very, very comfortable for Team Spirit here. Your only real worry is some crazy Omni-Slash. You don't have a lot to soak up the Omni here, but you have Mirana ult that can kind of disjoint it, and you have some TB illusions. You get like one more Lotus or one more Manta or anything like that, I think you're pretty content trying to soak this up for Ramses for a lot of time. And Yatoro is just going to go second item, Butterfly here. So this is going to be a very scary Terrorblade when he hits that. I expect Team Spirit to want to smoke, take a fight, or commit for the Roshan. They might even not need to do anything before just going in the pit because they have Undying. It's a very fast Rosh with the Butterfly Terrorblade. Gossamer Cape on top of it. It's going to be a huge amount of evasion.
Butterfly
you can't
and
dodge
Butterfly.
Totem hit, right? Even with Gossamer Cape or some of this weird interaction.
I don't believe so. Is that a thing?
I'm just double checking.
That was the thing that they did a while back. I don't know if it got changed again. 7-10, even game. Pretty snooze game, to be honest. Last time these two teams faced up against each other, it did go 2-1. And, I mean, it felt like the laning phase was super important in that series. And I guess this is what happens when you get like a relatively even laning phase. Like, yes, 9Pandas won it, but they didn't win it so hard that they can continue to crush Team Spirit. They're going to try and attempt Roshan here, but it seems like somebody has thought better of that option.
I mean, this is Team Spirit's Roshan, in my opinion, with the Tombstone, with the Terrorblade. BKB on collapse, but he can't get it off.
Like that, a hero that doesn't have buyback.
Instant smoke. They want to catch Moonlight Shadow. Gonna hide Team Spirit for now. That Hawk going in, but Yatoro wants to turn.
Trying to surprise him, but the Decrepify is gonna help out here, and the Earthshaker comes in, immediately chain stunning up. Yatoro still has the Echo, holds on to it for now. Jumps away just before the chains can come out from Laurel. And he'll get a little bit of a heal from Solo. So if they allow them to be able to reset, it's not good. He goes in for it, man, to dodge, but no, that just helps the Echo Slam do all the more. Fisher lined up, hits Laurel, chain stun, he's dead as well.
The re-engage from 9Pandas. Just way too good. They go and bait the meta, bait the Tombstone, reset, get out of that zone control, and just dunk the Terrorblade into oblivion. Kiyotaka is getting out of control with this Axe timing right here. Do not have the lockdown for him. It's got to be cut. Oh, I guess that's the lockdown.
Cut down from
okay.
Collapse, being able to hit him with the onslaught.
Well, you can't leap over a Primal Beast.
I guess
we learned that today. I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of forced movement if you hit somebody, so.
I think you should be able to leap over him, though, you know?
Yeah, but then that would mean that Onslaught wouldn't land against, like, Bat Rider and any kind of, like,
this is a way different Z level.
What, you think he jumps higher
than
for
these
sure. Flying heroes? Okay.
And it's got hops. Either way, Team Spirit Collapse is able to come back, salvage that engagement with a huge Shaker kill, and now you're straight into that Roshan pit. So all of that work that 9Pandas did to try and get this Rosh away from Spirit ends up yielding nothing in the end somehow, despite a great team fight.
Enchant Totem can miss, by the way.
So that's just a guaranteed miss on the Gossamer Cape. That kind of sucks.
Yeah, it doesn't get rid of the buff, though.
Right, you just keep swinging.
Yeah, you just have to keep going. Kind of like how the Ursa matchup works. Back into it around the Roshan pit. Grab the Juggernaut while he's spinning. If they only had the physical damage to kill him, it would have been fantastic. Onslaught on through too. But now he's going to be on the slash once again. And again, Collapse is going to fall to the fury of the blades. Bounce back in. Laurel's still in deep, though. And he's going to die as well as Ramses quickly cuts him down with a big crit.
Kiyotaka just playing these fights so patient with his Fissures and stuns. It's forcing a lot of Remnant just jamming out from Laurel. And I mean, he just jams his Remnant straight into the blade. Not where he wanted to end up. Another decent team fight for 9Pandas. Even though Team Spirit have the Aegis, they don't want to fight without Yatoro's meta there. Getting caught out in no man's land.
They got the Roshan bounty as well, so some team gold for them, though they're still down by 5K.
I mean, this position feels a lot more secure for 9Pandas than it did a couple of minutes ago. Just looking at how these heroes are progressing, their scale is going to become insane here. You're going to hit a butterfly timing on your Juggernaut. Actually, he just got it.
Yeah.
So he is providing his own set of evasion that is proving problematic. He has not died this game. 6-0-4 for Ramses. Just snowballing off that great laning phase and pulling really far ahead of Yatoro here. He is creating a significant gap. These Omni Slashes have all landed. Again, if you go in with your Bruisers in the Ember and the Primal Beast, there's not much to soak up the bounces. You're just there. You're tanking it for the boys.
Which is why you kind of need Team Spirit to be able to hit some of these like slight arrow combinations, right? Like kind of be able to get the poke, kill somebody from a distance.
They need the stuns to land. Absolutely. They have very few lockdown tools to be able to deal with the Jug or the Shaker, so you need to make them count, especially during Collapse's BKB timing. When Collapse goes in, you need to be in there with them. It cannot be so far or so deep that the team gets separated and the damage is not in a follow-up situation, because that type of fight, he got a full duration ult on Ramses, but Ramses walks it off.
Yeah.
That is the type of thing that cannot happen for Team Spirit to win these engagements. You need to sync up the damage, make sure the Terrorblade can get in close enough. I wouldn't even mind an early blink on Yatoro in this game. I don't think he's going to buy it, but even you have to supplement it somehow. Maybe Moonlight Shadow is the key here. Get the cores in super deep with each other, or Yatoro just frontlines more with this Aegis.
I think the scary part about that idea is the fact that you are... If you go in, it means you're naturally grouping up for the Echo Slam, which is going to be put to work onto Maposhka. Yatoro quickly using a Sunder to get himself back up to full.
Not that great a Sunder.
No, it wasn't, but they can also get the pick off here. Oh, no, he's actually going to live thanks to the pipe and Collapse. Moonlight Shadow, finally the vision is revealed. Solo gets it with the dust. They catch Mira as well as he tried to leap on out. Again and again, Team Spirit just do not have the answers to 9 Pandas, and what you're saying is true. It's only going to get worse from here.
They're happy to take that Undying pick off if you can't get Tombstone. Just frees up the whole fight for the Shaker. That is why he is dunking him down. 9 Pandas catching Team Spirit off again. This is their Aegis Butterfly Terrorblade period, and they're not getting a good fight. The Primal Beast and the Terrorblade have not connected once on a single target. And this has been the problem. The heroes from 9 Pandas are surviving the initiations because of the double sustain mechanics. At some point, this is going to have to sync up. You're going to have to turn this game around because Ramses is just getting out of control here. Perfect game so far from him. He's going to go for the MKB, and he will have the answers to the Terrorblade before Yatoro has them for him.
Glimmer Cape helps shrug off a lot of that magic damage. The problem is going to be is that, like, they can stop some of that, like, burst on the side of 9 Pandas, but I feel like their sustained damage is much better. Whereas Team Spirit is super reliant on being able to get a burst kill, like off of an arrow. But you've got Force Staff to Crepify, all of these different kind of saves. Mech Solar Crest on Antares, he's farmed as hell. Healing Ward potentially going to be thrown out. It's rough. Team Spirit, they're going to have to come up with some sort of game plan that goes against the odds. So they are now 12k down.
And BKB done for Kiyotaka. Huge item for him. He can just commit in. He's not afraid of anything outside of Terrorblade sticking on him. And he is hitting hard. These totems are hitting for 1,000 damage already.
Hello. Goodbye.
Man, this is a good hero for Kiyotaka because he can KS every kill.
That is true, yeah. Continue his extremely high kills per game average. 3rd in the world.
That's why mids like to play Shaker. They just come in and totem hit every hero, and then end the game like 20-2, and like, oh, damn, I'm so good. It's an ego stroke.
I feel like most mid lane is a constant ego stroke, which is why they typically perform so badly when they lose lane really hard or something like that, because you just got your ego put in check.
Absolutely.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Which is maybe why some of these like favorable matchups, you could tell yourself, oh, it's a losing matchup, but you know, you get crushed hard enough.
I mean, there's always a reason, you know. Oh, he got a lucky rune. Oh, you know, my block got glitched out.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, he got a bottle refill. I did.
Yeah, he had ganks. Yeah, he had a ward.
I had a fly in my room.
Always something with these guys, man.
Gotta protect that ego.
You ever hear a 5 complain about the game?
All the time.
Okay, well, that was a bad point.
Chain stuns, blast off, follows it up. Collapse can still get out, though. So this is not the worst thing in the world.
It's been pretty tanky.
Yeah.
I guess Vindicator Axe will do that.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. That helps him exactly where he needs it, right? He has the strength gain. He just needs the armor.
What an obnoxious item for Shaker. Every time you stun someone, they get 20 armor, and then you smack them. They don't take any damage. Then they're unstunned. They get the other benefits of the axe.
Guys, stop stunning him. I need to do physical damage.
Yeah, it's like...
I still don't understand how this is a neutral item. Like, it literally just half the item is the only part that really matters, and it's still incredibly OP.
You got 2 of them. Maposhka has 1 too. 20 armor. Who cares about the 30 damage? 20 armor.
Also, there's a token on the ground. Whose token's that?
That would be Solo's. I think he's the one with only a tier 2 item.
Would they see the bottom? She does not have the armor, but she escapes.
Got the BKB off before the arrow. They'll reset. 9 Pandas have been pretty disciplined, I've noticed, about like, if a fight just doesn't start correctly, if it's a little bit awkward, they don't try and keep pushing it.
Or if they get the meta or tombstone. The second they see meta or tombstone, they just leave.
Yeah.
Why do you have to take that fight? The lockdown not there from Team Spirit, you just wait it out and go back in. You're not losing anything, especially if you're happy with your scale.
And the lockdown would be collapsed, but that also supposedly he has to like go in deep. They found Laurel. BKB immediately goes off. One downside of this Earthshaker, hard to get these chain stuns without using Echo Slam now that all the stuns duration got nerfed.
Yeah, you will not get him. But Kiyotaka, he doesn't need to play for these insta-kills, right? You can see how 9 Pandas are playing this game. They're just going in, forcing action. You get a BKB, you get a meta, you get a tombstone. They're happy with that. They don't need the full team fight right now. They're just taking away map space from Team Spirit. Every one of these little wins results in another 1k lead. They're very happy with these exchanges they're getting right now and continuing to build. I mean, Kiyotaka has Crystallis. He also has an enchanted quiver. These hits are a sledgehammer to the face.
Yeah, seriously.
If he catches any support, they're gone. I mean, maybe Maposhka survives with the axe, but the Ember is super susceptible to a chain stun if the roar connects, or a techie stun. It's just a massive threat. 3,000 HP to boot, BKB, and he has double sustain behind him. Can't really go on him, and he's going on you. What is the answer here for Team Spirit? It's just more items on Yatoro and hope he slays everybody?
Never refuse gold.
I guess it worked the TI.
Yeah, it kind of worked there. Best performing carry by far. He gets the MKBs, so there is still a chance for them to be able to... Collapse needs to get hold of Ramses, and they need the Terror Blade with meta pumping the damage onto him. Maybe they can get through that, but now the problem is going to be he has the second life. So,
high ground defense at least makes that easier.
That's true.
Because you're all going to be in the same place, guaranteed. And Collapse will finish up in Ags. Pretty interesting item choice. I guess you can break the Shaker when he goes in. Pretty obnoxious.
Yeah, it's definitely annoying. Will help him in general just be kind of tankier and
yeah, it's a lot of damage.
Put damage out. Yeah,
just a good item on the hero. 3,000 HP now with that Vindicator Axe armor. Pretty hard to go on him. And you can look at the TB illusions on the map right now. Yatoro has him in the right place, cutting both those waves. So Team Spirit getting a lot of gold. They can hold the base against this Aegis.
Really easy poke though. 9 Pandas, he found Laurel. Laurel does manage to get away. That's going to be an Echo Slam used. 9 Pandas, they want to keep this going without their ultimate.
Kiyotaka just short of having enough damage to burst that Ember through the Flame Guard.
Oh, almost got Mira there, yeah. This damage is intense. Fisher onto 2, pops BKB. Beware of the arrow.
Just walking
Collapse is going to grab him through his BKB. Nice Primal Roar, but Kiyotaka cannot get far enough away. Laurel, oh, he jumped away right as the Omni Slash was on top of him.
That was just the mini. He still has a big one.
Ooh, we have the Swift Slash, but the Omni Slash still ready to go. Another. Now the Sunder going to be used again. A Sunder that really didn't do that much. Rams not that exposed.
In the back.
Collapse, though, does push them back in. Blast off, lands onto the 2 of them, though. Ramses, he starts going to work, and he still has that Aegis. So Team Spirit's just trying to kite him right now. And Maposhka trying to do it, but the Swift Flash allows Ramses to stick on some of these heroes. Cannot get away. Now Kiyotaka back into play. They do manage to get that stun, trying to finish up these Aegis, but the Decrepify Drain brings down the Terror Blade, and he does not have the buyback, whereas Ramses had the Aegis to be able to work with.
Double buy for Spirit. They want to defend this Tombstone. Ramses just walks up, takes it, and there's still a cheese on the Shaker.
Arrow
here.
in for the side.
That's a nice one.
Can they kill him? The blast off goes off, trying to delay some of this damage, and Collapse. He went for the squishier heroes instead of Ramses.
Godlike. Nobody.
Leading up, Laurel going in, Chains locks him down. Collapse coming back in once again, has his ultimate. Eats the cheese though.
That
back up to full, and he is pretty damn full.
Oh, you know Team Spirit want one of these cores for their trouble, especially the dieback on Kiyotaka would be huge.
just so damn tanky, and these Swift Slashes are causing some serious issues. Ramses, you just a couple hits, and then Swift Slash puts you in danger.
Both teams committing a lot of buybacks for this push. 9Pandas want one more lane if they can get it. Solo ball back to give him the sustain. Ramsey still feels untouchable here as he pushes to 10-0. Swift Slash back up, and another corpse for the Blade.
He is feasting out here. 18,000 net worth lead. And are they going to just try and finish the game? Terrorblade's back up in a second here. This is very bold.
Doesn't have meta for 20. But yeah, he's still strong if you can connect him and a Collapse ultimate.
Okay, they're just going to hit. No, maybe.
He's pushing this. I mean, your time to go is now if you're Spirit, since some of the 9Pandas heroes are still far.
I mean, he has Omni Slash back up for Ramsey, so maybe he's thinking his Omni Slash is equal to the meta.
It's probably better than the meta. Spirit will hold their last racks, but 9Pandas, I don't think they're ready to leave. I mean, Solo can also just blast this down. They really want to slow siege it, but Ramses has no intentions of taking this game slowly.
Marl had to go in away from the Earthshaker, and he's out of mana now. They do manage to grab Miro into the arrow. That lands. Collapse, though, is going to take the full Omni Slash out. Yatoro could do nothing to stop that one. And Yatoro, he can't defend this melee barracks. He has to back up and reset. It's going to be Megas.
Just can't hit anybody. Got roared during his BKB. Then he tries to hit
GG.
The Beastmaster. The Beastmaster gets decrept. I mean, then he's disarmed. And all the answers for the Terrorblade and none for the Juggernaut in this game. And that was just kind of the story from the laning phase onward.
Yep.
Early phase boots really decided a lot of this game for Ramses as he makes the most of that early laning phase and is off to a very fast start compared to an Illusion hero that he just out-farms consistently. Also, the fights. Man, the read goes from 9Pandas were on point in this game. They were very disciplined about not fully engaging in the Tombstone of the meta, just drawing out those engagements. And then once those spells are down, you're not really afraid of too much here. Even if the Kiyotaka Shaker didn't crazy snowball off some crazy lane matchup, it was enough to shut the Ember down. And I mean, where was the impact from Laurel in this game? We go back to it. I feel like Laurel is a very criticized player. I feel like he gets a lot of flack for this, but at the same time, okay, yeah, you have a bad matchup, but you could still make some other type of kills happen in this game, right? You can go and play with the Mirana, you can get some chain kills, maybe threaten the Beastmaster. I think it's hard to rotate into the Jug, but Team Spirit needed something else going for them in this game. That said, Collapse did not fare much better.
I was going to say, let's not talk about Laurel when Collapse is out there.
I think Collapse was maybe the largest factor in this game in terms of Team Spirit not having any tempo. You're going to pick Primal Beast and lose the lane and lose the early game and have really low hero damage. I mean, look at that, 16, 17k hero damage for a Primal Beast on Collapse. That is very low. He did less than Solo, who, by the way, had a score of 332.
Dang. All right, well, 9Pandas showing their stuff, man. They are looking very, very good. They won their series yesterday, and they're looking good for this series today. We'll see whether or not Team Spirit are able to bounce back after a rough Game 1 loss.
Thank you very much, Cap and SPG. This was indeed, there was some criticism, of course, for the side of Team Spirit for this game. But I want to start on a happy note. I want to start talking about 9Pandas. They did well. We said they had to play tempo. They had to build off of Kiyotaka's Earthshaker. And they did exactly that. They basically got their lineup, going, and they never really stopped. I'm here with Fear, Effie, and Ajizzle. And Fear, this game, 9Pandas played it exactly the way they should play their lineup.
Yeah, the one thing I was really worried about was, can this Jug get the farm that a Terrorblade has? Because normally this matchup is very skewed by farming speeds, and if Juggernaut doesn't have a good lane, he oftentimes falls really far behind in the Terrorblade and net worth. But they made it happen. They crushed that top lane. It's very rare to see Collapse have a bad laning stage, but this is definitely one of the rare games where he had a terrible laning stage. Juggernaut got off the floor running here, and since then he just had complete free farm, and there's no one on the side of Team Spirit that could shut him down from farming. Kiyotaka had a great laning stage as well, and Miro, normally we see this Beastmaster do very terribly versus Terrorblades, but he got his farm. He didn't do too bad in the laning stage, especially against an Undying TB lane. Overall, the other side, the 9Pandas, played really well this game.
They really did, Jenkins. Oh, sorry, ages.
Thank you. I agree. I think like with Pugna, people don't really think of this as like a lane dominating hero. Like, you know, Undying, obviously it's like this hero, you pick it to win lanes, right? Pugna, you pick it to be the gas station. But this hero does actually win lanes. You have an 85 mana cost spell that does 100 damage on a 4-second cooldown. It's pretty damn good. And with the Juggernaut and the Blood Grenade, they're actually able to kill Collapse at level 1 on Primal Beast. And I feel like if you don't get kills in that lane, Primal probably eventually ends up winning. Like you were saying, Fear, you just pop the Uproar and you can man fight against the Jug as he's spinning on you because you get stacks of Uproar from the spin.
Yeah.
So getting that kill, very important. And with Techies being nerfed, at least in the laning phase, I think Pugna is the best hero that you don't pick to win the lane, but that also just happens to win the lane. That's a 5 position.
Yeah, I feel like with the Jug Primal Beast, I mean, we talked about it in the draft, but if you play aggressively on Primal Beast and it's not on Juggernaut, once you don't have your spells, he's just going to kill you. And we saw that happen over and over again, which is not what you want, right? Because Juggernaut, like we mentioned, is a hero that needs to hit that level 24 item timing, and then he just feels unstoppable. And it feels like he got there really easily. Laurel, on the other hand, he was playing an uphill battle, right? They counterpicked him with Earthshaker, and it's been really nice to see Hellraiser is just play to Kiyotaka's incredibly large hero pool. Like, I feel like he can play anything, and they're just willing to try anything with him, so that's really impressive. But I also feel like Laurel could have played better on the first couple of waves. I know Jenkins had some criticism for him missing like all the CS on level 1, where you don't really want to miss CS there versus Shaker, because that's the first few levels in bad matchups is where you try to get as much as you can.
Well, our commentary team said that yes, Laurel did not have a lot of impact, but he was directly counterpicked.
He was.
They said the bigger factor
was Collapse.
I mean, we can point fingers all we want, I
Let's
guess.
point fingers.
But if we're talking about the mid lane matchup, yeah, he got counterpicked. But if we look at yesterday, he tried to counterpick Nothing to Say with DK. It didn't.
Yeah.
He's Nothing to Say still went ham, right?
Yeah.
You can only make so many excuses for the guy. Unfortunately, you have bad games. He's been having a bad tournament overall, and he can overcome it. He still has time, but it just... We need to see more impact. If Spirit want to win, Laurel's going to have to step up more and needs to find the impact for this team to win.
Yep.
And I remember we were talking to Miposhka, and he said that he hasn't been playing his best recently, or he feels like he hasn't, and I wouldn't be surprised if the rest of Team Spirit feel the same way. I mean, we saw this with Liquid, we saw this with Tundra, or potentially even seeing it with Gladiators, that, you know, some teams are just choosing to play a little bit less and take a rest. So I wouldn't be surprised if Spirit are one of those teams and they're just off their game, because I also remember, like, when Yatoro walked in 1v4 on Terrorblade 2, like, we're talking about all the other players on the team. Yatoro on Terrorblade, he just pressed Metamorphosis, walked in 1v4 and got Echo Slammed and died. Like, there have been a lot of questionable things that went on in that game. So
first game of the day, jitters, potentially. We can take a look at the head-to-head, speaking of Yatoro, because Terrorblade versus Juggernaut Fear is the one you wanted to see, specifically with the GPM highlighted.
Yeah, this is the matchup that can go one way or the other pretty hard. Jenkins was talking about you become invulnerable, you can just Omni Slash the Terrorblade and you can kill him. And that generally works when you have items. You need to farm them up. And as you can see by the GPMs here, there was no problem for Ramses getting the net worth in this game. He got the butterfly first, and then, okay, I'm going to get a butterfly myself on Yatoro. But Ramses, he already had the MKB while Yatoro was still building into it. He was always one item ahead in this matchup, as most of his team was because they were dominating. But if you are playing Jug versus Terrorblade, you need to have that good laning stage. You need to be at least equal in net worth, and then it becomes a counter, and he did exactly that.
Yeah, I agree. That's like where the laning comes in, where the feeds from Collapse, like one thing that I did find impressive from Collapse is the fact that he still managed to have good net worth. Like, he was higher net worth than the mid Earthshaker, who's in a counter matchup. He was higher net worth than Laurel, his mid laner, right? So he recovered. But on the flip side, you have this Juggernaut who is top of net worth by a huge margin because you fed him a bunch in the laning stage. So it's like, no matter how much you come back and no matter how much you recover after the laning stage, you can't recover the enemy's farm and make it go away unless you kill the guy a bunch. Yeah. And when it's a Juggernaut, man, that's not happening. This guy just spins and walks away from you.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see in game 2 if this was just an off game for Spirit or if they're generally off their game, because I feel like we've seen them play a lot cleaner. We talked about a lot of individual player mistakes, but it feels like throughout all of DreamLeague, they really just haven't been at their top form. So, whereas Nine Pandas feels like they're hungry and they want to make it to Riyadh and they want to prove themselves. And it feels like they're always busting out new strategies and they're always ready to try to win. So it feels like there's a little bit of a difference in motivation here too.
The Prince is coming for the crown, I'll tell you that much.
Well, we're going to find out if Nine Pandas can take this one 2-0 or if Team Spirit indeed will force out that third game. The draft of Game 2 starting after a quick break.
And she never says no, she's can do. Got a smile that shines like rubies and pearls. And I love that little robo girl. Well, she knows how to do that bump and grind. With 4 on the floor, she'll blow your mind. She's got rosy cheeks and strawberry curls. That's my sexy little robo girl.
You love it, you wear it, wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
DreamLeague Season 20, and we're in the middle of our second series, first series of the second day here for the second group stage. I'm joined by Fear, Effie, and Jizzle, and we have a draft coming at you. And the first game was taken by 9 Pandas, and to be honest, it didn't look like Team Spirit was really playing their A game. We're going to find out if they can do that in game number 2 to force out that third game of the series, as this is a best of 3. We got 9 Pandas on the Radiant side. We got Team Spirit on the Dire side. And Fear, when we look at series, we always want to see adjustments.
Mm-hmm.
Is there one adjustment in the opening that you could see that you'd want to see coming out from Team Spirit to change? You want to see Earth
Yeah, not
Spirit?
this hero, actually. No. Just please don't pick this hero. He's not in a good state right now.
Yeah.
But as far as adjustment goes, their draft, it wasn't that bad. I think their opening was completely fine. They had the Terrorblade against the Beastmaster. Undying is a great hero. It really just came down to play for me. However, against these two teams, when they played interregional and Spirit in general, they draw a lot of games. They did draw. They went 2-1 in the DPC against 9 Pandas.
Yeah, Spirit did draw every single game
until they lost to LGD 0-2. They were drawing everything.
They were drawing everything.
Yeah.
They like,
I think it was like 13 or
losing
14.
Well, they 2-0 Team Secret, but we don't talk about
No, but in the DPC, they were 7-0.
Yeah.
But if you look at each series, they
They did go to 3 games.
went to 3 games every single series.
They also beat 9 Pandas with 3 Liches. So I wonder if they're just going to go back to building around their Lich strats, playing around some armor kind of guy that they can Frost Shield run in with.
Well, we see a big difference already. Of course, previous game, we had Team Spirit open with their safe lane. We knew exactly what was coming from that with the Undying Terrorblade. This time, they're opening with their off lane, most likely Shadow Demon, Beastmaster. Shadow Demon would normally be played as a 4, right?
It could be played as a 4 or a 5, just depending on what they want to do. This hero is effective on both side lanes. A little bit better on 4, I would say, just because of his stacking the triangle. But yeah, this time is different because Spirit have second pick. Last game they had first pick, so they could close out their first phase by seeing the enemy offlaner in the Beastmaster and counterpicking it with the TV. This time around, they can't do that. So they go for Beastmaster, which is one of the easiest heroes to build your draft around.
Yeah.
So
Easy to stack for too, right?
Yep.
Okay, now that Techies comes out, I would be very surprised if they just don't go for Lich on Team Spirit. It's what they did in response to Antares' Techies during the EU DPC.
Yeah, Sheepstick had a whole segment on that too. Just like picking Lich against Techies.
You grip him.
You do, you.
Yeah, you fear him, or is it a taunt?
Sinister Gaze.
Is it when he channels it? Is it a fear?
It's considered a fear, I believe.
But it's a taunt. Normally, fear you make him run away,
it's a
but it brings
fear.
it to you.
Yeah,
you fear him towards you.
No,
That's the only...
there are 4 types of fears in Dota, actually.
All right, let's hear it.
Well, you're one of them, but
5 then.
There's a fountain fear. There's a radial fear, which fears
What
you.
is a fountain fear?
A fountain fear fears you towards the fountain. So lone druid
Oh,
fear,
I see,
for example.
gotcha.
And now there's a vector targeted fear, which is muerta.
Yeah.
And then there's the fear towards a specific location, which is Lich and Void Spirit. I'm an expert on fears.
I mean, Shadow Fiend too, right?
Yeah, but that's a radial fear, so it fears you away from the user.
Gotcha.
So,
you're a fear expert.
are we
Yeah.
expecting to have a DHL Pro Tips drop at some point about fears? Is that what I'm
It already
hearing?
happened, Shiver. How is it not memorable? It's a great video.
What?
About
This is why he knows it.
It was about fears and.
Did you mention actual fear? You should have.
Yeah, it was all about him. I'm
Yeah,
a
of
huge
course.
fan.
He said there are a lot of fears in Dota, like you.
Yeah,
You did.
I love
But
fear.
did you use it in a video?
What? Yeah.
But it's very interesting anyway.
Well, this
you
is a
sound
good faceless void fan by 9 Pandas, because I was thinking if Spirit go for their Lich in this phase, I would just close it out with the void.
Yeah.
It's good versus Batrider, good versus Techies on lane, and they have the, Chrono into Lich ult combo. And they've won with it a lot too, so...
Yeah,
9
Void
Pandas
looks very-
definitely showing that they play a lot against Spirit.
Yeah, for sure. I was a little surprised that 9 Pandas didn't pick their carry in the first phase when they saw the Shadow Demon Beastmaster. They're going to save it for later. And there's going to be a lot of carries banned because of that now, too. Like, Morph already got banned, and you're banning carries from 9 Pandas as well.
I think they just have a much heavier priority on the Amterus Techies.
Yeah.
He's just so comfortable on this hero, but he's usually the one who plays Batrider for 9 Pandas as well. I mean, of course, this could be flexed to either mid or offlane or even position 5 because Solo has played it too. And I'm most likely thinking if they do flex these heroes, it will always be Antares on the Techies.
Right, and these bans make a lot of sense if they're looking at Batrider being an offlaner, too, potentially. Both Jug and Faces Void don't mind.
I feel like Bat is probably a better core now than he is a support. I mean, at least that's where I think the trend is going to go after the Flame Break nerf. But my boy Monkeys 5 Ever, who's a notorious Batrider player, it's pretty much all he plays, said that the counters to Batrider in lane as a core are not the Slarks and the heroes that can purge Napalm. It's heroes like Void that like counter you previously, but in other ways. So like Void, he puts the time dilation on you, and then Batrider just like can't get on top of anyone. Like he's got all these, low cooldown abilities. So he's gonna use all of them in a fight.
Yeah.
So I do think these are good bans. I think Naga's probably still okay. It's like an illusion hero. I mean, maybe if you're drafting other stuff that you think Naga's going to be good against, but the Void's a good ban. The Jug's a good ban too. I think if Jug becomes like a meta hero, which we are seeing, Jug will be picked a lot more against Bat as well in lane.
Those are all very good points, but I do want to say that I think Batrider is still a good support. He's not as good as he was before the nerf because the Flame Break slow was very relevant in getting early kills, but 9 Panda showed us yesterday that all it takes is a few key lassos in every fight, and you can have impact. And versus Aster, I remember in that game 3, they just kept pulling back XXS on Beastmaster, and Aster just couldn't do anything. I think Antares was like a very pivotal reason why they won so definitively versus Aster. So
You called this too, the Lich coming out against the Techies. I think it's Maposhka and Toronto, Tokyo. The biggest Lich players in the whole scene coming from the same region. So this region puts a high value on Lich, and especially against Techies. So probably just going to be the 5 there. We're going to have the 4 Shadow Demon playing with a Beast. Worst case scenario, if Beast can win his lane with Shadow Demon. That's always an option. That's what you aim for. But if shit goes downhill, you can always just stack like crazy, and he can just come back. So that's a pretty stable choice.
The Lich pick pretty much devalues every like physical damage carry that there is, and puts a lot more value on a Dispel. So maybe Enchantress, something like that. That's like the pretty typical counter. Enchantress, Oracle, heroes like that just purge the Frost Shield.
Yeah.
They have the Shadow Demon.
the issue with picking Enchantress or Oracle now for 9 Pandas is you're going to give away your Batrider flex, right? I don't necessarily think you want to be doing this with your first pick to just reveal that, okay, we're going to pick 2 supports, and now you know that our Batrider is either going offlane or mid.
I feel like with TV, you gotta pick a Dispel
Still
for
pick
the Frost
the TV.
Shield. Yeah, that's insane. Into SD, into Lich. Like SD makes the illusions of TB, you get a better version of TB. Lich is the classic counter to TB because you protect against the physical.
I just thought, like, instead of picking techies there, if they wanted TB, they would have just taken it like most teams and wait for a better carry pick. But they're like, TB's TB, we'll just take it anyway. It's not really getting better as this draft goes on, but we just put that much value in the hero, especially against Beastmaster, that we'll just take it again.
Yeah, I still don't like the idea of giving away the Bat Flex. Maybe just like an early nullifier buyer on something like a Void Spirit.
Yeah, that
could work. The hero did get nerfed though. Doesn't feel as good, but if you do need a way to dispel this.
Yeah, I like the idea of some hero that likes using a nullifier.
But also Void Spirit would be really good at jumping the 2 save supports, right? In the Shadow Demon
It would
village,
be, yeah.
Because it's a pretty solid Shadow Demon game versus the Spat Rider. You can save versus Lasso with your Disruption. You can purge the Spat Rider. You slow his move speed, and it just makes it harder for him to play Dota, similarly to how the Void Time Dilation makes it hard for Bat Rider to get on top of anybody. Demonic Purge does that.
And the cleanse as well. It's very annoying for Bat taking off the napalm and the flame breaks. You just basically are a firefly at that point.
Dude, this is a hard TB game, bro. Oh man.
Boy, that is a good PL pick. If you say so.
Yeah.
Mars doesn't like playing versus PL. You can only spear 1 or 2 if you have the shard. And we've got like 10 illusions there plus. Not gonna happen most likely. TB hates playing versus PL. You can find the real one, but he's gonna buy Manta and he's gonna remove that. Now you no longer know what the real one is. Same with Bat Rider. The ground AoE damage is fine from techies and Bat, but as the game goes on, the Bat matchup gets worse and worse for the PL. So now you're in a position where you need to find that one mid hero that can deal with this PL.
I have the questions asked that I have to ask is on the contract. Is this a good game for the Kiyotaka Tinker?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Oh, man.
But it's no way it's going through, right?
There's no way. That you're just asking for it.
Okay, Pangolier would have been so good. I think so good for either team,
Yeah.
to be honest. But Spirit have to ban it out because 9 Pandas have 23 pick here.
Leshrac maybe? Tinker?
I don't like the idea of Leshrac because they don't have any defensive supports, and you can also just get
Yeah, I mean,
Shadow Demon.
it's not great, but you need something that can deal with this PL. Your options are very... You put yourself in a position where your first 4 heroes aren't great versus PL, so your mid laner has to almost single-handedly deal with it, maybe with the help of the techies. And what can do that? Like, maybe Tinker?
There's no way they let the Tinker through.
I don't know. I feel
No
like
way.
last game, they banned out the Tinker second phase.
You think they're letting it through
I
intentionally?
think they feel like they can deal with it.
That is always a mistake. Oh.
They don't ban it. They are expecting maybe because they're banning out
It depends. Dark?
Tango and Darkseid. Maybe they think that Mars is going to be going to the mid lane.
It could go. Yeah.
Because I mean, there is still some flex potential.
I don't know what they're expecting. I mean,
Yeah, I mean-
they're expecting this. They're expecting this. You have to be, right? I mean, they banned the Darkseer. Okay, so what's their response to it? How do you respond to a Kiyotaka Tinker right now?
Storm is banned. Is it time to bring Zeus out? Is now the time?
You know what?
He has been buffed. The time
is-
he is buffed on his ultimate.
It is Zeus against Terrorblade as well, which
And
is
Tinker.
very good.
It is a Zeus game. They're definitely talking about it. It really comes down to the fact of, Lauro, are you comfortable in the hero? Are you going to carry the game?
Oh my
He says,
god,
yeah.
it's actually
Let's do
Zeus.
It. This is pretty hype, actually.
Holy shit, that's cool.
I mean, Mira is happy for it too.
What's the build? Is he going to go Phylactery? Are we going to see a right-click Zeus with the Aghanim Shard? What do we get to see here?
I don't know. Good question.
I mean, you got to get the Ags against the Tinker, of course, right? So he's
I'm
gonna go
excited.
I'm saying it's exciting, but it looks like Kiyotaka has the whole world on his shoulders in this game. Like, he is the win condition of his team because the Terrorblade's been addressed so well. They still don't have that early nullifier buyer or a dispel inherently for the Lich armor, and they've got a Beastmaster on the side of Spirit. So they've got the tempo hero. They've got the vision with Hawk too for the Tinker. So Kiyotaka has to play the game of his life because
We've seen him do it on
That's
the Tinker.
dude, that is the dream of these sick freaks that play Tinker. They're a bunch of narcissists. They want the entire game to be about me, me, me. Look at me, guys. I'm going to go around. I'm going to Shiva's Guard. I'm going to kill supports without even clicking on them, right? Just with the Shiva's Guard, the supports are going to go down this game. I believe in the Kiyotaka Tinker.
I
Zeus is a shit
believe-
hero. This was a mistake.
I believe
think
we're
if
having a
Team
fun game.
Spirit don't play their B game or C game. If they play well, their draft is better, but They didn't look that solid.
We're gonna have to find out. We're gonna have a fun game regardless. I believe in it. SVG and Cap will be waiting for you, but first, some Pleasant Pandas.
To watch a video game full of a couple of sick freaks, according to Jenkins. Tinker players, sick freaks. I mean, I would say Laurel is kind of a sick freak too. He was maybe a bit of a masochist for picking Zeus in this day and age. I mean, sure, it's a great Zeus game, but
what's wrong with Zeus?
Hero kind of sucks.
Wait, why does he suck?
Because they took away his percentage-based damage off of the Delios, the shards, and now it just does it through the Q. It feels pretty bad. He's got this lightning hands meme, which is honestly not the worst, but not good enough to make him good.
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah, he kind of sucks. But
glad you agree.
His ult does a lot of damage.
It does a little bit more damage than it used to do.
His ult is a bolt from God to strike you down. Well, maybe there's something about this hero that's busted, but yeah, he's definitely on the decline. I would rather have the Tinker than the Zeus, honestly. I don't even think Zeus counters Tinker. I feel like that's just a lie that people perpetrate to make Tinker seem worse than he is.
Tinker conspiracies.
Yeah.
I think the Tinker Cabal doesn't want you to know that Zeus doesn't counter Tinker, guys.
No, because
it's all a lie.
You don't win the lane. You don't really counter his rotations, and then Tinker just buys BKB. And once he has BKB, he doesn't care about you.
Oh, that's sad.
I guess the new Blink is worse. Because you're still going to take damage through the BKB, and it's going to mess up your Blink.
That's true.
You can't rearm it. All right, maybe this matchup got better, actually, with those new interactions. I'll hold my breath, but at least in the past, this matchup, I would never have cared. Like, I don't think Kiyotaka cares. I don't think Kiyotaka cares about anything.
That was cute. Heavily jump to be able to slow him down and get the deny of the range creep. I'll just flat out say it. If Zeus does not win this game, I don't want to see a single Zeus ever again in this patch.
Oh, you're a hater. I like Zeus. He's a fun hero to watch.
Like you said, I love this hero. I want it to be good. Unfortunately, it's bad. So, but this is a Dream Zeus game. So, if he's going to win any game, it has to be this one.
He's using all of his mana to secure the early waves, but I'm all in favor of that. You got to start winning this matchup early. Win it hard and just get on a roll, get to level 6 as fast as possible. I think Zeus ult is still very powerful in the meta. That's the one thing I like about this hero. It does do more damage now, and it also can just win you these side lanes. And winning side lanes is very valuable because it gets you Wisdom Runes, it gets you towers, and it gets you First Bloods. Hero will go down to Mr. 666.
He's been having some really good performances. I feel like the only time Ramses hasn't stood out so far is in games that, like, he wasn't needed to win, you know? Miro's going to be playing a matchup against Yatoro's Phantom Lancer, which is a notorious one right there.
Nice little boar stack. It's important when you see those come online here, potentially for the Zeus later. Miro getting gone on Yatoro.
The Sticky Bomb did not latch the real Phantom Lancer. Got him with the spear. If only the Sticky Bomb had landed. Thought about the Blast off. Still thinking about it because Miposhka does have a counter to it. He already has level 2 Sinister Gaze. That does stop Blast off midair, so that's why Antares is trying to bait it out, basically.
So far, though, lane's looking pretty decent for 9 Pandas, especially with Ramses getting that first blood. Ramses has just been destroying these lanes, man.
Yeah.
I can't point to another safe lane pair between him and Solo that is consistently winning their lanes this hard. Just feels like they kill people. It's not even about some lane mechanics or equilibrium and all this nonsense. All that factors into it, but they just go there and they kill you, and you die and you lose. Sometimes Dota's that straightforward. The Ancient stacks are getting significant here, though, for Collapse, so he will have that to fall back on regardless of what happens. And mid is going pretty even. Maybe the big win for Team Spirits in this top lane. Lich, Phantom Lancer, pretty strong lane. Battling up against the techies, no easy task, but like you said, they have the answer here. Can never land that blast off, so Yotoro is mostly free farming up here, which is what you want for the Phantom Lancer in the early game.
Well, can't land the blast off, can't land the sticky bomb. You put it on the PL, he doppelgangs to dodge the damage, or it lands on his illusion when he's already doppelganged, in which case...
Well, he landed one there.
True. But that's only because Yotaro didn't want to use the doppelganger.
He let him land it.
Yeah, exactly.
Got his courier, though. He can land on that.
True.
Suck it.
Man, they got a Beastmaster and a Shadow Demon.
Where was the clip?
Stack City.
They play this stupid Saberlight Suck It clip like 1,000 times in the morning.
Well, that's because
and then when I call it out, they don't have it ready?
They have
what a choke.
Suck it!
Now they got mad. I said they were choking.
That's why you gotta... Never mind. Solo is still harassing Mira, and Mira's still trying to get these pulls off.
I mean, Solo scouted these stacks, so you know they're going to be thinking about it. They can get in there and disrupt them, even just leech his XP or steal some of it. They're going to be really happy. That is going to be 6 stacks on Mr. Solo. Oh, no, he went for the 5.
It's fine. He got him on the extra stack afterwards.
Yeah, but Ramses, he's the real victor. He gets the Solo XP, then he gets a board kill on top of it. And Collapse traded a lot of his HP for that. Even when Solo goes down, his carry is still benefiting. I mean, look. I hate to go to net worth so early, but look at the net worth difference between the 2 carries right now. Like, what the hell is this, man? This isn't fair.
Rough. Holy crap.
This is just not fair. Yotoro's getting his ass beat. He's getting slain. Meanwhile, Ramses is getting food on the buffet. Collapse is collapsing down here. Yotoro will find a small return, but it does not feel like enough right now as he gets his regen beat up again. No early ring for Yotoro means all these trades are just slightly unfavorable. And Arrow, the Spear Maestro. This is a disgusting advantage that 9 Pandas are already creating in this game.
Dude, even if Yotoro is suffering, like performance-wise, I don't know if Team Spirit even have a chance to be able to win this game.
I mean, if we go back to Team Spirit, I always point to these 2 side laners as the bulwark of the team.
Yes.
They're the ones who are the reliable sources of damage, team fight, laning, and they are both having a rough time in this early game. Early deaths for them, and it's not looking great outside of those stacks that are waiting. You might not be able to get to them if 9 Pandas continue to accelerate the rate they're going.
Yeah, what happens if they, like, sneak Kiyotaka into that area?
That's what I'm thinking. You smoked a Tinker in there?
Yeah.
That's deadly. Of course, Laurel is still having a decent time here, and he picks up an Arcane Rune, probably the best early rune for Zeus, as you can Arcane Rune ult and then have it back up pretty fast. So you have 350 damage coming in global here at any point for Team Spirit. That is something that can turn these side lanes around, especially versus the Terrorblade. You have to remember, they have countered this Terrorblade a lot.
This might be the time to do it. Solo, Solo taking a lot of damage from those hard camps.
You know Collapse is mad about this one.
Yeah, he did not want to give this one up. Marl's going to come back in, help with the punish on Solo. Solo flying away into the trees, though. Not dead yet. And in fact, the Wisdom Rune. Uh-oh.
The illusion.
Ramses. He denies it. Oh, beautiful stuff. Laurel finally pops that ultimate to be able to get the kill on Solo. But that, I mean, well worth it. Well worth it.
Still feels like 9 Pandas are just inching out the minor victories in these exchanges. Denied Wisdom Rune. Sure, you get an ult for the Bat Rider, but that's not really what you're looking for with the Zeusel, right?
No.
especially on solo of all players, and when he went in an aggressive dive position to steal some of that stack. Just ruining Collapse's day, man. Now he's instantly back bottom. They have meta back up, and Ramsey's back to work. Clearing through the enemy heroes.
Anybody shows up?
He's level 7. What in God's name has happened down here? That a safe lane carry is level 7 at 7.5 minutes.
I swear to God, if the panel is like, well, fucking Laurel didn't do his goddamn job.
This game is not going to have anything to do with Laurel if Team Spirit lose it, I'll tell you that much. These side lanes are rough. That said, Team Spirit, if we learned anything from yesterday, it's that their strength is maybe in the recovery. Like, they are really good at taking team fights for when they're behind.
Yes.
And so sometimes this laning phase just doesn't even matter for them. Boop.
Doppelganger's a little bit early there. Still takes damage and, interrupt the spear, but he still lands it. Yatoro still falls. Laurel cuts in, TP's in for this fight. We'll be able to get 1 kill and probably a second one on Tari's. Disruption after the blast off spares him from the damage. They'll get the kill, obviously. Eventually, Laurel picks up a double.
And Laurel's having a great game. 3-0, he has another ult up because of that Arcane Rune earlier, so there's another high kill threat that can come out right now. And honestly, you'll take this fight if you're Spirit. I mean, Yatoro goes down, but it's kind of whatever. Some early deaths for PL don't mean too much. You'd much rather have your Zeus and your supports getting the XP and coming online because there's so much of your early mid-game damage.
Especially since your Wisdom Rune got denied, you are experience starved. And we've talked about how kills make up for the loss of the Tome a lot in this patch.
Back towards bottom end. Solo has just been running at people.
Yeah, he has.
Non-stop on this Bat Rider. Creating chaos.
I like how, he seems to be quite at home with the Bat Rider. You know, he's an old school player. Bat Rider has not been a support almost ever, but it seems like he's slotted this in pretty nicely. Guess an old dog can learn new tricks.
Solo's waited 15 years to play this hero.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Thinking about Scotty already, huh?
He's got big dreams.
Wow, okay. Why not the Midas? He went Midas last time when he was super far ahead.
I don't know. We'll have to ask him in an interview.
All right, double pick up here for Laurel. Well, it doesn't get the last hit, but Thunder God's Wrath helps them secure both the support kills again. Kiyotaka trying to help out, but...
Kiyotaka, he hasn't been finding these early kills. Even though the side lanes were kind of going well for 9 Pandas, the early engagements, there just was an opportunity for him to come in and really clean anything up, which is normally what you'd want to have happen with this hero. He's still very farmed. But Laurel's definitely got the better end of it in the early game. 4-0, Phylactery already online for the Zeus, and another regen rune. Man, he has gotten good at power runes this game for sure. No complaints there. This is a lot of early damage coming out. They're just going to smoke him, get him involved, try and potentially find the Terrorblade.
On the note of the...
ult him into the dirt, and his Collapse finishes his Ancient stack here. That was what that skirmish was about, so he's happy to collect the space. Finally, some breathing room.
On the note of the Tinker, I think that it's largely a factor of 9 Pandas winning the lanes too hard, the lanes being pushed in so much, right? All of these fights are happening very aggressively on Team Spirit's side.
And look at the smoke. Right on point.
Now he's got a Sunder. When is he going to use it? Trying to stop the burst.
Oh, that was too early.
Gets off the wand. Maposhka maybe using that Sinister Gaze a little bit too early, and it's going to get Laurel caught and killed as well. Dominating Shriek being fed back to the hands of 9 Pandas. Kiyotaka is now full on, ready to go, fully operational.
Huge turnaround for 9 Pandas off that Thunder, and they're going to
look. Oh, got him with the blast off, so maybe they can still get this kill? Nope.
I mean, honestly, kind of just unlucky from Maposhka, too, though. I mean, well played by Ramses, unlucky from Maposhka that there was no bounce target for that Chain Frost. If there's a neutral creep up, if there's an illusion next to Ramses, he just dies. You just throw it instantly and he's gone. But it was only the Terrorblade there, and that made that gank very awkward. Also, generally, this type of play, you'd want to make it with the Lich +1 while Zeus is farming and can contribute with the global. Like with a stun hero, probably more straightforward, but he does have the Phylactery. You can't really blame him for that play. It was a good idea. Hit right on point, but again, Ramses is just ready for you. Those extra levels off the kills in lane. Even the extra Falcon Blade health probably saves him there.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Itemization. That's why you don't go the Midas, because he knows he's going to get ganked by the Zeus and he wants the extra HP cap.
True. And he's also not going the Manta because, I guess, against Zeus, you just want to stat up as much as possible. Your illusions are going to die pretty quickly otherwise.
You also need to hit this window where you can actually have impact versus all the counter picks, because you're playing versus the Phantom Lancer as well. So you kind of want to hit a good butterfly timing here. I think Scotty Butterfly is on the menu, and then you just try and take the fight, the Team Spirit, and close out the map. Put Kiyotaka in a good enough position where even if the answers to Terrorblade come online, the Tinker is going to carry the rest of the weight.
Yeah.
As 9Pandas, 2 carries, continue to pull ahead here. Even some extra stacking for the Kyo Tinker as he works towards that Shivas. I mean, Collapse did the work for himself here. No way around that. And he is top of the net worth for his team for a reason. What does he go, though? That's the question.
What does he use all this net worth for?
Because this is not an Axe Beastmaster game. I don't think you're getting in there and drumming anybody.
Yeah, I feel like you need a early Blink Dagger, honestly.
He does need Blink at some point, but he's just going to go the Auras. He just wants the Pipe. He wants the Crimson. Wants to ball up and help his Phantom Lancer and Zeus take the engagements.
Got him with the Purge. The TP's already coming in from 9Pandas. They're going to punish.
Yeah,
Hero. Can't get the disruption. Nothing's going to stop this Tinker from coming back into play. And as long as he has the vision for this final little bit, they'll get that one. Look at the Wisdom Rune steal. Nice use of the smoke to get away. Antares, meanwhile, using his own smoke to steal away yet another Wisdom Rune.
9Pandas on points with these little objectives.
Yeah.
I mean, smoke will save you, but that costs you a smoke. You almost feel like maybe that's not worth it in a way. The smokes are very valuable for Spirit to try and get on 9Panda's side of the map and shut down the Terrorblade and the Tinker. Like,
if they're confused.
Fine with that.
Like, how did that Wisdom go away? Right? Because you got the Beastmaster farming the Ancient stack, so they didn't come through the bridge area. And otherwise, you have to go through the tier 2. It literally has to be a blinking type hero with a smoke to pull that off. That's the only way you can do it.
Sometimes ignorance is bliss. Sometimes you don't want to know. Quick little smoke from 9Pandas with their killers here. Blink on the Mars, ready to find the jump. They're looking for Phantom Lancer. Solo will scout him out, then this should be a kill.
Oop. Do you get the real one? They do. Oh, but they don't know it's the real one. He has a chance. 2 seconds till the Doppelganger's back up, but 2 seconds too many. Kiyotaka lays it down with a laser. Moposhka attempting a kill here. Barely TP's out in time.
Just wanted to stall up the wave, kill some illusions, kill some creeps. Sure. I don't like you. Was going to kill him with double ulti orb already up for Ramses, but decent attraction. We'll get that bottom tower as a result. DD Rune Falar help pushing that down with the Beast, and the Pipe is completed for Collapse. That Pipe is going to be really powerful in this game. The earlier you can use it, the better you're going to feel. I just don't know what the group up is. They don't really have the Terrorblade who can combine with the Beast to take objectives. It's a Phantom Lancer game. You kind of have to play it slow, get his items, and take the fights around Yatoro. Just so much time for 9Pandas to come online. Blink Dagger finish for Solo. He has finally achieved his dream cap. He's not last in net worth. Woo! It took the man 15 years, but he's gotten the farm priority.
By God, I've done it.
I mean, sometimes Daddy Solo's got to lay down the belt and say, enough's enough, children. I'll show you how it's done.
Wait. Oh.
By the way, he's still buying blood grenades. This man empties inventory.
Oh, the roar pushes back Antares. Not like the damage would have been enough anyway. There's nobody here from 9Pandas. Maybe I spoke too soon. Miro throws the arena with Ramses here as well. Unfortunately, only locked down one of these heroes, so the rest of the Team Spirit is going to be able to walk away. Laurel courting with danger there underneath the tower, using his haste rune.
Yeah, he's got every power in this game. It really helped Team Spirit in these fights. Regens, Arcanes, haste, nice robot collapse. They'll get some cheeky kills and get out with all their cores. Pretty close to getting trapped in that arena. Then you're looking at a very different story as Ramses comes in with Scotty completed, by the way.
Yeah.
Incredibly fast timing for him on this item. Must be one of the fastest we've seen. I'd like to see the stat on that. If we could pull it up.
In the meantime, he's going to be working towards a very fast BKB.
6.5 faster than the average.
Wow.
Yeah, that's up there. I mean, of course, he skipped the Manta here, but even at the Falcon Blade on top, so damn farmed. Lasso up in 20, otherwise I think Soul would be jumping in there.
Shiva's done for the Tinker means all of these lanes are going to be pushed in all the time, and that is something that's going to be a bit of a problem for Team Spirit, right? They don't have the best ways to keep up with this, especially since you do not have a Boots of Travel hero.
This Tinker is going to become a big problem for Team Spirit here, unless they can get some Zeus connection on him or some Blink on Collapse, just still a ways away. They're just going to be relegated to trying to kill supports. You have a chain.
Oh, gotta be careful. He's gonna be hunted down by Miro with Kiyotaka in the back and Antares to do the follow-up damage. Laurel is struggling right now. Hops out of the arena, delivers a little bit more damage.
Well, they got the roar in the Tinker.
Around. They do manage to get the roar with the Chain Frost. Still going, still chugging through these heroes.
He blinks out.
Blink out though. God, that shield's so annoying.
No way.
He TP'd back. No.
The last bounce did not connect, and there's no follow-up damage.
Oh, and just like that, he's back into play again.
To haunt your dreams and haunt your pups.
Oh, he's going to get a second kill off of Solo's lasso too. No, actually Collapse does manage to TP away in time. The chain or the Frost Shield helping him significantly there.
Frost Shield, Vanguard, and a Cult Bracelet. Every little thing adding up to tank ability here for Spirit. That's one of those Tinker kills that is going to come back to haunt you in this game, right?
Yes, yes.
Like, you get a solo buyback, it's an okay fight for Team Spirit, but man, every time you take Kiyotaka off the field, you're going to be really happy with the time and space you're buying for Yotaro. I mean, it's just a morale victory, too. It's like, we got the Tinker. You're not invincible. But no, he actually is invincible.
Something they're going to have to think about for the rest of the game. Could that kill on Tinker could have changed the game? Because we are closing in on the Aghanim Scepter on Zeus, right? And it is sort of a snowball effect where if you can keep the Tinker down away from this BKB, you get this Aghanim Scepter, all this magic damage on the Zeus. Maybe you keep catching him out.
Zeus is going to give him the windows in the fight with that change. Like, you ult, you have 3 seconds guaranteed to find this Tinker with something else. That is a nice aspect here. That's gonna mess Kiyotaka up.
Yeah, but if he has the BKB and a barrier on him, then you're not doing the damage.
Sure.
Right, so.
I guess that's still the downside of this matchup. Tinker still doesn't care.
Anytime you can be Blink lassoed and Kiyotaka can join in if there's a creep wave.
Will be Ag's finish for Laurel. So they have a bit more lockdown, a bit more global damage. More ways to deal with Tinker in the fight. And there it is, put to use instantly, but they can get the roar follow-up.
Yeah, but there's no damage behind this. Now they've chased maybe a bit too far. Miro gonna get him with the arena.
Really
the Glimmer Cape is gonna help out quite a bit. He is very tanky to Chain Frost, doing a lot of damage.
Oh,
In
damn
fact, it
tanky.
bounced over to Antares and Ramses going between the two of them. What are these Chain Frost?
He has a Sunder. Can he get it off?
Can he get it off? One more second. Miro interrupting a little bit there. Tried to go for the Sunder. Got it on the right Phantom Lancer too. How did he do that? Miro keeping out. He's good. Meanwhile, disruption on Ramses. They kill the illusions from the disruption, knowing that it's a threat. Kiyotaka pushing back against the Team Spirit. Antares had to buy back still for that one, though.
Another early game support buyback for 9 Pandas. That was the dieback for Solo. That is why he's still dead here for 30 seconds, even after all of that. It's going to cost some support net worth here, which is going to be debilitating. And God damn, is Collapse tanky, man.
Yeah, Pipe, Crimson Guard,
no
Glimmer
damage.
Cape, Frost Shield. Physical, magical, doesn't matter. You're not doing damage to him.
Just a good read by Spirit. They're hitting their stride in this mid game with the auras and the survivability and willing to take these fights.
Oh, he had the Frost Shield
on
him.
Yeah, that's why. All right, they're not as scripted as we thought. It still looked cool though.
It did. I mean, it's still hard to get that click off in the middle of a stressful
It's
situation.
very easy to misclick those. Some players just know though, man. They just know the real PL. It's instinct. Why'd you kill the Rune, man? What? What the hell?
Don't want that filthy Invis rune.
There was... I think it's less efficient to kill it.
Yeah, because you do it through a whole attack animation.
Just shift click, pick it up. That's some spite. What's he got against the runes? Maybe he's mad that Laurel got all the power runes this game.
Maybe he's mad that it was an Invis rune. What it could have been a haste, DD, illusion rune. He would have loved that.
And Ramses shows mercy to nothing.
Whoa, Solo, too fast for you, Maposhka.
Yeah, the Sly veteran still got some moves. Maybe in another 10 years, my friend.
Yeah, you may have won a TI, but this man was a back-to-back ESL 1 champ.
Hag's closing in for Yatoro. It's going to be a lot of damage ran for him. Did get nerfed a bit, but I still think this item is very strong. Just lets you take those outside engagements where you don't have to commit in right away versus the Tinker. The extra bounces and the damage coming off that with the slow is still formidable. It's still going to be annoying for the 9 Pandas heroes who want to get in close on you and just run you down. Yeah. Particularly the Bat Ride of the Mars. Even the Terrorblade, the extra illusion on him over the duration of those fights becomes obnoxious and it drains some mana. So I still like this build-up from Yatoro. If he can get to the item beyond that, which is probably the heart, then you're in pretty good territory to try and win this game off that power spike. Like, Team Spirit have survivability in these engagements. That is the biggest factor versus Tinker. Can you last long enough to find the openings? As Solo continues his hunt. The eyes of a bat.
Spotting some heroes. Kiyotaka is going to march forward. Getting Ashivas, fighting Laurel. That's a big kill if they can get on top of him. Miro tries, but he's already hopped away. Laurel gets out. The other hero's still stuck in the arena. Collapsing Mira. Once again, the Crimson Guard pipe makes this kill slow. Mira is the one to die here. The blast off, and you actually have Kiyotaka who's going to jump onto the techies. Can't get the damage on him. Ramsey's blinking forward, trying to finish off Collapse. They'll finally get him. The Chain Frost, though, bouncing around, does hit Solo and Miro. Only getting the kill on Solo. 3 dead on the side of Team Spirit. 9 Pandas. Some of those heroes lucky to still be alive. Close call.
Kiyotaka just gets 2 full fights out of that, man. An entire one at the start. He goes to Fountain, comes back on top of the Tinker, and at that point you have to get the hell out. Team Spirit cut their losses. Of course, that's a fight Yatoro is not even at, so you're taking it 4v5. It's pretty close, honestly, in terms of damage, but yeah, just getting overwhelmed with the second round from the machine. Survivability still looking decent here for Team Spirit. That's
efficiency.
And I like, this is the kind of Blink Dagger I wanted from Ramsey's last game. He will pick it up here. This is nice, because you want to just get in there with the Tinker, be hitting during the windows where you're both super strong, be able to output the damage in the arena. I like these early Blink Dagger pickups on Terrorblade in these types of games. I think they help a lot.
Man, with Tinker and Techies both blowed up creep waves instantly, you're just constantly having to do lane upkeep, constant maintenance. And it does mean that Team Spirit naturally gonna have to split apart sometimes.
Midas
Techies? Hell yeah.
25-minute Midas on a support Techies. That tells you they are confident winning the late game here.
He's trying to play for that level 25 talent, you know?
Yeah, I guess so. Why not? Pick up a Mask of Madness, get in there.
There it is, lasso into Techies, or Tinker, TPing in. Do you manage to get a spear onto the real Yatoro? He takes so much damage at the start of this fight. It is so bad for Team Spirit. Now, Kiyotaka is low on mana. Do you manage to get the Primal Roar on him, so maybe this is okay trading him out? That doesn't feel the worst, but he actually buys back. He wants to get back into this. A blink away from Collapse, though. Doesn't get caught. Kiyotaka is going to march after them. Blinking forward. Shiva's catching Collapse. Collapse, not sure what to do. Has some help from the Lich. But the damage just keeps raining in from the Tinker. They don't have a way to stop him, but he managed to blink away. Somehow the Shivas did not connect.
Yeah, Poshka has been owning these fights, man. Absolutely owning them. The early Glimmer Cape, the net worth he's found in this game. Look at how rich he is. This is a ridiculous amount of gold for a Lich to have. He just has Philly running the whole time, finding the assist, finding illusions with the Chain Frost in the fight. He has a lot of low cooldowns that are getting put to work between the Glimmer and the Frost Shield, making his heroes durable.
Position 5, rise up, you know? Solo and Maposhka.
Yeah, they're really making a name for themselves in this series, at least. Or not a name, making their impact felt.
Yeah, Solo and Maposhka trying to make names for themselves.
I mean, sometimes you say the wrong
enough.
word, you know. I'm sure these two up-and-coming fives will find a place in the scene eventually.
You gonna call Solo a TI winner next?
Hey, I redeemed myself. Hey, at least if I say Team Spirit or TI winning org, I'm correct on that one.
It's true. It's true.
Nine Panda's trying to do Roche, but they will get contested here. Feels like it always happens to him. Now they're gonna have to take the fight. Ags completed on Ramses
with the blink dagger. That's pretty scary.
Very aggressive, and the shields are on all of them right now.
And they are doing Roshan little by little. Team Spirit, they're going to need to get in here. Miro's going to strike first. Once again, he finds Utoro, but there is the disruption. That's going to bail him out of a lot of damage. They do not want this Phantom Lancer to be too low.
A lot of chaos going down right now, and a lot of mana being burnt out from Nine Pandas, and of course the meta is out.
But do they know about the Aghanim Scepter? They might think meta's out, and this is where exactly Ramses is going to thrive. He got them all! That's going to be a huge fear with the lasso back on the other support as well. He does manage to disrupt himself, but he's going to come back into a world of pain. Ramses is going to go to work, and Kiyotaka is coming back in now, but they've already blown up the Terrorblade, and they took out the Bat Rider, who was carrying the TP in from Kiyotaka. So now he's late to the fight to come back into this to contest this Roshan.
It's so low.
He's fighting for it, though. Shiva's giving him the vision. Team Spirit lacking a... Oh, they didn't catch him. BKB is going to go off. Can Kiyotaka hold strong here? Barry goes down, but they fight through it so quickly. He just gets gone on by 5. Can't stand up to that kind of damage. And Mira, who had already thrown everything that he'd had, could not help the Tinker.
That's a dieback for Kiyotaka. Still 5 minutes on that cooldown, which means he's dead for 100. That is Roshan going to Team Spirit. They just jammed their way through the damage. There's no other way around it. Sick fear by Ramses, catches them all. They finish off the Lich, who is carrying these engagements with the utility. But none of the cores from Team Spirit are going down, and Laurel, king of the hill, quite literally, he just sat on top of this gate with high ground vision of everybody forever, bolting them from the heavens. They talk about Zeus sitting on the throne of Olympus Cap. Who was contesting him?
Nobody there from Nine Pandas to be able to shut him down. Collapse also got a roar off on the Terrorblade to prevent any sort of Sunder action. I mean, Team Spirit, just fantastic job of kiting around. And this is what you were talking about early on. I mean, yeah, laning phase went to Nine Pandas heavily, but you got to watch out. Team Spirit are one of the best teams in the world at team fighting.
Especially from behind. I don't think we see another team that fights as well consistently from down 10, 15K position.
Yeah.
It doesn't even look like they're down. They make these fights so close, and sometimes like here, they just win them. Very scary team to try and close out games against. This is probably their best attribute overall at the moment. Pulling this game back to a 3K deficit when it looked like it might have just been out of control if you get that Roche, but now you're in a solid position because, as has been discussed, this is a very tough Terrorblade game. As farmed as Ramses is, as much as he tries to force his timings into Team Spirit, at this point, you can't help but feel like this net worth is not going to be as strong as it was for him last game just because of the matchups. He has to fight into the PL illusions that were killing him during the roar duration. He has to fight into Zeus, who's outranging him.
He's also about to get the 20 talent, which gives you another 6% on that Arc Lightning zap.
Yeah, very strong talent. The 20 and the 25 for Zeus are incredibly valuable, especially when you get to the late game because you have Octarine lowering all your cooldowns.
And it's interesting. I feel like both those talents, one's an anti-Tinker talent, one's an anti-Terrorblade talent. Which one is he going to go for, you know?
I think you take the plus 6%.
I think so, too.
I actually don't even know how worried you are about Tinker at this point with how much sustain you've shown.
Oh!
That's
You're going to be a little bit worried if Yotaro dies. What a save from Mira! A blink-in disruption that bails Yotaro out of a ton of damage, but they're still caught inside the arena. They're going to turn around, Primal Roar, go for the Terrorblade, go for him, see if they can stop the Thunder. They do! They kill him just in time! It all starts with a save from Mira. And now Miro is going to have to BKB blink out. They only lose 2, but losing their carry has to be the worst feeling for Nine Pandas. Kiyotaka is going to have to just struggle around the map, rapidly pushing it out.
Collapse knows who his target is in these fights. He is running and gunning for Ramses every time. The Roar on Terrorblade, there's just no counterplay. There's no save on this Nine Pandas lineup. Ramses dies every time. The illusions are burning his mana. The Zeus is bolting him. There's no counter initiation here. Sure, you can throw out an arena, but Yatoro's happy to sit in that arena and just fight it up under the AoE protection from his Lich, under the auras from Collapse. The sustained team fight from Team Spirit is just dominating. 9pan is in the 5-on-5 right now.
And when you don't have save, the next best thing is some sustain from items.
Which he doesn't have either. There's no
Which he doesn't
satanic.
have because Antares went Midas.
Well, I don't know if I'd blame the Midas here.
I mean, he could have gone mech. That mech would have made the difference there. He would have gotten
Maybe.
Thunder off.
There's a decent argument. I mean, you could also say this Axe has not paid off for Ramses either, right? It looked really good in the one fight, but that Axe could be a Satanic.
That's true.
It could be a Lincoln's. It could be a Silver Edge to dodge some of the initial initiation. I mean, the Axe is great if you find the jump, but it's really bad when Team Spirit just go on you.
Yeah.
So yeah, 9Pandas, they need to find solutions here. They need to find them fast. More sustain, more survivability, especially for their Terrorblade. Team Spirit are just ignoring Kiyotaka, it feels like. Like, he's had free reign in these engagements, but they don't care. They're just too tanky. And they believe that as the Terrorblade dies, the Phantom Lancer and the Zeus are going to be able to carry these fights, which so far has proven to be absolutely true. Kiyotaka will finish up his E-Blade looking towards that Ags. Once they get the Shrink Ray online, scale up his damage, have a higher impact in terms of threat. That'll be hard done for Yatoro. And Nullifier for Collapse.
Oh, great reaction from Solo.
God damn.
He just turned on a dime. Ogre's Heel Totem to be able to get him some distance, Force Staff some more, blinks out. I mean, they used the Thunder God's Wrath to reveal him in the first place, so very impressive.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Man, Laurel has gotten so many power runes this game.
Oh, yeah.
It is ridiculous. He finishes off another Arcane and will pick up a Shield rune. I don't know if he's been close to dying at all, but this will definitely help him if they do get on top of him.
So
13 runes activated.
Do you know if the laser Shrink Ray, does it shrink the illusions that it hits too?
Don't think so.
In which case, you kind of can tell which Phantom Lancer is real. He's going to be smaller.
Maybe it... I'm not sure, man. That's a weird interaction.
Yeah, I want to see this one. Mira, bye-bye. Oh, man. Anyway, he almost has that Aghanim Scepter, so we'll see it put to the test.
I guess it should shrink them, but it's also a question of, do illusions have a model size in that sense? He's going to find Poshka, who has a gem, by the way.
Oh, that is extra nice.
Finding some little pickoffs on the map right now.
Yeah, what happened to Team Spirit's big old team fight? All of a sudden, they're getting picked off all around the map.
It's a lot of time for 9Pandas to get their next items, and those were the support diebacks, or at least Maposhkas as well. So these little support pickoffs, it's a lot of time you have in a 5-on-4. You have to sit there and think about that gem you just lost.
Yeah, what behooved them to have one support in the top part of the map and one support in the bottom part of the map?
I think they were just trying to set up casually, look for maybe the pickoff. They have Zeus who can contribute the global damage.
Kiyotaka, gotta be careful. He does have that E-Blade.
so
They're gonna use a great fear with the
clumped?
arena. That is a massive hit. The laser's gonna start going to work, shredding through these heroes. Teams here are just trying to get out with any heroes that they can, but it's 4 dead, no buybacks.
That Shrink Ray destroyed him. Absolutely massacred him inside that pit. I mean, why were they so clumped right there?
I don't know, but Ramsey saw his opportunity. He pulled the trigger, and finally that Aghanim Scepter paid off.
He feared all of them into the Mars arena, right on top of each other. I mean, this is just a mispositioning from Spirit, and they get instantly punished from the recognition of 9Pandas. Sick arena, sick fear, and Kiyotaka just goes to work, shrinking them all down to size. And back into their base he goes. Only Yatoro is alive right now.
Now he's got Poposhka behind him. He's going to be trying to use that shard, which is pretty nice.
What a timing for 9Pandas to hit. That was Swift Blink for Ramses, and that Ags right on line for Kiyotaka. They just find him clumped. Can't ask for anything better here. Suddenly the gold lead back to 9Pandas' way.
116 Phantom Lancer illusions killed. That's quite the number.
Also, we were talking about level 25 talents in this game. The Tinker one can also be very obnoxious depending on what you take. And he will have it off of that little, or that big centaur that he shrunk.
Goes for the mini stun.
This is one of those talents. You just feel it and you wish it was not there. So annoying in the fights. Just constantly getting stunned.
Yeah.
And there's nothing big to interrupt here, but hey, maybe you get a gaze. Maybe you interrupt a cast animation or something.
Sure.
And the slows are going to be nice. Extra little time for Ramses to get in there and get the right clicks in. Another battle for Roche pit control.
Toro, away he goes. That's what that shard is going to do for you. Create a little bit of confusion. Make it harder for Miro to get these initiations. And maybe even scout out the Tinker. I mean, if he can invis spot the Tinker and they get the Thundergut's Wrath and the Nimbus to drop down, they can maybe at least get BKB or E-Blade out of him.
So much firepower for 9Pandas right now. Refresher completed for Miro as well. You're going to have double arena in this fight as Yotaro tries to force the engagement by committing for the Roshan. He has heart here. It's not going to cost him too much.
They're giving up the high ground.
Solo.
He immediately tries to jump in to get the initiation, but he dies immediately. But the arena, it catches 3 inside. Immediately the fear going off on the side. Yotaro, you're going to chase after support. Spots Kiyotaka, but he's just waiting for his heroes, his allies, to get out of this arena situation. The Chain Frost still bouncing around strong, but the BKBs are eventually going to hold strong. And Taris is going to be swept up as Yotaro finally finds a mark there with all these illusions damage. Builds it up, chases after him now. Ramsey's thinking about turning, especially with Kiyotaka right behind him. Kiyotaka goes straight into that one, gets the blink away just in time. Gotta be careful though. Ramsey's also blinking back in. Kiyotaka, they're gonna try and kite it out. The nullifier guy used on Kiyotaka, but high ground to low ground to back to high ground again. Brings down Collapse. Now Yotaro, without that sort of backup, Maposhka, he doesn't want to get close to this one.
You know Ramses wants to go back in with his Tinker friends supporting him. They want the big prize. They want Yotaro off the map. Buyback from Collapse.
Getting off the BKB, but he got it off just in time. The Sinner's Gaze not there. The buybacks though. Kiyotaka, is he going to be saved? Is he going to be able to get the kill on Yotaro? No, he's not. The buybacks will be the end of him. Ramsey's going to have to wait on the side. He slows him down. Miro, he's going to help. Yeah, he's immediately going to buy back and go onto the bars. The second life for the Tinker, chasing out to Yotaro. He wants this mark. He needs him bad, but he's not going to be able to get him. They drifted way into the trees, outside of sight, outside of mind. So they head back to Roshan. No, they head back to the Lich, who got a Chain Frost off once again, doing some damage to Ramses. Half health. Yotaro starts committing. Does manage to dodge the spear. That's a big one. Goes for solo. Goes for Ramses. Which one are you going to go for? The straddle. He got him. Man, finally managed to
back for Ramses.
They're going to chase after Ramses. Kiyotaka.
One more.
He goes for the lasso, but the axes will cut him down. They finish him off, and that 9Pandas are left with just Ramses in this fight. It was right on the edge, the slightest of margins for this fight, but Team Spirit win it.
Kiyotaka doing 12,000 plus damage, but cannot get the team fight win as Team Spirit kited out so long. Roche goes down to the daytime, and godlike for Yotaro, he kites that fight perfectly. Shard paying off, Ags paying off, even that Orchid helping buy time on the Tinker where he doesn't want a BKB for it. That was all the buybacks in the world for 9Pandas, and they can't win the fight. Another fantastic roar from Collapse to find Tinker off the buyback as well with this nullifier to clinch the kill. And Laurel was stuck in his own man fight versus Kiyotaka top for half of that engagement. Just trying to survive and somehow manages to. He wears through all of the Tinker's mana. This Zeus is not so squishy as Mira will get nags out of Ramses here. That was 9Pandas' fight to win to close out this game with the Tinker level advantage. And basically being full slotted here. I mean, you're looking at a Dagon 5 potential, but now with that dieback, Strength Blink back on the menu.
Now you're going to have level 25 on Laurel for this next engagement, level 25 on Yotaro, which is big. I mean, that Doppelganger cooldown, that's a massive Talon, I think, against this Tinker setup. No, he actually goes to Critical Strike instead. He goes for the damage.
He wants the man fight with the Bloodthorn plus that extra crit. Just, it's going to massacre Ramses if he gets on top of him. Still, we should mention Team Spirit. They used 3 buybacks for that fight as well, right? They used 2 cores between the Zeus and the Beastmaster and Maposhka, who has been owning these engagements.
Did he get 2 Chain Frost off in that last fight?
He messed Ramses up, man. He has been messing him up all game. I mean, Ramsey sundered him back to full, and then he basically got down to a third again, just off the Ice Spire. Really been a big problem for him. Yeah, he's taking Sunder cooldown for a reason here. He needs the extra HP in these engagements. Will be a big factor if he can get multiple ones off. But those 2 big carries from 9 Pandas, they are just getting kited hard. They'll give the Aegis to collapse here, by the way. They want 2 lives on the Beastmaster over the Phantom Lancer, over the Zeus. That is a very bold move. They just want to guarantee these roars land. I mean, these roars have been fight-winning if you can find them. But it's taken 2 lives a lot of times.
Yeah, now with the cooldowns, he can maybe get 2 of them off in a fight. Off that level 25 talent. Looks like we're still having some FPS issues. Not terribly surprising with 2 Illusion Heroes and Tinker throwing around a bunch of crap everywhere. It's just PL moment. Really?
I mean, we've all had the PL moments as Ramsey's little doppelganger out of his chair. Whoa. How's the game going? All right, no.
little bit of spice. Yeah. Very tense match. 32-32. Even kill score. Even net worth, basically.
Only in a fully Eastern European game would we have 32 versus 32.
I like how they're explaining.
You don't know,
If you
man.
don't know, it's the Phantom Lancer Illusions.
Chat lag.
Chat lags, not PL lags. Haven't heard that one. Well, it seems like the boys are having some fun with that. Well, as long as they find it fun.
I like how Yatoro's like, really? And Solo's like, no.
No.
Solo does not have time for shenanigans.
Solo's straight-faced contrarian. All right, so we've seen how the fights go the way of Team Spirit. How does...
Oh, Kiyotaka pulling a GPK? Says he's ready to go without his carry player.
Yeah, Eastern European, you know.
These CIS mids, man. they know they're going to 1v5 anyway. Like, that game's probably easier.
They're narcissistic maniacs. They're just like, it's a 5 versus 5 game? No, this is a 1 versus 5 game.
Well, I mean, all Kiyotaka needs his teammates for targets to TP on. He's like,
Exactly.
you're nothing but a body to me.
All right, he's coming back into it. What is the setup for 9 Pandas to win the fight? Because we've seen Team Spirit successfully be able to win these longer drawn-out fights where they kind of just like kite back, and then they get on top of the Tinker. What's the winning source for Pandas?
Honestly, I feel like you find the supports and keep Kiyotaka alive, and then the second time he comes in is when you can start to fight the Team Spirit cores. This Lich and Shadow Demon have been incredibly annoying in the long drawn-out engagements. You want to find them first. I think trying to focus the PL is a debate. If you can find the Beastmaster, you're also happy with that, but the problem with going on Collapse in this game has been the Frost Shield and the Glimmer get thrown out, and you don't have any Dispels. You don't have Nullifiers. You don't have a Shadow Demon Purge. He just is way too tanky. Now with Aegis on top and a Ninja Gear.
So we got it now on Ramsey, so he identifies that problem.
Yes, that is a big factor here. You need to get rid of the survivability items on Team Spirit's side. So now that Beastmaster goes a little more straightforward, but honestly, in these super chaotic late game fights, sometimes just picking the heroes you feel are easiest to kill and finding them is a good way to start. Of course, it also comes down to who Miro sees. You kind of have to take who's in the arena in the first place.
Sure.
And it's on him. Ramses and Kiyotaka will back up that Mars jump. Vision also on Team Spirit's side in this game. They're continuing to play around the Beastmaster Hawks, around the PL Illusions. That's been a big issue for the Mars in trying to find these initiations. I mean, he's trying to find Laurel, the largest damage source for the squishiest hero. If you can get the Zeus, you're really happy. Again, I don't know how realistic that is, so you kind of have to take what's in front of you here.
Look at him. He's building into the right-click build for Zeus. So
why not? He's got that shard.
He might go the Moon Shard. He might go the Manta at some point.
I mean, he's been man-fighting Kiyotaka on the backside of these engagements a lot of times. Like, that extra right-click might win you those little fights. He has AoE Lightning Bolt as well on top of the Timeless Relic. There's a lot of magic damage coming out from the Zeus right now.
Okay, back to the Dragon. Now that makes a little bit more sense. I was about to say, I was like, that's like, you need to invest like 2 or 3 more items into that.
Oshka getting caught out again. This is what 9 Pandas want to find.
Yeah, they keep on finding these random pickoffs every once in a while. They do manage to get the roar onto Miro, though. Immediate refresher used. Locks him down. Bat Rider trying to come in and get on top of Laurel, but he's just dead in an instant. Does not last long. 9 Pandas will successfully TP out with most of their heroes. That was meta used, not the Terror Wave. So a little bit of a weak point there for 9 Pandas. We'll see whether or not Team Spirit takes advantage of it.
These fights feel like they're starting to get hard for 9 Pandas to just run into, though. BKB on Laurel and Cheese letting him stand his ground. Collapse is getting massive over here with level 25 Talon as well. You're looking at a 22-second roar cooldown. You might be able to get 2 off in a fight, especially if you could take that where the Collapse gets gone on and survives, which has been the paradigm a lot of these engagements. You're definitely getting 2 off.
Aegis is going to expire, and they almost have a second nullifier. Well, there's the second nullifier in the game, as we got one on the Phantom Lancer. Yutaro picks that one up, but I think Miro is also going nullifier, and almost has it. So.
He does have it. That's number 4. 2 for 9 Pandas, 2 for Team Spirit here, both trying to just purge the single target utility coming out from both these teams. And Hex, the Midas for Antares, has finally paid off as he delivers with a big item. That is a very big item to get. You leap in, you get a Hex on a big core target. Might buy enough time for Ramses to go to work.
I can't believe he doesn't have the shard yet on Techies. I feel like if he can, throw that on the Tinker when he jumps into these fights.
He probably wanted it from the Tormentor.
Yeah,
didn't get the RNG.
Yeah, Team Spirit did take the last Tormentor away from 9 Pandas. I remember that.
I also feel like this Techies Ags would be pretty good in this game with how much you're locking heroes in areas around the arena. Just getting more AoE magic damage.
Yeah, maybe.
Only 1 shard. Wow.
Yeah.
What have these guys been doing?
Not killing Tormentors.
Well, this is the part of every Tinker game that we know everybody loves. The high ground defense.
Of course. Whether it's Marching Machines or overwhelming flank plus Shiva spam, Collapse went for the opening on Miro, but he's going to be pulled into the base. This is not where you want to be. Terror waved even deeper in. That was a questionable initiation.
Might bait 9 Pandas out, though, which is kind of what Team Spirit want. They might still be happy to take this fight, even without the Beastmaster, if 9 Pandas overextend into them.
Kiyotaka, he's forced to use his BKB as the nullifier hits him.
Yeah, I don't think you can chase here, honestly, for 9 Pandas. This is a scary chase. You're just going to open up so much space for the Phantom Lancer illusions to go to work.
I mean, you have to do something while during this 90 seconds. Do you just focus on pushing out the lanes?
I guess so. It's tough.
I think you want to end up in a situation where you force Team Spirit to fight into you.
But I think the only way you're doing that is around Roshan. So you might just be playing for Roche here. Set up first and then make Team Spirit come into you, into the arenas, into the Tinker. The vision isn't as punishing.
Well, I guess you got a little bit of sustain now. I really don't see this one too often, but the 180 HP regen. So now when Ramses jumps into the arena that Miro sets up, he could just stand in that arena, get a lot of HP during that period of time, especially for a hero that has such high armor.
He has 2 of them, too.
Yeah, does that double up? I've never tested that.
I think it's a buff, so I don't think it doubles. But that is a hard interaction to know, as we rarely see this. Either way, that is a significant amount of HP. Definitely nice to just be sitting in there. It's kind of invulnerability for that duration. I don't think Team Spirit are going to chunk you through it here.
I don't know. Laurel is working on a Dagon 5, so we'll see.
Yeah, maybe he'll chunk you. Dasher for Yatoro, he will go towards that Abyssal.
I think that's the really scary point for Tinker now. It's like, okay, now they've got a BKB disabler, you know?
I mean, Yatoro just running in there, Invis or Ninja Geared, whatever, and just abyssaling you. That is terrifying and very hard to stop. You almost have to frontline very well for Kiyotaka now and try and find the Phantom Lancer to create the separation as we approach the 50-minute mark. game has gone the distance and paid off. So is that Techie's Midas.
Miro has been hunting all by himself, but he's going to run into all of Team Spirit here. He spotted Maboshka and thought better of it. Thundergod's Wrath immediately used, and they're like, wait a minute, Miro's alone.
What the hell?
This madman is just trying to hunt solo. Well,
not solo,
but
solo hunt.
Do it by himself.
Did you see Kiyotaka on a Hawk? He got the... Oh!
They got him!
The bash!
The arena to try and bail him out here. Kiyotaka running. The Terror Wave helps as well. He puts himself on the wall, and it looks like he's going to be okay for now. Another attempt for Team Spirit's going to have to go. Meanwhile, the fight rages on inside the arena. The Chain Frost bouncing around. The fight farther up. Laurel is controlled up by the lasso, but they don't have the damage to deal with him right now, while Yutoro went for that Tinker, and he did not get him. They're going to buy back immediately on solo. Ramses, he's going to be chased down if he's not careful. He knows he needs to be able to reset. Wait for Kiyotaka. Wait for the second life. Now it jumps forward. Kiyotaka.
Still a cheese on Laurel.
That's a big disruption, too. Ramsey's a little bit low. He's got to be careful. He has this Thunder ready to go. He spots Yutoro, but he's Bloodthorned. Oh, no! He's Bloodthorned. The laser's going to be able to help him out, but he dies still the same. Buyback from him. He bots twos into the middle of this fight. Does he have a Terror Wave or just do melee for him? The Bat Rider's going to be the target. First up, Ramses. He can't hit anything. All he's got is his Thunder. He doesn't have mana. He doesn't have Terror Wave. What did he come into this fight for? Kiyotaka. And it's just a body. It's a body for Kiyotaka to try and 1 versus 5. Can he do it? 1 versus 10 with the buyback. He's out of mana. He's out of life, and he's dead. He's got a buyback. So does Antares. But a 2 versus 4?
There's just not enough bodies for Kiyotaka to TP on. Team Spirit wear through the techies so many times. They cannot find Yutoro. Yutoro is overextending these engagements, but it doesn't matter. They have no turnaround on the Phantom Lancer. No way to identify the real run. And he just punishes the hell out of them. Laurel with that cheese, making it last. Buyback reinitiates. They've caught a
Kiyotaka's
techies.
not here to help out Antares.
There's no one here to help him.
Yeah, he gets picked off before Kiyotaka can do anything.
He had that level 25 techies talent, but I don't think he got the right click much. And now it is once again Kiyotaka versus the world. He is going to spam for his life to try and slow down this push. It is a lot of time to try and buy. How much do Team Spirit force here? They want Megas, they want Throne. You got to get something off of this team fight win.
I mean, if you're going to stick around, surely you go Throne, right?
That's what I'm thinking, but maybe they feel like the techie spam is too much. I mean, Miro does spawn as well. These are the decisions that win and lose you games right now. You need to trust in your carry's call. And it will be Toro's. He does not want to go
Almost got him.
Oh.
So hard for Kiyotaka to get close enough to be able to laser. The threat of a Blink Disruption or the Nimbus. Disruption, managed to break through Lincoln's, but it blocked the disruption, not the purge, so that's fine.
Heroes are respawning for 9 Pandas. 15 seconds for Ramses, and they still have a glyph. This Megas is gonna be contestable by the Terrorblade.
It is. The Hawk breaking the Lincolns, an opportunity perhaps. Miro jumping forward. Aster got the stun on him with the spear. He throws at a wall, trying to block out the rest of the heroes.
And Ramses is back.
He's back and he's bad. He's got the Terror Wave onto all these heroes. It's going to be Mapochka first. Disruption out onto the Phantom Lancer. He comes back alive. Do they have the detection? Tried to fear. No, he managed to get the Doppelganger away. And now the Mars in trouble. Now Ramsey's going to be dying to these illusions. Gets off the Sunder. He stays alive off of that, but the illusions are destroying him. Unless Kiyotaka is getting the blind on him, they, not the real Phantom Lancer, but just the illusions are going to kill Ramses.
Yutoro's not even in the fight, and he's winning it. Absolutely no answer for Phantom Lancer right now, and that is 5 buybacks on cooldown for 9 Pandas here, as Spirit hold on to some of their own and are looking towards that next Roshan to be able to close out this game. They did not get the Megas, though. That is worth noting, right? That was a very precarious situation for Team Spirit. Do you make the Throne call? Do you make the Megas call? They made the Megas, didn't end up getting it. That feels like best case scenario for 9 Pandas off a full team fight wipe and 5 buyback loss. Disperser will be finished up for Yutoro. He is pretty much maxed out here. The only thing he's missing is that other level 30 talent, which if he gets to there, I mean, God help you trying to find this Phantom Lancer with Doppelganger cooldown as Kiyotaka looks for his own level 30. A clash of 2 gods.
Trying to burst him. They get him. Keeping their distance from this Phantom Lancer. Yutoro's just too damn strong. Solo. dead instantly. 9 Pandas will have to funnel back to their base. They can't do enough damage. Yatoro's constantly heart healing up. They needed that Miro initiation to have a chance. Now they're just going to have to give up whatever it is. Roshan, lanes.
Might be everything here. You still have 90 seconds without that Mars. Team Spirit know every kill is a guaranteed grave here. And this will be an Ags Roshan. I mean, who even has Ag space left? I guess it's Collapse? Once a 55-minute drum? Give it to the Shadow Demon has one too, so it's either him or Maposhka. Honestly, I think you give it to the Lich. I feel like the AoE gaze is better than the drum at this point in time. And Collapse is going to hold on to it. It might be the game plan. Of course, Aegis on Laurel, a big deal as well. Having 2 lives. All that mana to pour into the poor 9 Pandas' bodies that Kiyotaka will use to propel himself in an attempt to pull this game back. Yatoro does not want Megas anymore. He wants the throne.
But this just means you're getting closer and closer to the fountain where Tinker is going to be playing mostly, and a lot of Techie's mind set up as well.
He's getting blinded. Slow push, but they will get it.
They got the lasso. He's low.
Yes,
oh,
no
they just got him. They do manage to have the purge out. A little bit more burst damage. They might just be able to get him with a blast off, and he's dead. Okay.
Does he
Is
buy
he going
back?
to buy back, though? They already got the Megas, so there's not much of a need for it.
Yeah, they're going to hold a smart decision.
Ramsey's
They're going
a
to
little bit
go back.
low. They're going back into it. Nullifier on him. He still has the Sunder. May have to use it on an ally. Yep, Solo's going to be the target. Blast off. He does manage to land with Laurel getting low as well. They burst him down. That's going to be the Aegis. Are they going to buy back still? Yatoro is holding on to it.
They got the Tinker.
Off the initiation. Now he's buys back. Now he's going to try and join in the fight with the Tinker almost dead. Everything to save the Tinker. Everything to kill the Tinker. Kiyotaka is the banner machine. He is staying alive. His team has kept him up. Yatoro, meanwhile, on the side, pushes through mid. Tries to go for Antares. It's not enough, though. They got one of the carries, but the true carry of this game is still up. Kiyotaka holds strong.
How much can he hold? That was double core buyback for Spirit, and they're going to back off? 94,000 hero damage done. And he's not even close to finishing this game, I think.
Wasn't it just like 70,000 when they last showed that marker?
I mean, every fight at this point is going to be another 15, 20K for sure. It's guaranteed. Timeless Relic helps boost it up. My God, he is ascending to the nightmare of all Tinker foes everywhere.
What happened to Mira's Disruption? Because that's usually been the save for Yatoro to prevent these chain stuns.
Just couldn't get in there. I think the blink's getting canceled. It's very hard for him to reach Yatoro in the first place. He did get off the cleanse, which was healing Yatoro for a decent chunk of that.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe they used it previously. Either way, nice hex chaining on Yatoro to finish up that kill. That was the hex picked up by Kiyotaka as well as the one that Antares had. And I mean, you were talking about late game techies, Cap. He has reached that level 25 plus with Mjolnir. The attack speed is there. He has the drum built into the Tranquil Boots upgrade, the Bongo Boots, the Midas, the Mjolnir, the Trickster Cloak. You're talking about the real carry in this game.
This is what the Keen have been fighting for. This is what they've been building towards.
And we are approaching the 60-minute mark, which means the items are going to come through. The Ex Machinas.
Oh, God. Imagine a cast.
The pirate hats.
Oh, that's a big kill. This collapse kill has been massive.
He's gone.
These primal roars have stopped Kiyotaka so many times. Now he's dead for 2 minutes. They don't have to worry about him. They can go for 60-minute items, and he'll still be gone. Tari's trying to get a blast off out of the Nimbus. He'll be okay. He'll be fine. Is Mira going to be okay? Kiyotaka, he's not going to keep chasing.
They smell blood in the water right now. Sure, you got the Megas against them, but they're going to have buyback advantage coming up. These buybacks for 9 Pandas are back online. Kiyotaka's going to have his here in 3 seconds. Solo has his. Ramsey's, he's missing the gold, but the cooldown's there. And meanwhile, 5 minutes for Collapse. 5 minutes for Yatoro.
Oh, Solo trying to peek his head into the base, see if he can get a cheeky pick off. Instead, he's met with a purge.
Now the shoe is on the other foot as how much do 9 Pandas want to try and push this buyback advantage? Ramsey's also with bots too in Refresher. He can come back in these engagements if he can farm up the gold, but he's going to have double of everything here. As I guess every hero in this game has double of everything at this point.
You got the wisdom room. You're level 30, Doc. Save that for somebody else.
The BM.
You goddamn maniac.
The BM's out of control.
All right, we're gonna have 60-minute items.
You think Kiyotaka knows anybody else is in this game right now?
He's like, these bots are acting really weird.
He is the true emperor. They are but vessels for his greatness.
Okay, what 60-minute items are game changers here?
I mean, you're probably looking at Ex Machinas here just for another round. On a lot of these heroes.
Seer Stones
double
for
hexes
Tinker and Zeus.
Seer Stone's not bad, yeah.
Giant's Ring for Mars,
There's
maybe
one
Phantom
Ex
Lancer.
Machina. Do you want the Giant's Ring for Phantom Lancer? To counteract the Shrink Ray?
Of course!
God. By the way, Yatoro did hit that level 30, so he has that Doppelganger cooldown talent on top of everything else here. And Ex Machina's coming in for Team Spirit,
Yeah,
man.
there they go.
Arcanist armor from Aposhka, very nice here. Get that 40% reflection on everybody. You're talking about how much damage Kiyotaka is doing. You reduce 40% of that for 5 seconds. That is a nice support pickup here.
I mean, what about Mirror Shields? I only saw one of them picked up. They're booking the dead for Collapse. Okay. He's thinking about trying to end the game.
But overall, triple Ex Machina for Team Spirit. They just want the refreshes here. They want the Hex Chains. They want multiple Blood Thorns.
But what happens if they get initiated on first? Maposhka, first one down in this fight.
He does have buyback here.
And Laurel, he's in a corner here.
Ron Miro, he's tanking it up.
He is taking it up. Antares, refresh, blink in. I'm not sure what that was. Maybe trying to get a taser off, but Doomman throws Miro out. Miro still dies, though. Immediately fly back. Meanwhile, the Laurel, who was caught in a corner, could not get out of it. Yotoro's going to try and get himself out of here with the Doppelganger. They have the Glimmer Caves. They're going to reset a little bit here. Kiyotaka needs mana. TP's out. No stuns. No catches. And Kiyotaka is about ready to come back in again. They're going to go for Ramsey's going to go for a refresh Terrorblade. He goes and kills Mira off of that one.
Oh, it's the man fight.
Miro, this is going to be a dieback for him. They finish him off right as BKB expires. Chain Frost bouncing around with the Lotus Swords as well. Kiyotaka, he has Yotoro on top of him. They need to be able to help him out. As Scythe goes out.
He's turning him into a pig.
little bit of time. He's getting the chain stuns, but now they have the Nimbus. It's stopping Kiyotaka. E-Blade, he needs to be able to create space. Be able to get the blink away while Ramsey's in pretty deep here. He's going to get it bashed up. He can't deal with this one. Yotoro's just too damn big for him. He does have a buyback. Nullifier over onto the Tinker. Antares in some trouble. He's going to be bursting out the right-hand side while Kiyotaka playing a game of cat and mouse gets away. The mouse survives, or maybe he's the cat. Kiyotaka readying himself for another strike.
That Nimbus bailed Yotoro out so hard. He was getting chain pigged there to infinity, but he has to retreat on the Tinker after that Nimbus comes out. Book of the Dead chasing him as well. Team Spirit are searching for the true carry in this game, but they cannot find it. More buybacks forced out here. Another Ramsey's buyback, another Laurel buyback. Absolute sick lasso by Solo to somehow find Zeus in the middle of all of that. And the Illusion Brawl is just going to work. Over 100k hero damage for the machine. But how much will it take? Team Spirit continue their assault. And now the buyback. The buyback game is starting to switch back over after Ramsey, Solo, and Miro commit there. Only 1 minute on the clock for Yotoro to have his backup and collapse as well. Team Spirit back in a position where they should be happy to take an aggressive jump. Yotoro's gonna push it.
Kiyotaka blinking away. The illusions follow him. Gotta beware. The disruption illusions also going to be used to push this in. It is just wave after wave. Book of the Dead, illusions, mega creeps, boars. Lasso got him with the force staff. They got the real one. Oh, this is massive disruption. He's going to come back. He's going to be about half health. A flame break, and already he's healing up big time. Terror wave goes out, though. Yotoro fighting through that one thanks to the cleanse. He's getting the bashes, but the damage comes in thick and fast. He's got to be careful of that laser. Ramsey's got to be careful of the burst damage from Laurel.
Nobody to Sunder.
BKB. Where's the Sunder?
Giant Miro's back.
Kiyotaka hunting. He's really going for this one.
Oh, he's in no man's land. Absolutely solo, looking for anything, but he will not find it.
I thought I was like, all right, they're both resetting. It's going to, and Kiyotaka's like, no. They're running away. I want to catch somebody.
By the way, we're at the point where this Tinker has a refresher orb just to reset his BKB. That is how deep this game has gone. Pull out everything to try and get the win. Even the rearms are not enough spells and items for Kiyotaka.
And even still, he will not buy a shard. He refuses. He doesn't want that item.
He will get it from a Tormentor, or God be damned, he will refuse to purchase it. And
did we get all the tier 5 items, by the way? For
no,
Pandas?
I think 9 Pandas are still missing a few.
Yeah, there's a Timeless Relic on Kiyotaka. Oh, I mean, maybe he wants to keep that. He wants to keep that. That's why.
Solo has Seer Stone. It's helping him in these initiations, but it's into the high ground.
Oh, Yatoro gets right on top of him already. The arena is out, but the Tinker is fading fast. Half health. Ramses, you need to be able to bail him out. He does have a buyback. He's the only one with buyback in this fight. Disruption onto... Oh, no!
That absolutely just crashed everybody's game. The Tinker death to the PL illusions. Kiyotaka wants the 1-on-1.
1v1.
Will
That's
he get
what
it?
Kiyotaka wants.
I mean, it has been a 1v5 for some of this game as the rest of his heroes are falling off. So maybe he feels like there's not much difference to the Tinker God. But there is a world of difference here. I don't know how much this changes the team fight, but I guess they all DC'd at the same time, so it's even.
It is kind of even, yeah.
That said, they got Kiyotaka the first time. Yatoro slays him. He's going to have to come back in off this buyback. This is do or die for 9 Pandas in this engagement, and you still have a Yatoro and a Collapse buy that can come back into this dire outpost. I mean, this has got to look pretty damn good for Team Spirit here. 9 Pandas need to find an opening.
Just a classic Dota moment here, as you get to appreciate a 63-minute game. Kiyotaka is bought back. No buybacks on 9 Pandas. Yatoro and Collapse, the ones inside of the arena, do have theirs.
And that dire outpost to secure them for sure.
Look at Antares. He's up there. He's blasting the Lich right now with his right clicks.
I mean, he is messing him up. There's no way around it. This is an Ex Machina Antares techies. He can refresh this Hex here. He can refresh this BKB. But Yatoro, he has so many illusions out, man. How do you deal with him right now?
And they're about to get the illusions on the Terrorblade as well.
Yeah, they're just looking for the supports. Miro's on Mira. Antares on Mapochka. They want to clear through the backline that do not have the buybacks, that they are guaranteed deaths, and then try and take the man fight, but it is going to be the Lancer versus the Machine. Round 2.
All right. Both teams are going to have an opportunity to strategize around this. What's your call? If you're Team Spirit, what are you trying to do out of this?
Kill anybody you can. I don't know if there's much strategy, bro. Look at the game state. It's going to be fuck anybody up that's in your way and hope you win the fight because the Tinker's coming back and who the hell knows what's going to happen.
And we begin back into it. Antares trying to finish off Mapochka. Same goes to Solo. Another disconnect, though.
Oh, my God.
Oh, God. And that was on Miro, who was chasing down the Shadow Demon. It looks like he's going to die to Kiyotaka, who is on top of the Shadow Demon with the BKB expired.
All you can do is rearm the processors here. The computers, they're getting taxed. This game has gone to a place that no Dota game should have gone.
Where did the illusions go, by the way? The Terrorblade illusions. Oh, he Terrorwaved them away. Oh, so a Terrorwave is coming in. That's going to help Antares.
There's just too many damn units, man.
Solo, I don't think he can kill Mapochka by himself. He needed the techies, but...
This might be a stop-motion fight, because every time a Tinker spell or an AoE spell hits all these PL illusions, the CPUs cannot handle it. The calculations are too much. The math too intense. I need a translator here.
I think Solo and Mira are both going to die.
I'm sure the conversation is on the lines of, nice Phantom Lancer lag, bro. Yeah, nice Tinker lag, bro. These are actually the two greatest fears of all Dota players combined into one game.
Phantom Lancer and Tinker?
Yeah, 60-minute plus level 30 Phantom Lancer versus 60-minute plus level 30 Tinker.
Everybody else is suffering a living nightmare right now.
2 players get to play this game. The other 8.
All right, round
will get
3.
to think about it in their sleep.
Round 3, the Tearaway pushes them away. Solo is going to be surrounded by heroes and killed, but so does Mira. So no Shadow Demon, no Bat Rider.
Fight's getting reset here. Mira is out for 120, so is Solo. So somehow that ended up being an even dieback support exchange. But of course, Kiyotaka having to spend his. Maybe 9Panda's happy to just back out there and say we didn't know what the hell was going on, but
yeah, they had creeps coming in
you don't
anyway.
want to lose the game.
Their throne is very, very much.
But that'll be Roshan here.
Yeah.
And that means you can give this Aegis to somebody without the buyback.
I mean, unless Miro does something crazy. Okay, he's running into Book of the Dead. They've already scouted him. Surely this is not the play anymore. Kiyotaka, he goes in deep for this one. Primal Roar immediately up, and that may just be a time. The Thunder's there. Kiyotaka, can he do it with the second life? He gets off the BKB, but no, the nullifiers and the bashes are just too much to handle. The Terror Wave couldn't save him. The machine, it collapses, it falls, it finally rusts away, and 9Pandas have nothing left. Team Spirit will finally take not the series, just a game 2 to push us to a game 3.
I don't know what we're going to see in game 3, but it's going to have to top this. What a performance here from Team Spirit to drag that game back. Remember, that game was looking rough. Ramses was so far ahead. Kiyotaka was out of control, but the utility, I go back to the utility from Team Spirit here. Their supports collapse. Miposhka especially keeping them in this game, buying time to hit the level 30 on the Phantom Lancer, and I guess that's what they were playing for after all. But my God, absolute destruction on the field. 90,000 hero damage for Yatoro and 114,000 from Kiyotaka, eclipsing the rest of his team. He almost had more than the rest of his team combined here. That's what that smirk on his face is for. He's like, hey guys, I think I want to play Tinker next game.
And I think if I'm Team Spirit, I'm not letting him get that opportunity. Or maybe they will. They won the game after all. But goddamn, it was a close one. A barn burner. Game 2, an hour and 6 minutes long. Absolutely crazy game 2. What are we going to see in game 3? Well, we'll have to wait and find out, as the panel has so many things to break down in this game 2.
I always knew it. Team Spirit taking the game. I mean, we could go and take this game back to the draft where no, we can't. I feel like after a game like this, there's something so special to me for deciding when to buy back during a fight and join it and when to not. And I felt like that was some, like, I don't know, that's just an art that I don't understand. And I feel like it would probably be very difficult to explain as well. I'm here with Jenkins, Effie, and Fear. The buybacks, I want to talk about the buybacks during the fights because I feel like that's just on another level. That wasn't another level this game.
There was a lot of them, yeah, so a lot to unpack here, but for the most part, they're taking the buybacks around objectives. They're trying to get the Roshan, so they're using all their buybacks. One of the critical ones where Terrorblade and Tinker both bought back in the fight for this Roshan fight. They both ended up dying. That was going to be the beginning of the comeback for Team Spirit, because most of this game was like, oh, Kiyotaka, Tinker, and Ramses, Terrorblade, they're top net worth. They're dominating this game. But as the game drug on longer and longer, all of a sudden you start seeing the Zeus come online, and then the Peel finally had the items. They double buyback on both these cores here. Now it's an even game again, and I thought it was for sure going to be over, but no, the game raged on for another 30 more minutes of intense fighting, buybacks. It's really impossible. We don't have enough time to break every single thing down, but it was a wild game.
One thing that I can say about the buybacks, because it's so hard to say anything about a game like that because it's so chaotic.
Yeah.
So if there's something, I gotta say it. One thing about the buybacks in the late game where you can actually, do some good stuff is throwing the right guys in that do have buyback that can get back to the fight very quickly. And I think Spirit was doing a really good job at that. The heroes that were getting caught out by this Kiyotaka Tinker, it was heroes that had boots of travel too. It was heroes that had buyback. In that last fight, I think we saw like Yatoro and Collapse both got caught in the arena.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the two heroes that actually had buyback in the game. So even if they go down there, just because of the way that they took the fight, they might end up still winning the game. With that being said, you're talking almost 70-minute game. It's you can't say for sure that they would have won, but at least they're like hedging their bets by playing like that.
I mean, Nine Pandas were doing that too, right? Because as the game progressed, it was such a good PL game, like we mentioned. I mean, it was going to be an uphill battle for Nine Pandas the second they lost their lead because their TB was countered within that game, despite how well he did. And the longer and longer it went, the closer PL got up to that level 30 mark, it felt so difficult. But they were just throwing their Batrider in. Batrider would go in, lasso, die, and then buy back into the fight. And we saw that over and over again. And because of reasons like that, they were able to get some really clutch arenas by Miro. I mean, Miro played such an excellent game early on. It was incredible. Like, we can talk about Kiyotaka Tinker all day because he was the story of the second half of that game. But that first half of that game, the Mars played so well. But now I have to praise Spirit because that was a really difficult game to come back from. Yatoro had almost no game early on. It looked like they dominated every single lane, but they somehow found farm on that map. He somehow found ways to go, even though he was getting hunted down. And all it took was for him to join one fight, get a double kill. All of a sudden, the net worth lead is a little bit better. There are glimmer capes on supports. Miposhka and Mira did such a good job of saving the PL time and time again, right? With the clutch glimmers, the clutch disruptions, and they were able to draw that game out.
Yeah. And I think the reason why these games go so long is because both teams are playing around these buybacks. Like, you have these crazy epic fights, and all of a sudden there's going to be like 7 minutes of nothing happening because you're just waiting for your buybacks to come online. You just rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. And if each initiation becomes a draw, it's just going to keep stalling the game until you finally get that decisive one where there is no buybacks, and it took 75 minutes until that happened.
Yep, and with the game going that late, you know, we talked about the weaknesses of Zeus and how this is not really, you know, maybe not even like a B or C tier hero right now. I really like this Spirit trusted Laurel to play this. This is one of his best heroes. We saw him carrying a lot of games with it at the Lima Major, as you were mentioning in the green room, and he owned. And you go late game, you get to level 20, all of a sudden you do have the static field in the Talon, and it's like you don't have the early 15-minute timing where you're getting the percentage damage, but it does come eventually, and he made really good rotations on Zeus. He was getting double kills, TPing to the lanes and stuff to give himself a game, and then we actually do get to see the late game Zeus performance where it's pretty much just old Zeus, but maybe even better. I mean, he didn't go much of a right-click thing, but...
Well, this game, because this game was like in the draft, was like a game of chess. Like, you pick the Terrorblade, right? Then, all right, we're going to counter your Terrorblade with Peel. They're like, oh, we got Terrorblade, but we'll counter your Peel with the Tinker. Now, then all of a sudden, last pick, right, we're going to counter your Tinker and TB with a Zeus.
Yeah.
So the only one that was really unhappy this game, I think, was Ramses on TB, since he had a double counter. So it put a lot of weight on Kiyotaka's Tinker to do a lot this game, but the longer it went, the odds are stacked heavily against this Terrorblade.
But in spite of that, he still looked so impactful for so long. He did. For so long in the game, which is really a testament to how good of a player he is on that TB. But it does add up, right? Because TB ended the game with 45k damage done, which in a normal game sounds like a lot.
It does.
But in this game, it's not. So at some point, he just couldn't go in and hit anybody without dying. Because you look at PL's damage numbers, 91.9k. Zeus's damage numbers, 78.7k. Tinker's damage numbers, 114k.
Yeah.
And then Techies did 37k damage, almost as much as his TB. The Techies was able to output more in the late game than the TB was because he had to be so cautious about his positioning all the time.
It was fantastic.
I had a very useless point, but
typical.
Lich had a 1.7k building damage in that game.
That's awesome.
You know when a Lich has like basically killed an entire tower on his own, that the game has gone like mega off the rails.
Yeah.
What the hell is he doing that's hitting towers? You know, he's literally.
Did he have Book of the Dead at the end?
I think
that was Beastmaster.
It was Beastmaster.
No, he had Arcanist armor actually.
Right.
Oh my god, there were four Ex Machinas in that game.
That's what I wanted to say.
That's insane.
That's the point that I wanted to come also. The 60-minute items, there were 3 Ex Machinas on the side of Spirit and only 1 on the side of Nine Pandas, and that really changes things because when you can refresh BKBs and refresh item cooldowns on 3 heroes in the late game, that is so much better than, you know, all the other stuff they could have got. Like, yeah, they got a Seer Stone, yeah, they got a Pirate's Hat, yeah, they got a Giant's Ring, but what is that in the face of 2 BKBs in the late game?
Awesome. A Giant's Ring is awesome. That's what it is. I swear to God, dude.
I mean, you need the Giant's Ring against Tinker because he's shrinking you.
Exactly.
You got to keep your height up.
Yeah.
Balance it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this was a great game. Of course, Team Spirit takes it. It could have been either one's game, I think, throughout the state of the game. I can't wait to see what game number 3 brings us. I hope it's living up to the expectation that Game 2 has set. But we'll find out because Game 3 of Team Spirit versus 9 Pandas is coming your way after a break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
I hope you got some nice rest. I hope the players had some nice rest as well. That was a very long and very intense game. And we're going to find out who will take it after that. The series is tied. We have 9 pandas. We have Team Spirit. It's 1-1. We're in a group stage. So, you know, it's just getting points on the board. But I think more than anything, I feel like when these two teams face each other, you got an inter-regional matchup, Jenkins. This is some pride on the line.
Fever, can you guess who I think's going to take it?
Does it have something to do with the ball? Because you know that Solo is the best soccer player of the team.
That's right. He's the best soccer player on the team. He's the best Batrider player in this game. He's the best player in the world, and they're going to take it.
You know what would be funny? What people don't know, there's mute buttons right there. If you would hit the mute button with the ball every time someone tried to talk, but that would be... No! Yeah, it would be unfortunate. But you almost hit Fear's mute button. But I like hearing Fear. Fear, what do you think?
About my mute button?
No, about the matchup.
Oh, the matchup, yeah. So these guys, they go to Game 3 a lot, or Team Spirit does at least. So they're no stranger to this situation. And last time, Team Spirit did take it. So there's a lot of revenge that 9 Pandas does want to take from the DPC here in DreamLeague Season 20. However, we'll see if they can do it. Team Spirit, that was an impressive comeback from that game number 2.
It was.
So they definitely have some momentum going for them. And I'll give them that edge.
But I will say, in both games, the second pick team was the team that won. Now 9 Pandas are second pick.
That is statistically smart.
So now they are 55% more likely to win, according to Purge's last statistic that he checked.
Is it also in both games Dire side won?
I'm not sure.
I believe then that's the case, no?
That's the case, Shaver.
Yeah.
That's the case.
Dire and second pick. I mean, the odds are in their favor.
Yep.
Though, actually, I feel like a lot of teams do prefer first pick because they like to close out with a core in their first phase. And first pick is better for that if you're like letting a Beastmaster or a Doom through and you just play into that. So there are situations where you do prefer it, but I think in matchups like this that are regional, where each player knows each other so intimately, the second pick team, which has the opportunity to counterpick on 2 phases, will always have the advantage.
I will tell you that this series so far, first game, 9 Pandas had priority, and then Spirit and 9 Pandas again for game 3. Everybody that had first priority went indeed for that second pick. They prioritized that, and then the other team always chose Radiant.
It feels like first pick is the team that has really confident in their preparation does better, because you have to put the second pick team in a situation where none of the counter picks feel good.
Yeah.
So you have to have like a really well thought out strategy. You have to have all the what you can consider loopholes, I guess, in your draft have to be figured out, and every ban has to have a purpose, which comes with a lot of scrimming.
And 9 Pandas in advance prepare for the Pugna Storm opener. They pick the Silencer, which we haven't seen in a while in that first phase, but there is no other reason but a preemptive pick. It's also just good at stopping Pugna in his tracks in teamfights when he's doing the whole gas station thing.
Yeah, pretty much all the gas station heroes get countered by Silencer, because it's all the spirits.
Just pick Terrorblade then.
Yeah.
I mean, it's lost every game so far, I believe. So maybe not.
I'm not so sure how I feel about TB versus Beast anymore. I mean, you get all the auras outside of the laning phase. That's definitely the case. But it was like a way bigger counter when Beast was playing around like the summons and the aura and the boar. What feels like ages ago.
It also doesn't feel like the pick to close out your first phase with when you have a Pugna. If you start this Pugna when there are other heroes left through that you could have kind of picked to accommodate for your TB, it doesn't feel very comfortable.
They're doing
They go
it
for the
anyway.
Storm Spirit after all. I mean, 9 Pandas do already have their solution in the Silencer. They're probably going to pair it with another stun or something like that. But
Yeah.
it looks like they talked about it for a while, Fear. They were deliberating whether they want to do this or not.
Yeah, it was a little bit surprising because 9 Pandas draft was already pre-countering this in a way with that Silencer pick. So them picking Storm here is kind of playing a bit into 9 Pandas' hands, and 9 Pandas is second pick here. So now not only do they see the Storm, you already have the Silencer, but now you get the lane matchup as well. So that's pretty good for 9 Pandas here. But it is Pugna, Storm, a classic combination. They have to make that work if they want this to have any type of chance in this game, I think. Because if Storm has a bad laning stage, can't rely on the Pugna for the refills, it could get ugly pretty fast.
I agree completely. And now they have to expend 3 bans to protect their Storm Spirit on lane and let through heroes they don't want to play against.
Yeah.
Like maybe the Enchantress for Antares on 9 Pandas playing with a Beastmaster. It could be incredibly destructive and then they could just rotate to the Storm lane and make things very difficult. And then they could also just have their stun through their carry. They don't necessarily have to have it through their mid laner that they're going to protect.
Yep, they do not. So they'll probably use 3 bans just for mid laners here. 3 matchups that Laurel just doesn't want to play against the Storm, most likely. But we'll have to see. They could also factor in things like inch roaming or other possibilities that could just slow down Storm's game.
Bloodseeker ban comes out from 9 Pandas. That also makes it so that maybe Spirit's thinking a little bit about the Pangolier potential for Kiyotaka. He has played it.
What about the Sky Mage for Antares too? I know you're playing into a Pugna, so the Nether Ward is really annoying, but it's still his second most played hero after Techie's historically, and it pairs up well with the Beastmaster, and the second Silence versus Storm could be really good in that early game.
It could work. I have no issue with it. Sometimes I don't enjoy having like a double silent support duo because then you just lack stuns. However, if it's against the right heroes, it could make a lot of sense, especially if you win your lane. We've seen so many times, yeah, they thought so too. The Skywrath, like the Blood Grenade concussive shot lane, it's quite toxic and it's
wins
really
any
strong.
lane, dude.
Yeah.
It's insane. It's like the Venomancer with Gale and Blood Grenade. Like you pair a slow with this item, and it just feels like it's a guaranteed kill.
It also just goes back to the interregional play that we talked about, how these two teams know each other very well, and I don't think they would have banned the Skywrath Mage in this phase versus any other team. But because Antares is like a Grandmaster tier on it and just spams it, they know that they're probably looking towards that when a Storm Spirit comes out.
So what's left that they want to play against the Storm? Because they only banned 1 mid. And we think of Storm mid, Ember has generally been pretty good.
Something like
Storm
something
wins
like
lane.
Ember Marana or something like that, so that there's like
that could work.
roaming potential to mid.
Ember Marana is not reliable enough once your supports get Lotuses and things like that. You can just Lotus off the chains.
I mean, they've global, they've roar.
They go for Bane Marana. But then, do you have a Silencer core?
No,
Actually,
they'll both be supports. You're just gonna have a position for Silencer or Bane. We'll see.
I think I would, we don't know the lanes yet, but I think I would prefer to see the Silencer get some more farm priority than the
If he
Bane.
goes
in this
mid,
matchup.
he could go mid actually.
Bane mid with the phylactery?
Oh, I meant Silencer.
Oh.
But that too.
Bane
Both
and
of them.
Feeble.
And Feeble is so obnoxious actually.
It's really good.
Yeah.
Bane and Feeble versus Pugna is actually really good because it makes it so that his cast range on his life drain is lower, and it's harder for him to get in the position to save his Storm Spirit.
It doesn't work on Storm though, unfortunately. This is point and click. But some heroes then Feeble, like if you play versus like even Ember, the cast range for his remnants is so small, so he can't do it mid-fight.
Yeah.
And Timber Chain, he has like the smallest chain of all time. It actually ruins a lot of heroes. But the base damage reduction is the reason why I see it sometimes played in the offlane, because you just want to annoy carry players until they just destroy their items.
It's honestly insane for trading. Like if Bane enfeebles you, there's not even a point in right-clicking him back.
Well,
damn, they go for 2 purges.
That hero does remove it.
Yeah, so Kraken Shell, they don't care about Bane, they don't care about Global Silence, they don't care about Roar. All of these will be dispelled by the Kraken. Slark, same thing with the Dark Pact, although it is much harder to Dark Pact the Global Silence than it is to Kraken Shell the Global Silence, obviously.
So do you double down if you are 9 pandas? Do you continue like still trying to lock them down, or are you going for
No,
something
you pick
entirely-
less Shrek here if I'm 9 pandas. Hero got a lot of buffs. Pretty good in lane against Storm. Loves playing versus Tide and Slark, but you are playing versus Pugna, but I don't think that one.
Or if
gonna
they
be
want
too
to
much.
address the Tidehunter, they could go for a Void.
Yeah, they could pick their carry too. I was thinking mid laner, so mainly because I feel like you decide right now. It's like what's more important now, because both the carry and the mid probably have something in mind they want to play, but you have to weigh your options. If all of a sudden Ramsey says I got 3 options, then you can pick your mid here. If the mid only has like 2 options, because there's going to be a couple bans incoming right after this. So it really does come down to that.
And the question is, how important is countering and playing into this Tidehunter? Like typically in the past versus Tide, you'd pick Disruptor from the support role or Faceless Void from the carry role. But maybe they just don't care about it at all.
Yeah.
I think you were on the panel yesterday for, I forget which team it was. I think it was Spirit, right, versus LG.
Yeah.
Where they picked Tide, and it looked like a good Tide game because there were no counters for it, but they got stumped anyway because LG just decided to ignore them.
That did happen, yeah. I mean, they had a lot of problems in that game too, I think, just with their lanes. But Tide is definitely one of those heroes that he's not really initiator, not until way later in the game. So he has to be tanky, walk around the map, buy the auras, and feel unkillable. But with a Storm in the game, if he can manage that, they can make some good plays on the map. So their draft is solid, but as usual, as we see any game, if you lose 3 lanes, Dota's a hard game.
Yep.
Is this the Ramses carry Wind Ranger?
It is open. They've played it both this event. Success on both as well. Both Kiyotaka and Ramses have a good history on the hero.
I'm not sure how sick it is in lane against Tide. I mean, I feel like he could just be left alone with like 1 level in Kraken Shell. You're never going to do any damage to him. And that's dangerous. I don't think you want to give Tide a completely free lane like that. But we'll see. Maybe if there's a better mid matchup, they do get absolute last pick on 9 pandas.
And I guess they could do cool things like Nightmare set up into Shackle, and like later on in the game as Wind Ranger gets more farm, she doesn't care about Kraken Shell because she's just going to focus fire and try to kill him with her BKB.
5 seconds remaining.
You know what? If this is a carry, Wind, what about a mid Viper? Have you seen this Viper Aghanims against Slark?
Yes.
You can't do shit, dude.
You can dispel it.
Yeah, you can dispel it, but then it reapplies instantly.
No,
it does like 1,500 damage instantly in the Dark Pact. Breaks the Tide, owns the Storm in lane. Will Kiyotaka play a boring hero is the question.
Yeah, I mean,
if this was flipped around, I would say that this would be a Laurel Viper.
Is this a Mira hero or a Miposhka hero? Because it looks like they're banning 5s, but I was thinking like they could pair up a Mirana or a Rubik or something with this Tide.
I mean, it's generally Miposhka playing the Pugna, so I was kind of thinking that Mira's hero is missing.
It's an insane Rubik game.
An insane Shadow Demon game too, I think.
Just guaranteed steal on the Fiend's Grip. It
And
makes
the
Vayne's
Roar,
life so
usually.
hard. Yeah.
It's a Shadow Demon.
Good call.
Hey,
Good call.
I mean, the way I look at it is you purge Wind Ranger, she's useless.
Yeah, that's true.
You can save from Grip and Roar.
Yeah.
Already a good game. And I think the big thing is, though, the purge, though, for the Wind Ranger. Just you get that instant nullifier. Wind Ranger relies so heavily on mobility and survivability from Windrun. If you take that away from her,
That
big.
means you can't put Wind Ranger as a carry anymore, right?
You don't have a choice. I think you do have a choice, but then you're doing Silencer, Beast, or Bane mid.
No. I mean, like, you're still putting Wind Ranger mid, you just don't
Fear
put it as a
suggesting
carry.
a Windrunner
Support. Oh, I didn't go I went down the line from
honestly,
instead of position 1 to position 2, but sure, if you
That's
want
not
to
even
do
a demotion, though. I feel like Pos 2 sometimes has more weight in the game than the Pos 1s.
Yeah.
It's just getting purged in general on a Wind Ranger that has items just sucks.
How bad is Silencer mid?
I don't know. It's probably, it wins its lane, probably.
It should own Storm, I feel like.
Okay. We'll see.
Yeah.
But it might go mid,
What
I
if
think.
they?
Ooh,
I was-
Lena.
So I was thinking that what if they bring back one of their pocket picks like Lena or Sniper? But Shadow Demon, I think counters Lena really nicely because the way she plays is on her Aghanims build where she flies around.
Yeah.
But I guess what they do is now you have a choice as Shadow Demon between are you going to purge the Lena or the Wind Ranger, and maybe they're just going to do a trade-off like that. And Lena historically has always laned super well against Storm.
Yeah.
It's rotated very well, but The only issue she has right now is like as Slark gets items, he's gonna get on top of her every fight. If Shadow Demon gets an Aghanims later on, then he just counters both the mid and the carry of 9 Pandas.
Yeah, I think that's most of the Lina matchups in general. Like, you're probably going to win the lane pretty hard, and maybe you'll snowball that into being like godlike in the game. However, if Storm gets on top of Lina a couple times, then they can get those kills, and that's going to be very, very critical that they can get those Lina kills.
I'm a little worried for Spear just from like the mid lane. I feel like this is a pretty easy Lina game. Just because, like, I know Storm can jump the Lina, but you're playing into also, like, a silencer, a bunch of stuns. Like, literally every hero on 9 Pandas has some way to stop the Storm. Either through some sort of silence or through some stun. So, I don't know. This one looks tough for Laurel. Even he got first phased. I mean, it makes sense, but it looks tough for him.
Didn't get countered enough by Lina. That's a question we're going to find out in the game. It's a third and deciding game here for Dream League Season 20. We're going to find out how it's going to turn out together with SVG and Cap. But first, the Pleasant Pandas.
I don't know about you, Avery, but between that hell of a game 2 and that music, I could kind of go for a nap right now. That was an intense game 2.
What, you got a nap?
Yeah, I need to recover.
What the hell is wrong with you? You got game 3.
So that was actually going to lead me into real. I'm trying to get real analysis out of you. How do you, like, when you have a super intense game in the middle of a series like that?
That implies you don't normally get real analysis out of me.
Yeah, not really. Do you experience some sort of like come down, or do you feel like the hype carries you through for the rest of the series? There's got to be some sort of crash. I mean, and you don't want to be too overly amped when you go into your game 3 anyway, right?
No, you have to reset.
The battle begins.
But usually, I think the team that wins those really drawn out game 2s tends to win game 3.
Do you think it's like just like everybody's feeling a lot better? You went through all of that and you got the dub, so, you know, it was all worth it.
Yeah, kind of, but it's also like you like got over the hurdle, you know? Like you broke them, and now you just have to clean up the broken pieces.
I see.
Whereas the other team has to recover. Recovery is more difficult than continuing momentum. That's how I like to think about it. So I think historically, that team that won game 2 tends to win game 3, but I don't know if stats back me up on that. That's just an anecdotal thing. We'll see what happens here. Very interesting draft sequence overall. I think Team Spirit with like the double Dispellers, in theory, very good tide game here. Like if you want a Kraken Shell game versus Lino, Wind Ranger, Beast, sounds pretty damn good. You're also going to help dispel some of the Bane spells. That hero can be weird though. It's very lane dependent on how tanky you get. So if I'm Team Spirit, I'm looking for my side laners to have free CS, not necessarily get aggressive, but to free farm, and then I'm going to feel great. And I think 9 Pandas have some room to punish there, as they have Wind Ranger and Lina, very strong laners in general. And on top of that, it's a weird Beastmaster game. Because I think Beastmaster is going to have a good lane here. But this is like the worst attack speed aura game of all time.
Okay. Focus Fire doesn't do anything for Wind Ranger. Yeah. Sure. Lina gets her own attack speed, I guess.
Inner Fire. So both of the 9 Pandas right-click carry cores have their own attack speed modifiers that don't really need the Beast Aura.
Is Lina even going to go right-click? right? Oh, we're probably going to see the
that's
Axe
probably
build
true,
again,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, but then
So-
she doesn't care either way.
Yeah, exactly. She still doesn't care.
So it's interesting. I'm also curious to see if this Lina has the same impact as we saw yesterday.
With this dying breath, throws the blood grenade at you from hell's heart. I spit at thee.
I still wish we had the blood grenade counter, dude. I'm telling you, Solo must buy so many more than any other player. Especially later in stages in the game. He just always has one. Look, he's back to lane, he has another one. He's ready to throw it out on his death again.
You know, like lore-wise, the health loss is immediate. It's not a build-up. So it's not like he bleeds out into the grenade and then later uses it. It means he just slashes open himself, dumps blood into some sort of pouch, and then throws it at somebody.
A pouch? I mean, dude, it could be somebody else's blood.
No, but it's his blood because it costs him health to use it.
He doesn't have to put his blood into the grenade.
Like,
It could just be a sacrifice.
if it's costing his health, then why is it him using somebody else's blood?
It's just part of the ritual, man. Like, you think those are Tidehunters watermelons? No.
Yes,
somebody else.
I do.
Also, interesting starting build for Yatoro on this Slark. I want to mention.
Okay.
Double Gauntlet to start.
Yeah.
It's pretty curious on an Agi carry. He's going to go Soul Ring off it, which is also not an item we see a lot, especially on Agi carries. It used to be a Slark item when you could just spam Dark Pack in the jungle and use Soul Ring to farm.
Yeah, it was a farming item, right?
Yeah, I'm wondering why he ended up going for it this game, or if it's just his standard Slark build this patch. I mean, I'm sure he's played it in pubs for sure, but it must just feel good. But this is not an item that feels good to a lot of players, especially carry players.
He doesn't need the mana in lane. He's faced up against a Beastmaster, so
Right.
if he has a wand, he has plenty of mana.
Extra HP is not bad on this lane either, but it's pretty cool to see. Some slight innovation here, try and give him an edge. The lane are going 9 Panda's way slightly in terms of CS, but I think that would be expected. I'd be highly surprised if Kiyotaka were not a mid and a Lina Storm matchup, and you kind of expect Ramses to free farm here as well.
Sure. Can't get an anchor smash on him, so never going to be able to have that attack advantage for last hits. Simultaneously, though, it's not like you're going to do anything to stop the Tidehunter, I don't think.
No, probably not. I think Collapse should have a good time here. I think all 6 cores are honestly going to mostly farm. Maybe a Toro gets shut down at the later levels with the Beast lane, but Bane is not exactly the most aggressive support. He is going in Feeble build, so you have more early damage, but the setup isn't really there.
Why Bane, by the way?
What do you mean, why Bane? Bane's an awesome hero, man.
Uh-huh. Why isn't he picked more then?
Because Dota players don't like playing awesome heroes, they like playing toxic heroes. Like Tinker and Phantom Lancer and Texas.
Solo once again. Blood grenade into death. Mira will kill him, but he'll die just the same to Ramses, who, well, you know, solo experience probably feels pretty good.
And I guess what Solo instantly bought off his death there.
A Fairy Fire?
Good one. Good one there, brother. Another blood grenade. I think it's like auto click. I think it's his hot buy. You know, some players have TP.
Yeah,
He replaced teleport scroll with blood grenades. Every time he dies, he just habitually buys another blood grenade. Ready to get back in the skirmish.
I mean, he did talk about in that pregame interview how he is basically willing to do anything for his team, you know? Like, if they've got any, like, emotional problems on the team, communication, be their friend, whatever he needs. He said he'll
That's a
do
good
it.
captain, you know?
Oh, Kiyotaka, if he gets hit by this, he's probably dead, but that fourth poison doesn't land.
Oh, it does
now
land.
It lands. Kiyotaka came back into it. Mira's not popping it just yet. Maybe he wants to land a 5th one just to ensure. Or maybe he wants to try and get 5 on both of them. No way! You monster, Mira!
What? How did... What? What? How did they run like that?
Oh, did they line it up like that?
He clipped both on the edge, too. No way, dude. He's level 5. Like,
Kiyotaka.
This was so good for 9 Pandas. They just get the Storm Killer walking away, and then they both barely walked into it. Died at the same time. Oh, man, he's so rich now, dude.
Oh, man, he's big.
The dream start for the Shadow Demon.
And maybe the start of 9 Pandas crumbling a little bit, because the last time they faced up against Team Spirit in the Eastern European DPC, and kind of what we were talking about in those tough game 2s and stuff, is the fact that Team Spirit did manage to, they lost game 1, just like in this series, bounced back in game 2, and then won that game 3, which is part of the reason why Team Spirit went through winning all of their series.
This Team Spirit is just the definition of they won't go away, dude. They just won't. It's like, why won't you just die? No. We will not lose. We will split every series, draw everyone possible, win every game 2 we're not supposed to. And then right when you think we're gone, you get Shadow Demon double killed in the mid lane. Now you have to play against some yoked up demon from hell who's going to have an incredibly fast level 6 and incredibly fast arcane boots. What can Mira do with it in this game? He's already 4-1, getting triangle stacks up for collapse, almost level 6.
He's going to take a hard camp stack himself.
He's got level 6 off that, basically. Crazy,
Arcane
dude.
Boots level 6. How do you expect this? Like, you just cannot expect this gank.
He's going to go mid and purge Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka is going to blame somebody.
It's kind of awkward because he does, well, he should blame himself because he did walk into the poison, but
yeah, that's true.
8-minute power rune.
Ooh, they got it.
Did for him. Mira almost dies.
Doesn't have that purge yet.
Didn't have quite enough damage. The shield rune on Laurel. Surely that's enough.
Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, fighting through basically 2 Storm Spirits.
Oh, Mira's dead?
Difficult. Mira, no! Okay, Kiyotaka gets a very big bit of experience. Focus Fire used in bottom lane. Ramses has made his rotation. Oh, we got him on the jump back. Nice read there from Kiyotaka, but the Decrepify stops them from putting much damage onto him.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
There's going to be a lot of debuffs thrown on you. You get enfeebled, you get cursed.
Are fortified.
It's just obnoxious as hell to fight through. You don't want to cast a spell and you don't want to right-click anybody. What do?
Yeah, that is pretty annoying.
You get stunned again on mid. Man, Laurel is just getting nuked down. Has to walk to base. Matchup is starting to feel bad. It's been generally Lina favored for a long time.
More blood grenades.
I know how much consumable. I'm asking for the blood grenade counter.
You guys better make that happen by the end of this tournament, because otherwise Avery's going to be.
I'm losing my mind. What are these bounty runes? What the hell was that?
Well, they're stacking. They're leaving them to Kiyotaka.
Money to burn.
It's just good investment, I guess.
Yeah.
This is the old bounty rune index fund. Stocks are on the rise. We see the ticker go up in real time. Oh, goddamn, that's impressive.
Beat the index.
I mean, that's an impressive amount of technology for something that somebody probably asked for at one point in time. About a detail in Dota with a counter attached to it. Very impressive.
Man, you're really feeling sassy today, aren't you?
I'm just saying.
Are you going to stack, or?
The people want to know.
Might have been a little bit late for that one. I guess they don't want to stack, they just want to take it.
Yeah, this is some good support farming right here.
Mm-hmm.
The token! The token!
Oh no! They lost their life and lost their token. Maybe both their lives. TP up in the LSA. No, Laguna played.
Oh, that was pretty greedy, and they got immediately punished. I believe that was their token, right?
I believe so as well.
Yeah, so they lost a neutral item, and they did get some of that stack. But the early level advantage for Team Spirit isn't paying off as much as I might have expected it to. Like, you could have just gone top and purged the Wind Ranger and pretty much guaranteed killed it, right?
Yeah.
Instead, you're getting stuck on these weird fights. Mira has a 3rd death. Still having an amazing game on the Shadow Demon, but not getting the momentum Team Spirit were looking for. And they're going to smoke again, trying to get Yatoro involved in combating the Beastmaster stacks here. Did not work the first time, but the second time.
That's what they say. Second time's the charm.
Very good angle.
Pretty much perfect situation, but they still didn't want to go for it. They want the last hits. Immediate Shadow Dance. They do not feel good about this one. Looks like solo. Oh, Dragon Slave long range. Laurel really wanted to snag the last hit. Meanwhile, Ravage being used here on the top lane. Ramses purged up as well. Stop that TP.
That's the kill I thought they were going to do. Because when you get the early purge, it's just a death sentence for Wind Ranger.
Yeah.
There's no way out of it. There's no way around it. You have the high poison stacks to guarantee the kill. Finally,
the panel was talking about how do we change this Wind Ranger to a support, you know?
That's why. It's also going to enable Collapse a lot as he takes top position on the board. Nice setup. You're happy to use Ravage and double for this every time. Good carry kill, especially with how Ramses has been dominating these last few games.
Also, Ramses, that focus fire, I mean,
yeah, it's not
doing a Tide Hunter without your damage items. I mean, I guess you have Javelin, but it's not.
It's very slow.
Yeah.
Maelstrom is one it picks up. Solo will continue to skirmish for his team. Does he have 3 blood grenades?
Yeah, what of it?
Can't take it, man.
Man's out here raiding the Red Cross. Give me your blood.
He just buys them off cooldown.
Yeah.
Are they that broken?
I mean, for a hero that doesn't have a stun, probably.
He just loves them.
Got the Fiend's Griff off, and that did take away all the mana from Laurel. Laurel, the Decrepify on him. Thank God they had to change on Decrepify. Disruption going to be used. That just leads into the... Okay, never mind. They actually had enough. Turn around. Kiyotaka's going to be the one who dies. Laurel zips on through him. Very low. Heal a little bit. Oh, it's not enough. Oh, he's impassive. The axe is not quite enough either. Solo.
The grenade!
A blood grenade.
The blood grenade!
Curse. A curse. He's dead.
It's not enough.
It's not dead. It's not doing any damage.
The pipe from Collapse off the kill top saves him.
Oh, no.
The counter. Team Spirit talked about the blood grenade answer, and it was Collapse with a pipe. Solo's been shut down. 9 Pandas are crumbling.
They absolutely are crumbling now. That's going to be 4,000 net worth lead as they get the final kill in that fight. 10-6. Collapse is large in charge. Ramses is really not doing much in this game. Really, the only person who's still kind of holding together seems like Kiyotaka.
He's still having a decent time with the bots Aether, but man, have Spirit gotten a lot of gold here in the last couple minutes. And when you have a Tide Hunter sitting on top of the world, you feel very comfortable in those games because he just becomes untouchable, unkillable, and he forces down the objectives. This is the position you want that Watermelon to be in. And, you know, I was thinking about it. If there's one item that comes to your mind versus Lina and Wind Ranger, which is it, Cap?
Lina and Wind Ranger?
Yeah, what item are you going to buy versus Lina and Wind Ranger? Really mess him up.
Blink Dagger?
Blade Mail!
Yeah.
Blink Dagger? What is Blink Dagger?
Are you actually going to go Blade Mail on...
Oh,
you're not going to take any damage. He's
We're
focus
doing
firing
it,
you.
boys.
You have a pipe to deal with the magic damage and a Kraken Shell to deal with the physical damage.
It's Blade Mail time.
No, it's not Blade
That Watermelon's about to grow some spikes and turn into a pineapple.
No, he's not. He's going to realize the error of his ways and go Blink Dagger.
You know, I've tried this Blade Mail on Tide a lot. As much as I hyped it up, I actually think it's terrible.
Yeah, that sounds... Yeah, how many times did you need to do to find out it was terrible?
6. I tried it 6 times. It's really underwhelming. Okay, so the problem with it on Tide... Okay, basically I've come to the conclusion...
I don't think you need to explain why it's a problem.
I think the audience deserves to know.
Okay.
So I've come to the conclusion that I think Blade Mail is absolutely unbuyable on any hero that cannot force the enemy to deal the damage to them.
Yeah, no shit.
Which basically only like Axe when you do. Because basically, you're going to go in the fight, see the Blade Mail, and literally ignore the Tide, and it's a dead 2,000 gold.
Yeah.
Literally dead. It doesn't help your team. It's not an aura. It's not a blink. It's not a jump. It provides absolutely nothing unless 9 Pandas go on the Tide. But the thing is, the Tide wants them to go on the Tide. So the Blade Mail is actually dissuading from them from going on the hero that Team Spirit want them to go on.
Yeah.
That's why I think it's...
I feel like you could have made that analysis before you did the first game out of 6.
I mean, things in Dota require repetition for a full understanding.
I don't
but on
think
paper,
anybody
it
learned
sounds really
anything
good.
off of that.
What do you mean? People learned a lot. We're going to see it in this game. Will it provide value for Collapse? That's what we're going to find out. I feel like it's not. Unless Ramses decides to just kill himself on him.
It's possible. I said Blink Dagger because they're 2 backline squishy heroes. Don't you want to just jump their asses, kill them nice and quick, join the Storm Spirit, jump on them?
I think Blink would have been nice. I can also see the Tide Hunter Ags coming out. I feel like this Ags has kind of been forgotten about, but it's still decent.
I agree.
I don't know what order you get it in, but even in a game like this, you just throw out some gush on some of these squishy ranged heroes, Silencer, Lina, Wind Ranger, they get hit by this gush. Slows them down a little bit. It's going to help your Slark get on top of them when he gets Ags later.
Here
Collapse,
comes Collapse.
He's a big boy.
Like how he just approached that spot right there, which is probably one of the most warded spots in the game. He just approached it with so much gusto. It's like he was activated his phase boots to run in there even faster.
What the hell is this Slark build, brother?
Radiance?
Soul Ring Radiance?
Radiance.
This is Team Spirit pulling out some crazy itemizations here.
Is there a Phantom Lancer in this game I don't know about? Or?
I have no idea. I mean, look, I don't think Radiance is ever bad. AoE mischance is good versus any right-clickers in the game, but this really doesn't strike me as a Radiance game.
Yeah, I would have thought Aghanim Scepter and, just, again, get on top of the backliners, but they've got a different idea here, it seems, on Team Spirit. Miro, Global Silence, TP out, but the physical damage was the problem for him.
Double damage for Laurel. And that is just way too deep for 9 Pandas. They're having troubles finding the openings in this game. Nighttime not doing them any favors. This is generally when you want to fight with the Bane and the Beastmaster Hawks, but Slark can counteract some of that as Antares chases his Aether Lens to help him find the goes. And Team Spirit, I mean, their Radiance is online.
Wait, can he break apart Radiance? Because he wants Nullifier at some point, right? Can he go Heaven's Halberd Nullifier after Harpoon?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, if he does that, 100%, I'm full support of this.
I mean, there are some interesting Radiance disassembled builds in Dota. I don't know if Slark is one of those, but it could make sense if you're just going for like the 4th or 5th item. Build it up. That could be pretty cool. I mean, Radiance is fine on Slark. I'm not saying the itemization's bad. It's just...
Yeah, it just does, I mean...
I did not expect it.
Like, what he's against doesn't make me...
I would not have thought of Radiance this game. I would have just thought of like Diffusal Echo Ags build, right? Get on top of these range cores and shut them down. They will find Kiyotaka, and they will... Is that a Lotus Zap? They just chunk him down.
No, I think they just bursted him. Early Lotus, though. That was... it's quite the pickup.
I mean, that is the early game that Mira had here.
Yeah, the double kill on mid turns into a Lotus Orb.
And that Blade Mail, it's up.
Oh boy.
You can't do anything to him now.
Yeah. Yeah. He'll sit in front of your towers. He gonna be there. Long step over to be able to find Ramses.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And Solo may regret his TP. Laurel doesn't have too much mana to work with, but maybe it's just enough, as Solo will not be able to outrun the watermelon running after him.
Solo didn't even throw a blood grenade. That's how rough this game is getting right now.
He's lost all hope.
I mean, he didn't want to throw the blood grenade because there's a blade mail up.
Of course, yeah. Kill himself on the blade mail.
Nero has been relegated to ratting pretty much with his Beastmaster. Did go to Ags, has had the drum up for some time, but not able to find the fight connection that you really want to look for with his item. So now he's just back to farming pipe. At some point, you're going to have to hold some area of the map if you're 9 Pandas. You're just giving up way too much right now. And Team Spirit are scaling like beasts. Especially Laurel. He has had a tremendous game here. Picks up another Arcane Room. Falcon Blade, Witchblade, Kaya Sanj, all completed.
I don't know how Wind Ranger or Lena beat the Slark late game either.
Found Kiyotaka again.
They are just not dealing with the vision that's out in this game right now. Global Sound's going to be used once again. A TP that is denied because the damage without spells is more than enough for Team Spirit.
Toro just walks in and gets that stack. Easy peasy.
And Laurel keeps on getting these kills, and then he's just, thanks to a Pugna, just still able to play the map. Full HP, full mana. Same goes to the Slark, who hasn't really been doing much besides hitting creeps, but he's got that Soul Ring build, so he is able to constantly be out on map with full resources. Manta, huh? All right. Cool beans, no harpoon.
Does Toro know he's playing Slark?
Maybe he thinks he's Phantom Lancer still.
I think he does.
I mean, they played 64 minutes of Phantom Lancer.
I mean, this is an Alchemist inventory we're looking at right now. There's a reason this Pugna Storm gets banned away from Spirit a lot. This is probably their most confident strategy right now. They gobble it up every opportunity they can, and showing why. Incredibly powerful to keep the map resources up, and just punish 9 Pandas very hard. They're down 14k, smoked up, need to find a fight soon. On the back of Miero's auras here. Pipe and Ags completed. Will they find the storm?
This has to work, but
No
they
global.
start off with an Enfeeble, no global, no roar first.
And that global's on cooldown. That's your ticket in to catch the storm. But I guess that Lotus is already up on Mira anyway. Like, this Shadow Demon had such a damn good game. The initiation tools for 9 Pandas are not that obvious. This Lotus counters a lot of them. The roar, the grip, the global, even a shackle.
And if they roar Fiend's Grip, but then you just disrupt the storm. Yeah, problems abound for 9 Pandas. It seems we may have a very quiet finish to this series.
Shard for Miposhka. Not the best one here, but they'll take it away from 9 Pandas, and that's valuable in itself. I guess the other benefit of this Manta Radiant Slark is you can shove waves a bit more aggressively.
Yeah.
Which means you're going to create better pickoff situations for your Storm Pugna. Yeah. So in terms of working with the rest of your lineup strategy, it makes sense. Fits in. Yeah. You can also just send these Radiant Solutions in, and they're kind of annoying. Just giving vision, chunking down some of the supports for some extra HP makes those Storm Jumps better as well. I'm just going to mana for the Roche. Smoke coming from 9 Pandas. They know what's happening right now, and the Hawk is flying down bottom. This Roche is already half, though. This is going fast.
They can get here in time, I think.
He has Ag Shard. This is his Lina Power Spike.
Oh, it's a close call. They're taking a little detour. They gotta get in here now. The Roshan, it dies just in time. And now Laurel straight into the fight he goes with this Aegis. Fearless in his initiation. Roared up immediately, but again, they don't want to target him. Ravage goes down to ensure the Beastmaster dies, but also on the back line. Ramses came through with his BKB, trying to get somebody to Heaven's Halberd. Has completely ruined his damage. Now Miposhka decrepifies himself. Ramses hardly getting anything done in this initiation. His entirety of his BKB wasted. Not a single kill.
Do get the Aegis, but that is it, and that is just more mana for Laurel to chase down the rest. 4-man wipe off the back of that Roshan for Team Spirit. Just too fast for 9 Pandas to get there and contest. Like you said, Ramsey's having issues sticking on target. The decreps, the disruptions, just on point for Team Spirit. And of course, you can never go on the Tidehunter because of that Blade Mail. So it's a nice chain stun. Ravage buys some time, but then Yatoro, he does get pretty much full duration gripped until disruption comes in. Cannot finish him. Decrep on Miposhka. Ramses can't finish him. Then you're getting jumped. Beautiful kiting in the fight by Team Spirit.
Even if Ramses got off his BKB on the Ravage initiation, there's still Glimmer Cape and Decrepify.
Yeah, there's a lot of utility. It's just the wealth pouring in for the Team Spirit supports. Paying off really hard in these early fights.
Oh, but what about the Blade Mail? Ramses, what have you done?
They got the Pugna. I mean, this is a 3-on-5. Team Spirit just getting caught outnumbered here. Might get run down.
Yeah, Collapse got a long way to go to get home. Laurel's just gonna sit there and watch as the Watermelon takes. No, oh, he actually got close enough to the Primal Roar. That was a little dangerous. Fortunately, no follow-up stunts. He was able to zip away.
Big pickoffs for 9 Pandas. These are high gold kills you're looking at. Can't see him though.
Stupendous.
What's wrong? What do you want to? Oh, the chat is covering up the kill goal.
There's too many chat wheels. I can't see how much just kills are worth.
924 or something, plus 540.
Well, they'll return the favor straight on to Miro. Ah, there we go.
Hey.
That was a 1400 gold kill. See, this screen's not wide enough. They have a wider aspect ratio. It's unfair.
Good craftsman never blames his tools.
Yeah, well, a good teammate never ruins the other person's day.
Damn, that ruined your whole day, huh? You're losing against the Slark, so you're going to have no vision.
True.
And you can't really beat them in team fight.
True.
And you can't really split push because of Laurel.
True.
So I guess you just hole up inside your base and wait for it to all blow over.
Well, that's why Antares has Shadow Amulet. They can do it the right way. Looking for these cheeky initiations, but those are hard, especially during the night.
Get to the base, grab a pint, and wait for this to all blow over. That's what 9 Pandas wants, or not. They're going to 3-man smoke straight into the ward from Maposhka, who breaks the smoke, sees them. Laurel immediately goes for the initiation.
He got shield rune.
Sure, he got the Prowler Roar, but a shield rune plus the BKB, they can't do enough damage to him. He's going to shrug off this Fiend's Grip, help go for the kills. Yotoro's already managed to finish up Kiyotaka. Looks like Miro did manage to get a kill out of this one. Meanwhile, back into it, Mira disrupted himself and stays alive until the Brain Tap finally managed to finish him off. It's going to be a 2 for 5. Never mind, Shadow Amulet TP. Got him.
Got him.
2 for 4.
That's
GG. GG.
Just call it 28 minutes. Team Spirit demolishing 9 Pandas in this game 3 after getting over the hurdle in game 2. This team, the team that will not go away, find another 2-1 series win, as is their quota. Off the back of just a very strong early game performance. I go back to Mira, the double kill in the early laning phase to cement the Shadow Demon net worth going into those fights. The utility from Team Spirit definitely giving MVP to the Shadow Demon and the Skelly boy here on the Maposhka. The Decreps, the Purges, making Ramsey's life unlivable. This Wind Ranger didn't get anything done. He's playing into way too many counters here. There's nothing else to fall back on. This mid-magic damage Lina is cool, but it's not like a hard carry. It's like a secondary third option here. So Kiyotaka cannot put the weight of the world on his shoulders this time around. And Laurel shuts down the haters with a dominating 12-1-7 performance with exactly 222 last.
He does indeed. Last time they matched up against each other, which was just 2 weeks ago, it was a 2-1 to Spirit. The time before that, 2-1 to Pandas. The time before that, 2-0 to Spirits. Does seem to be a bit of back and forth, but the last 2 series is going for...
Who really won this game, Cap? Ramses with the 420 GPM. Blaze it, my friend. You might need to blaze it after that 0-6.
Might need to relax a little bit after that series. That's going to stick with them, I think. All right, well, that's the first series of the day. We got a lot more to go to, so let's head back to our panel.
Thank you, first series. And it delivered. It delivered hard. I do think after game number 2, maybe a little bit too much relaxing on the side of 9 Pandas that could not pull out the win in game number 3, but Team Spirit looking solid. Looked like they were fully warmed up. I'm joined by Fear, Effie, and Ajizzle. And Ajizzle, this was a game where Team Spirit, this felt just stable. If they can keep this up, that's nice.
I don't know. I asked the question, like, were these guys screwing around game 1? What on earth is happening? You got Yotoro going for a Manta Radiance on Slark. We were talking about all the potential disassembles, and no, hell no, he's not doing that. It's just his build. You got a Blade Mail on Collapse. Like, these guys are doing innovative stuff. They're winning the lanes. Laurel is popping off. He's getting countered. He doesn't give a fuck. You know, like, this just looks like a totally different team from game 1. I don't know what is up with these guys and their 2-1s, but they do it again here.
Maybe they're just slow starters, you know? They get inspired by loss. And anyone who won that game 2 would have felt good. That was such an epic game. And to go into that game 3, you have to be feeling awesome about yourselves. And it really showed. I loved the draft. The Shadow Demon last pick that Fear called looked so good. Mira with that double kill on mid was so
beautiful.
That was so juicy. Like,
Work of art.
That was to see that happen to a support player. He put that early game on his shoulders, and it's not often you get to see a roaming, aggressive Shadow Demon get double kills mid and invade triangles and take stacks.
I'm going to screenshot that and put it up in my house, that double kill. It was that beautiful.
It was very beautiful.
The whole game, of course, felt good for Team Spirit. What stood out most to you, Fear?
What stood out for me the most this game? Laurel's performance, I think.
Yeah.
You know, SVG saying where the haters at. There have been a lot of Laurel haters. I've given my doubts as well, but he shut them all up that game. Like, he played so well in that Storm Spirit. He had a phenomenal performance. And then Yatoro as well on this Sark innovative item build. Jenkins mentioned collapse with the Blade Mill. I can see why against Wind Ranger a little bit, but other than that, they did innovative things, but Laurel really showed up in this game, and I think that's what Spirit needs for them to continuously get good results.
I got a question for you, Fear.
Yes.
Let's say there's a Laurel hater right in front of you right now. And
I'll be like, shut up, Laurel hater.
That's what you're going to do. You're going to say, shut up.
Then I'll slap him in the face.
Give it a slap.
You missed it.
Do it again. That's your
that.
slap?
Do you want a full body?
Ooh, that'll kill the guy. That'll kill the guy. Relax.
Maybe he deserves it.
That's a good one. That's a good one. So Team Spirit played incredibly well, and I just hope that they can always be in this game 3 state where they feel that good about themselves or they feel that warmed up. But I do have to say that Lina pick looked really bad. The hero is not back in the way that people think it is. It has to be picked situationally, and when your Wind Ranger and Lina are both countered by the same thing, which is the enemy's last pick Shadow Demon, and you still pick into it, I mean, you have to have an idea that isn't just, okay, we're going to stomp the lane really hard. Because what happens if you don't stomp the lane? The hero's countered, right? So I feel like we saw a little bit of that happen. But experimentation is what group stages are about. We're learning more about Lina in this patch and what she looks like. But yeah, not a fan of that.
I'm going to just come out and formally redact my statement that I made towards Lina, I think on a previous day, where I said maybe she'll make her way into the first phase. I was wrong. On account of the shit performances that have been sometimes happening on the Lina sides, and it's not even necessarily their fault. It's the meta. It's the supports, honestly. Like, if SD's being picked in every game, which he's rising up in the ranks because of the Windrunner, all the Pavises, and all the things you have to purge, and the Spirit Breaker, it's like, well, Lina doesn't like that either.
Well, I would argue back. If you look at the mid-hero pool comparatively, right?
Yeah.
Other than Timbersaw, is there any mid-hero that consistently
just
owns?
Picking it's a lane winner?
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. That's what my argument was. But now it's like, okay, well, you consistently own, but then in the game, you're just dead meat.
Yeah, you don't really do much if you don't win your lane, I guess, with that hero. That's the difference between, like, Storm. Like, you see Storm games all the time. Like, he's either beyond godlike or he just bottom net worth not doing anything.
Yeah.
That's sometimes the life of a mid player. You don't always get that special treatment of getting farm.
Well, definitely Laurel got a lot of special treatment in this third game. Storm performance was amazing. And we get to talk to him right now. Hey, Laurel, how are you doing?
Hello. Cool.
Good. Congratulations on the series. That was quite something. I, of course, want to talk about Game 2. You know that was coming. Your Zeus is legendary. We remember it very well, especially from the Lima Major. How surprised were you that they let you have that?
I mean, it's not surprise because Zeus right now, it's not like he was in Lima. He is more weak than in Lima. So I think I'm not surprised that they let me Zeus.
And with that in mind, as a Zeus player, could you, just share your thoughts? I mean, he got buffed. It was a tiny buff. But could you share your thoughts on the current state of Zeus?
I mean, I know Zeus right now is such a bad hero in mid lane. You cannot do that damage like in previous patch. I mean, it's maybe on last pick. It's some games maybe it's gonna be work. Like again, like in game 2 against Terrorblade and Tinker, it maybe can work. We just try it. That's all. I say. We mind about Zeus in pick. If they pick Tinker, we just okay. We can try Zeus, and it's. I mean, happens.
It worked out. I'm joined by Jenkins, Effie, and Fear, and they'd also have some questions for you.
All right. Hello. Okay. First question is, are you guys on boot camp?
Yes.
All right. At the boot camp?
Yeah, but we don't have mirror.
Oh, I see. Okay. When you guys are on boot camps, do you have any team exercises you do to help communication outside of Dota?
I know after games we just walk on outside and talk about previous games, what we can do better, and something like this. And sometimes we go to outside, play some basketball, or just walk, something like this.
Who's the best basketball player?
Our manager, Corbin. He don't give a chance. I give chances when we play.
I'm keeping you humble. It's good.
Yeah.
Classic.
Hey, Laurel, congratulations on your win. I have a couple of questions for you. First, can you talk to me about your experience with Team Spirit throughout the year? Like, how have you grown as a player? Do you feel more confident?
Yes. When I start play Team Spirit, I play maybe not my game, and we play not like I play in my previous team. When I just carry some games, I play more like on me. Game was on me. But when I came to Team Spirit, it's more like I need to play on my teammates because they have greedy players. But now we just change something and we play more on me. And it's more easy to play right now for me and for team also, I guess.
Okay, and which player on your team do you think you've learned the most from?
I learned a lot. Okay. I don't know. Maybe it's not player. I mean, coach, Silent, give a lot. But if I choose player, maybe it's Yatra. Yeah.
Okay, and my last question to you is, you guys are very good when it comes to a 3-game series, and you play all 3 games, but I wonder what happens between your game 1 and your game 2 where it feels like you guys wake up.
I don't know what's happened. We just when I play first game, it's like we always play bad. I mean, not always, but sometimes, just maybe choose some bad decision in game, and it happens. It just happens. I don't know what to say. We just lose first game, and then we're like, okay, we have second game, so just chill and let's prepare for the second game. Something like this.
Hey,
and when you lose first game, you cannot, in second game, give up earlier. So you need to play till the end.
That's true.
Makes sense. Hey, Big L, good to see you. I've interacted with your teammates a lot throughout the tournaments, and I gotta say, bunch of clowns, bunch of clowny guys. Who makes you laugh the most on your team?
Collapse. Yeah, definitely it's Collapse. I always get cringe from him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Second question. This one's also going to be kind of cringe. Where's this right-click Zeus build at? Do you think this is viable? I keep doing this, and I'm getting low behavior score reported.
I play when patch comes. I just play first game on this Zeus, and I mind it's cool. But I play second game, and I see I do 0 damage. I hit, but heroes don't die, and I have 20k net worth. It doesn't matter how much net worth I have. He just don't give damage.
True.
Heroes don't die because they have pipe, and they have crimson, they have stuns, and you just 0 damage.
Yeah.
It's just the boost build. If you wanna lose games, if you wanna lose game, you build a physical Zeus.
Okay.
Yep. Gotcha.
I will avoid Zeus in my games, let me tell you that. Laura, thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us. At this rate, I'm sure we're going to talk more to you, considering the performance was fantastic. Congratulations once again on a great series, and talk to you again some other time.
Yeah, bye. Thank you.
Thank you. And we, of course, are going to move on here as there is more Dota on the agenda. This was only Series 1 of 4 best of 3s that are coming your way here at DreamLeague. We are going to take a short break, but when we are back, it's time for PSG LTD taking on the Gaming Gladiators. So strap in. We'll be right back.
Other days we only can try. Either way, no matter what people say. Either way, we're gonna get. Someday we'll make it on by. Other days we only can try. Either way, no matter what people say. Either way, we're gonna get better. I believe in the future. I believe in the past. I believe what you truly desire, you can bring the past. All you need is a focus and a story to hold, and the faith that you can achieve what's inside your soul. Someday we'll make it on by. Other days we only can try. Either way, no matter what people say. Either way, we're gonna get. Someday we'll make it on by. Other days we only can try. Either way, no matter what people say. Either way, we're gonna get better. Know that you can make it. Hold it tight, cause they will try to take it. Keep it close, cause they will try to shake it. But whatever you do, don't let them break it. Cause this moment's just a new chance to take into your own hands and shape the life you see inside your dreams. Someday, get on by. Other days we only can try. Either way, no matter what people say. Either way, we're gonna get. Someday we'll make it on by. Other days we only can try. Either way, no matter what people say. Either way, we're gonna get better. In your heart there lives a dream for your soul to master. From the moment that you breathe, get to chasing after. Yeah. All that you want, all that you ever dreamed. You can make anything of this life. Someday we only try. Oh, we're gonna get someday. Other days, no matter what they say, we gonna get someday. Other days, we're gonna get, we're gonna get someday.
You love it, you wear it, wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Thank you, Pleasant Pandas, and welcome back. DreamLeague Season 20 continues. I'm joined by Ajizzle and Effie, and we have an empty spot on the couch as Afir took his leave. And we're getting ready for our next series, which is Gaming Gladiators taking on PSG LTD, so that's a lot of excitement packed into one series. And we need something for that, and I think we're going to continue the tradition. Could we have a beat, please?
Ah, jeez. All right. Yeah. Okay. Sheepo on the panel, Sheepo on the stage. She's doing lyrical magic like she's a fucking mage. She sets shit on fire, she sets it ablaze. That's because as an analyst, she amazes all of us hard. Singing like a bard, something shard, Aghanim Shard.
Yeah, that's my boy.
Yo, what up? What's your rap name? What's your rap name?
What's my rap name?
What's your rap name?
I don't know.
What's your last name? What's your address?
Got my social security number too. Do I even have one from the UK? I have no idea how that works. I'm a child.
I will tell you, social security number in the UK is probably fairly similar to the Netherlands. If you have it, doesn't matter. You still can't take our identities. It's very difficult to do. So we're a little bit more secure in this sense compared to some other countries.
Do you know what bone density is?
I assume it's how dense the bones are.
All right.
That's a good guess.
Yeah?
Well done. Hey, Sheep, how you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you. Jenkins, you really dripped out, my friend.
Oh, thank you.
You're looking real good. Those new shoes, dude?
This was Effie, actually. This was...
Show the camera.
Show the camera your feet right now.
Oh, you're not moving. Show the shoe properly. Yep, that's the shoe. That's a shoe and a half.
I can't hold that for very long. I need that freaking doctor back here. Oh.
You can lean it on my desk for a little bit. There you go. No.
There were 3 shoe choices.
3.
The one that he really wanted, they didn't have it in his size because he has abnormally large feet. So we placed a custom order. For
Don't laugh. The band laughed when you said that. I do have large feet.
So,
I do. It was Bob.
No, Bob
it
says
was Bob.
Bob says he has the same problem.
Oh, he does? Oh.
So
Yo. Shout outs to the Tall Kings out there in the crowd. Nobody represents the Tall Kings. Shout outs to the Tall Kings. And the Short Kings.
And the Short Kings, of course. Anyway, the point is, he custom ordered the pink shoe he wanted. So now
wait, this is also pink.
Yes, it was between 3 pink shoes.
No, but this I don't like shoes. This other shoe really spoke to me.
So this pair of shoes is not the one you wanted.
Pass me a napkin.
Why would I have a napkin?
There's a dirty one on the floor.
What kind of pink are the other shoes? Because this is a hot pink.
I got a cue card.
They're like
from
a
last season.
gradient
I'll take
pink
Here's
and yellow kind
Team
of thing.
Liquid.
It's really cute.
Oh my god.
Oh.
So we're a couple of minutes away from the draft, and I still wanted to talk to you about the teams that are playing. You please keep that. Oh my
He has
god,
ink on his face.
dude!
You really
that is your new track suit. What are you doing?
What's wrong with it?
You made it stain.
A washout.
No, you just, dude! You just rubbed ink on it.
This is why I don't buy nice clothes. This
He
is
literally just rubbed ink on it.
This
You're
is-
such an idiot.
This
Oh
was
my
the first
god!
time I had a nice clothes.
Put the shoes away. Let's talk about Dota.
I
yeah,
can
we're
see
not.
the stain.
Yes, it's gonna massively stain. It's fine. It's fine. We're gonna talk about some Dota 2. PSGLD taking on Gaming Gladiators, and let's start off by talking about Gaming Gladiators. Don't look at Jenkins' face. Duly noted. These are the 2 teams facing each other. I'm getting us back on track. Sheep, these 2 teams are great, aren't they? Lovely.
They
Yes,
sure
very
heckin'
good.
are, except
Wow.
for Gaiman, who lost yesterday, so they're not good anymore.
PSGLD won yesterday.
You're
Yeah.
mean to your friends, Sheepo.
Yeah, I'm trying to push them to be better.
You cursed Liquid, and now you're cursing Gaming Gladiators. You got to put your curse on
What do
LGD
you mean?
as well.
I literally won every Beyblade. We know let's call it that. Blade battle yesterday.
Of course
to
not.
get Gaiman to win the series.
related
and they
at all
still
to
lost.
Why don't you call it the Chakram battle?
The shock?
They
Hang
look
on.
like chakrams.
Yeah.
Did you use the green Beyblade?
Not on the final battle. No.
Which Beyblade color did you use?
I used
Chakram, please.
red. My chakram was red.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, that's impressive.
Thank
'Cause
you.
The green Beyblade is overpowered.
Chakram.
The green chakram is overpowered because it's shaped in a way where it retains its momentum better than the others that have chips on it, but it's like a smooth.
There's
circle.
no skill to blade baying. There's absolutely no skill. Fear was so proud of it. Yeah, I play with my kid. It's like bullshit, dude. You're just pulling it as hard as you can, which I did as well. And he just had the better one. He gave me the shitty one.
No, he didn't.
Cheating.
He wasn't using the OP Beyblade when he destroyed.
He did. It's like using Owie 2000 to win TI. It's just cheating.
Oh, it's true. Is that why you kick him to like put weights on
Yeah,
yourself?
that's why he won 2 TIs.
Yeah.
How many TIs did win Fear? Only 1.
With AOI.
Only 1.
Yeah.
That was English.
Only one.
Mhm.
One only.
Yeah.
Bring it back, Sheep.
Bring it back.
Bring it back.
Gaming Gladiators.
Do your job.
You know what?
Makes it
No, I am very excited about this game because yesterday we did see both of these teams going for the Broodmother. Now, Brood got a little bit of a change in the patch, so who knows, maybe that comes out. And we figured we're going to update you a little bit on Gaming Gladiators and which heroes they... In 7.33c, these were their most picked / most successful heroes, and these are the ones that we still, if we should look out for.
Yeah, all of these heroes are still really good. I mean, Underlord, we haven't seen that much, but he does come out when it's a good Underlord game, as opposed to when he was first phase in every single freaking game, buying the same auras every single game. Now it has to come out in certain situations. I know that Ace did play it a few days ago, so they're still looking towards it. Yesterday.
Yep.
So they still look towards this Underlord, but only in specific situations.
Holy shit, 11-1. That's a pretty insane scoreline. I feel like Celery's always going to have Enchantress in there. Like, this could be from like 10 patches ago, and it's still going to be Enchantress. Or 5 patches ago, or 6 or 7 or whatever.
You can put any patch number next to it, that's for sure.
Yeah.
There was the patch where he was playing Bane in every single game, though.
Oh, look at that. That's Huskar. Do you know what happened yesterday? Gaming picked Huskar and they friggin' lost, guys.
I thought they lost all their games anyway. Actually, they won one of their games.
They played a best of 3. They won the middle game. That's when they had Underlord and they like stomped in like 16 minutes or something like that. 22 minutes.
But they also had Celery Chen.
Yeah, they had a really good lineup that game, and they kind of just run them over. The next game, they pick Huskar, and it does really well mid, but the side lanes kind of suffered hard, which was a bit not typical of this team. And then they just couldn't really do anything. It felt like they floundered. They were very uncharacteristically not clean. Yeah, they were just off their game. And it feels like they've been off their game a lot this whole tournament.
Yeah, they're of course a team that's already qualified to literally everything under the sun.
Yeah.
So they can't afford to be a little sloppy. PSG we heard them talk. We heard them talk earlier. They had an interview and they said the biggest opponent is getting visas and they're ready to slap some Western European teams. So we're seeing if
well,
we can
some Western European is the only one.
They definitely used a little bit of different language, but that was the gist of it. So we'll see if they can do that with Gaming Gladiators right here. These two teams were in different groups, so they haven't faced just yet. PSG has chosen second pick. Gaming Gladiators afterwards chose Radiant. And here we have it, the opening with the Undying.
Listen, LGD is back to their peak draft creativity form, or so it seems. You do not want to give second pick to a team with Zhao 8 when he's feeling himself. We've been seeing some Lunas, some carry Clinkses, some Muertas. Like, they've been doing everything that they weren't really doing the patch before because they were just playing this boring, stale meta. But now it just feels like they're so comfortable with their new offlaner that they can do so much more and play so much more. And they're the only team prioritizing this Mars right now.
Broodmother?
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of an uptick. Don't say her name!
Broodmother.
Stop it. Don't summon her. Shh. Thank you. Yeah, we've seen an uptick in the Mars. I'm really hyped when I see LGD pick it because I think New is really good at making sure he ensures his farm priority on the map to keep up in net worth, so he is able to get that Blink, BKB, Refresher, and stay up with the other cores. And they usually have really nice hero pairings as well, like the Skyroth Mage, so they always just give themselves like ways to kill with the Mars on the map, just constantly making the hero look as good as he was like a year ago.
And it's just really cool that they're kind of trend-setting a little bit, right? Because they played that Broodmother yesterday. It was a last pick Broodmother in a game that people didn't expect it. I think it was 23, so not overall last, but 9th pick. And then Gaming Gladiators were like, hey, LGD won with this hero. We have a good Brood player. Shall we try it? And yeah, they didn't win with the game, but they didn't win with it, but they still looked really solid on it, enough to solicit a respect ban in the game after that. So
they were close to they were close at some point in that game, yeah.
So it just feels like I love when the teams that are willing to innovate are doing it and actually winning with it. It just makes it so the meta isn't as boring as we thought it would be when it was the same 5 universal heroes in every draft.
Yeah, especially when a lot of the other teams did kind of stick to their guns. They didn't pick any of like the newly buffed stuff. And with Broodmother, I mean, realistically, even if it's a good hero, given how bad it was right at the start of this patch, probably it's a second phase hero, if anything. So this is where you do consider potentially banning it if you don't want to play against it for Gaming Gladiators. This is the weekend.
A little bit.
This is the weekend. I'm
it's
a Canadian.
Saturday. It is the weekend.
I recognize this.
Because it is Saturday, You think only Canadians can tell days of the week?
You guys have weekdays in Europe? Yeah. Holy hell.
Good one, Cheever.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
Saturday.
Saturday.
Very good. We're still working. I feel like, it's not really the weekend, but it's a little bit of weekend. The weekend gets brought to us.
Do you...
By our pandas.
Yeah, our pandas are very good today.
And pleasant.
Very pleasant.
Pleasant pandas.
Do we like morphling in first phase when you don't see a typical universal core on the other team? Because I feel like that's been most of the response. Like you see the Wind Ranger, Magnus, whatever, this stuff that you can take 40% stats from and just make it so much weaker.
That's true. Yeah, that was its niche at the start of the patch. But I do feel like it's a hero that lanes really well against Ember. It's like one of the classic counters, so maybe that's where they're going with it.
What, you think they're putting it mid?
I don't think Quinn is going to play
Quinn
mid.
is.
I don't think so, but
he's got a puddle, but not that kind of puddle.
It's a thought. It's a thought. It's like, okay, it could go mid. I could see Quinn pulling something out. I remember thinking Quinn's never going to play Timbersaw, and then he went and played 10 pubs in a row, and all of a sudden he's a Timber
Okay, check his
now.
pubs. If I don't see 10 Morphling pubs,
you want to check his pubs? All
yeah,
right.
then I'm fairly sure this is a Duraccio.
I will actually do that. I mean, naturally it should be, but...
So I'm looking at GG's drafts.
Yeah.
And in 1, 2, 3, 4 games, they open with Morphling in first phase. But what I'm seeing here is that they're countering an offlaner, right? They're picking it into Doom. In one, they picked it into Timbersaw, which is universal, like you mentioned. And in this other one, it was a Beastmaster. So there was something directly that they thought was good enough to first phase a morph into, but I don't really see that in LGD's first phase.
He's played 0 Morphling.
Unfortunately, I think this one is not going to Quinn. Sorry, Jenkins.
He'll be Leshrac instead.
I hope so. I thought he would play yesterday, and he didn't pick it. But yeah, Mira, you're right. They are picking it into an offlaner usually, or a universal hero, like Carry. At least other teams are. So this is just, I don't know if I would want to pick Morph this quickly into Ember Pugna, but I think the nice thing that Morph does offer is he's a hero that, because of the strength shifting, you can get onto the backline and feel kind of comfortable diving and being crazy, which Duraccio likes to do. So he will be hunting this Pugna.
Yeah, I think Morph does a couple of things for you, which maybe they are prioritizing, which is that he can be, after the first few levels that, Celery, as the laner he is, and being the Undying that he is, he can secure the lane for Morphling and then kind of rotate around and do other things, because when Morphling gets levels in that Morph, he can sustain himself on that lane for a really long time, and he doesn't need the help of the support, which then enables rotations to the mid lane. So I think that a lot of teams have been looking into kind of setting up their safe laner to be left alone for a long time and just collapsing around the mid lane. So I think they're just going to pick some Tofu roamer and then look to do something like that.
Yeah, LGD must be confident in this matchup of Visage versus Undying though, because if you're getting the Soul Assumption and just trading with burst magic damage and a strong 4, it can be hard for Undying to zone as well as he'd like. But maybe then you commit too many resources to the Undying and Morphling's going to farm anyway. But I think there's a chance that LGD can eke out a lot of kills.
Yeah, I'm looking at Gaiman's draft, and it looks really stable in terms of laning so far. You have the Undying to secure Morphling, like we mentioned. You also have the Beastmaster, who can always come back regardless of what he sees. And surprisingly, the Beastmaster who made it through to the second phase. And then you have the Rubik, who, even though there's not a good enough spell to steal, it's still a Tofu specialty hero. But we talk about the Beastmaster making it through to the second phase. Medusa makes her way through to the second phase, and she's laning to a Beastmaster, which is such an easy lane for her.
One of these days, we will see a Medusa Rapier rush. It's very good with Pugna.
I want it so bad.
I really want to see it. It's not going to happen. He'll be going Butterfly, but the Pugna with the Medusa is still, with any early game decent item, is a very strong timing. There are very few heroes that can. It's either you kill the Pugna and then the Medusa kills you while you're doing that, or you go for the Medusa and the Pugna sucks the Medusa and gives her full mana. It's a very, very strong combo.
It is, and both teams have this timing where if their lanes go well, they can ball up around this Beastmaster and Undying, and Morphling can join in early and try to just take over Medusa's side of the map. Or LGD could, when their lanes win their rotations, then all of a sudden they have this unaddressed Medusa. Yes, sure, you have a Morphling who's going to get an Ags and all of that, but that's not going to happen until later on. And you have a Visage who's also a ball-up hero, and a Pugna who's also a ball-up hero. So both of these teams are looking towards the same timing right now, so it's going to be dependent on their lanes. And I feel like if you give Medusa a free lane, it's so much more difficult to deal with than giving the Morphling a free lane. So much more difficult to deal with. You have to just commit all your resources on trying to shut her down and run at her after the laning stage, and sometimes you just don't have the tools to do it. And GG don't have the tools to do it. They don't have any inherent mana burn hero or any inherent kill threat hero
Yeah.
yet.
The question is, how big is the nerf to Medusa? I think it was just the illusions on the Manta style, right? That got the big nerf for her, and then a little bit of mana drain off of the Mystic Snake or something.
Yeah, the illusions took a lot.
Probably not that bad, considering I don't think the Manta illusion thing was like that big of a deal for Medusa. There's plenty of butterfly build going on out there as well.
Yeah, I think I still saw like some Shadow Demon Medusa yesterday being played, where they were just 100 Medusa illusions.
Yeah, and it still looks good.
Yeah. Maybe they could even take that this game if you want save against the Beastmaster. And waste just make your Medusa stronger.
And we saw how good the last pick Shadow Demon looked for Spirit just now. It looked awesome.
So what do we want to see Quinn play then?
Let's consult the hero list. So
not many left.
You got the Void Spirit still in.
It would be Queen of Pain that's left.
He's been
Queen of
losing a
Pain's
lot of
in.
Void Spirit. I don't know if they want
Timber is
to.
still in.
No, Timber was first pick.
Oh, first pick ban. Then he is gonna either play Qual.
Oh yeah,
Huge
baby.
fan of the Quinn Sniper.
Yes.
All
There
right,
you go.
we're up to 6 heroes, guys. This is pretty hype.
I love this. This is good, especially because the current meta sniper build is to go for diffusal into eventual disperser. So it's more of a counter to Medusa than it actually was before.
It looks like a good Earth Spirit game. I know that I'm a fan of this hero, but you need a gap close position 4 to play with your offline Visage. So you can actually go for a melee here or a Spirit Breaker or something. You need something
Breaker band.
Yeah, you need something to get on top of this sniper. It has to be a melee roaming type of hero.
What if it's a range roaming type hero? Like
I don't like it. It
Like
has
a
to be like an Earth
Skyroth
Spirit
that
or
comes
like
from
a
behind and
Clockwork.
slows you and makes you go bleh.
Tusk is in a similar situation,
Who's
perhaps
that?
a shittier hero than Earth Spirit, but gets the team on top of Sniper.
Yeah.
But I do agree with that, Fiat. I think like a melee disrupting backline hero is very important.
And I love that Gaming Gladiators is obviously on the same line as you guys, considering they did respect the Elder Titan that we have seen Y play. So they're on the same train of thought. The question is, will they come to the same conclusion on the side of PSG LTD that Earth Spirit is actually a decent option? I'm sure Zawe.
And it could be Clock, it could be Tusk. I think Earth Spirit is the best one here just because you have the silence for Earthling too, so you
yeah.
have a way to kill it. But
Either
are
way,
they
you're cutting
comfortable?
wave in lane.
Earth Shaker, it's an Earth.
That's high, but
Planet's not an Earth Spirit player because there's no way the Shaker pick is better than the Earth Spirit pick.
Into Rubik, into Morphling is a little dangerous.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna get an Ags on Morph, so he's going to get the Enchant Totem steal and do the old Ags, Morph Shaker combo.
Planet dude, you gotta learn how to play Earth Spirit. I know he's bad in this patch, but sometimes the game presents itself. Sometimes.
I mean, my biggest problem with the Shaker and the Earth Spirit is that you've made your offlane much weaker, especially with Shaker. Like, you're playing into Undying and Morphling. I think they needed to pick 2 spellcasters that could kind of spam out the Undying to let Visage lane. Now I'm
Yeah.
not sure how that's going to go anymore.
It's either that or you entirely dodge the lane.
Yeah.
That's the nature of this last pick sniper. They didn't have anything for it, and then they were forced to pick that roaming melee type of hero. So the melee heroes like Earthshaker do enable Visage, but I think as this game progresses, they don't have solutions to this sniper. All they have is the Ember Spirit. That's the only thing they have to get on top of him.
Yeah, but you're talking about nothing to say Ember Spirit. That's a big one.
He did pop off big time.
He
yesterday.
did. Massive.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and say whoever wins their lanes wins this game, Sheeps.
All right. Anything to add to that, Sheep?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it's how well of a game Sniper has. Like, if Sniper dies like 3 times, I think they're kind of like done.
That's the number, magic number.
What do you have? Like, you have a Morphling who's not going to make plays. You have a Sniper that's died 3 times and can't make plays. What do you do?
What do you do? What is he going to do? What is this game going to be? We don't know. We'll have to wait and see together with SVG and Cap. But first, it's a weekend, so let's enjoy some pleasant pandas on this lovely Saturday.
is undefeated against PSG LGD in this season, but that was PSG LGD that had a different offlaner. Now PSG LGD has a secret weapon, Avery. It's the Stone Face Killer in New.
Wow, that was hype.
And he's playing a Stone Form Visage.
From a man who is a self-proclaimed Zeal fan, who's been converted quite fast.
He won me over the last series.
What convinced you? Was it his gameplay or that check he sent you this morning?
It's that damn smile.
If you want to get good biased casting, capcast at paypal.com. He'll boost you up real quick.
I wish that was my PayPal.
Who owns it?
I don't know.
I do.
Avery, you son of a bitch.
That was the first thing I did when I started working with your ass.
Took all my socials.
Damn straight.
Took my OnlyFans too.
Oh, NTS? You gonna get the D word here? He's in a
ward
standoff.
All right.
Leave it up.
He'll let you have it. He'll let you have it, Quinn. And he also let you have the better matchup. Ember Spirit versus Sniper. Nothing to say. He popped off on Ember Spirit before, Avery, but he's up against one of the best laners in the world and a bad matchup, I would say.
Yeah, this looks tough. He skirted out of that Ember Timber one, but he might not be so lucky this time around unless the Shaker roam comes through. That's what I kind of expect from LGD. Talking about this last pick, Shaker. Yeah, it's a tough Shaker game. The one thing he can do is he can roam mid. Because Shaker, in theory, is good at it. I don't say in theory because he has a Visage, and Visage isn't a hero you want to leave alone. So, Planet's decisions are very important for LGD in terms of building up the early game and making sure Quinn does not get out of control and NTS has a game to play. And you get into that mid game where the fissures plus the slight chains can maybe prove too problematic for gaming to deal with. Because they don't really have a way of shutting NTS down in the fights outside of Morphling turning into him and chaining him up.
There is a lot of Morphling options in this game, that's for sure.
And I think a lot of other teams, they would have considered that Morphling just going mid, but Quinn doesn't really like playing the hero. He does play it, but it's not his style, you know. And Duracho, this guy probably just like insta-clicks it in the draft. There's nothing you can do.
I feel like it would be more Quinn style the way Morphlings are playing nowadays. Right? With the phylactery builds and just like...
Yeah, but you're either a Morphling player or you're not.
Okay.
No, it's a way of life.
A way of life? Wow. So Quinn just won't be converted to that life. Instead, he's going to be playing the hoo-hoo-ha-ha life instead. And putting the screws here to old nothing to say.
The old high ground.
Look at him. He already walked around to the other side. He's like, I know what you're doing. You're going to shrapnel me off. I'm going to run down the river instead. He is missing some CS for all of this work, but just kind of how it be. Tofu, really nice body blocks. Shiro walks away with just enough mana to throw another Mystic Snake, but not super happy with this lane.
And the pulls are happening bottom to try and dodge this Undying matchup. Pretty obnoxious for gaming. So they want to reset the equilibrium. This is going to be a full double wave on Duracho, and the wave will get held by New up top. So pretty happy about that outcome. Even a Fissure to go his way just to mess with him.
He hit the Undying too. Now he's making a run for the next creep wave. Did not manage to draw the aggro entirely away, but he'll keep trying.
I mean, if he can reset the... I can't even speak. I got my tongue fissured. If he can reset the waves,
all right,
then that'll buy him the space to go for the mid gank.
Yeah.
But he needs the equilibrium very far back for New, so he doesn't just get immediately gone on with Tombstone and killed. And then you're giving First Blood and extra XP to Morphling. That is a very bad scenario. So now Planet got the wave back bottom. New is happy. Unlikely to get dived in this situation. Never mind, he literally gets instantly dove and killed.
Definitely getting dove in that situation. Tombstone dropped out, and that is you're going to be your First Blood. Meanwhile, mid lane matchup, nothing to say. Stays alive, and Planet not going to be able to collect. The Fissure block was nice.
Worst case scenario on both ends of that roam. They don't secure it enough for the Visage who goes down to the Tombstone anyway, though I don't know if Shaker would have prevented that. And you don't get this mid kill.
Yeah.
And Shaker missed the XP bottom while the Visage was dead. Not a good sequence for LGD at all. At least the safe lane seems to be going pretty well, as the double range heroes combine for a cheeky little pick off with the blood grenade.
Yeah, top CS as well, 23-1 for the Dusa. So, getting a lot.
I mean, Quinn will get zoned off a little bit here, but the damage feels like it's been done, and Planet not finding the openings.
I mean, it looks like Quinn's going to walk back to base, and honestly, you kind of need to get... I feel like this is the most dangerous part of the lane for nothing to say, right? Like that level 4, level 5 area, Sniper's really going to start turning up the heat on you. You could just get him a free 6.
I mean, Quinn just destroyed him so hard in the CS, though. Even if he walks to base, he's still going to be decently ahead here.
Yeah, that's true.
8 denies on top of... He was almost 10 CS ahead. Celery with the D-ward as well. Gaming finding a lot of little advantages here as Dyrachyo continues to free farm. So does Ace. That is usually a recipe for this team's success. This greedy Shaker pick is not paying off in the early game. We'll see how it fares later on. But for now, skirmish power is probably going to be in Gaming's hands. How much can they push that advantage? Or do they just stack it up? Something else this team tends to do. Like, even sometimes when they're ahead, they win the lanes, they just stack and then just get even more ahead. Would not surprise me if that's the case, considering they have the Beastmaster to clear through it. Sniper pretty decent at doing those as well. And here is the Tombstone flank.
Slowing down Shiro, throwing him back into it and burst him down. Now, the Fissure did come in and get a counter kill, but it's support for core, particularly a carry dying for PSG LGD. Gaming Gladiators continue to get the better of PSG LGD, despite the fact, though, the net worth is very even.
It's even, but this can get out of control very fast because your core heroes are going to continue to ramp up on the lanes for Gaming. These aren't like early lane winners. They're that medium to late game laning phase lane winners. That's where the Morphling shines. He just starts to out-CS you every hit. Visage can't do much about it. Sniper as well. This is where he hits his stride. He's going to start pushing your ways in with the shrapnel, threatening you with Assassinate, or some of the higher points of the headshot. And Yu is just getting pummeled bottom, behind in levels versus Dyrachyo, so every time these mid-skirmishes are happening, the side lane for LGD is not going that well.
Oh god, the illusions are going to stop his TP back. Nothing to say. He's in trouble. The Assassinate keeps on being put on him. He's going to have to dodge it somehow.
It's out of mana.
Yeah, he's dead. He is dead, dead, dead.
At least he took it like a man.
Yeah, he ran charging at his enemy.
Here's that collapse that it's just hard to stop. Product of the Sniper Ember matchup, Gaming will always crash on mid if they have that mid lane advantage, and they usually pick for it, and Quinn usually plays for it, and they usually hit it around that 6-minute mark. It'll work again here. Looks like the Wisdom Runes are going to be split. At least something going even for LGD. But the Ancients, the stacking for Gaming continues as they get both Ancient camps stacked. Another large camp for Quinn and that triangle. 4 camps stacked on the last round alone. That's why this team is terrifying.
Yeah.
They won a lot of games
and get stacks. It's pretty tough to beat.
Yep. They have their choice. Like, they're either going to win lanes into running you, they're going to win lanes into out efficiencying you, and either way, that is a large gold amount to overcome. So LG are going to have to find it somewhere in here. Probably off some Ember gameplay from NTS coming back in here, just skirmishing. Maybe get the birds up for new and you can fight around those. It's a pretty decent bird game. There's not a lot to answer them just running in. Can help kill some Tombstone a little bit. Can put him on the Rubik. Rubik hates playing against Visage for that reason. But his items are going to be very slow. You're not going to have auras from the bird for a long time in this game. Well, the stacks continue. These are getting juicy. This is like a farm and chill episode.
And they've got double carries, too.
My god.
And they're pushing in towers. I mean, they did a bunch of damage to mid tower. Now Dyrachyo and Celery are coupling together to zone out New, but they have extended pretty far here. Have they gone too far?
Is there.
4 heroes all of a sudden. Oh, got him. He could not morph strength fast enough.
Invis NTS paying off. Biggest kill on the map they could get. Surprises Dyrachyo. And that push past the tower does not work out for Gaming, as they're just trying to keep New from getting 6, but LGD say enough is enough on this lane. I want my birds. I want them now. You'll get them.
Very different matchup now against the Morphling. Or NTS, man.
Can't walk up.
Somebody's got to get him out of this lane.
Well, once his tower dies, he'll be out of it.
That is true.
There's 2 more stacks. Brady's here. And he's just going to rush the Crimson Guard. Pretty damn good Crimson game. What is the answer from LGD for that? I'm not seeing it for a very, very long time here. Just going to get free objective taking the gaming, which means they're going to be able to claim first Roshan in this game at the rate they're going and just push LGD down. This is getting concerning in terms of what do you do versus that timing push that's going to come out from the Beast, the Undying, and the Morphling. Put an Aegis on the Sniper, even he can siege for you. If you let them get away with this, it's going to be a very early high ground, and you do not have a lot of outspam.
Yeah, normally you'd say, okay, Dusa can stand in front of these pushes and not only farm, but decent outspam. Unfortunately, he's matched up against a Sniper who just outranges you. So then, you know, you try and stand in front of it. Sniper, you just shoot him a whole bunch. Dusa feels pretty bad about that.
Sniper's definitely the ranged king in this game. No doubt about it. And he also pick up a double damage. Very nice rune for him as the skirmishing happens bottom. He's going to swing down for this. Try and use that DD to kick Dyrachyo out of here so they can claim the tier 1. They'll claim his courier. Dyrachyo's in trouble if he doesn't know this Ember rotation's coming, but he will slowly back out just in time. This is a large committal from LGD. A lot of time for their Ember to run down here, sit on this wave, and it's likely going to result in the loss of their mid tower as well, as Quinn just shoves it in with the max shrapnel and a catapult wave of his own. It's gone. Didn't get the last hit though. Ew.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Noob.
Radiant's bottom tower.
No last hit here either. What are these guys doing?
Get your act together, team. Siege wagons are just too powerful, man. Can't stop them. All right, maybe we could push out mid and use this double damage. Nothing to say, has been holding on to it for a bit. Feel like it's time to get active, because you're not going to outfarm this Sniper.
You have to pick that very carefully though. Like, you fight into gaming and they just take a defensive-oriented engagement around the tombstone, around the tower or something, with Sniper going ham. It sounds like a death sentence.
Yeah.
And your lineup is not that great at aggressively going on them. I mean, what do you have to throw out? You can fissure someone into a chains, put the birds on them. That's okay. That's kind of it.
We're going to smoke up to the
already
Dusa.
done. God, that is a fast Crimson Guard.
I mean, they're going to get behind these guys. The Crimson Guard might be able to limit the damage enough that it's fine. I actually circle back all the way around. Now they're going to go for the dive on Shiro. What they may not realize is how many heroes are here. That double damage starts going to work already. Ace and Celery a little bit low. Crimson Guard plus the Primal Roar.
Oh,
Nice Fisher. 3-man Fisher and the bird drop onto 3 as well. It's a beauty.
LGD.
LGD just too good at the team fighting. Even then, the fight was difficult to win, I would say. They only got a 2-for-2 trade-off.
Damn, that looked like it was going to be so much better than it was, but you have to keep in mind, that's fighting into an 11-minute Crimson Guard Tombstone when you are kind of missing support levels here, and that DD ran out. What NTS wished he could have saved it just a little bit longer. That's a great fight for LGD, though. They get that 3-man Fisher and a 2 3-man Birdstones into the Stone Gaze, and they get that sniper kill. That's a big sniper kill to get.
Yeah.
If you're going to pick one hero out of everything right now to take, it's him. Fair enough. Fair enough. You're pretty good.
All right, PSG LGD, you got some moves. You got some moves.
I've never seen that expression from Quinn before. Usually it's disgust.
Maybe that's the maturation of a major winner right there. You know, he's moved on from the frustration to the begrudging respect.
It's all grown up. I mean, if there's anything we've learned about Dota players, it's once they start winning some tournaments, they definitely even out a bit.
Yeah. Yes. So many TI winners have had perfectly sane reactions.
Is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Well, New is starting to come back in this game. Build up some ores. I like the early drum into the lads. I think this is the type of build you want in this game. I would not have liked the Phylactery, for example. I think it's not adding anything to the team fight, and their lineup is really about boosting up the Ember and the Medusa. You got to play for them to outscale and out-damage gaming in the head-on fight. Also, just being able to stick in the fight longer, the drum's going to help you bring down the Tombstone, which means you need more survivability to be able to stand against what Ace is going to bring in terms of his own firepower, which is going to outmatch you for a while just because he had so many damn stacks to accelerate him. We'll claim top tower here. Ace gets the last hit, man. You see that? This guy's a professional.
There was literally
Look at
nothing.
him. He's a goddamn professional.
There was literally nothing contesting it.
This man will never waste the last hit.
Single creep.
Beautiful
contesting
gameplay
it for that last hit.
Absolutely beautiful, unlike the rest of these scrubs.
Ace is, though. He is kind of the professional.
Yeah.
Man moves from carry to off lane.
I feel like he could be a hitman
Succeeds
in
at the
another
highest
life.
level. Just does. He's very chill.
Like, if you're going to pick a Dota player to go and assassinate a political figure, I feel like I'm taking Ace.
Don't want him to be registered anywhere.
I mean, you would take Puppy, right? But I feel like Puppy's too recognizable.
Sure. I mean, the moment he gets close to somebody,
I mean,
immediately the guard is up.
Yeah,
you know?
there's only so many political figures that can mysteriously die to machete death before Interpol starts to catch on. So I'm taking Ace, you know. I feel like he gets the job done.
Who is this masked man?
And you know he's
7 feet tall, wielding a machete. Who could it be?
Also, you know Ace is getting that last hit. That's all I'm saying.
Oh my god.
Well, this segment's gone on too long as Game have decided to pick up the pace.
There's a joke here somewhere about the sniper in a grassy knoll.
No, there's not. There's really not, my friend. You should leave that one for another duo coming up later. Quinn will strike down his foe, claim an Aegis on the Diffusal Sniper build again. Something we saw in that other, what was it, Kiyotaka Sniper did this? Pretty interesting development for the hero. They must just feel really good with the damage and like some extra slow when you get gap closed in the fight.
I mean, I like it more in this game against, like, I think Ember Spirit is pretty susceptible to that burn, right?
For sure. It's pretty nice. The slow is also good versus him if he gap closes you. Then he can't like follow up Remnant on top of you if you pike away, for example.
Yeah.
I kind of like it this game more than the other one, but it did work pretty well in the other one. And yeah, when you have Aegis, that means you can go up farther in the fight and just be a Chad. We'll see how much Gaming decide to push with this Aegis. Again, early high ground is on the menu. They can force a situation where that happens because of how fast Ace has built these auras online.
Is under attack.
It's a nice ward for LGD.
They are going to get an opening. Lots of heals. Goddamn. Mech and the Crimson Guard. Stellar doesn't even die. Okay, now they can de-ward that high ground. They know 100% of wards there. Oh, they still get the opening. Primal Roar. Boy, that was a little embarrassing for PSG LGD. They thought they had a free jump, free kill. Goes the other way.
I wouldn't say it was embarrassing.
I'd be embarrassed.
Radiant's courier.
Should tell Zhao eat that.
I will.
LGD definitely lacking some extra poke damage if NTS is not with them. But then you're just committing too many heroes for these little goes, which also feels bad. Wait for him into a bird stun, but no follow-up. They will bring Shiro in the game to defend their tower and chase
Fisher
Ace.
block.
Oh, that's
nice
a nice one.
Fisher block from Planet.
They have the damage,
Crimson
though.
Guard, though, still. It is real problematic for PSG LGD. I mean, you said it was going to be a problem at 11 minutes, 18 minutes in. It still continues to be one. Vistage and Dusa cannot put damage through that item just yet.
They need Nullifier at some point in this game. It's probably only going to be Shiro who can build it. He wants to get this Butterfly build up, which I agree with. You need Butterfly on Deuce in this game for sure. I think you kind of want to hit this Butterfly into like a Blink Nullifier or something. You kind of want all of these at some point, but which order you build them is very important here, especially when you're playing into the Aegises, which Gaming have. Another roar goes out on another support.
Another roar, another kill.
Ace is just walking into him, man. The Hitman strikes again. As LG continue to have no answer for the group up here of gaming with the sustain, the utility, the auras, the push. Shiro has to defend these objectives, not something he wants to be doing right now. Something he will have to do. Maybe let NTS show out the waves and gather up that farm. This is going to be a hold the line type of game. Bend but do not break, and at some point strike back on an overextension.
I mean, unless they like white gaming gladiators, I'm still concerned that, like, yeah, you bend and bend and bend, but what are you bending towards? At what point are they going to feel good about their late game? I feel like never.
I don't know. Actually, I feel like they have a decent shot late game, actually.
Really? I thought Sniper Dusa is just a matchup that always feels good for Sniper.
Generally, yes. But I think Dusa has some game plan. If you get Swift Blink, you can just go on top of him with a Stone Gaze and chase him down. Sniper dies pretty fast. Shiro's not that tanky anymore with the way people are itemizing him.
And he's going to Hurricane Pike you.
I mean, I know. He has Hurricane Pike, he has Grenade, he has a bunch of utility behind him. I'm not saying it's easy. But you do have some decent long-range poke. Shaker Pugna's a very scary late-game support duo. Can't really underestimate what this duo can do in terms of supporting their cores and being able to choose when they commit to the fight. I like that aspect of it, but...
I like that aspect of it, too. I mean, like, at least those two will undo Undying +1. Right?
It's just a question of are you going to get there. That's the bigger thing. Like, we're discussing the late game. It's not easy. It's not straightforward. I just don't even know if you're going to get there at this rate.
Yeah.
I think the next Aegis gaming are definitely going higher on it. That is what you have to gear up for right now. This type of smoke from gaming is very tough, though. I'm surprised they made this. I feel like usually this team is happy just farming and playing the map, dewarding, shoving in waves to take objectives like a tier 2 or an outpost. This is like one of those smokes you cross the whole map to try and catch a hero, and then when it fails, you're gaining nothing off it, and you're losing a lot of time. I wonder why they chose to make it here. Maybe they just felt like it would land, but either way, they're just going to lose their Aegis timer here, pushing bottom wave, maybe go for the tier 2 down here. Vlad's up for ace as well. This guy's got every aura under the book. Every aura in the book, under the sky.
In the book and under the sun.
I mean,
I wasn't going to say anything. I was just sitting there smiling, and Avery knew.
I think I'm losing my mind these days, dude.
It's that dementia we're talking about.
No, not dementia, dyslexia. Under the book's a pretty good expression, too, though. You can hide a lot of stuff under a book.
Depends how big the book is.
It's like a atlas, you know?
Not one of those short novels.
No. No, indeed. Is this going to be a short novel of a game for LGD? Or can they start to find some pickoffs? That's a massive one right there. Quinn, you're up too far in mid lane solo, and you pay the price. LG make a quick smoke, find the Dwarven Sniper. And just as I call for it, is this the start of a comeback? It only takes a couple sniper deaths to suddenly not feel so great about those matchups, especially when you have a team with 2 other cores taking a lot of farm off the map. I mean, Quinn is 3rd on their net worth, right?
Yeah.
They're not really giving the sniper huge priority here. These other cores really want their items. Dyrachyo is going for that Ags, and will have it to take away the Medusa. That's another part of this game that really hurts LGD's late game chances.
Popped. Nothing to say. Now he's the one up a bit too far. Both mid laners getting caught. Is he going to use the Aghanim Scepter on the Dusa to take away those stats? Yes. Or you don't think he's going to turn into the Earthshaker?
No. The Earthshaker? No, it's not worth it anymore. You want to steal the Aghanim attack speed from Dusa and snake it back and have this chance. Dyrachyo really likes this matchup. I think he's talked about it before. He feels like this is one of his favorite anti-Medusa heroes. So he's just going to play to slay Shiro, remove the late game potential from LGD. Of course, he can steal a Shaker. He can steal the Ember. These are not bad steals at all. Just depends on how you want to play the fight. But the Ags going on the Dusa is going to be the highest value in terms of the stat steal here.
Sure. And I don't think the turning into the Earthshaker necessarily, like, that's the...
It's not like it was in the back in the day.
Yeah, the Enchant Totem also against the Dusa specifically may not be that effective. Like, it's not a hero you burst.
No. Shiro will again defend his objectives here to try and hold some map for LGD. He's still very farmed. The fact he's joined all of these defenses and is still decently ahead of the gaming course here says a lot about how efficient he's been in this game. As he'll push towards that third item, Scotty. Still no nullifier in sight. LG are just going to try and push through this with raw damage, I guess. Going AC on you. That will also be a big power spike for LGD to try and contest this next Roshan. If they can finish up AC on the Visage with that Scotty on Medusa, suddenly you have Vlad's AC and Drum. It's a lot of physical amp here just going into gaming. If you can kill the Tombstone and survive the initial burst from Duraccio, might be able to just take that extended engagement, get multiple fissures off. That's the dream.
Yeah, you were talking about
catch the sniper.
The last time we watched the Visage, you said that you thought the right-click build on Visage is viable.
I mean, it's better than it used to be for sure. In fact, he's universal and you can gain a bunch of stats on Hero. His base damage goes way up.
4.1 damage per level, so I'm going to assume he was one of the universal heroes that did not get nerfed.
I don't think his damage gain or anything like that got nerfed, yeah.
In fact, he did not get touched at all on the patch.
It's nice. I like that Mew is building this type of item setup that not only helps his other two cores, but it's going to help him scale as well and create his individual damage threat. I think whenever you can do kind of both on Visage, those are when those games feel the best. Because then let's say this game goes late and you somehow get like a third Roshan, you can just put an Ags on the Visage, then you're like totally online and a huge threat to these supports, right?
Yeah, I mean, even a sniper, you could just fly up right up to him.
Exactly. And all these things, I mean, you have to play for them if you're LGD because of how rough that early game was and how bad these matchups are. So you need to think about these things as you go down the stretch. Kind of set yourself up for success if you fall into that situation. I mean, it's likely that Ags would go to NTS, but hey, he might be able to build his own anyway. And AC is done on the bird as LGD smoke up to try and contest this Roshan. They're going to fight Duraccio in the river.
Are they going to be able to kill him, though?
Why is he here?
Waveform.
This is a Duraccio
3
death.
seconds. He can't burn his mana fast enough. They got the chains on him. Oh, it is enough. So they will get the Roshan, but it comes at a hefty cost. In fact, you can see the TP coming in from Shiro.
They're going to try and catch.
What's up. They're going to try and catch these heroes before they slip away.
Oh, the birds.
Oh, God, it was so close to spotting the sniper. That would have been the kill.
And Gaming lucky to get out of there.
Yeah.
That was a Duraccio death 100%. I don't know what the hell he is doing in that river while his whole team is Roshin and LGD are off the map. So LGD at least gained something out of that, but that really was an objective they wanted to contest there with the AC timing. Just like 10 seconds too late. Will not be able to get there in time. I guess Duraccio ran interference. He got him.
He did. He soaked up a lot of tension. AC plus level 15, so lots of minus armor on the Visage now.
I mean, LGD are keeping up with this game. Yeah. They have reduced the gold lead to 1k here, despite Gaming being in a dominant position with those early auras. And these auras are not going to give you that push potential forever. I still don't understand where Shiro is finding the farm he's finding in this game. He is up to a blink and going that swift blink after the Scotty. That is the big window where you have Scotty, you blink on this sniper, he cannot run that far. Stonegate is going to give you the extra move speed on top of the swift blink, and you're just going to stick on top of him. You're going to have to roar the Medusa, have to drop an early tombstone. I kind of like what LGD are building up, honestly. The physical damage is going to be insane, and they're going to have the long-range poke to start on you. They're going to be able to fissure a support, run the birds in, throw a snake, then you have Swift Blink follow-up. There's a lot of potential to just burst a hero and not have to take this straight-up 5-on-5. What are you squinting at, man?
Oh, Shiro was, he had the tier 3 item. And he chose the Dandelion Amulet, but he sent it back. He was like, well, the Grove Bow is just better. So he chose his item, and then he threw it back. And I was like, what is he doing?
And even a little extra attack speed is nice for him here against the Morphling Axe. New is...
What are you doing up there, New?
Yeah, he's very far up alone. I guess he got the tier 2, but it got denied. He lost his birds. Kind of a rare misstep from him.
I guess he tried to grab him because he had the... it was actually nothing to say to DD. He tried to jump forward, turn into the Ember Spirit, and shackle him down. Nothing to say, it was too fast.
You went up to Duracho and he said, hold my beer. And of course, Morphling took it because Morphling is liquid.
I think that would like turn him like a light brown, though.
Too detailed for me.
They're just going to cut the wave. Game of Gladiators do have one melee creep leading the charge, though.
This is your second.
Go get him, buddy.
Helm of the Overlord and Greaves up for gaming here. Incredibly strong aura-based timing. Cheese on Duracho, so he basically has a second life unless you can burst them all in. In the high ground defense, once more, Shiro will have to return.
I think the Glyph kills this push.
Yeah, NTS, decent job here, finding a lot of farm. I mean, he has out-farmed Quinn in this game. I mean, maybe some of that is how much of Quinn's teammates are taking away from the map as well, right? Gaming like the build net worth as a squad, not just on any individual player. But it does feel like LGD are finding a decent amount in the periods where gaming are grouping up, which is what you want to have happen. Quinn will finish MKB. All that Adusa evasion going by. And the Fissure spams, the high ground defense is strong at this point for LGD. Just hard.
Very, very difficult. A tip over to Duracho. I wonder what that was for. Either way, he's got Heaven's Halberd now done, so guess the game plan for Nothing to Say is just try to jump to the back line and annoy the sniper. He's not going to kill him, but he can Halberd him at least.
Halberd's nice for the sniper and the Morphling here. Also gives him a little extra survivability until Quinn already had the MKB. Which kind of sucks here, but still some extra tankiness.
40 seconds left on the Aegis. Game of Gladiators going to have to go hard on this push or not go at all. And it seems like the call from Duracho is not at all. Curious. They do have Tormentor, second Tormentor, and Wisdom Rune to pick up. So maybe it's just farm and chill.
Not farm and chill for LGD, man. They know their timings in this game, and they are smoking out down mid behind this wave. This is a pretty decent smoke. Should catch someone from gaming lingering here trying to push it back out.
Radiant are scanning.
And go around the jungle. They want the sniper.
Not going to find him. Gaming Gladiators will circle the wagons. Head back to the tier 3.
Smoke themselves. Still a cheese on Duracho here, who finished up that Scotty. Hit his level 20. Well, that is a satisfying sound.
It really is.
And now it's LGD's turn to play the defensive. Circle their own wagons.
It's funny how important smokes have become over the last like 4 or 5 years of Dota, and how teams have gotten really good at being able to read each other's smokes.
I mean, these are 5-man smokes, so these in theory are the easiest to read. NTS will get behind them with a nice run and start cutting the wave again. So the lead is still not building here for gaming, despite locking LGD in the base for most of this. And that Swift Blink is closing in for Shiro. That has to be the window where LGD start to find something back into this game. Because otherwise, this Medusa is just going to start falling off a bit. You're getting too many cores on gaming scaling into her. And I think the Visage is a little too far behind, but once you have that Swift Blink for like the 10-minute period there, your team fights strong, man. You just blink in with Stone Gaze. There isn't a direct answer here for gaming, unless you land that clutch roar.
It's just going to be difficult for the Dusa to put out damage between Morphling stealing the stats, the Heaven's Halberd, and Primal Roar on the Beastmaster. The general range problem against the Sniper.
And that's why they want to smoke into gaming, so they get the jump. The Shaker can also provide some lockdown duration, so when the Dusa blinks in, someone's getting fissured and then chain stunned. That should be enough to take out a hero, or at least give you a decent advantage for the fight, but you have to be able to find that jump. Gaming with the Beastmaster, with the extra vision and the summons, dodging those smokes, not giving an opportunity for LGD to come back in this game.
Yeah, how do you get the initiation when you are on the back foot map control-wise and you're matched up against a Beastmaster? So
it's very tough.
They have the extra vision.
You basically just have to take the fights that are going to be mandatory, which are usually the Roshans. Or you can bait it out.
Turning into the Vistage, this may actually be a great opportunity for PSG LGD.
I'm sure Shiro's like, hey, that's not on me. Time to go, boys. He's just clearing through some summons, trying to force the fight. There's the blink.
He's forwards. Slowing down Celery. Celery drops the tombstone as far away as possible before he dies. They'll deal with him, deal with his tombstone.
There's that poke kill. That is the part of this draft that is hard for gaming to respond to. Because you have to keep the formation with protecting the sniper, letting the Morphling find the target, but the second LGD kill one support, it opens up the flanks, and suddenly...
Jumping in for war, nothing to say. Braving the Primal Roar, which doesn't come out until now. Ace is tanky, but there's too many heroes in. Nicely positioned from the Dusa as well. Puts the Stone Gaze between the Beastmaster and the Sniper, but they couldn't do enough. Nothing to say now low. New's going to be left behind, it seems. Turns into the Stone form, but he comes back in.
Yo, guys, we're fighting this, right? We're fighting this, guys, right?
I know.
I don't think LGD definitely did not feel confident fighting out without resources on NTS. I feel like he's too much of their damage. Oh, Tofu, you went a little too far, my friend.
Gotta respect the chain stuns from the Earthshaker and the turnaround potential.
LG just need to keep playing off this. This is the best aspect they have going for them right now. The Fissure chain stun with the Medusa blinking in, picking off a target, and then doing that again. It's just hard to do that on a core because it's not that much damage. It's enough to kill these supports, but as we saw there on Ace, nowhere close to taking down the gaming cores. Still has a cheese up as well. I think you should be able to combine cheeses.
What would you make out of it?
Out of 2 cheeses?
Yeah.
I don't know, fondue.
Take 2 cheeses, a couple of fairy fires, maybe a salve, and make a charcuterie board.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Provides +3 all stats. And 800 HP regen.
Speaking of which, when was the last time you saw a block of cheese?
Never. I think I saw it in one professional game.
Cheever's going to be very disappointed.
Nobody wants the refresher shard, man.
Celery the pack mule will pick it up, undoubtedly to give it to somebody else.
And surely Ace wants it. Double ore, double all these auras, double halberd, pretty damn nice. He's also the one who has the slot, so... Oh, never mind, he doesn't have the slot. So Dyrachyo holds on to his original cheese. Another one will go on to Celery who doesn't have the slot. And Quinn will carry that Aegis with his MKB along with Dyrachyo's completed. So double evasion piercing up for gaming with the 3rd Aegis here. Is this enough to try and force the high ground? That is the question. They've been very patient in this game so far. The lead is not built, but they are still in control.
Soon going to be Shiva's, and a next item for the Dusa. There it is, MKB now done. So
just looking at that
damage
tier 4
is
token.
ramping up.
Is there a tier 4 token item better than Grovebow?
Penta Edge Sword. And 45 damage greater than 100 range and 20 attack speed?
Yeah, probably. Especially when you have the Swift Blink build.
Sure.
I don't think you're too reliant on the attack range here. You just want attack speed and damage to deal with the Morphling Ags and kill heroes as fast as possible off the limited stun durations you have.
I guess you could still main. It doesn't say that main is specifically melee.
That's true. I wonder if it's a reduced percentage. Probably not.
Weird. Never thought about that before. Game the Gladiators are going to be taking this tier 2, and we'll see if they go for the high ground. 3 minutes left on the Aegis, so we've got some time to think about it, but surely the time is coming.
NTS finished up an entire Shiva's during this phase. So he's a very tanky frontliner now. Going to be harder to bring down. He needs to create some space. Will not have buyback for a high ground defense fight like this, though. And there are not a lot of buybacks on LGE side. They are just buying out to try and take the engagement. In fact, there's only the supports. Gaming, however, don't necessarily know that. So them committing on a core is not as straightforward as they can just all in the Medusa and that's game.
Yeah, all-inning a Doosan in particular is always a dangerous tactic. Quinn, meanwhile, taking the very conservative approach of just poking away at a tier 3.
Well, this will probably take another 10 minutes, but eventually they will win.
Is there anything to reposition this sniper?
Don't think so. There's no force staffs, no pikes. So there's a force staff on Y. I guess you could run up and try and force him. He has ace lines too. People don't think about these aggressive force staffs enough in these base situations.
I mean, because otherwise, you have to go at some point.
I mean, letting the tier 3 go down does help because it makes him go in a little deeper. Problem is they have full hawk vision and you still have Aegis on the sniper. He has Hurricane Pike. You can try and flank gaming.
Shiro is definitely going to try and get some sort of initiation, but the Hawk sees them, and they know it too, actually. They pinged it.
I think LGD are happy to give up a Rax for an Aegis if it comes to it, but this is pretty damn slow. Gaming are not getting out a lot of this.
Gonna go on the sniper now. Okay. Try and take away that Aegis. Oh, they actually went for him. Prime Aurora being used. Shiro gonna be protected by the Decrepify as he backs away from the Scotty Durachia.
Got the Stone Gaze out of him.
That's pretty big. A little bit surprised, especially since he was pretty clean. I mean, why is always there to give you the heals and Decrepifies that you need? They can't go on the two stuff.
So the great Dusa Wars continue. LGD will hold their base. Celery will take a quick break. The line has been drawn. Tofu says, guys, we shall go here.
Sit on the triangle? Or what? The line may be drawn, but I don't know what it means. Okay, now that's an arrow. I know what that means.
Durachia says, I shall farm all of this out. And Ace says, oh man, this guy never gives me anything.
Why is just shut up about all the farm you're hitting?
Josh says, guys, I just need like 2 more items so we can end the game.
It's like you said that 2 items ago. I think Quinn's just reminiscing about how he crushed this guy mid.
He's probably thinking about all those great days on Quincy Crew. He's like, oh man.
And
the games weren't this hard back then, dude. Wish I had my old captain back.
Yeah, Celery, you're great and everything, but let me just say, I played with the best of the best.
That's right. Celery's frozen in anguish.
And he, of course, is talking about the great North American captain.
That's right.
One of the best of all time.
That's right.
PPD.
Of course. Those optic days, the highlight of Quinn's career. LG will get a breather here. As they discuss the internal conflict that is raging between Y and U. We can see it on their faces.
They're furious.
2 violent personalities clashing in a battle of wits.
It's practically ripping his hair out.
Nothing to say is losing his mind.
Should be a requirement that every player has the cat ears.
I hate the cat ears so much. I hate them so much. They're so stupid. I wish Quinn wore some cat ears, though.
No,
he would look great in them.
Yeah, he would.
That's the missing touch here. Ooh, keep that camera in focus, sir. Don't want to be accused of cheating now.
You got a little fuzzy there. We weren't sure what you were up to. Oh, a smile out of you.
What do you think? Someone made a joke. That must have been a damn good joke. Holy crap.
Yeah, that man.
Man rarely smiles for, oh my God.
Oh, no.
He's gone.
Celery. Celery, come back.
I bet Quinn's just telling him stories about his days in Louisiana.
He pulls out that southern accent.
We used to go down in the bayou, fish some crawdads. He's like, what the hell are you talking about, man?
Y'all boys ever heard of noodling?
PC crash ready. Whoa, time to go. LG, gotta smoke up. Look to get back in this game. So we're going to hold the high ground even though his camera is dead. His soul is alive, and the Undying shall persist. Cheese up. Multiple cheeses for gaming.
I don't think anything's going to happen. I think they're going to wait 3.5 minutes for ages.
The fight is looming.
Or Roshan, rather.
It's going to break out real soon here. I can feel it. Something weird's going to happen, and they're just going to clash, and I think Quinn's going to die. Can I change my prediction?
No.
Okay. Aesthetic cap for Duraccio.
Wants to make sure he's not caught.
Doesn't want to get chain stun.
Yeah, morphin strength the wrong way. Doesn't want to get another flame thread.
Interesting idea.
There's been 19 kills in 42 minutes.
It's been a quiet one. Slow burner right here, as both teams are crunching their way towards that late game. And LGD happy to continue to hold.
Planet's still rocking the Philly Stone. Hell yeah.
Oh, here's some action.
Get that gold, baby. Shiro will get some of his mana back. Thank you. Close call. Somebody almost took damage.
Yeah, it was too intense for me. I could barely handle that. Need a breather.
Meanwhile, nothing to say. It's just going to keep pushing the lanes in. Say, okay, do something, Gladiators. Otherwise,
it's about to have a nullifier. That is a big item for LG to pick up here. I was talking about that 30 minutes ago, but they'll finally get to it. Another smoke from Gaming as they've drawn a circle around nothing. Or should I say, nothing to say. But he has those cat ears. He hears everything. This is a tough smoke to land. Shiro's courier killed with Lincoln's on it. It's a lot of missing net worth here.
He's got a shield rune. So even if they find him here. Spots. Oh, telekinesis, Primal Roar. A little bit of an overlap here, but too much damage. Oh. The shield rune could not protect him against that kind of firepower.
Almost unlucky he ran into Celery there, the one with the gem.
Yeah.
But, hey, that works out for Gaming. They finally find something on the map. 80 seconds without that pesky Ember on the battlefield, and he has no buy. Time for Gaming to run down some lanes and maybe poke the high ground again. They feel confident enough doing it without the Aegis. Blink on Ace as well, so Roar up in 30. You can maybe force the initiation. I mean, you got everything you need here. In fact, Celery has 2 greater healing lotuses. And
Block of cheese.
Wait, he has it, doesn't he?
Okay, the lotus, is it the right kind of lotus? I always get the 2 of them combined, the second level and the third level. I don't know which one is which.
Oh, there's a fight. Shiro's in. They're going for the chain stun.
Everything they have for the sniper, but it's not even close. They had too many saves. He used the disperser to back out real quick, but now the heals can start coming in from Gaming Gladiators. They'll get him back up to full, and they'll go again. They do have 15 seconds till nothing to say is back up, though.
Yeah, these soul rips plus the grease from Celery. There's so much sustain on top of 2 cheeses on their heroes.
Oh, look at Duraccio. He's like, draw their attention into mid. I'll take the bottom lane. Turns into the Earthshaker for a quick escape if needed.
And some quick building damage.
Yeah.
Claims that Range Drax gets out. The mid-tier 3 goes down as well as Quinn almost kills Y. He smokes for the assassinate, doesn't dodge it in time, but still lives. And now you are having to defend 2 sides at once. Shiro cannot be everywhere.
That's where nothing to say comes in. He's back. He's got the nullifier too. That's, you know, that last kill on Sniper, if you had an Ember Spirit there with a nullifier to stop the Decrepify and everything, that could have been a kill. I could see it. It's possible. Actually, very important. He managed to turn around initially.
Yeah,
Still got Stone Gaze afterwards, but
it's a big deal. Still, that burst is there. Like, LG can chain it up and commit on it, especially if the sniper's facing a bad direction.
Roshan time. Both teams making their way for it. Gonna try and oh wait. Are they? Okay, they're gonna stop Duraccio or try to stop him, but they're already set up for Roshan on PSG LGD.
Gaming Gladiators got to get over there. If they can actually get the Roshan, I'm sure they'd be happy to trade out racks for it.
Dyrachyo has bots too, so he can guarantee get to this fight unless NTS gets a clutch cancel on him. But LGD are happy with this trade if they can commit and get it.
Shrapnel reveals it at half health. Shiro going to be in trouble here. Primal Roar going to be used against him. Celery up here on the high ground as well, turning into the Earthshaker and getting a good Fisher to block out Shiro. He's just not getting any damage done. He blinks over to the side. Planet's going to be the target here. Dyrachyo tries to catch him, but a blink away. Managed to get him out, and he misses his life too. You needs help. Jump forward. Dyrachyo doesn't hit the two-man Echo Slam, but finally he falls. Shiro is struggling to be able to keep with these heroes at the same time. Finally pops the Stone Gaze, but it's going to be used as a retreat.
Can't hit anything. He's getting stunned for so long in these fights. Gamer is able to wear through the Medusa, and now Roche is falling. He's back in.
Can he get it? Take it, but no, the Aegis is snatched up by Quinn, and he turns around now with the Manta. Oh, actually, they can kill Quinn once. Nothing to say. Sticks onto Dyrachyo, who's out of mana as well. They're running out of resources. Oh, Quinn, he's going to die a second time, and the team can't really help him out.
That's not enough. Shiro out of mana, though.
Shiro out of mana, but he gets a Mystic Snake back into play. He gets a little bit more mana. Why he smiles, going to start healing him up, healing him up, healing him up. He's good. And now, telekinesis to get Dyrachyo out of there. Primal Roar 2, but the Earthshaker is going to jump in. Hits the Fisher onto 2. Don't think they know about Tofu, but they catch 1. Meanwhile, mid.
Double tombstone fight. Just clearing through it. Dyrachyo back to mid with this huge wave. Trying to exert some Rax pressure. I mean, he got 1, but LGE should be super happy with that engagement because the start of this looked pretty damn bad. Dyrachyo got on the backline. He's just killing Planet. Amazing decrep from Y. Saves Planet, buys a huge amount of time in this fight. He gets blink off, forces Dyrachyo to re-engage again into the fissures, chain stunning 2 of them. Just so much time bought in this engagement that is wasting the clock here. Tofu has to buy back, and this is all space for NTS to get to the fight because he had to walk all the way here.
Crazy call by PSG LGD to walk back into this one.
Yeah, and the fact Shiro gets back in this pit and even contests this is absurdly good for them in the first place. Imagine he picked any of that up. That's even more one-sided there. He got nothing.
Yeah, he dropped his treads to try and get something, but you're right, nothing.
And I think one of the refresher shards got used in that engagement, I think by Celery for a second tombstone. That was cheese and ages for Quinn, as he doesn't know what the hell's going on.
I think Quinn was surprised that they went back into that one.
It's like, what the hell is Shiro doing here? Oh, he's killing me.
No, he said, what the heck is Shiro doing here, of course. Quinn only using...
Accurate description, of course. Oh, that's a tombstone drop-off death. Okay, so refresher shard must have got used somewhere else in there. I didn't even see who got it popped.
They got a gem.
Oh, they have it.
They still have it on. Oh!
Planet has it. So LGD actually did get a shard out of that Roche fight. I was wondering where it went. That's a second fissure, second chain stun, second echo. Pretty big deal here. Of course, there is still 1 on Celery, so he can instant drop 2 tombstones in a fight if they want to play that game. Didn't happen there. Always up his sleeve. And the Lincolns will finally be delivered to Shiro. He has nothing left to buy except a Moon Shard.
Moon Shard, yeah, that's it.
Wow. This game is going late, and it's heating up. Nullifier done for NTS. Hits his level 25. He's got Sleight of Fist charges. This comes down to if they get on top of the sniper. Like that engagement, once they're on top of him, he just melts. That is not a man fight Quinn is winning. He does not have Satanic, does not have extra displacement.
Brock goes out, but Shiro.
He's all alone, and then he got nullified.
He jumps in and helps him out. The telekinesis only going to take him so far. Nothing to say. We'll finish him off. Now with the BKB. The Echo Slam
double echo.
Used. Double echo with the Fisher, but Dyrachyo had that cap, and he was able to get off his BKB as a result. A great neutral item pickup.
But
might just save his life, but Shiro is mowing down Quinn and the rest of Gaming Gladiators.
Oh, this late game is heating up for LGD. Dunked the double straight on his head to send a message as you collect 2 gems, and that initiation from Ace is just way too far away from the team. Maybe he didn't expect all of LGD to be there, but at this point in the game, you gotta know they're backing each other up in the ball. He had no damage in sight. Just puts Gaming in an awkward position, and suddenly their backline collapses. Quinn is running for his life, but he got Ags stunned by the snake. Cold-blooded for a reason. He's regretting that jump as
Oh, back into the game. Dyrachyo just managed to get a pick off on you in the top area as they were kind of split up to try and keep the lanes in.
It's a very big find, but is it as big as double damage on Shiro right now?
Oh, man.
The Rune of the Gods and the Rune of Destiny here will instantly form a force the glyph out. Dyrachyo is not going to come back and fight this unless his team is up. They're just going to
He's going to go tier 4.
This double damage might have just won him the game here.
I mean, we'll see. It's definitely, Gaming Gladiators will definitely be able to fight this. They don't even have to use the buyback on the sniper, but...
Now do you go back for the throne with no glyph?
Seems like that little pause of glyph was enough for them to reconsider. They'll just get the one lane of barracks, which will help some of this lane pressure that's constantly out.
Shiro has just been a deity this game. Does not feel like they're close to killing him, except in that Roshan fight. But you got to remember, that Roshan fight, they had multiple lives, and that was him going in solo, where he lost a lot of mana in the initial jump, and then he still has a Pugna sucking him.
He goes back for the growth bow.
He has 900 last hits. Oh my god. What? It's so many. He does go back for the growth bow. You're right. Sometimes that tier 2 neutral item is just too damn good.
You know, you just can't beat the classics.
This game is getting down to the wire as another 5-man smoke comes out for LGD.
Straight down
grinded
the middle.
their way back in this game tremendously, and now they have some buybacks to go into those team fights with. Ember buyback, perhaps the most important one here, is NTS can just play super aggressive and come back in off a Remnant.
Especially with the shield rune.
He is so tanky right now.
4,500 HP on him without the Flame Guard being used.
Moonshard completed for Shiro as well. He is absolutely capped outside of a bots too to come back into a fight off a buyback if he can farm up that gold as well, which based on his rate should not take long. You have to remember, Gaming also do not have their glyph right now. A decent factor if it ever comes down to some sort of throne race or LGE can just go into Gaming's base because they misstep. A rare situation, but one that has happened.
Hawk reveals a bunch of these heroes. And Game Gladiators through the side portal to the other side of the map. Nothing to say he's not here. He's going to be pushing on mid. Dyrachyo, he's running out of slots too. Look at him.
He's running out of levels. Level 29. Satanic done. Pretty much only has this Silver Edge, and then he is absolutely capped as well.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Shield runes. Time's out for NTS. He will lose some tank ability as he continues to frontline. Knows he has that buyback potential, so he's happy to take the brunt of the jump from Gaming if he can force it. And you have to think about this Hex on you too. The instant sense coming out from LGD on a counter initiation play. If you're Ace and you blink into Roar, if you get Hex, if you get Fissure Stun, that fight's over. There's no way you're going into that ball with your Beastmaster just getting decimated by the single target damage that LGD have pumped out into this late game. And Ags is on the menu for New as well. That is going to make him a huge initiation threat on top of everything else. Quick little backdoor. Will go unpunished.
Big move. As long as he gets out. Which they do see him.
Really
He doesn't have TP yet. Does have Silver Edge, and that's going to be a problem.
They have detection.
Sniper's going to go. Silver Edges too. Misses the Fissure. Only spotted him for a moment.
That was not as comfortable a get out as I thought it would be.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they don't have a BKB piercing disable, right?
I
mean, they have Stone Gaze.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You can Stone Gaze blink in front
You
of
can
him.
just Swift Blink Stone Gaze. I don't know. Is that worth the range racks? Maybe, but that is a very precarious play to make. Level 25 for Ace here. We'll take those Wild Axes. Very powerful Talon as well. Outputs a lot more damage in these fights. Doesn't have like the old Octarine build with it, but can't ask for everything here. Dyrachyo will continue the invisible Morphling Rat action.
He's spotted. Slight chains. He's still going to go for it. See if he can overwhelm the building before the heroes can get back from LGD. Quinn helping him out. Not quite enough. Now, Shiro doesn't give a damn about the buildings. He wants a far more important prize. That is Roshan, the first one of the game potentially for PSG LGD if they can get it.
He will take Aegis over this Lincoln slot and give Refresher Shard to New. That's a double hex for the Visage. Very strong in the fights versus the Morphling, versus the Beastmaster initiations. LGD getting that objective at last. Roar on the Pugna, but where's the damage follow-up?
Plus Nullifier, but nothing to say. Is right in the mix. Gleipnir onto 2. Quinn's forced to be able to use the Hurricane Pike to be able to get away from this Ember Spirit. It will finish off Tofu, but the Stone Gaze, it locked down Quinn. Quinn didn't see that one coming. Shiro does almost kill him, but the Silver Edge allows Quinn to be able to get away. Constant vision problem's going to be abound, but they do manage to find the Beastmaster before he can TP away. Meanwhile, Rax in trouble. Terraccio with these heroes dead.
Mission,
okay,
though.
Careful. Nullifier on him, trying to crawl away. Shiro's gonna keep him slowed. These constant snake stuns are a problem too. Fisher stunned, he's dead. Oh no. Now they're into a real desperate buyback scenario.
Gaming all have buybacks. There are 10 up in this game. So you can afford to make a suicide play like that, but it is going to hurt your high ground defense here, especially when LGD have the Aegis and they have a Divine Rapier picked up by Shiro. He wants to end this game right now. He's done messing around. He says, I have enough CS. 1,000 is good enough for me. I want the dub to go along with it. And do you have enough to repel LGD? It's going to force all your buybacks here, and it might take more. Sniper high ground defense, nothing to scoff at. But Quinn has not been able to maintain the gaps in these fights. They're just getting on top of him and slaying him.
And the gap is a whole lot harder.
Right on
You're
cue.
right next to your fountain, unless nothing to say can stop you right here with a Nullifier.
Put him in the tombstone.
Got him in the tombstone just in time.
But the base, the throne.
The base is in trouble. The Divine Rapier is
gone.
doing too much. They can't stop him, and Shiro will end it.
There was no high ground defense once Shiro's on the high ground. Does not care about the heroes. CS and buildings is all I need to end this game. It only takes one Roshan. Gaming got 3, but they were not able to push high ground with their timings. Shiro finds the CS, finds the defense, finds the fights, finds the Divine, and takes the win. Very impressive performance from him. That is a difficult game to balance all of it, right? You have to keep your farm up, you have to maintain your timings on Medusa, and still defend those objectives for your team who are behind, as New satisfied with his own performance in that game as always. And then yes, stalling him out with the rat performance from the Ember. I feel like that's why LGD are first phasing Ember right now. They feel like he's always going to get out of a bad lane matchup and then be able to stall this game for the rest of their lineup to come online. Planet, he had a rough early game, but he paid it off big time in those later fights with the chain stunning. Celery can't even believe what happened. I don't know if Gaming can believe what happened. They had the dream start and everything go well for them. I mean, Ace is like, I had every ore in the book.
And under the sun.
And under the book. And over the book. But they didn't get the book.
No,
We're
they
going
got
to
the
game
book
2.
thrown right back at them. PSG LGD managed to slow it down 13-19, an incredibly low kill game. And PSG LGD had faith in their late game, and that faith is rewarded. Shiro, 7-1-8, will be able to finish it off
Shiro,
with a Divine
you
Rapier
noob.
and an Aegis.
You goddamn noob. Only 999 GPM.
Shame.
Shame.
Bend, 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 but don't break. That were the words from our commentary team during that game. And, you know, Cap wondered, what are you bending for? What are you bending for? What are you waiting for? It was that Medusa. In the end, Shiro was able to take this one home for his team. But my gosh, playing a game like this, the way PSG LGD did, I mean, it's not everybody's cup of tea, and I respect that due to the low kill count. I get it. But there is a lot of finesse that goes into a game like this, Sheep.
I don't drink tea, and that wasn't my cup of tea.
Fair enough.
I hated it.
You Brit? What? Excuse me.
Someone has to counter tea, Governor. He's drinking too much tea for all of us.
Fair enough.
No, I don't know. I thought the game... Obviously, it's interesting when people play games like that, where it's more like strategy-based, but really it was just like two teams farming against each other, and... You know, in some ways it was like not very enjoyable to watch because like your playmaker's an Earthshaker, right? You pick this, his early game movements don't really work out. In the end, he sort of ends up in this position where he's just following his Medusa around and securing her farm, which makes his blink come later because he's also going Ether Lens first, right? And then, he's relying on, like, thank God he has a Philosopher's Stone later down the line. But he's finally able to start getting his items, and then things, like, there's so much patience play. there's nothing to talk about, man.
No,
but
that's the thing. It is such a patient play. That's a skill in itself.
And that's why I'm getting old LGD vibes from this team. I thought Effie was crazy at the start of the tournament. Oh, LGD's back. LGD's back. Bullshit, Effie. Quit fucking lying to me. You're lying.
Say it to her face.
But you know what? It's the thing with old LGD is that team always found a timing. They always knew what the timing was, and they always played for it. We've seen this iteration of LGD play the fast-paced games. It's not like, oh, boring old LGD. Like, they can do it. They've done it many times. It's like their MO now. But they knew in this game that they couldn't. And that's what made it a bit boring for, like, the high ground sieges and stuff. And, yeah, sure, it would be, like, I guess, bad Dota if they were doing that just to do the base defense into eventually losing. But clearly they knew their timing, which is very impressive against Gaming Gladiators, the best team in the world.
Yeah, I mean, this was remarkably boring, but still remarkably impressive because there was one win condition for them, right? And that was 6-slotted Dusa, and they made it happen. They split up on the map. They did not let GG hunt them down. They found the farm where they could. They held the high ground, and then when their Medusa was strong enough, they went for the big plays near the Roche. They went for the play to try the Enthrone. They went for the Rapier. There was also one time where Ember was dead, but they went for the kill on Sniper anyway. They timed the Aegis, and they were confident enough in the strength of their Medusa that they went in 4v5. And it just feels like everything is calculated to the T. And, not to jinx them, but I think Xiao 8 has finally found...
I think he has.
He has finally found his reiteration of the LGD of 2 years past.
Yep.
So
This team works, for sure.
everything looks really good with New. He seems to be the secret sauce, the resolution of last year's secret.
Yeah, we heard the players talk about it. He's communicative in the right ways for the team, and it seems to slot in really well. Now we have a head-to-head for this matchup as well, and then Sheep really wanted to talk more about the Earthshaker and the Rubik as well, because it kind of comes with the same equation. But this is really a Flame Earthshaker position for a segment, I feel.
No, they won, so I can't blame it.
No, we're good.
No, I was just it's kind of what I covered earlier. I was just kind of unhappy with like how they had to give up farm on the bot lane, right? Like I think Visage was lowest core in terms of net worth because he had to play into an Undying Morphling lane with an Earthshaker, so they sacrificed his lane to let this Earthshaker be like a roamer aggressor to kind of deal with the sniper, and then his move mid doesn't even kill the sniper. Like everything looks really bad. I didn't like him just trailing the Medusa because I wanted to see him get a Blink Dagger to be able to do anything. But like you said, they had a win condition, so them being like, okay, this didn't work out early, we're just going to extend it now to an hour or whatever we need to. Obviously, it's good that they were able to shift things up, but I didn't like how the Earthshaker ended up playing out early.
Yeah, because you feel like that they did well in the situation that they were in,
yeah,
but they wouldn't be in the situation if it wasn't for the Earthshaker.
They need an Earth Spirit.
You always need an Earth Spirit.
What would you guys do? What would you guys do if I told you that at the end of that game, Gaming Gladiators still had an XP advantage? What would you do?
I would be like, that seems correct because Gaimin had more of the map for most of the game.
Yeah.
Well, at the end of the game, they had an XP advantage on Gaming Gladiators.
No way! That seems correct because they had most of the map for most of the game.
How is this possible? They lost, Jenkins.
I remember when we were theory crafting at the start of this patch, on this very stage, because we got to see
literally yesterday.
Final few days. No, not this patch. I mean 7.33. Okay. We thought that, or there were theories that the way the game was going to be played, it's like, oh, there's all these jungle camps. Everyone's going to farm. You're just going to avoid each other and you're going to farm. And then we realized, like, holy shit, kills are worth way too much. There's way more fighting now than there was before. LGD actually kind of played that style. Like, they did we're going to abuse the fact that the map is so huge, and they evaded, like, all of the ganks from Gaming Gladiators. There's that one smoke where they smoked entirely across with the gem and just absolutely were evaded by LGD. It looked frustrating. It looked really frustrating to play for Gaimin because everything was just so slowly happening.
But I kind of feel like, we're crediting PSG LGD for being able to dodge them and hold and bend. And okay, at what point are we crediting PSG LGD for something that was kind of a mess up by Gaming Gladiators because they did have a lead for most of the game? Why couldn't they just close it out? They know that Medusa at some point is going to have, the timing. I kind of feel like
Dota's a game of mistakes, though. Like
frustration.
You force mistakes from your opponents by
Okay.
abusing the fact that they don't have the greatest catch in the world. Their catch was Rubik Beastmaster. I mean, this is the issue with picking Sniper Morphling. Which one of these heroes is going to go around and kill people? Your Morphling? That's your best hero for killing people? Come on.
Come on.
That's not a good hero for that.
Not a good hero. But you know what? It's a best of 3. There's going to be another chance for Gaming Gladiators to force out the 3rd game of this best of 3 series. Or perhaps PSG LTD is going to come in with an idea that is maybe even better than game number 1. Finding out. Stay tuned. We'll be back after a break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back to DreamLeague. We are heading into our second game of Gaming Gladiators versus PSG LGD. But before we start talking about the draft that will be on our screens momentarily, I first have something that I forgot to do earlier because we've had some fantastic intros earlier today by Jizzle, who's sitting right next to me right here. And we've been ranking my co-host and Tsunami's co-host capabilities with this lovely board during the Dream League Season 20. And I have with me on the couch two panelists. We got Effie, we got Sheepstick, and they are going to tell me if they were impressed or not impressed by the rap capabilities of Jizzle. And based on their review, we are either going to rank Jizzle up or down. At the moment, he is ranked Crusader. He will be either Archon. Well, I don't know why I would put him to Legend. That would mean he ranks up 2 times.
I think he should rank up 2 times, Shiver.
Really?
I also am of the inclination that he should be ranked up 2 times.
2 times?
Oh, I love this panel. This is my favorite panel.
I
Fuck
grabbed
Purge.
this one by accident.
Bro, every time Jenkins opens his mouth and raps, I want to give him another badge. I would just rank him up every time.
Think about all the badges I could have.
Let's
At
talk
least
about
5.
Let's talk about it.
Yeah.
The rapping was good.
Yeah, it
He was put on the spot. He had
He
the
was.
freestyle for every single intro.
Yes.
He did pretty well, with the exception of mine. Mine was
Okay,
atrocious.
can I make an excuse for that? It was very early in the morning.
Okay.
I didn't know I was doing this, and I was hearing an echo in my ear.
Do you want to do it again? Just have a little bit of a do-over?
Yeah, go ahead.
If we get up the
Could we get a quick rap?
If we get up the
thing?
stairs now.
A quick rap beat. Yeah, she's going up the stairs.
Yay.
And 1, and 2, and 3.
Yo. Okay. Yo. Effie walking down the stairs. She is fire. She's burning hard like that funeral pyre. I think that's a word. I'm not sure. But Effie, as a panelist, she's not a loser. She's great. 8 out of 8. Cheapo, take her on a date. That's an invitation.
That was definitely okay.
yes.
We're going.
Yes.
I'm telling you, it's hard. It is hard if you hear an echo, because then I hear how stupid I sound.
You don't sound stupid. That was
I feel
really
you.
good.
That was really good.
But also, Shiver, you know, he has new shoes.
He does.
He came in all dripped out. He was
does.
committed
Oh
to
my
his
God, this
rapping
is
role.
Too much.
So he does deserve 2 badges today.
Well, done. Let's focus on the Dota as we will relish this victory or this upgrade for Jenkins or Jizzle, sorry. Later, we've got ourselves a Primal Beast and a Pugna opening outside PSG LGD. Gaming Gladiators is Dire with first pick. You wonder what happened there? They actually wanted to be first pick. It's one of the first time today that a team voluntarily chooses with priority first pick. They went for the Enchantress and the Morphling. Of course, first pick gives you overall last, so there might be something coming out of overall last.
Oh my, that's pretty cool. I'm definitely more interested right now in the Ember ban, which they seem to find a massive problem. I did want to highlight him last game, but I was never able to verify. Do you have the game up? Did he have a halberd the whole game? I feel like there was a point where there was just a halberd online where the sniper could just not play anymore.
You got it kind of late. It was like 3rd or 4th item.
Yeah. And I love that. I thought that was so cool, because then Sniper was just not a hero in every fight. And
Yeah,
then
it just went on him.
Yeah, and then Medusa got like her blink. She got the swift blink, and then she was always able to position herself with the ult where Sniper can't play. Like this Sniper felt very irrelevant towards the end of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, Quinn was just excited to play it because it got shrapnel buffs. Everybody loves that shrapnel radius.
He went 2-2-1 in lane. I was like, is this the build? I thought you meant to max headshot. But whatever, that hero's whatever. We're probably gonna sting it again. We're gonna reduce the hero puddle. He stepped out of his comfort zone twice now in a row, and it's just not working out. It's not working out.
Back to Pango.
Yeah,
Actually, Pango was
no. Pango's not been picked this tournament for him yet.
But yeah, it has been banned an awful lot against him, though.
It does, yeah, because he's pretty damn good at the hero.
Yeah.
All right. Well, they feel good enough about the Morphling, though, to run it back, which I agree with. The reason why they went for this first pick probably was just to secure that the Morphling would be winning his lane very hard in order to counterpick. And the Primal Beast comes out on the side of PSG LGD versus the Enchantress, which is something that people used to do way back in the day, back when Primal was a priority, like 3 months ago, 10 years ago, it feels like. But it's because Primal lanes very well into Ench. She has the magical damage to kill her. The Decrepify plus Trample combo is really strong, but also because the small camp stacks that an Ench does to want to spawn creeps early on, he can just trample over them and get rid of them. Like it's free gold for him. So this used to be the counter to Ench or the opener that people would go for. But because you take this Primal Beast, Gaiman is like, okay, Morphling is one of the best heroes versus Primal on lane. We're just going to pick it now. We wanted to pick it anyway. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess they banned the Undying and let through the Ench, so they deemed that more of an issue. Which was, I guess, fair. I think Celery did really well in lane last time, but Ench should still have a good time. And this Primal Beast, people used to always just pick Clockwork as a response to it because it makes his game like impossible, but that hero's completely fallen off. I'm actually surprised we don't see more Primal Beast.
Did you guys just... You guys see what I see there?
An axe?
That's an axe.
What do you think of him? What does he do, actually? We have never seen this hero before.
I think he's awesome.
Yeah?
But Vanguard just got nerfed.
Yeah.
And already everybody was saying how bad Axe is.
Wait, people weren't buying Octarine on Axe, though.
No, they weren't, but they're still going Vanguard.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's little enough, but it's still
Yeah,
good.
you know. It's just Vanguard's catching these strays because of Octarine. That's the issue. Right.
This Axe pick is confusing me. I guess it's just a strategy that they practice. So the safe assumption would be that this is an offlane Axe that they're going to put versus the Morphling, and the Primal Beast will be flexed to either position 4 or to mid. I doubt you want to flex Primal to carry, right? And I mean, I guess in theory, you could theorycraft that Axe is pretty solid versus Morph. Like, he has a way to, you know, you just buy the Vanguard, you play behind the tower, you trade farm, and then later on when you get the Blade Mail, you can catch Morphling off guard.
You know, the actual combo that they're going for is Battle Hungering and then Decrepifying, so they can't last hit to remove the Battle Hunger.
But then the Decrepify makes you take 0 physical damage.
What can you do? Oh shit, they picked Clockwork.
Oh shit, that's like the best hero against Primal. I think it's the highest win rate hero on Dota buff against Primal, actually.
Yeah.
It's just, you can't charge out of his stuff. You can't charge into his stuff now either. Pretty much everything in the game is interrupted by cogs. So, and of course, Clockwork plus Darkseer. I could see some Oracle coming out here, just counter, just get this thing dealt with, the Darkseer in the lane.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good versus the Darkseer. Also a way to save if somebody gets initiated on by the hookshot. I could also just see like insane magical burst coming out, like some Axe combo. Like Axe plus Sky or Axe plus Hoodwink.
Oh yeah, I
even
can
though
see
she
that
sucks.
too.
Hoodwink really sucks, so I hope to not see her.
This guy's really sick against Morph too.
This guy really feeds against Clock as well, though.
Okay, so they preferred to get the carry that's good against Clock Darkseer rather than the support. They believe that there are a few supports that they can pick that are still good.
And overall good versus Morphling, right?
Yes.
And then they're still keeping their Primal Flex open this way because this could still be played as position 4.
Yep.
Not the best, but you make them have to kind of cover their bases in this last round of banning. Maybe they have to ban out a 4 plus a potential mid.
Alright, so in terms of damage for the Chrono, there's like nothing right now.
No, the Pugna Blast.
Oh, the Pugna Blast, yeah.
That's great. Battle Hunger. Wow.
So I think
it's pretty
that's
nasty.
what I want to see coming out here at the end. I'm not sure if I want the damage to come from like a mid hero who's going to have more like explosive damage and be able to get items to like make the damage even higher, or if I want you just commit this primal to like mid and then you pick a support that can always run around with faces.
I do kind of like that because I feel like Axe kind of wants a hero to go in first
Come on, they love Skywrath Mage.
I was going to say, I
Yeah.
still really like the Sky that Effie suggested.
Yeah.
It looks like Gaiman are thinking also that that's the sort of pick that they're going to take on LGD because they banned the Mirana, which is very similar. More of like a stunner and a hero that will kill the Ench creep. And then they also pick up the Sky. Okay, so that's not happening. It's too good with the Faceless Void as well. There's multiple combos.
I think Snap looks good too, actually, because you can cookie out of Cogs. You've got the Mortimer's Kisses, and then you still have your, potential flex to mid with it.
They have tried Keeper of the Light a couple of times as well, but But I would definitely say one of those two.
I think I'm okay with like a Snapfire, like straight up combo, although it's a little difficult because Gaiman have a lot of ways to kind of stop her from casting her ult, or something that follows up on the chrono with like a Dark Willow where you're able to just get another layered fear down.
Sure.
And you're just controlling Gaiman for longer.
And LGD gets to see the last pick here, so they'll know if it's going to be a good matchup for Primal.
Yeah.
I'm also feeling maybe the Phoenix for LGD.
Oh yeah, that's good.
There
Finally,
it is.
Let's go.
So in the hands of Quinn, this always was a legendary pick. Is it still Slash? Is it again? Did he get buffed enough?
I think I don't play Lesh, so I don't understand the feeling. What the frick?
Oh, Shiver.
Okay.
Why is this such a good AA game?
Okay.
AA is it's always a good AA game. I'm not even gonna say this. Also, by the way, very good against Clockwork. He's gonna be so sad in his stupid cogs.
Why?
You tell him, Shiver.
With the cold feet, he's not gonna get out in time because he has to deny his thing, and he's trying to run out, but he can't. It's very satisfying to freeze up the clock in his own cogs.
It's really good for heal reduction, right?
Yeah.
You're playing into Morphling and you're playing into Leshrac. And also Enchantress. Like this Ice Blast will be very valuable.
Yeah.
It's also damage for Chrono that she mentioned that they were lacking. And it's going to be strong on lane for reasons that Shiva mentioned. So LGD, once again, busting out a cool pick that people don't expect.
Cool
pick!
pick!
And changing them up.
Ice cream cone!
Ice cream horn.
That's funny.
Ice horn, sorry.
Ice horn.
Yeah.
No, I do like it. I do like the AA. I think it's surprising.
I love the AA.
The Axe is a big question mark. I like Axe when Collapse plays it. I don't know how I feel about other Axes, but Mew has been such a pleasant surprise on his hero pool that I feel like he could pull it off.
Yeah, they have
LGD
a lot
used
of
to be
good
next.
control, like especially because like the Primal ult goes through BKB now if they ever, because they're gonna have to buy BKBs to help deal with this AA ult, or they're just gonna die.
Yeah.
And then Primal can control them through it, which is really nice. I was gonna say I don't play Lesh to know the intricacies of how the buffs affected him.
Yeah.
But from what I saw when Sumail played it the other day, it looked pretty good, but it's still susceptible to like if you go gank it mid, if you ruin its game, it still looks like Lesh,
Same
normal
problem.
Lesh.
Yeah.
And let's be real, that was Samaya playing it. We would like to see how Quinn plays.
Of course.
Back. Can he force out with his team a third game to the series? We're going to find out with our commentary team, but not before we listen to some pandas.
A slick pick for LGD as they show they never freeze in the last pick of a draft. Choose a very cool hero in Ancient Apparition to try and deal with the Leshrac that Gaming Gladiators are so familiar with, Avery.
Feels like another out there Zhao 8 lineup that suddenly he's maybe gaining a bit more confidence in his squad to pull off some of these niche picks. That is where LGD, at least under his leadership, has shined over the last few years. And so it's kind of cool to see them get back into that form where they maybe are capable of pulling these unconventional drafts off. I don't think many people would have taken Axe out of phase like that and maybe not even less closed it out with an Ancient Apparition into an Enchantress Clockwork lineup. Like, in theory, this is a nightmare of an early game map to play for LGD supports, especially when you have a greedy Faceless Void. So I'm really looking towards gaming. If they want to win this game 2, push to game 3, it comes from the 2 supports in Tofu and Celery. You're on very comfortable heroes we've seen them pop off on again and again, and they're in a very dominating position in terms of the support matchups. You're up against Pugna AA with Clockwork Enchantress. The first 10 minutes, you should be having a free-for-all in terms of what your options are and what you want to do. You just got to make the correct choices.
I'll say it. Show 8 went too far this time.
Oh, you think he went too far?
Yeah.
Well, I'll say it. I don't think he went far enough.
Oh, so you also think LGD is going to lose?
No, I think they're going to win.
Oh, okay.
But I still think he could have gone farther.
Could have pushed it to the limit.
I really like their draft. I think they have all the answers to what gaming have proposed here. It's just a matter of getting through the first 15 minutes. If that happens, I think they're in very good territory to close out this series 2-0. Of course, a lot can happen before them, and gaming have been one of the most dominating early game teams we've seen in a long time. So I expect them to come out guns blazing and put these supports to good use.
I guess my biggest concern is that it's pretty rare that it's a good Clockwork game nowadays. It looks like a great Clockwork game. Ancient Apparition, Pugna are food for Tofu. He's enabled with a Darkseer with both an Ion Shell and Surge. Vacuum into Cogs looks pretty good. I mean, I think that the back line is just going to get demolished in every fight.
I agree. If the supports from gaming get online, especially Tofu, he can take this game over. And I was thinking about that game 1. Like, Tofu was pretty quiet in that game from what we expect of his Rubik. And I think some of that was there were picks that made it hard, like the Visage. It's a very difficult matchup. And, I mean, you're not stealing super high-impact spells from Medusa in those late-game fights. But he is a linchpin of this team. I mean, Quinn gets talked about a lot. Ace has gone up in terms of is he the best offlaner in the world. But Tofu is really one of their biggest playmakers in a lot of those games that they were doing well at the majors. And
One of
this
the
is
best
a game
board
where,
positions in the world,
right,
for sure.
So if you're looking to bounce back in game 2, maybe regain some momentum in this tournament, this game might come down to him in some regard in terms of just popping off with Darkseer, enabling him on a really good Clockwork game and making those plays happen.
Yeah, because he pops off well enough. If you kill the backline supports and then Faceless Void Chronospheres, well, who's putting damage into that Chronosphere besides the Faceless Void?
Not much. It is a decent time dilation game. Time dilation is always useful, but you are really looking for the 2 supports on LGD to survive in terms of the initiation, and LGD want to be the ones jumping gaming in this game. That just makes the supports' lives easier. So if Tofu can disrupt that by getting in there first, that creates a big disparity. And when you take the AA out, it makes Dyrachyo and Quinn's life way easier, because now they don't have to just run in with a Morphling and a Bloodstone Leshrac into the AA ult, into the Chrono. That is just going to be a guaranteed kill. There's no save for it this game.
Now, it does look like PSG LGD are having a very good time in this laning phase.
Yeah, they're free farming 3 lanes, pretty much.
Yeah.
Which...
I mean, I guess Shiro's... It's mostly just the Morphling is not doing the best in that top lane. Every single time we look up there, he's on no HP.
I mean, LGD have decent lanes here, too. Primal is hard to beat out mid no matter what the matchup is. And, I mean, Axe Pugna is a strong lane. Very high move speed Pugna, who's out right-clicking you in terms of the trade, and then you throw a Battle Hunger on top. It's hard for Celery to just go in and win these exchanges, and he has gotten his mana worn through here. So LGD looking pretty good already. I mean, they're very happy with the 0-0 in this game because they for sure have to feel like they're outscaling gaming here. Sure. Faceless Void, Ancient Apparition. Like, they just want to get to the late game.
Now, you have a lot of experience playing with the Quinn Leshrac. I'm sure there has to be certain boxes that are ticked whether or not you pick Leshrac. I mean, especially without an IO, right? Because that's usually where we see the Leshrac is paired up with the IO. Do you feel like they have the right kind of supporting heroes to make this Leshrac shine?
Not the best, to be honest. They don't have the big buffer. They don't have a real good save mechanic for him. I think Ench and Clock are great with the Lesh in terms of the tempo. Like, you can just run with him, you can gank for him, you can create a lot of momentum and accelerate in that sense. But they're not the great at stacking, which has generally been gaming strat with the Leshrac. They want to stack for him, get him a mega fast Bloodstone, and then just play with sustain mechanics through him.
Is that going to be the kill?
None of that.
Yep, that's going to be your first blood right there. Tofu sneaking in behind the tower with an Ion Shell and the Battery Assault. Why You Smile doesn't stand a chance.
That's a good start for Tofu. First Blood going to do a lot to get him to the early boots here, which will help him accelerate on the map in terms of the kill pressure. And yeah, Quinn is just winning this matchup. I mean, I never really picked Lesh for Quinn too much. A lot of those patches, it wasn't good. Also, I just didn't trust the guy, so. Early rotation from NTS, not even level 6 yet.
That's classic, but the battery assault is a problem for the Primal Beast. Cogs pushed back, very nice, nothing to say. Makes a rotation, pre-level 6, which, you know, this is one of the few heroes that can do that, but to not get a kill?
That's just awkward. Awkward lane from the road to into the Clockwork. One of the answers that was one of the highest priority versus the Primal Beast when this hero was very popular.
Yep.
So Gaming have that going for them as well. Shutting down NTS early in this game. This is not a hero like Ember where he's going to be able to cut waves and stall the game out to a tremendous effect. So if LGD fall behind, I expect them to lose a lot more map than they did last time around. Same with Faceless Void compared to Medusa. You're not shoving waves out with super powerful Manta Illusions. You're not killing Ancient Stacks nearly as fast. Another reason LGD want this to be a quiet early game so they don't fall behind, or their lineup cannot really function from that standpoint. And the next 5 minutes here, vital for Gaming in terms of racking up the pressure. When those 7-minute Wisdom Runes hit, I would expect Gaming to gun for both, try and get them, bring their supports online, and then it's just going to be a free-for-all.
Did get an Arcane Rune for Quinn, something to keep an eye on. So once again, the Battery Assault plus Ion Shell combo is going to go to work. Shiro is going to jump inside, though. Vacuum pulls him back in. Y is going to die, and Shiro takes a lot of damage for all this. Heat Time walked into the Cogs to try and tank a lot of it, and you actually die. So Jirachi finally gets his revenge in what was been an awkward laning phase where he's constantly being assaulted. Gaming Gladiators do go for taking the opposing Wisdom Rune. They get it on Celery and should be able to get their own as well.
Exactly what they want here. Deny the XP from the LGD supports, keep them low forever. They're just going to be food on the map for the Clock and the Enchantress to run down, as well as Quinn. NTS grabs him. He's going to get frozen.
Big kill.
Huge fight.
Keep going, too. The Enchantress is going to be up next, and even Jirachi is going to be chased away.
Quinn was looking to connect top. They just cut him off at the pass. These are not core kills you want to give up if you're Gaming right now, because that is the XP that LGD is going to need to stay in this game.
Ooh, almost had him. If he had level 6, I think there was a Culling Blade there, but...
Absolutely. Eight-minute Power Rune coming up. You want to deny this from NTS if you can. Quinn will do his best to solo fight him off of the river. And it'll be Illusion Rune bottom as Tofu finds his own food.
Now,
but he
there
gets frozen
was
again.
A neutral creep pull. Battery Assault.
Ran out.
Already ran out, so it doesn't stop the channeling there. And, well, nothing to say. Says, might as well.
LGD are just really good at bringing their heroes to the right part of the map with the right hero. I know it sounds simple, but in these competitive games, when there's a lot of pressure existing, that's not always straightforward, especially with these heroes like Pugna AA that are outmatched in terms of the head-on support battle. Even these little things like Y being with NTS on those 2 kills is bringing him back in the game and enabling his Primal Beast. You need some help, NTS will provide it, and they get the call and the wait for him.
Jirachi still managed to get that kill. They'll kill the Enchantress at the same time while Quinn ran down Planet in the mid lane, immediately put that Illusion Rune to use. Jirachi's still running for it though, but he's going to be out of mana. So he's just dead. He was either morph into Strength and lose all your mana for Waveform. Either way, you're done.
Aggression from Gaming picking up here. It will result in a mid-tower kill, so maybe they're happy with the overall exchange. That does feel like another big core kill LGD gets. Some more XP for their Ancient Apparition, who was denied it out of the early laning stage, and they really want AA ult online as fast as possible to combat all the healing here. Guarantee the bigger kills down the road. Still, decent early game for Gaming. Not as clean as I've seen, but pretty solid, and they shut down New pretty damn hard. Anytime you shut down Axe, you're going to be pretty happy with that, as this is a hero that struggles to come back in the game or find his place outside of just a blink stun. Which is okay for LGD's lineup. They have okay follow-up. You can freeze people in it.
Oh, kind of by surprise. Nothing to say, can even channel it off of that one to make sure Cold Feet lands.
Nice chrono. Shiro's playing really well this series.
He is, yeah.
And that A ult up sooner maybe than Dirachi would have expected. I mean, that's a pre-10-minute A ult without a Wisdom Rune. That tells you how many little things LGD have found in this game.
Tofu continues to feast on the supports. You're talking about the Axe. On the other side of things, we do have the Darks here for Game of Gladiators, who is free farming, top net worth in this game, and it is a great pipe game.
100%. This pipe is going to be devastating for LGD in the 5-on-5s for a while. It's kind of what happened last game, right? Ace got these really fast auras up. LGD couldn't deal with them. That's why they had to stall that game out. Could be similar here. It's going to give Gaming a large window where they can just force objectives down.
He's trapped. A whole army went through the portal. Vacuum to stop them from portaling? Okay, they get it now. And Quinn.
This is clowny.
And, well, at least New can make them work for it a little bit.
That's where you just say space, guys.
Honestly, a decent amount.
And they're pressuring 2 tier 1s right now. Catapults are up. Yeah, not the worst situation considering he's been shut down anyway. They're going to try and go for Shiro top.
He's going to try and catch him after the time walk, but the time dilation slows him too much. Hookshot actually did come in to split Earth afterwards. Nope. An eye blast. Oh, and that hit him with nothing to say. A perfect turnaround. Leshrat dies, and now with Quinn gone, here goes all their power on Gaming Gladiators. Fortunately, the Enchantress is level 6, so those two right-clickers at that point didn't really have any spells left. Tofu playing around the onslaught that could come in. Nothing to say. Can't go for it, though.
What an A ult by Y.
Yeah, that was great.
Absolutely owning this game from the position they're in. Like you said, Ace is still climbing that board. LGD just need to hold on until they can push past this mid-game. Blade Mail for NTS. Very interesting item pickup. There is unpreventable damage on Gaming side between the Darkseer and the Leshrac. Really nice item for Slash when he's trying to man up here.
Yeah.
Gives you some extra armor as well. Something instead of just rushing the BKB that maybe he felt like the BKB rush was just going to be too far away. And he has to hold down the fort until this Faceless Void can come online, especially with the slow start New has had as he just picks up Blink Dagger. This is a Blade Mail as Blink Dagger for New. We'll also try and get that item. So they'll have 2 here. I mean, you just run in with double Blade Mail versus the Lesh. Does he just auto die?
Yeah, at least until Bloodstone's up. They're going to have a pretty big window. And even then, if he gets Bloodstone, well, then the Ice Blast is even more effective.
A is not the creep of a hero he used to be. The Shard really helped this hero.
Oh, yeah.
It's very strong in terms of chain stunning Cold Feet. Double procking it.
Tofu just keeps binding him.
That's what he has to do.
Now, he's going to die for this, but still, 1-for-1 trade-off with 4 other heroes from PSG LGD showing.
It's okay. Do give a cold armor stack. I think this game's just going to come down to how much gaming they get done with Ace's net worth. Again, similar to last time. How many objectives can they force down? How many bad fights can they force LGD into?
Oh, he didn't go pipe. He went Greaves. He had pipe queued up at one point.
I mean, he'll probably end up with both in this game, I imagine. Maybe the call was made for someone else to build a pipe?
I was about to say, like, the Greaves is less valuable against the Ancient Apparition.
Yeah, for sure. It's a better pipe game than a Greaves game. Celery, he's going Drum Forestaff, and Tofu is just going straight Ags. Which, I mean, I'm okay with the Clockwork playing Greed this game, but yeah, they are going to end up without a pipe.
I guess he wants the Dispel against the Time Dilation, maybe?
That is a big deal for the hero. Like I said, he'll probably end up with both here. We'll just see which gaming want to play around first.
It does kind of imply he's going to keep farming, though, for the next 5 to 8 minutes.
Been doing a lot of it. 140 CS, 1-0 and 5. Very clean start for him. Oh, the Urs.
With one final slam.
Looks like LGD want to make a quick smoke play here. Blink on Axe, Blade Mail on NTS. They feel confident going in with their cores, setting into the fight up for their supports who have all the damage in the world. Looking for a big core kill in that triangle, probably the Lesh of the Morph. Nobody's home. I mean, this for a clock doesn't feel great. They really wanted a bigger prize out of this. They're looking for Ace. Can they catch Ace, though?
He's surging away.
This is going to be so close.
Smoke breaks. They're going to blink in the right direction. They will not. New doesn't even try for it. They're totally blind.
Map read on point for gaming as they dodge that smoke and continue to build a net worth lead. All of their heroes farming the entire map right now. Very efficient response. Bloodstone was finished. For Quinn, this is normally when they try and group up and put that to use. This game, it's a bit different with that A blast. Gotta be careful about how you force the engagements.
Yeah, just let Tofu force all the engagements for you. He will get the Pugna kill, gets grabbed, Battery Salt stops that though. And now Ace is going to be caught inside the Chronosphere. Now Ice Blast is going to be used for him as well, but it does leave the Leshrac open. He's got a Bloodstone active. They can't kill him easily without that Ice Blast, and he is reigning supreme in this fight. He's going to bring down you and chase away, nothing to say. And Shiro turns around, pokes at him before Time walks away.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're going to get back to the tier 2 safely. They will.
I think if New had his Blade Mail on that jump, that's a very good fight for LGD. But the Bloodstone's able to heal through only the one on NTS here. And like you said, that A ult, you kind of got to pick your poison.
Yeah.
Like you throw that on a Darkseer here, okay, you're super happy with that core kill, but then committing in the fight, it becomes very difficult with that Bloodstone. Still, it's a fight that gets stalled up a little bit, so LGD maybe not too sad. The map is collapsing, though. This is kind of inevitable.
I think the fight maybe they're fine with, but what's going to
after?
happen after is not going to be happy.
I just don't know if you can really prevent this, right? Like, it's just a function of the lineup. Tofu's going to try and force
Push
it.
back into the split earth. Beautiful stuff. Tofu, even the vacuum back on a planet. Big time. 2 times kills, and it's going to turn into a tier 2. And a 3rd kill is Why You Smile is going to be run down. Never mind. Quinn's like, he doesn't want to risk his life for a simple 5.
Doesn't want to get axe called under an A ult under a tier 3. But this is what Tofu can be doing for them this entire game. Just setting stuff up, going this greedy build. He will have Shell on him for the extra damage. And Surge is the buff that Quinn wants the most in this game. Might even be able to dodge some A ults if you're not chronoed in some of these fights with that. Stick onto targets. Ace putting his net worth to use. They will take a good fight, push the lead up to 9K. Man, it doesn't feel like it, but they are really building a net worth difference here. Just farming everything.
NTS got to be a while before he gets that BKB. I don't think they can fight until he has it. Maybe they can. They've got Blade Mail on you. Guess it all depends on the initiation. But these longer sustained flights, you really need that BKB, I think.
I think his courier died with a component on it.
Yeah, I think he's missing
his
an
Ogre
Ogre
Axe.
Club.
So
Yeah.
he's about 1,000, a little more than 1,000 off. Not too far away. By the way, Dyrachyo was using his courier to stack random small camps by giving him the vision during night.
Oh, is in using like his nuke to be able to throw it out long range?
He was hovering over random neutral camps with
yeah.
his courier, so going to adaptive strike them to stack them, but he missed the stack anyway. Look at the connection
Got
with
the more
AO.
strength, so I think he's okay here. In fact, he's going to turn back into them, which is a bit bold.
Oh, he morphed.
The
Pugna Ward.
Yeah, he did not need to morph like that.
No, he just straight up killed himself, I think.
Yeah, he did.
He took so much damage off the nether ward there. Reduced him low enough, so LGD happy with that one. Say thank you very much, we'll come again. And do not lose anybody on the other side of the map.
Ooh, the enchant doesn't quite go off. They're going to drop a ward for a fight, maybe, is New. Waiting in the wings, waiting for an opportunity.
He has his Blade Mail now, so double Blade Mail up for LGD. Gotta be careful here if you're Quinn. Getting those Bloodstones off before the Stun Slash, very important. And these A ults have been on point.
I mean, he was totally fine.
Yeah, it's just these the morph at the end, right? Those 2 spells just killed him.
Yeah, like, he didn't need to morph.
Maybe he didn't see the ward because it was on the high ground. He was like morphing through, but it's just a mistake either way.
Yeah, I mean, you've been ice blasted. You really don't need to be too liberal in your spell usage during that time.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, man, Morphling is not a hero. It's a way of life.
Well, I don't know if Game of Gladiators is happy with the way Dyrachio is living his life right now.
Maybe not, but that is the trade you make for glory. Oh, Roche says no gate for UI. It might end up killing him, actually, as the Gaming are running down here.
They're going to spot him. They've got the Aghanim Scepter on Tofu already. Wow. He's farmed. He's throwing rockets all over the place now after getting pick on Planet.
And that was kind of sad for LGD. Roche just ran through the gate, knocked him out. Then they're stuck down there getting smoked on. Regen rune up for Quinn. So he wants to push, he wants to fight right now and refill his resources. As Ace did finish up that pipe after the Greaves with the extra Vit booster, he can turn into an Aeon Disc later if he wants, or Octarine, whatever his choices are. Very, very fat on the Darkseer here, and that'll be the call to just commit for the Roshan. 21 minutes of the game. Theoretically, this is a very strong contest for LGD. They're going to throw the AAL down, but I don't think they can get the rest of their heroes here in time, even just with this AAL landing.
Definitely not.
Oh, good
trade for farm. Almost at the right time to snag the Roshan last hit. Maybe they'll try and have a go with Dyrachio, but
not without that AAL.
It's farming time. That's true, yeah.
They just want to buy time, but again, their lineup is not as good as wasting time and cutting the map as their previous one was. It's just going to be a bit clunkier here. You're going to have to get more creative, try and find some pickoffs, some openings. Gaming just decide to clump. They should be pretty strong in those 5-on-5s. And Ag's done for Dyrachio. Would like to turn into the Faceless Void, leap in and time dilate him. That sounds pretty damn good.
Yep.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Now when Tofu gets the initiation, Quinn can follow it up. He's about to buy a Blink Dagger.
And Blink, very powerful with the Aegis. Because now even if you A-ult him on the initiation, who cares?
Yeah.
He'll just come back and kill you again with the refreshed mana.
Boom, boom, boom.
The artillery. Giving him all the vision in the world. Makes it even harder for LG to find these pickoffs back into the game. Those are some nice death sounds.
What, the trolls?
The little, I think that's the little skeletons, right?
Maybe.
Sometimes it's just nice to listen to Dota, you know?
It does have great audio.
So
let's just all sit back.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Take a moment to appreciate the wonderful sounds of Dota 2. It's boom, smoke.
Damn.
And it's off.
I feel more relaxed already.
And oh, and they caught him. They relaxed too much.
You're ruining my ASMR cap.
I'm sorry.
This game just feels like LGD running away from rocket flares.
Pretty much, yeah.
I mean, how much do you want to concede here during this Aegis period? Is this another bend, don't break game? I guess they didn't break last game, and it was up to this amount of net worth. Again, their scale is still pretty crazy. It's not going to take too many chrono fights. NTS will get his BKB popped, and he'll rip the Lotuses away before he TPs. Insult to injury, says not for you.
Min-maxing your BKB usage right there.
I mean, that's a 400 heal, 400 mana. That's not insignificant here on the support.
Not at all. You might as well be using it that way.
Shiro is sick of rocket flares. Says, go away.
No more of that. Oh, a little bit more from Ace, though. Vacuum onto 2. Nice 4-staff down to low ground. Nothing to say. Trying to interrupt another 4-staff, but the shots are already there from Celery, who is getting bit by bit bigger and bigger. Now, he's not building into, like, big carry Enchantress, but I still feel like he's going to be a problem when we're talking about all this focus on the Leshrac and Morphling. I think Celery's going to have a free game to put damage out.
I wouldn't mind him going more carry items here. I rarely see him do it, but...
Oh, we got him on the bash! Now that's a play right there from Duraggio. This is the time you want to turn into the enemy. The Aghanim Scepter with the Time Walk is destroying him.
On the other side. Whew. Yeah, I did not expect that. I don't think Shiro expected that one.
I didn't even think about that Aghanim Scepter with the Faceless Void.
I didn't either. Yeah, it's guaranteed, right?
Yeah, so you're just going to be time walking into the enemy and then still have waveform to get out.
Shot will miss, but the rocket flares slowing you down. I will accept his fate. LGD continue to get routed on the map, trying to work towards their BKB on Axe and Ags on Primal Beast. But there's a lot of gold going into Gaming's pocket right now.
Incoming. Jackpot.
Oh. Boom, boom, boom. Satisfying. Now, if only that artillery killed some of those skeletons for you.
Right, the death sound is one of the best ever made. I don't know what this cast has turned into.
I mean, it's just reflecting the game at hand. We pretty much have Gaming Gladiators looking for a fight, LGD looking to dodge a fight, and currently LGD is mostly succeeding at this. This pick off of the Faceless Void was very bad for them, but I would say before that they were doing a good job of getting away. I don't know if they'll win by pushing it late, but...
Imagine if Gaming loses game. How frustrating this series will have been for them, right?
Oh, yeah.
I feel like both these games have just been obnoxious as hell for Gaming, even though they're winning both of them. It's not their usual style of just continuously gaining momentum and the game implodes, right? They're just kind of getting frustrated, not finding the pickoffs they want, not closing out the map. LG just proving too problematic. Again, they find an initiation, maybe not who they want.
Oh, nice vacuum to be able to stop it. Forced down to up the high ground. They have to give up on this. In fact, a Centaur stomp slowing him down. So Tofu, waiting. Is he going to jump? New is low. Nothing to say is low, but no, they say, you know what? Catch and release. Let him go.
That's just not the target you want to find.
Yeah.
Very hard to kill Celery right now. They're going to still look around here. This is where their vision is. They don't want to give up the area. There's not much else to go on. Are they going to go round 2? Okay. I guess they have enough this time.
Yeah,
and they'll find Ace.
Gaming Gladiators had zero respect for LGD there.
I'm telling you, man, something about LGD is just creating a brick wall for Gaming in these games. Even though they're winning, it just feels like they can't connect how they want.
Yeah, they're playing just like they did in Game 1, and maybe that is the secret right here. Because leading up to this series, this year, Gaming Gladiators was 4-0 against LGD. That last game was the first time that PSG LGD had taken a game off of Gaming Gladiators, and so maybe PSG LGD, maybe they figured out a secret.
I mean, it's definitely figured out something. This game is still going rough for them, and Quinn will finish up a Hex. With Blink Hex, that is a lot of initiation power for Gaming, especially if they can start on the Faceless Void or the Axe, then you're eliminating one of the turnarounds. Tofu can maybe snag the other. Still a very solid position for Gaming. But can they close it out? Because this is where they were last time around, and they were unable to do so. So here is your second chance. A game of redemption.
Is Faceless Void the be-all, end-all of this game?
For the most part, yes. Because of the backup he has. If you let this Void get to 5 or 6 items and he's getting Roshan's, this game is going to be very problematic for you. Another smoke from Gaming. I mean, these smokes have to connect at some point. Especially with your Leshrac timings. Blink Hex so strong. And they chain it.
Trying to get a force staff to push him away, but the side device blink forward. Like you talked about, that initiation is pretty potent. Oh, New! He got a call with his blade mail, almost brought down Quinn, but it wasn't good enough, and now he's going to be the one to die. Vacuum. Finally, something finishes him.
Planet. No Decrepify yet. He's going to die. Chronosphere onto 2, but
whole team's
without
dead?
the Ice Blast and no other kind of damage, Shiro, all he could do was take one down. Quinn did end up dying, by the way. But so did Shiro.
Yeah, he ticked out to the Battle Hunger on the A ult proc.
Oh, is that what happened?
So New got him low enough, trading his life for the Leshrac will slow down this push a little, but Gaming finally connect on a smoke and get to use all their net worth. Darachi will claim his reward here.
They're not going to buy back because they have tier 2s up, it looks like.
Yeah, there's no reason to buy back here in a fight that you can't really defend, and it's just a single lane of racks. It's not the end-all be-all here for an ultra late game lineup, but a very strong blow that Gaming have struck. Exactly what they were looking for with that Morphling BKB and the Blink Hex timing. They were able to chain that just beautifully.
And just in time where they can push in the mid lane, bottom's going to push all by itself. With Roshan having spawned, feels like it's all but guaranteed for Gladiators.
Yeah, there's just so much net worth off that one play. They're going to have a very strong petition to fight for that Roshan. Potentially end the game with that Aegis. Especially if Ace can finish up a second Hex here, because he has Blink as well on Darkseer. Then you're just looking at 2 Blink Hexes for Gaming. This just makes the fights impossible for LGD's cores. Unless you're finding the crazy jump, which is always a possibility in this game. You can just smoke into Gaming and maybe find some Blink Call, Blink Chrono with A ult on top. You're always going to be happy about starting the fight that way. But in theory, it should be hard. Rocket Flares are scouting the map. Gaming can always position a Clockwork or an Enchantress in front to just tank the jump and have a buyback. And that is what will happen here.
Quickly run over Tofu. They had pretty good burst damage. Quinn, Scythe, forced Snap to get him out of the Split Earth, but a vacuum back into the wall. Great jump here from Ace. Not the immediate follow-up, but now here comes Duraccio. Glimmer Capes is getting Y out of here. And
we got 2
with the Ice Blast as well.
We got them both.
And the Primal Beast onto 2 of them. That's going to knock out Quinn and Duraccio right away in the fight. A beautiful jump by New that calls the fight immediately.
Now if your A dies, who cares? Because Shiro's here to clean it up.
They bought back on Quinn to be able to take this fight.
The chain stun, can they get him?
It's so close! Team walks in now, he's gonna be able to get the Chronosphere. If Quinn dies again, that's a dieback.
Does he have the damage? There's no mana on you.
After one, this one is gonna run him over. He's dead as well. What a turn from LGD.
Oh, you did him dirty. You did him real dirty here. And now Tofu running for his life, but that is gonna be a dieback. You cannot run from the time dilation as it freezes Gaming in their tracks. Just absolutely disgusting jumps from the LGD cores here, man. They're down 20k. They make it look easy. What a call from you. What a Glimmer Cape from Y. What you would do to have detections, you can finish off AA so that blast doesn't come through. Absolutely punishing the clump from Gaming here. And that is a dieback for Lesh, a dieback for Tofu on the Clockwork. LGD get everything they wanted and more because they're straight into Roshan after this fight.
That's going to be like a 20,000 net worth swing. After you take the time of like getting this Roshan and what they get off of that Aegis as well, this game
is massive. Whew. I mean, all the momentum Gaming had built is just evaporated in one team fight. And it was a beauty. 7k gold lead down from the 19, and that is a refresher orb for New. His reward for finding that jump. I don't know if he has the mana to use it all as he ran out in that engagement. But you can pick up a quick Arcane Boots or something here and be very happy. And I go back to that initiation. If you find the Ancient Apparition at the start of a fight, you cannot let him escape like that. There is no way Y should be able to get out with a 4-staff Glimmer versus all of your core heroes who are super dependent on removing that ultimate.
And maybe part of that is a lot of their catch was gone instantly, right? Tofu died at the very start of that team fight. So when they spot the Ancient Apparition, there wasn't too much to actually go in there and catch him.
And I mean, the Blink Vac is great. Like, you get 3 in this wall, but there's no great wall illusions you're going to get in this game, and LG kind of didn't care. They just walked it off. There's no follow-up. That's the downside of the Darkseer for the Gaming lineup here. There's no big stun combo. And your Surge shell targets are okay, but at this point in the game, they're not amazing. LGD continue to find openings. Cellular will walk it off. Still strong enough to survive at least one jump here.
What happened to Y's Ice Blast?
I think he threw it somewhere else.
Had to have.
It happens to the best of us. That's going to result in big items completed for LGD, though. A heart on nothing to say. He has 4,500 HP on the Primal Beast. Lincoln's for Shiro going to help with the single target jumps with the hexes that Gaming were kind of relying on to shut him down. And even the cheese for New here, it's pretty significant because he went the refresher build. So now this axe actually has mana to jump in, Blade Mail, BKB, call you, throw out a Battle Hunger, maybe get an ult, and then refresh it all with that cheese to have the mana.
Yeah, call Blade Mail sounds really hard to live through.
Sign me up. LG taking control of this game, still down gold. That is how far Gaming ahead, but cannot help but feel like for now, Gaming are going to have to dodge and search for answers. I guess it's just another Blink Hex on Ace and more tank ability and maybe just playing the fights in a way where you don't clump.
Gonna run into the clockwork here. Breaks on him. Tofu jetpacking away. He's out. Rest of his team, well, not the Enchantress, so Celery will be picked off. Another stack there. 1,000 gold for that. More than 1,000.
I mean, still down a decent amount of net worth. That's the scary part.
I mean, you're only down 6K. How is that kill worth 1,044 gold or something like that?
It's the modern age of Dota, Cap. You must reward the kills so that people don't hit creeps.
Well, you know what? Now that you put it that way, I'm fine with it.
Exactly. That doesn't sound too bad. I mean, if that kill weren't worth that much, then there's no incentive to smoke across the map ever. You just hit neutrals.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
I feel like we're almost getting to a point where Gaming are going to have damage problems.
Yeah, kind of.
I'm looking at the HP on these heroes. It's getting terrifying. And you might just run out of mana on Quinn. And then it's just up to Duraccio to right-click his way through these fights, but doesn't have that Daedalus yet. He doesn't have a Scotty to stick on people. The right-clicks on this morph do not feel too threatening right now. And because LGD have multiple sources of jump counter initiation, it's hard for Gaming to just go in, blink, hex a single dude, and feel good about that jump anymore. Tough spot in terms of the 5-on-5s. Maybe you just need to push this towards the next Roshan and gate that Aegis for yourselves. Celery did finish up his Hurricane Pike on top of Quiver, doing a decent amount of damage. If you can ever interrupt one of these charges or a blink call, he'll be very happy. And the Arcane Boots for New. He does pick it up here to give him the extra mana capacity.
Nothing to say. Wanted to kill that ward, but he was trampled, so he had to wait it out. Because you're disarmed during that time.
Bounce in all things.
What talent did he take on 20? Pulling blade damage? Yeah, that makes sense. Even more burst. 600 pure damage burst.
It's a lot. You don't need to necessarily play for the kill threshold. You can just throw it out. Especially when you have AA. That's why this combo's nice.
Yep.
You just go and you blade mail call someone, you just insta-ult them, honestly. It might be a
Drop
better
all
play
your damage, yeah.
in some situations. Because you don't know what's going to happen, right? You don't know if you get stunned or randomly bashed by an Ags, Morphling, Faceless Void. Some of these things at Dota are sometimes better to just play for the conservative play because you know you're going to win the fight if you find that stun. 600 pure damage to the Morphling. I mean, if he's not morphed very high with an A ult on top, that might just be guaranteed kill. And you're happy with that. Gaming will smoke straight down mid with all 5.
Yeah, they got a haste rune on Quinn, so they want to make use of this extra mobility in the team fight.
And that Hex on Ace. So double blink Hex here for Gaming if they see the start and they see the Primal, but
that guy is super tanky, and they're going to group up.
What a
Chronosphere, 2 are going to be caught inside of that. The Ice Blast is raining in. It's just going to hit Celery because Quinn's already dead. Now, nothing to say. Who is the original initiator is now going to keep going. Duraccio cuts through. New pops his cheese, almost dying there, but now he's chasing after Duraccio. A lot of damage coming in from the Impetuses, though. Pops a blade mail. Oh, the Glimmer Cape. That'll help him stay alive. Jumping through, Duraccio is still
time dilation.
doing a lot of time. Yeah, that time dilation is slowing down Shiro, and it's slowing saying down to the cross. They go calling blade. They finish him up barely, but the vacuum back in. Oh man, look at that! The Enchantress might just be able to finish this up by herself. One more push. No, the Impetus. It didn't do enough damage. Shiro will slink away into the darkness.
That AA ult going onto the Darks here opened up the fight for Dyrachyo, and he just did an insane amount of work. He got, I think, 3 time dilations off on 3+ heroes. Really removing the long-term fight potential from LGD as their BKBs wear off. I mean, you got to think about holding this ult, I think, a bit more. You gets Refresher off, but he got hit on the blink, so it didn't even really get anything done. And Celery is just taking names, man.
Yeah, he is.
He is carrying these fights in terms of the damage output for sure.
And look at Tofu's positioning, linking around the back between the bashes and then the cogs and the shard on the Surge on Darkseer. Oh,
yeah, the supports did crazy amount of work for gaming, carrying these fights. The call from New. Some balls on this man to go in with 200 HP there. Dunks on the Morph, doesn't get the kill, but he gets enough damage done that Shiro can clean up. Of course, Shiro does live through that with the Scotty completed Trickster Cloak on top, and now looking for Satanic. Morphling is approaching, or Face's Void is approaching an insane late game timing where it's very hard to deal with him because he's just so damn tanky. He already has backtrack online too, so your burst damage has gone out the window.
it really has. You had a Satanic on top of that, you'll never be able to burst him down. That Morphling Axe was pretty strong, though. He was doing some work.
He was owning. 3 time dilations, multiple leap stuns. Dyrachyo has found his way to have impact in these fights. If gaming can keep their cores up a little bit longer, maybe get a slightly worse Chrono. That Chrono, I don't know how he caught the Lesh and not the Primal. That was absolutely on point, and a huge reason that fight went as well as it did for LGD.
It's almost a little too good. Because then he used the Ice Blast thinking, oh, we got the Lesh Drag, and then Quinn just died before the Ice Blast was even there.
I think at this point you want to save the Ale for the Morph. I don't know if the Lesh is a big enough threat where you have to commit it on him anymore. I think Quinn just wants to go in to free up the fight for his Morphling who's going to carry it. We'll finish up Kai Assange, finds a Timeless Relic, Shard on top of that, almost level 25. Leshrax's doing a lot of damage, but he's also doing it in a double Blade Mail, Time Dilation, and an Ale. Refresher done for nothing to say. So he has double of everything for the next engagement here.
Circling around each other, the scan catches
on the high ground.
LGD, but they may not expect Shiro. You jump straight up to that high ground, backs away. Scythe is going to be used to stop New. Onslaught, Quinn is cornered here. They're going to keep going for him. 3 cores all surrounding him, and nobody from the Gladiators wanted to be able to take that.
He's going to use it instantly.
Shiro trying to jump away. Planet gets a Force Staff away from this jetpacked Clockwork, who's being a nuisance right now. Ace does manage to get it back into the wall. It's in an awkward spot. They're all in this really clumped up scenario, and Gaming Gladiators playing the open field. On the side with the Scythe, the Split Earth as well. But again, this
double hex on Shiro.
Hero, a double Scythe, but it's still not enough, man. He's only down to half health, and now the Ice Blast comes in with a Chronosphere. Once again, Quinn is caught in a hell of his own making as he bought back and TP'd into this fight. Where is Dyrachyo? What is he doing?
He's killing the AA, but the AA has already done his job. Hex will go out on you on that blink. Dyrachyo needs to clean up here. You have no Lesh. You cannot lose Roshan.
Walk, he jumps in, bashing him up. Can he fight through this one? They're all so low, but the chain stunts are all over the place. Can he do the last bit of damage? No, the level 25, nothing to say. Holds him for the full duration of that ultimate. Oh, the Invis barely got New out of that one. And on the other side, blinks out of the hook shot too. He is dancing around all of Gaming Gladiators. They cannot touch this man. A nullifier desperately thrown out, but you're not getting him, Tofu. Give up on it.
You know he's going back in here.
Oh,
he
yeah,
wants the final blink stun, and he's gonna get it. New just puts his dancing shoes on, and LGD run that fight into a corner, jam everybody up in there, fighting a wall that was just on top of all of them, but somehow get out of it because the double hex that landed on Shiro that was intended to burst him got split away from Dyrachyo. The 2 big gaming cores between the Lesh and the Morphling did not ever sync their damage up once in that fight, and it cost them big time. As Shiro lives, gets the turnaround, Y gets his ult off. By the time Dyrachyo kills the Morphling, good target prioritization, but not when you're chasing other targets. And that'll be an Aegis for Shiro, 2 lives on this insanely tanky Faceless Void on top of an Ags that he's going to devour as well. He is going to have over 4,000 HP here with the backtrack, with the Trickster Cloak. What the hell do you do to this guy?
Yeah, it's a crazy amount of effective HP when you just shave 20% off the top thanks to backtrack. Crazy.
Did cost LGD 3 buybacks. So
really?
They got economically damaged in that exchange, but when you got the Leshrac one for yourself and you take all the rewards of Roshan, that feels well worth it. Especially when none of those buybacks are on your 1 and 2. NTS continues his assault here, getting 25 in the middle of that fight. Extra ult duration. He has 2 of them as well.
He found an opening here with this Invis rune, and thanks to that level 25, that ultimate lasted forever.
Dunked him in the dirt. That is the hammer to a nail, quite literally. As that is another death for Quinn without buyback here, so LGD, they know they have 80 seconds of free reign, and you know they're going to push it. This could be a throne push as well. They feel like it.
Once again, PSG LGD backs against the ropes, constantly fighting for their lives. Managed to stall out the game late enough that they're now in a great position. The Game of Gladiators still have something to say here. They are a 2-time major winner. They're going to try and slow down this push from PSG LGD long enough that Quinn can come back and play.
This damage does not feel good enough. And the wall, I mean, the wall is nice for the slow, but the illusions aren't good, and the Chrono's out.
Jump in, immediate Chrono Spear. They got enough, they got the chain stun. Yep, they really trained that nicely.
Does have buy.
He does. Maybe without the Chrono Spear and the Ice Blast, maybe they could take this, the Surge and Glimmer Capes. Gaming Gladiators again. They're able to get Celery out of there. They can't get their cores alive, but Celery gets out.
We'll waste some more time for LGD as they wait for this wave to come.
He's still with the glyph too, so the call goes out. Celery gonna be the target once again. They trample through him. Oh, the back
double
tries to
dunk.
stop it. Meanwhile, Tofu, he went into it and finished off the Ancient Apparition. Threw out the Time Blast at the same time. Terraccio jumped into that when he got called up. The
pulverized.
blades are just too much. Slammed now, Quinn, he's the one truly getting pulverized again and again and again. Head pushed straight into the dirt. It's WWE out here and nothing to say. He is the Undertaker, bringing down Gaming Gladiators. 3 dead, no buyback, clean them all up. PSG, LGD have somehow managed to find a way to be able to turn around what has been a terrible record for them against Gaming Gladiators. They got not just a win in this series, but they will win the series outright in a 2-0, it's looking like, unless some sort of miracle is put together by Celery and Ace.
Just a brutalistic ending to this game, too. The way these fights are going down, just jamming them into the ground. The axe, the double dunk. What an insult. A true insult to injuries. Celery doing his best to try and carry these late game fights with damage, but just getting broken. Shiro is just way too big. Like you said, LGD finding some answers here as they try and close this game out. It's getting
not gonna be able
stalled.
to do this?
Maybe they just want more blood before they're finished.
I don't think they're doing
Ace
this.
is back. 30 seconds for the Lesh. I mean, Axe died. NTS had to heal, and maybe we spoke too soon. Game's not over yet.
Tofu's gonna chase after him. He's gonna get planted. Nullifier, so he's not going anywhere.
Shiro has a Chrono backup.
Huh?
Their building damage was just that pitiful.
It really was. I mean, he's so damn tanky on Shiro, he actually does not do very much damage. The Universal heroes are doing more damage at level 28 than this Faceless Void is right now.
His objective taking is pretty pitiful. He just wants to kill the heroes. I'm surprised he didn't go back in with that Chrono coming back up, but I guess all LGD got out of that was a Barracks and a Morphling buyback and an Enchantress buy. Not too much, actually, when we look at it. It's said and done. Well, I will pick up a crap ton of XP here. I can't believe you just double dunked him, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Just straight up instant spammed it. just jams his keyboard. Like, you're coming down with me, brother. Maybe there's a more efficient play, but I don't care.
1,200 pure damage to the face.
It just looked so funny. I respect that. I love watching this guy play, man.
I mean, what's the point of like, if he gets the second Cooling Blade, then he which he did, he was able to just put out more Cooling Blades throughout the fight.
I know, but it's like, it's the principle when you ult someone on Axe, you kind of think they're gonna die, you know?
Yeah.
Like, maybe you wait a second to see if he died, and he didn't. There was no hesitation, dude. He knew he was high enough HP. I don't care. I'm just double jamming it in and running the hell away. 0 mana left afterwards. Like, he literally couldn't contribute. It's just the Chad play. I respect the Chad plays, win or lose. It looks baller as hell. Oh, yes, please tell me we have a replay.
Call.
Boom! Even had buyback, dude. There's no way that's a good play. It's an Enchantress with buy used his entire mana pool.
I mean, we did see the fact that the Enchantress was a problem.
Oh, yeah, but it's just so ridiculous.
I mean, is he going to do it again? This
man got no chill, bro. He got no chill.
Holy crap! Quinn, really fast reflexes there on a play that I would not have expected that.
Ninja Gear giving him the confidence here and double damage on Shiro. Probably felt like any fight that got started with all of the refreshers and the double damage Void. Can't go wrong. Gaming just a little too fast, and they still have a chance in this game. They can find the jumps with the double hex. They can find the faceless Void at the start of a fight and get in there with the Morphling. I mean, you have a chance, but goddamn, it's going to take a lot to get through him because you don't have MKB on Dyrachyo right now, and he picked up a Butterfly on top of Trickster Cloak. The evasion, the backtrack. You have a Faceless Void Illusion.
Got the call to be able to counter the initiation out on Ashiro. Now they've got the bots too. The Primal Beast tried to lock him down, but immediately the time walk in from the Wordflink stopped that one. Meanwhile, Tofu jumped to the back lines, goes for Planet, but they protect their support constantly. Dyrachyo in and out. Meanwhile, the slams on the Illusion's going to stall up Ace, and they do manage to run him over, and Planet is still alive. Dyrachyo, okay, spoke too soon. Flares and the Illusion help finish him off.
No AAL for 10 seconds here. Can Kimi make something of it? NTS really did not like that wall illusion. It taught it who's boss. The Rocket Flare still coming in, looking for the opening stellar. He's going to lead the charge. Tofu trying to set up for the Hex Chain.
But they got the Chronosphere, and they got the Ice Blast. It's coming in. They're going to be able to clip on two, the Enchantress and the Darkseer, but can they finish him off the side? Shiro, he finally managed to get one, but the Darkseer slipped away over to the side. Dyrachyo's going to be psyched up. Meanwhile, the control is on Quinn, but the vacuum stops him, pulls him back in. Now they have nothing to say. He's going to be taken out soon, but so does Quinn. Both mid laners, no, nothing to say. Stays alive. Meanwhile, Gaming Gladiators aren't going to be able to back away. But Quinn, he's coming back into the move. He wanted to be able to get nothing to say, but he's still staying out. Another sight, another initiation. Oh, a cog on the two. Dyrachyo jumps through with the waveform. Almost finished him off while Shiro's being kited around by Quinn. All the drain onto Dyrachyo. Needs to be able to bounce away from nothing to say, but he's been caught by the time walk. The bats come in. Another back. Ice Blast coming in hot. Dyrachyo gets nailed by it, but he dies through his waveform, and that's it. Gaming Gladiators will now lose 4, and now surely the game is well and truly over.
I don't know if they're going to go for Roshan, but the building damage should be there this time around. Absolutely sick team fights from both these teams in the late game. That back on the stun, I thought maybe they got that to turn around there. Amazing cogs from Tofu on the back end as well, just leashing the Primal Beast in a cage. Hell in a cell, you called it. But LGD, they're here. They're big, they're bad, and they're 2-0 gaming as they continue to rampage through this group stage, finding more and more momentum. 20K gold lead, not enough to defeat us today. Damn, is this team fun to watch in the late game, and are they getting there pretty damn consistently? The team fighting, just masterclass.
Incredible. Maybe not the most fun if you're an LGD fan. You might be a little nervous in the first 20 minutes. I mean, Game 1 and Game 2 were probably not the most fun parts for the fans of the Chinese teams, but in the end, PSG LGD, they get to that late game, and boy, do they shine when they do.
These are such valuable games for LGD too, a team that was in a position where they were maybe lacking confidence going into this year's TI. Like, where's this roster at? And suddenly you go in here, I mean, think of how much this is doing for NIU on a new team, trying to prove himself on a roster that hasn't been able to fit that offlaner in, and he is proving that he has the balls and the confidence to back it up. I have enjoyed watching him play in gaming. They struggled to find that Game 2 victory. They will drop another series and looking for answers.
Welcome to the Slam and Jam. It's the new Space Jam. New helping PSG LGD take a 2-0 over Gaming Gladiators.
All the dunks coming out from Neo. It was... Okay, so it was a slow start. We can all agree on that. Well, it was actually a good start for Gaming Gladiators, but for PSG LGD, it was a slow start. But guess what? That's what they did in game number 1 as well. And it's all about those late game fights, and they nailed those. It's so entertaining to watch. I'm joined by A Jizzle, Effie, and Sheep. Sheep, this game, I know you are, well, you're a Gaming Gladiator fan, but you are also the most critical person for Gaming Gladiators as well. It works both ways, I guess. I'm gonna let you have this one first. What do you thought? What do you
want me to flame them?
I mean, you can go wherever you want. You can praise PSG, you can flame Gaming Gladiators, you can do a little bit of both.
I think that game was so exciting. We should start with LGD because I think they played so well. Like the beginning was so rough because you had things like a blade mail on Nothing to Say, which I thought was very interesting because it meant he wanted to like stick on the Leshrac and make it impossible for him to just sit there with all the spells and do damage. But the Bloodstone heal kind of like overrode that. Like it just didn't do enough, and then the Primal couldn't really do anything. He didn't have a BKB. So in these earlier fights where you use your AAO and that's like your kill spell, and if you don't get a kill with it, you can't really kill anyone else, they struggled. But the fact that they were able to hold their own and keep farming Shiro up to get to the points where they could take those really good mid-game fights, they played it so well.
LGD, they're so good at Dota.
They're back.
They're back.
They're back. Seems like it, for sure.
I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but that was just really exciting to watch. That was some of the best team fighting I've seen in a long time. Like, to make these fights work from a position of a net worth deficit and make it look so clean, that was just so impressive. In game 1, they played the dodge and farm game, right? But in game 2, they were looking for fights. They didn't have net worth, but they were fighting. They were taking these initiations with the Primal Beast. They were playing on every single Ice Blast. They used the Faceless Void to get these Chronos, and he got the most perfect Chronos. He had people on the very edge so that Primal could damage them so many times. And even though they were taking these fights and succeeding, they were still losing in the net worth game because Gaimin had such a good laning phase that it felt like, okay, where do we go from here? But they just kept doing it. They just kept disengaging so well out of the fights they didn't want, and then taking the good ones and just casting their spells so perfectly. It was chef's kiss. It was perfect.
I wish there was a guy on LGD that could be like, this guy played bad. Everybody, or like this guy was like the one guy that played really well, But it really felt like everything kind of had to be on point, and it was. Like, Shiro was playing the fights, like these insanely long fights, staying alive, getting the crucial bashes with the Aghanim Scepter. The Ice Blasts were coming in hot. Like, we were seeing like consistent like 2 or 3 man Ice Blasts, and on the right targets too, like on the Lesh and on the Morphling. And Planet, like, he was 5-16. He had a tough game, but this is by design, right? Like, Gaming Gladiators, they're obviously targeting the Pugna, who's going to...
You have to. It's you kill the healer first.
Right.
That's any game, like...
Yeah,
kill the healer
you got to kill the healer, and honestly, that was setting up for New to go in and hit these, 2-man calls. That was setting up for the Ice Blast. That was setting up for the Chronosphere. Nothing to Say running in, doing like insane amounts of damage eventually in the late game. It really does feel like this team has old LGD levels of synergy currently. I hate to say it because I know it's like we compared the old LGD to Wings, and now we're comparing this LGD to the old LGD. But people, we were right before, all right? This was the best team in the world for a long time.
Yeah.
Shiro played Faceless Void just like Wings.Shadow did. Like, the way he was chronoing in the very, very late game, jumping in, completely merciless, not hesitating. That gave me complete Wings vibes. And we say that about every Chinese team that has like a really good game where they team fight well, but it was just really exciting. And I'm this excited because it's been a long time since LGD has been this good, and I'm sure a lot of their fans were just happy to see that performance.
Yeah, there were a lot of clutch fights. I think it is important not just that they won. I think it's important to know the way they won, because I felt like both games, it didn't look too hot, but they knew exactly where they were in the game, and they knew how to make sure that if they had one win condition, we mentioned that, of course, after game number 1, they had one play to go for, and they went for it, and they nailed it. And I feel like it kind of was the same thing in game 2 as well. They had that play where they needed to have the team fights going for them, and they searched for it.
Yeah, it's always about like IM timings and how you can take your fights, and you see how you get these BKBs or whatever, and like Nothing to Say suddenly goes from a Primal Beast who has a blade mail and then is just kind of pathetic and he can have his ult cancelled and all this other stuff to like, now I'm rampaging through these fights getting like multiple charges off. The amount of damage he was outputting was insane. Like you were seeing Gaiman kind of get baited into wanting to try and kill this Faceless Void, and he's managed to reset. Like you talked about how good their positioning was and how they managed to go in and out. That was like Nothing to Say was a perfect example of that. Being able to come back out, go back in, and just constantly getting these kills. Sometimes we'd see like 2 AA ults coming off because these fights were extended for so long. Just, yeah, they knew exactly how they wanted to play every single fight. And even when buybacks were coming out, they were still taking these fights so well, like not overextending and feeding into it, or being able to clutch out kills and then be ready for the next round of heroes to come in. I don't know, man. Every single fight, I was just so hyped. LGD are amazing.
They are amazing. I feel like we have to address a little bit of Gaming Gladiators as well, because they had the same problem that they did in game 1, where did they ever have a window? That's the question, right? Did they ever have a window, or was this purely calculated by PSG LGD, Effie?
I think they had a window, of course. They, in typical Gaming Gladiators fashion, won their lanes. They had the net worth lead. They had good picks. Their draft was good. I think they just were caught off guard by how fearlessly LGD played in certain fights, and it just kind of felt like an outplay, honestly, in team fights. I don't think that they did anything entirely wrong. Like, there was that one moment where Morphling killed himself, or he replicated on the ice block.
That was so funny.
With
God.
another ward.
God damn it, Duraccio.
Yeah, but I don't think that wasn't a big enough hiccup, I think, to be the reason why they lost entirely. I just felt that, like, the one moment where they went in on Enchantress, they failed the initiation, and then they disengaged. Darkseer and Enchantress stuck around. They weren't expecting LGD to just go back in, but they went back in. They kind of just... I think they just caught them completely off guard. Not kind of, they did. They did catch them off guard.
I agree. I'm worried for teams. So like what LGD is going to look like if they actually come out of the early game with some sort of advantage. Because this was honestly 2 clutches in a row. The first game was maybe more of a boring clutch because it's like a timing / my carry's just going to become unkillable clutch. And then they prove that they can also clutch it by doing insanely high mechanically skilled things in team fights, which is a different way of clutching, by the way. It's less about strategy and more about just individually being very high skill, which is why I want to go back to the previous LGD comparisons, because I feel like that's what they were really good at, is that they wouldn't just win games in one particular way. It felt like they kind of had everything covered, that they were always going to find some sort of opening, whether it was strategic or mechanical, which it doesn't surprise me that obviously it's another Zhao 8 team, and maybe that's all his influence.
Oh,
you know,
I do have like one thing I was probably unhappy with in terms of Gaiman's gameplay, which was they didn't respect Chrono enough sometimes. It felt like, oh, we're going to go invade the triangle and take a fight there, but we have 2 cores next to each other, or 2 important heroes next to each other, and then they're getting chronoed and AA ulted. Like early game, I felt like LGD were pressured to have to chrono one guy. Like they chrono Ace, they kill Ace, but then you still have everyone else who can still fight, right? And then later, I remember a fight bot where Nothing to Say is literally just standing on the lane, and he's standing there with his blade mail like, oh guys, I'm so stupid standing around. Like it's like the most obvious bait ever, and they collapse like 3 heroes in onto it, and then Shiro just jumps out of the bushes and kills. And this is like during a fight. Like this is just an extended fight, so they should have known that that was going to happen. So I think that they played the fights in that way quite badly on Gaiman, and they should have had a bit more respect.
The question to me there is like, then what the hell's going on with them? Because they obviously know, like they know this stuff. If we know it, they know it, right? So what do we think the issue is then for them? Are we going to blame burnout again, or what are we blaming here?
I don't think
What's
we
our
blame
Western EU copium right here?
The Western EU copium, I will tell it to you. It's cruising.
They're on cruise control.
They're on cruise control.
Quinn didn't look like he was on cruise control.
Okay, Quinn is the exception. He always wants to win. He said this plenty of times.
So does Ace.
They're on lose control.
I think they're a team that I think most of them really want to win.
Okay, but there's a difference between cruise control and you're ready and awake to play, and there's a difference between cruise control, like you're ready and awake to play, but you also you drove loads of miles already to get to that point.
You think it's subconscious, is what you're saying?
Yes, I do.
I mean, come on. Liquid was cruising, right? They're the ones who.
Well, but Liquid has a lower baseline.
These guys are driving a Rari.
I would say Liquid were super relaxed and they didn't care much. But Gaiman have been playing well, and they have been trying.
They have a higher baseline.
And they have looked very good, and they did play well in the series. Some exceptions here and there, but I wouldn't say it was a bad showing at all where they weren't trying to win.
Yeah, I think Gaiman have looked worse in some other series. I think they looked pretty good in this one, and LGD just outskilled them.
I think so too.
Yeah.
I would agree with that. I think this was LGD absolutely showing up today because the games are pretty close. Like Gaiman had it both games, and I know everybody points to the Duraccio deaths. Come on, this kid does that when they're winning majors.
Yeah.
This is just the nature of having Duraccio on your team. He's just the chaos factor.
I am fully on board with this, calling this just a straight up outplay. PSG LGD won fair and square from Gaming Gladiators. It was great clutching back, fighting back, coming from them both games in a row, and they take a 2-0. They take a victory. We can take a look at what that does to the scoreboard, as we do have. Well, we've only played 6 games in this group stage so far, so it won't be too elaborate. But it does mean that Gaming Gladiators, they're the first team to lose 2 series. I know they were able to take a game off of BetBoom yesterday, but they could not take the series. On the side of PSG, I mean, they're looking spooky. Both their series were 2-0s. Yesterday, Team Spirit, and I know this was still a clutch 2-0. It wasn't 100% clean, if you will, because both laning stages probably didn't play out the way they wanted them to. But it's still looking pretty rough, especially if you consider Gaming Gladiators coming into this. They were considered to be one of the stronger teams. Same thing can be said for Team Spirit. And it's looking very scary. But again, I mean, this is only what, day 2 of a 7-day group stage with best of 3s of 6 series so far. Out of the, do the math. What is 7 times 4?
That 28? Would be 28, Shiver.
Thank you.
A long day here.
For comedic value.
A long day.
That was for comedy. Shiva, of course, knows her times tables.
Yeah, I hesitated to answer because I was like, is this a
trick question? Trick question, please. It's all good. I mean, obviously, also after every series, we would like to talk to one of the winners, but it seems like this series, I mean, emotions must have run pretty high.
Took a lot out of them.
Took a lot out of them. PSG LGD, I'm sure they're going to win more, so I'm sure we're going to talk to them a lot more, but this time around, unfortunately, not going to happen. But that's okay, because we got more Dota coming your way. We are only halfway through our day. Would you believe it? 2 more series. And I want to have Effie talk a little bit about BetBoom EG. What are you looking forward to for that series?
Ooh, okay. BetBoom EG. I think BetBoom right now look like they're in some of their best shape. They said that because they play better online, that's why, but there's got to be other reasons too. For BetBoom EG, I'm just mostly excited to see how C-Smile plays into GPK. Like, they've been running some like SF mids for him, and they've been running some Monkey Kings, and he's just such a wild factor that I would just be looking towards this mid lane, but I would say it could be a 2-1 in either direction.
I'm very excited
2-1 EG.
for that. And 2-1 EG says A Jizzle. Say goodbye to A Jizzle as well. I don't know what he's going to show up as tomorrow, but of course we're going to hear a lot more from Sheep, for example, about Talon versus Aster, because that is our upcoming matchup. That is the series that is going to be on your screens very soon. We're going to take a bit of a break, but when we're back, more Dota here for DreamLeague Season 20.
picture with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. I'm a picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life. And it's fine with me. I swear it's fine. I'd be offended if I still had any dignity. Instead of savoring the drink, it's slowly killing me. I said it's fine with me. Tell me that it's fine. I'm such a fool, but I don't have the will to run from you. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. Go ahead and break me down. Go ahead and break me down. Go ahead and break me down. Go ahead. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. Tonight is all about you. Just go on and have what you want. And do anything that you like to. Oh, you don't even have to stop, no. You sparkle like diamonds. Yes, you do, no matter where you are. And you got everyone's attention. Yeah, you're breaking every heart, yeah. Wonder if you ever realize it's yours for you to take. Just let it show what you feel inside. Don't hold back, don't make them wait. Set the world on fire. It's your time, so do whatever you like. It's your night. You got the stars in your eyes. Let them shine and set the world on fire. Light up the sky. You look good in the spotlight. Just go on and set yourself free. And why not have the time of your life? 'Cause tonight you're
your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, everybody. Today, we have Talon versus Aster for DreamLeague Season 20. I'm your co-host, BSJ, and this is my lovely panelist. What's your name again?
Purge?
Oh, that's what it was last time. No, this is Sheepstick.
Oh!
I remember now.
I was here before.
You know, we're not ready to introduce the casters just yet,
Yeah.
but in order to prevent this Talon versus Aster series from being a disaster on panel, we have our lovely host to take care of us today, Tsunami.
We already have a host. I'm looking at the chair right now. It seems like it's already been occupied.
Oh,
when you have it,
even has a sheep stick.
So then that means you're not needed either.
Oh, I guess not. All right, well.
That's actually an extremely cute camera angle.
Am I soloing this? No host, no sheep stick?
Yeah, I'm like the court
Sure, do you want to
jester or
leave?
something. Yeah.
You want to go?
Let's
Okay.
just bounce.
All right, see you. Peace.
Bye.
I was joking, but... Well, my last panelist, just so I don't have to solo this, is Kezu, who will please carry me from the off lane.
Hello, Brian.
Hello, thank you. I thought you were coming solo, but I'm glad to have the gang
I was
back.
debating not coming at all, actually.
My favorite part about this is that this was not planned at all, so I appreciate that improv.
Wildly impromptu, but it worked out well. And now I stole your plushie, so you can't have it
He's
now.
not a plushie, she's real.
He's real. Welcome, everyone, to the third series of the day here on day 2 of Group Stage 2 on DreamLeague Season 20. As Brian already informed you, it's Aster going up against Talon for our third series. Yay! You mentioned that. What was the prediction that you gave yesterday?
I said Aster.
You did say Aster.
Yeah.
Pretty resoundingly. Kezu, I didn't get a prediction out of you. Wait, did I? No, you dodged this one. You took
I don't know. You didn't really give me a one.
He chose Gaiman yesterday,
Yeah, you did choose
so...
Wait,
His
did I?
opinion
No, I
is-
don't
No,
think so.
I did the game and
Oh,
LGD
you did? You
prediction.
both did.
Was it both of us?
Remember?
Yeah, and we both said LGD.
Yeah, we both said LGD.
Oh, you both did say
Yeah, nice
LGD.
try. You're trying to make me look bad.
Easy game.
Fine.
Look at these guys.
Nice one, bro. Nice.
Testing your memory.
Yeah. So, but for this series,
what
I said yesterday is that Talon looked ass.
Correct.
And I stand by that. Therefore,
You
I
actually had
side with
harsher
Brian.
language.
I said they looked shit. Yeah.
The stuff that comes out of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've got my boy Shoemail. He's ready.
He's going to hard carry this.
Of course.
That's
NA's finest player.
That's what I was thinking was going to be the case as soon as he entered DPC Tour 3, which I suppose for the first week on LAN, he was in his element. But coming around week 3 of China DPC, started to see some cracks in the armor. And he didn't look as god mode as we always intended that he would be.
I didn't get a chance too much to watch DBC. Were they like secured by the time that he was doing that?
They were secured by that time to go to
Okay,
Major.
so I have to imagine all of these players are searching for brief moments in the season to like not spam 10, 15 pubs a day. And as a mid laner, that's probably the role that costs you the most because the laning stage is the highest skill part of the game.
I'm very surprised to hear you say that as a carry player.
It's true.
I mean, even as a carry player, like if I don't play for a week, the part that I struggle is the lane, for sure.
It's I would say it's the hardest to get into. For me, it's like kind of the feel, but then especially also the laning. And I think in mid, if you don't play for, let's say a week. I think a week is a good example. If you don't, you're gonna run into Quinn and he's gonna slap your ass real hard.
So 1 week is enough to like lose muscle memory because it's not like the patch changes in between, but just how your right clicks go.
It's a lot about the feel too, I think. I wouldn't say that you necessarily lose this skill, but you need to feel very good about what you're doing and how you're clicking and how your lane is going to, I think, perform at the highest level, which other people, if they're playing every day, well, they'll just feel like that every game by nature.
Yeah. Like whenever I don't play for a bit, everything just feels like heavy. You feel kind of sluggish. Like nothing feels like natural and smooth.
Yeah.
And also, from what I know from talking to some pro players, when some of them like pre-official, they won't like play pubs. They'll actually just go into demo mode and make sure their clicks feel good.
Yeah.
Like I know Quinn does that, and he will just last hit on like a bunch of different heroes, and then when he knows that he feels good and like he's ready to play, then they send it.
That's a common thing I've heard. They'll go and estimate the heroes that they're thinking that they're going to be playing, and then run through like a quick gauntlet to make sure their last hitting's on point, which I imagine for this Dream League, all of Aster are going to be making sure that they make their 110% effort because they're not a guaranteed lock for TI or a Riyadh Masters quite yet. But hopefully, they're thinking to turn their luck around with Sumail as their mid laner. And surely you know a great deal about him, but let's learn just a little bit more with this player profile.
My in-game name is Sumail and I play for Aster. I mean, I only play universal heroes. They're nice. You buy crown, you get 8 damage. You feel good. Yeah, actually it's 9 damage. You should watch my last game. I put on a show there.
The right click from Sumail might put him in. Into the fountain goes XSS, but he's okay. Another little shredder there. The cookie not finding a stun onto DM. As into the fountain goes Sumail. GG is going to be called. Can he get one more kill? The little shredder is good enough for the ultra kill.
My coach, Matt, the translator, he's working 3 jobs at the same time. So he tells me what they're thinking and he tells them what I am thinking. He's working overtime, all the time. It felt natural. I was just doing whatever I wanted. They were doing whatever they wanted. It was a good flow state. It's still a good flow state. I like it. And we usually bootcamped a couple days or a week prior in the same country. Right now I'm in Serbia, but yeah, I was in China for almost 3 weeks only. We wake up, we see each other's faces like until 1 hour before we sleep. So everything between that is just Dota.
Fuse, what did he buy? As now, Gleipnir again, Aster still with the Aegis. Oh, nice beautiful shackle onto 2. Down goes Undying.
We just play video games at the end of the day. So if the PCs are good and the desk and seats are good, it's the same country for Dota players, no matter where you go. I mean, outside the game, you actually don't have many problems, at least not that I'm aware of, and I want to believe it. They're very good teammates.
I wish I had someone around to tell me what I'm thinking. How does Mad pull that off? That's deep psychological analysis to tell Sumail what the team is thinking, and then tell Sumail this is what you're thinking in Chinese.
I mean, even going back to the in-game communication, we were talking about the vibes where he's just using wheel pings. He's just
sorry.
Yeah, he's just saying sorry. Runes, come mid, Roshan, timers. That's the more impressive part to me. Like a lot of pro players, when we interview them, they talk about not really. Most of the communication for the game plan is outside of the game itself. It's kind of amazing how much these conversations out of it lead to virtually no conversation during the game itself.
And the whole concept of language barriers is also something that has very frequently been on the mind for Southeast Asian teams. This is a rare Southeast Asian team from Talon that has 3 Thai players on it, which has not really happened at a tier 1 level. She caught it.
Good job, Sheep.
For quite a while. There was Motivate Trust was a full Thai team. What a cutie.
And she's real. I love that.
It's real. Not a Pinocchio situation. And many Filipino teams have also struggled with this because, like, there'll be 5 Filipinos, and then sometimes they'll have to bring in 1 Indonesian, Singaporean, or someone who just doesn't speak Tagalog. And very regularly they'll be like, oh, our communication had to suffer as a result.
Yeah. How do European teams usually do it, Kezu?
With what language?
Does everyone just speak English?
Have you ever communicated in German with a teammate before?
Oh yeah, for sure. But that's like more random. Like when it's some tryout scrim or something with like, I don't know, let's say 9, like 5 years ago.
Okay.
You can sometimes get in some German, but generally speaking, it's gonna be English. For most people in Europe speak English anyway. And even if you have like maybe you try out a Russian player, Ukrainian player, they can generally speak good enough English to like talk about the game and say what they want to happen.
I think if you're lane partners, then you can probably get away with speaking your native language if you both have commonality there. But then once it comes to like mid-game team fighting.
That was what Rezo and Zayat
Exactly,
did,
Rezo
right?
and Zayat.
Was that what you were thinking of?
That was one of them, and then other Southeast Asian pairings, like I guess Whitemon and Zephyr back in the day when they were on T1, they weren't lane mates, but they would make calls together, and so it makes a difference. But Sumail is still making it look fantastic despite the language barrier.
Somehow, yeah.
Somehow. Skill diff. Game number 1, draft number 1 is underway. Talon ban out the Storm Spirit and the Shadow Demon, and Aster take out the Bat Rider.
The SD ban is a little...
Oh, Wind Ranger made it through for Talon.
That's probably because of the Wind Ranger they want to pick. Yesterday, that we were... Who were we
Evil
interviewing?
Geniuses.
We were interviewing
Panda.
Panda, and he said that they specifically picked the Shadow Demon in order to ruin the Wind Ranger's game.
Yeah.
And I think they felt that too.
They should. So I think it's a good point. I would assume that that's why they banned SD. So
There's so many heroes available to them, though. There's like Techies, there's the Timbersaw, there's the Wind Ranger that they like. There's also, I mean, there's still a bunch of... There's a lot open, actually.
I mean, there is...
Double support.
And Wind Ranger. Unless they think the Enchantress Purge is just as scary. It's not nearly as bad as the SD Purge, because the SD Purge is continuous.
Yeah.
So you can never even use Wind Run at all, but at least with the Wind Run, or Enchant, you can wait till Wind Run until after.
They're probably still okay with picking it. What I've seen them do a lot, especially with this Wind Ranger in the 4, is that you do well in the lane, then you have jabs on this offlane Timber, you go back like 2 seconds, you power shot an Ancient Camp, you go back to lane. They stack a lot, and then eventually jabs goes and farms the triangle, support gets to take the lane, and now whoop, everyone's happy.
It's pretty good. That's like the strength of Wind Ranger for them, though, at least, is say they pick Enchant, it counters it. You have 4 players willing to pick it on this team. Like, they flex it on every single role except Pulse 5. But they won't do it. They go for Morph.
Do you think there's a potential to the fact that Aster valued 2 supports in the first round because they already banned Shadow Demon? Like maybe they thought with 3 more bans, Talon could take out potential heroes that they'd want to pick in the support role? Or do you think, because I don't see teams often open with 2 supports.
I think one of the times where you can open both supports is where they're very strong laners. And I think they set you up nicely. I think with, first of all, Ench as a 4 most likely in this game. If you do well in the offlane, you can go to Sumail mid, who generally has a good lane. I think if you get to play through your mid, that's very strong. Same with Undying into Timber. I think it's pretty good, pretty chill lane. You get to move later, gives you team fights. So this is one of the support openings that I personally am pretty happy with.
But now it's kind of abused, right? There's a Morphling and you have no stuns on either of your supports.
I was thinking no stuns, so they have to shore that up.
Yeah, I don't even know what they have to pick now to be able to help deal with this. They either pick a really good core matchup, which is what Talon are going to start like banning out, or you just need lockdown.
Yeah.
You need like... You're going to need multiple cores that can either go in and like have a lot of damage or stuns. I think heroes such as, I think Faceless Void can be good, mid spirits with some Luna carry. I think you want like more aggressiveness so that you can just make sure in the mid game that you can fight, because as you guys are saying, they don't really have stuns, but they have a lot of early game tempo, good laning. You want to make sure you have the team fight and the stuns later to just back it up.
Has something changed about Timbersaw that makes illusion heroes worth banning? I know they're all mediocre matchups for Morphling, the illusion heroes, but I always thought Timbersaw, he would just free farm, right?
Yeah, I don't think you needed to ban PL.
Maybe they want it to be a mid Timber, potentially?
Could be. Maybe they think if it has a good start, then it doesn't care as much. Like the illusion hero, I mean. 'cause
Yeah.
It's not laning against it.
I mean, it has to just be for the morph, right?
Yeah.
But, like, is it that high value? I personally would not think of banning these heroes.
Yeah. I think the anti-mage makes sense because that's
Sure.
good against both.
Yeah.
And if you open 2 cores, I'd imagine they're supposed to cover each other's bases a bit. So like if Morphling's bad against illusion heroes, it would make sense to pick it with Timbersaw because that fixes that problem a little bit.
Yeah, Aster going all in on this run at you stuff. I'm actually surprised that we used to see Sumail play a lot of Lesh with the IO, but now that we're not really seeing any IO in competitive play.
Yeah.
I mean, I think these 2 heroes are both still good for it. You're playing like Mega Heal. They're going to be able to group with the Lesh and do stuff. They can probably pick an offlaner as well with good tempo, and I think this Morphling will really struggle.
Yeah, I think this is just a tempo thing. First off, this hero is one of the few that has sustained magic damage to kill Timbersaw through the reactive armor because eventually most heroes will run out of steam and not be able to finish him off. You see a lot of Timbersaws getting away with 25% HP or less. And the only issue I have with this Lesh is he's also not a reliable stun, likely going mid. So that means that you have to pick a melee stunner in the offlane most likely, and Talon could probably see this coming and maybe pick something that would dominate that in lane. I guess Undying's already gone. Not sure if there's another obvious option.
I do like the Lesh is really good with these heroes in the early game. It's going to be easy for them to play through, and I think it gives you a lot of the team fight. He's going to be backed up. He's going to help the Undying and Enshek really run at the towers and the objectives that they do want. You don't care too much about Timber. I think Morph can be... It depends a lot on the game in terms of in the mid-game how you get to play the fights, but it's important, because I agree with both of you, that they're going to need an offlane, most likely an offlaner that Sumail can actually play with in like the mid-game.
Yeah.
Or when the lanes like end, because otherwise they're going to run around with some Eng, Undying, Lesh, sure. They're going to be able to take areas, but they're not really... You're not threatening anyone. You're going to make them run away, but you're never ever going to kill them. They'd have to go AFK to die to you, actually.
I think as you go into like mid to late game, your Lesh is going to be able to pick up stuff like Hex.
Yeah.
And then you're going to have more ways to like have stuns and threaten. Maybe Morph will end up having to go Linken's in that case, but otherwise you could pick... Like, I look at Aster's lineup and I kind of want to see a Mars. They haven't played it yet. I kind of look at XSS as an offlaner, and my problem with him is that usually he likes to play farmers from the offlane that will sit in the lane and farm for a long time. Like, if they picked Visage right now, I wouldn't be surprised. Or like Beastmaster.
What about like Axe, maybe?
I don't think that really fits his style necessarily, but I wouldn't be unhappy to see it.
Just when I hear farming offlaners, I do think of like Axe Centaur, like these creep cutting guys with the Vanguard as farming offlaners.
What's the first one you mentioned? Mars?
Mars.
I think Mars.
Yeah, oh wow, it's the farming offlaner. The XSS, hey!
You didn't name him though.
That's true.
I didn't name Doom, you're right.
None of us
I'm
did.
just fucking.
Oh, you're right. No, I didn't name him. What can you do?
That may have also justified this Rubik pick, because if you need a disabling offlaner, and it has to come from the offlane because you know it's not coming from the supports, you know it's not really coming from the mid, then Rubik's going to get something good from this offlaner. Now he might be able to get Doom.
This was one of the better Rubik picks in my mind too. I think you're very happy playing into Lesh. You can very oftentimes steal the stun. You can play on high range against both the Ench and Undying. You can sometimes get some Tombstone. If you get the Shard later in the game as well, we talk about the low lockdown. Just lift your bro out. I think Talon should be pretty happy with what's going on right now.
Yeah, I agree. I really like Rubik. Rubik was a very big response pick to Doom when Doom started becoming meta. And it was China actually that played that response the most, like that and Centaur. So they should have seen, or they should know how this matchup plays. Maybe they're still confident despite it, I'm guessing.
Well, on the topic of lack of lockdown, Talon picks a Skyreth, but they also don't have very many stuns to do the Mystic Flare plus stun combo.
What do you think this last pick's gonna be, bro? It's gonna be
Some
a goddamn
stunning
stun.
offlaner, or do we know where this Timbersaw is going yet?
No.
I like something like Primal, to be honest. I think any high mobility hero would be nice against what Team Aster has, because they have Doom for the morph, but they really have still no stuns.
Yeah. Even for Talon, I would be really happy to see a Centaur. If you have the Stampede and the Lift to help deal with the Doom, and then you have ways to disengage from the Tombstone, that would make me happy. And it's a stun to combo with the Skywrath, provides you a very easy way to initiate.
I'm just a bit nervous about his laning.
Yeah, well, against... Oh, I guess we don't see the...
Because you don't see the carry matchup and you see the Undying.
The Monkey's banned. So
yeah, I just...
Locks banned. Most melee kind of destroyers are gone.
I think they need a mid hero for their draft kind of to play around.
You want Timber Skywrath to be the offlane?
Probably. Sure, it's not necessarily like the lane where, oh, you're gonna go kill, but the Timber gives you the freedom to do anything else on the map but be with him. So that can still, sure, you don't have like this kill combo, but if you have a mid hero where you can rotate to against Lesh, I think that can work. And then, because I think if you're gonna put this Timber mid and then have some, I don't know, Centaur, Mars, whatever type hero offlane, I think your draft has a lot of flaws. You have to like just quirkily run at them and hope that, I don't know, they basically fuck up. I think you want to make it like more easy. I would like a Mikoto mid hero.
Puck?
Probably something like that, because Ember has troubles in this game. I think you pick Ember into Lesh, you're kind of asking to get roamed on. You're asking to lose the lane. And both those things will happen in this game. So you could do it with Puck, I think is one.
I'm just thinking of like traditional Lesh counters, like Quap.
Like Sniper.
I think gaming showed us that one needs to stay in the...
He didn't max headshot to be fair in that lane. Oh, yeah.
It's a hero that is good for your draft, but I think this is super punishable. Like, I see why this pops to your mind, but I think at the same time you should understand that you're laning into Lesh. I think Lesh does well in this lane. It's a slight favorite Lesh lane, but these two supports can really cause you a lot of trouble, and your whole early game can just literally break apart.
I just love Jug here. I hope they pick Jug for Aster. I think it's super free. Like, I think both teams are playing a farming game. I think both supports on Talon have more playmaking potential as the game goes on, but early game, I imagine Enchantress Undying making way more space, way more pressure with their equal amount of heroes in a rotation. And so if you have like another independent core on the side lanes, like you just have Doom Jug, or similar type hero camping the side lanes, 3 heroes mid. I feel like Talon is just going to get out-resourced on the map in terms of hero powers and how many they need to get shit done.
I'm vibing with the Jug. Another hero I had in mind is Void, but maybe there's too many difficulties.
I think
like
it dies a little bit too easily, like to like a
chains.
flank. You know, like if Ember comes behind him, where he time walks back into it. I don't really see how this entire lineup ever kills Jug.
I like the Jug. You go Manta, you're gonna chill in lane. I think it's an incredible healing war game too.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Your Lesh, your Doom, they love it. Like all these heroes can like help each other a little bit. Some extra 1-2 seconds is crazy.
Ooh,
new hero. Luna. Interesting.
You mentioned Luna.
Yeah, I mentioned it
like
earlier.
4 picks ago. What made you say it so early?
So we saw something similar from LGD where you play Undying Luna. It's a classic. Then it's also one of the classic heroes back in the day against Timber, because you're a good laner. You're hybrid. You can kill him because you have physical and magical damage. But into Morph, it's I feel like you need to play up tempo for sure, because Morph does not mind this matchup later.
I think Luna's a pace pick right now. Anytime I've ever seen her in competitive, the carry matchup on paper always seems bad. So I think it's all about whether or not they're online by the time you are buffing up your entire team. The first night and the second night are super important. That extra free damage. I don't really think there's anybody to utilize it though. Like Lesh and Doom.
Yeah, not really.
They don't really right click, so that's why I'm not
the
huge fan of
Boboka
the
Inch.
pick.
He will clap them.
Yeah, he will actually. Like Inch and Mirana, 4 positions. Those are nice with Luna.
My main concern is just for the later game when you don't have any backline jump on Aster to deal with these two supports who want to cast a lot of spells. And if you're getting this Ags on Morphling, you're dealing with the Luna. Like this, Doom has a lot of responsibility on his shoulders to be getting the right target to make the fights easy for his team later. Like you said, there's a lot of strength early on that Aster lineup.
Yeah, I think Aster's going to get that early lead, but whether or not they can close it out is the question.
It's they need to have this early game that we talk about where Lesh does well mid, his supports come mid. I think they will do that, so I will go with their draft, but if they're behind at 20 minutes, I think...
I'd say if it's even like close at 20 minutes.
You think?
Yeah, like I think they lose if it's close. I think they need to be like 5-6K ahead minimum.
Well, we've been treated to a handful of pretty exciting games so far here on day number 2. Let's see if Talon with Aster will be more of the same. And to get into game number 1, it's the Pleasant Pandas.
Versus Talon. Suns fan here with Cinderin.
Both of these teams currently in the bottom 4 of Group 2. Cinderman, not so good, but it is early on.
They've played one game.
Not so, I mean, it's not like I'm wrong.
No, you're...
They do have time to correct things.
Absolutely.
And we have a Luna pick, which is very out of the box based on what we've been seeing.
Yeah, so we cast Talon yesterday against EG, and that was a pretty one-sided affair. I think EG looked very good, but Talon definitely... I mean, in the second game of that series, Talon definitely were off to a good start and showed some prowess with aggression, but they had one key slip-up and then kind of never recovered. This feels like the kind of game that could potentially follow the same trajectory, where if they do well in the beginning, their lineup can definitely snowball a lot with this Timber, Ember, and this support duo of Rubik and Skyrath, but you got to be careful not to take bad fights into this massive 5-man that Aster have running here with Tombstone, Doom, and Lesh. You put in the Luna in the mix as well as one of these teamfight carries who will obviously offer the aura, as the panel said, not the best game for it, but still, the ball of Aster is pretty strong. Cool to see another hero, though. This is the first Luna of this stage, at least. I think we had it in Group Stage 1 in 1 or 2 games, but not much. So
well, it's new for us.
Yeah.
That's the important thing.
It's our first game casting it, absolutely.
That's right. And what would you say is the reason that this hero has been non-existent for the most part?
I think, so one of the things the panel talked about, which I think is very true, is that Luna doesn't have very good carry-to-carry matchups, so her impact in the game comes from playing with the team and hitting like a strong timing around the later portion of the mid-game. The pace of the game hasn't really allowed for too many strategies of that kind. It's not like dead per se, it's just harder to pull off, and it is a hero you need to pick late in your draft, so the conditions really need to be met for it to work, and a lot of the other carries are just less conditional. I think that's a lot of it. They just feel safer to pick, feel more stable, and if you do have that ultimate last pick, for example, a lot of the times you want to use that pick to, you know, hard counter something the enemy team is running. Luna doesn't really hard counter anything, right? Like the hero isn't... There's nothing like, aha, we have Luna, you're screwed. One of the big upsides to this game is that she's one of the best carries in lane against Timbersaw.
Yeah.
And she'll be laning together with Undying, who's one of the best supports in lane against Timbersaw. So Jabs will definitely be having a rough time.
So instead of banning the arguable best hero in the game currently, they pick Luna Undying, is what you're saying. I see. Okay.
It's definitely a part of it.
I mean, we've seen teams, I mean, throughout all the years of Dota, and it's not just Aster, obviously, but Puppey's probably the most traditional example of there's an arguable best hero in the game. They will not ban it, and they'll try to counter it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Well, EG also beat Jabs' Timbersaw yesterday.
Yes,
so
it is the off lane.
It bled.
It is the off lane Timbersaw, so maybe... Actually, that's another... Why have we not seen the mid since the little mini patches? Q currently getting run down by these zombies and will fall as a result, so Siamese Cat gets the first blood.
You have to be careful as Skyrath in this lane. Like, Skyrath is a hero, the dynamic of how he plays lanes, I think is actually quite significantly changed because of Blood Grenade. Like, this hero has always been one that is fast and takes advantage of that. You know, you keep distance to the enemy, you keep prodding with spells, but if you get Blood Grenaded and you throw down a Tombstone, Luna can actually just run at you and hit you. She's another fast hero, so just that little bit of extra is enough to stick.
Yeah, mid lane, we can see Sumail currently sitting on 13 and 4, while Makoto's 11 and 2, so a little bit Sumail favored right now. And
it's a good Lesh lane.
Lesh is a hero that did get some love in this last little mini patch.
Yeah,
bigger
like
split earth.
4 separate buffs.
And yeah, bigger split earth and a little bit more damage to the lightning storm.
I think Edict got buffed as well, right?
Did it?
Wasn't it like almost everything?
I don't remember that one.
Edict got lower cooldown.
Okay.
The radius of the stun was increased, and the damage of Lightning Storm was increased. In particular, so Lightning Storm just got plus 20 damage on every level, and that means it's way better level 1 in particular, right? Went from 70 to 90, so big percentual increase there. 23 will put a little bit of damage into Baboka, but he will be answered immediately. Morphus touches... He's a very unique hero in how he interacts with Ench. I think Ench, for the most part, is one of the safe lane carries' worst nightmare, but Morph is at least one of the heroes that can, you know, somewhat offset it by just attribute shifting. Still, an Enchantress with a good creep can become overwhelming.
I mean, this feels like...
It's technically 2 creeps. what if Ench and Doom both have a lightning RP?
True. That's
Good
true.
luck. I want to see that lane, actually.
Well,
Just so I can feel good about not being in the game.
He starts off with
He's got
the mana burn, so
yeah.
not as powerful, but he can't spam spells because of the mana regen.
The regen's really nice for Ench as well. He just gets to throw impetus nonstop. It's a lot of harass. And yeah, the mana burn, if you burn the morph enough times, maybe he can be in kill range at some point.
I feel like Morphling has been kind of... Originally I said it was Bloodseeker was kind of the carry of this tournament, but I feel like it's transitioned into Morph now.
Yeah.
He has been picked basically every game. Not good enough apparently to ban consistently. Do you think he's just at a very stable point? Like, you know what you're going to get out of this hero? Or is there some other reasoning behind him just being picked all the time? Because I feel like before it was kind of like a risk-reward type thing, right?
Right. He seems harder to bully in lane than he was for a while. I don't know exactly what the reason is, to be honest, but it's rare that we see a Morph lane just be annihilated recently.
Yep, XXS. He's getting gone on by 23 Savage. Has the right clicks, and the Adaptive Strike actually is enough damage. So nice kill for 23. And he'll go back to farming. Currently, the CS leader is him. And he'll be going for a fast Linken's, which not too big of a surprise considering there is a Doom in the game.
I was thinking part of the reason Morphling became more popular was that he was one of the only carries that could last hit reliably in lane against Universal heroes, because he has so much more damage when he morphs into agility. But a lot of the offlaners that get played aren't necessarily Universal, so it doesn't feel like it's a necessity anyway. But yeah. Nice kill there from 23. Obviously off to a good start here on the morph. Top net worth by a decent margin now.
Speaking of which, mid lane, that's 1,000. I guess it's 600. 600 difference, but a decent XP lead as well for Sumail.
Yeah. I expect no less from this lane matchup and this player in particular. I think Sumail's Lesh is probably the best laning in the world on this hero. That was a sentence.
Yep, that works. And from this version of Lesh, we're not seeing Diabolic Edict, so won't be pushing these towers as early, but like we talked about, the Lightning Storm did get some love.
Yeah.
So a little bit of a different play style, where you're just pushing the waves, I assume, and stacking camps potentially.
That's also that bit. You kind of want to go this skill build anyway against Ember, even before the buff. So now it's just more of the same. It feels really great.
And Monet trying to push jabs out. They've actually done a pretty good job as Monet has the level advantage right now. You can see Siamese Cat's a big reason for that, walking around as a level 3 creep. As Makoto getting dove under the tower by Sumail will have to use a Remnant. TP coming in and canceled.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, top side of the map, Ollie is in a very horrible spot. Will try to deny himself to Roche, but not really close.
The telekinesis on Monet actually prevented him from getting the kill, so at least that's something.
True. Wisdom runes are swapped as well. Shared, if you will.
Split?
Split, yep. Could not think of a proper word for that. Just a mini stroke is no big deal, Cinderin. Continue.
Yep. Glad you're okay.
Up Sumail. He's going to get ganked, though. Gets off the Split Earth. Will connect initially, but it's going to be too much damage to withstand. Siamese Cat does TP in, but it's...
Slight dodge the blood grenade.
Very important.
I don't think that was really on purpose, but nice from Makoto regardless. Didn't really matter, just looks fun.
And this is a trend that we've been seeing in this tournament, at least. Sumail getting ganked by 3 members semi-regularly, it feels like, because he's just been so dominant as a 1v1 matchup.
Yeah, you could argue it's a little bit surprising that Ench hasn't been more involved in shutting down mid, but I guess XXS just needed a lot of attention from Baboka in this game. So, could have definitely put the pressure the other way. Sumail will find a nice Arcane Rune here, so he's going to be happy about that. Makoto does have TP ready, so he will get a full refill on his own accord. And head back to mid. Pretty quiet overall, and I mean, not too surprising really. I think for me the biggest surprise again is Ench's lower involvement in mid than we could have expected, but aside from that...
Oh, mid lane!
So if they get him again...
Awesome Mail, he's in quite a bit of trouble. Has that Arcane Root activated, but he dies. 3v2 in that mid lane. Meanwhile, Doom onto 23 Savage. He's trying to run it off as Monet showed up as well. He did get the Strength Morph off, so it's going to be still a pretty difficult kill. And as it dissipates... actually does have waveform to get to the other side of the creeps, and he should be able to walk away now.
Enough sticks. Yeah, he mana burned him to 0, but just barely enough for the tread switch.
God.
To get off that waveform.
Holy cow. I think those are too fat to even stack again at this point.
I think he failed both of them.
Yeah, I think so. But they're still very juicy.
Yep. Timber is going to be very happy with this.
Oh, yeah. That's good.
Okay. Thank you, Shannon.
They should have voice lines for this,
Yes.
specifically for big camps taken. I can provide those if needed. Valve, free of charge.
You've submitted a certain voice line many a time. You've tried for years.
They keep telling me not to
get a belt
now
into the game.
It's just a meme. Siamese Cat looks like he is going to go to the Sleight of Fist of Makoto, see if they can turn this into a tier 1 in the top lane. Looks like after the fortification, they'll be able to do so uncontested.
Good pacing from Talon here. I think this is where you want to be in this game. You don't have to have a big lead. You just need to make sure Morphling's having a good game. He's going to make Luna's life miserable later on with an Ags. And your Ember has, sure, he's 6th on net worth, but the gap to Lesh is insignificant. So I think you've got through what was supposed to be one of the harder parts of the game already. You've handled that very well. So now it's a matter of how do you capitalize? Do you get the mid tower now with some sort of rotation from Timbersaw? Are you just happy to still farm a bit? As we talked about, some big stacks were taken as well by the Timber, so he should be getting pretty close to his next build-up item after that Vanguard. He'll get a Soul Ring now, so very farm-intensive, obviously, with Arcane Boots and the Soul Ring. On Jabs, will seemingly walk all the way back to base. He's pretty dry on resources after farming those Ancients, but not a... It's always interesting to see Timbersaw's jungle, right? Because it's like, this hero used to be the #1 lane bully, and he was just in the jungle for a minute and a half.
Well, we got the first Mystic Flare of the game. That's going to delete the Undying.
Easy for Talon there.
But from Jabs' perspective, in terms of his build, do you think, I know that you can't take Vanguard apart to get the Octarine, but potentially could take it apart to still get both Octarine and Lotus, if you feel like that's a good build, because you still can use that Ring of Health.
It's pretty reasonable. I mean, it's not the best Lotus game, right? Like, you can reflect...
Doom.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that is nice, but...
Yeah, typically you want it for, at the very least, to be able to dispel something that's kind of basic.
Either dispel something or reflect something that really... I mean, reflecting Doom is by no means bad. Of course, it is very powerful to do, but...
Baboka is getting caught out, silenced up, and brought down. Man.
Rubik deals so much damage with level 3 Decay, actually.
Well, with Ancient Seal as well.
Yep, level 3 Decay, Ancient Seal, and 4 Fate Bolt was enough there. Aster, this is definitely not the start that they were hoping for, and as the panel talked about, in the ways of playmaking, pretty limited, right? You don't have any catch, actually. No catch at all in their team.
That is true. It's going to be...
So, Ember and Timber should be having a field day for a while.
Yeah, that is fair.
I think they can just play the map as aggressively if they want, almost. I mean, sure, you can get Doom. Like, you have to keep him in mind. If Doom is showing on the map, though, I think the rest is pretty much completely safe. And they're going to find Sumail.
Oh my god! Okay, that was a Mystic Flare, surely, because it did not show up on the screen.
It's invisible half the time, this patch. I don't know why.
Yep. If you're dying, it's probably that.
Makoto,
he's going to be spotted now. Gets up the Sleight of Fist. Running through Savage. Doing a little bit of residual damage onto Baboka, and these supports are just dropping left, right, and center. Tombstone's still on the cliff, but you can see 23 Savage and company able to clean up. They take out Monet as well, so 4 dead as Talon getting everything that they want. 5K lead at 13 minutes. And the panel, I believe, was talking about how Aster needs to be up by about this much at the 20 to 25 minute mark. This is completely flip-flop.
I don't think there's any need to sugarcoat this. This is really, really bad for Aster. It's tough times, because who do you turn to in this game state? I think, realistically speaking, you're almost at a point now where you need to make some sort of team smokes to find fights. I guess Sumail, you get his Bloodstone and then you go, because it's not going to get any easier. You're going to struggle to catch the right heroes, but what you can maybe do at least is play around Sumail and try to use his insane damage output to at the very least kill the enemy supports. I still struggle to see them finding ways of killing the Morph or Ember or Timber, for that matter, without the Doom. And I don't know, are you seeing the same pattern that I am? I feel like we've seen multiple games now this tournament where one team picks 3 tanky cores, and that like whole approach to Dota right now just seems really strong. Like, Okay, Ember isn't tanky, but he's elusive, right? Just hard to gank cores, stable supports that can skirmish, and then it seems like a recipe for success
Mystic
right now.
Flare, we can see it this time. Deletes another hero.
Wait, did
and
I see that right? Baboka's level 4?
What?
He's level
14
4.
minutes. XXS, he wants to get something out of this. Finally, the Doom comes out. Q will be Pulse Nova down eventually. Last right click from Sumail's enough. And now they turn the sights onto Timber, but the Split Earth misses. They have the slows. Now he's getting some support via Mikoto and Ollie. Is he actually going to tick out? It's going to be close. They're not able to get the deny, actually, so he does end up dropping to Baboka.
Oh, he TP'd in with the impetus there. Yeah, nice for Baboka. He gets a level and a half from that kill.
That is insane.
Almost 2 full levels, actually.
And I don't think maybe the 14-minute Wisdom Rune was taken, but the 7-minute was definitely split because we had a conversation about my horrible English.
But I think it was taken by Undying, right?
Well, even so, you
if he
still
took
get
it on Ench.
Oh, you're saying the... Wait, what? It goes to both in that case.
Am I stupid?
Huh. Well, do you want me to answer that?
Yes. Okay.
What was the result of your research?
I pressed enter to read the chat history, and I was like, it doesn't matter what it says. I'm stupid no matter what. So there's no need to do further research.
Well, I'm glad that we got that resolved. Welcome to the club. You know, denial was the first step. So
actually
acceptance.
ridiculous to be level 4 minute 14 on Ench.
Yeah,
that is an accomplishment in and of itself.
I don't know the last time I've seen that one.
He got some levels now.
XXS on the high ground, gets off the War Stomp, only going to connect on the Rubik. They'll be able to kill him, but it's going to be the trade for the Doom very shortly. Mystic Flare comes out, not quite enough to get the Undying. They do find Makoto, though. And Aster, they're actually getting a good fight out of this. They lose the Doom, but get 3 in return.
Oh boy, that was... Yeah, there was a lot of things that went wrong for Talon there. They missed the Timber Chain on the way out from jabs. Mikoto, I think, did not have enough time to throw out a Remnant either.
Oh, they want this kill. Monet, he is done for. Getting a little bit too overconfident. I mean, there's only 2 members alive for Talon, but apparently that's enough.
So you're going to see the replay here. So this War Stomp didn't hit both. If it does, this fight is even better for Aster, but Mikoto here, very slow Remnant, doesn't get very far away. He actually has another one to throw, but didn't choose to throw another one, gets stunned and killed off, and this chain misses.
Wow, right between the arches there.
Scored a goal there. Oh, stack being stolen now by 23 in live.
Yep, he was getting some value out of the Moonglaves, and now he's in regular form again. And he has his Yasha Lincolns.
He almost pulled the enemy wave with his courier as well. That's some efficiency right there.
Yeah.
Some eternal envy shit.
Does that mean he's about to die with 1 HP? Full agility. It's always something good has to be balanced with something bad.
That is true.
We're going to miss that.
What's an envy thing to do on more?
Radiant's middle tower has been denied.
You want to do some research? What? Alt tab and get some videos?
I mean, it's just... It probably is going full agi and dying to something random. Oh yeah, full agi, dig up a kobold with trusty shovel. Doesn't work like that anymore, I guess. But
that's true. But somehow he'd make it work.
He would dig up a kobold and die. True.
That was not in the patch notes. There's a 0.1% chance that the kobold is an enemy for these rare occurrences. So Monet's build, Mask of Madness, Dragonlance, going for the BKB.
Trying to find jabs here. They do have Doom, so
yeah,
not going to be able to connect. They will regroup with Monet.
It will be
stabilized
Lotus.
Quite well though, Aster. Like this was starting to look pretty bad. They've cut it down to a 3K now, and they are going to do what their lineup does best. Smoke is 5. Look for trouble.
Well, that's one thing I wanted to bring up is you talked about the lack of initiation. XXS has had that War Stomp for quite a while, but he goes for Pipe first and opting to go for Blink Dagger later.
I really like the Pipe choice too, because I think you need to empower some Mail. With this Pipe, he's going to be way tankier. Pop the Pipe on him, he's going to use Bloodstone and run in. Actually already has a Shield Rune activated as well, so he's insanely tanky in this upcoming fight.
Ollie's going to break the smoke as Roche starting to get low.
I think they should still fight them even if Roche dies.
Talon can actually get this. Now they're going to know that they know, but Aegis is taken by 23 Savage, and can they disengage, or do they even want to fight?
Oh, this is
you
not
can see Aster still want to fight like he said. Okay, and we're going to have the connection now. Timber Chain. Mystic Flare coming out, not really going to do a whole lot of damage.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This is awkward. There's a really good ward from Talon here.
Yeah, very awkward fight indeed as the Harpy's going to get destroyed here momentarily. And Jabs, is that actually who they want to jump? Oh, we already have a TP out from somebody from Aster is Jabs.
He left the remnant behind surely, right?
Bloodstone activated for Sumail. Not really seeing any full engagement here. Yeah, I'm not sure if there... I don't see a remnant.
Wait, isn't it one at the top there? The green dot on the map?
Oh, yep, there it is. Good call.
He did leave one behind, but he didn't feel the need to reconnect, so...
Yeah, why would he? There was no fight, apparently. I thought for sure that was going to break out into something.
Yeah, but then Talon realized, wait, Aster can't catch us.
Oh,
and
look
they
at
ran
that
away.
pool. They forgot about it again.
Forgot about... Wait, who did they forget about again?
The
Chad?
Lotus pool.
Which musician did they forget about?
Dre?
Yes, good job.
Wait, is that actually right?
Getting a yes.
I just guessed a random person.
Yeah, sure.
I swear to God. I swear to God.
I just guessed a random person and I thought Dre.
That was the first person I thought of. But I don't even know what they look like. I don't know any music they're associated with.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh my God, I'm choking on my water.
Why are you drinking water when you can't stop laughing? That's not the cure for laughter.
I was just thinking of a random name and I thought of Dre. Are you fucking kidding me?
All right, well, I'm glad I got something, one of these stupid-ass trivias you came up with correctly.
I'm
What is...
impressed.
Ooh.
Whoa. Well.
All right, just testing it out.
Fully functional.
That is, I believe they used to call it the Chinese BKB, right? That used to be a thing.
Yep, that's a good old Twitch meme.
75 seconds now, has to wait. But I don't think they were going to fight anyway because there is the Aegis, obviously, from the side of Talon.
Yeah, Talon have a pretty strong power play right now. Not only the numbers advantage with the Aegis, but also just like Morph now with the Manta. I think Aster might have to pull a PSG LGD here and really slow things down if they can. Stall it out, get a really farmed Doom, get a really farmed Luna. Or, at the very least, bare minimum, if you want to fight, you need the Lesh BKB. Because I think Sumail actually just can't go in. He's running into a Blade Mail Ember, he's running into Silence, he's running into tons of burst damage. Even when he's piped, he feels vulnerable. Last fight, I had more hope for them because he had the Shield Rune for an extra 1,000 health, which is kind of ridiculous to say out loud. Won't be the case next time around.
Well, I do believe that Talon will be just going for these outer towers with this first Aegis. Likely will not be able to get much done for the high ground, so it comes down to the second Roche again.
And you can really tell what their mindset is around the game state, right? It's like, okay, the only way they kill our mobile cores is with Doom, but our Morph is Aegis, so we can literally leave him alone anywhere we want. He's just going to push in top alone, farm it to his heart's content, and we can back up the Ember with our supports. I really like their map split here. I actually think 23 could start high grounding top. I wouldn't mind it, but he will be the siege vehicle for mid here instead. Also good, of course.
Yep. XXS has his blink, so that is a good first step for Aster's potential initiation.
Very well posed here.
Yeah, you can see Siamese Cat, his smoke was broken, so they know that somebody's on the other side. And now we're going to see a smoke on the other side again. And Makoto is going to break momentarily. If he gets a little bit closer to Boboki, he does. And you can see the Mystic Flare, but a nice force staff to keep him alive a little bit longer. Wait from not enough because they don't have the vision. Adaptive Strike onto the wrong target, actually.
Oops.
And Boboka is just going to heal up.
I think the Sentry was placed before he adapted. So
I think so, too.
He just... Sometimes your mouse slips.
Yeah, it happens.
Maybe he was just sending a message to Sumail. My eyes are on you. I don't care that there's a free kill right in front of you. I will adaptive you 10 out of 10 times.
So yeah, it looks like the Aegis will just dissipate. And Talon get most of the outer towers. There's still that tier 2 in the bot lane. And I believe Aster is going for the Tormentor. We should name these things, right? The Radiant and Dire should have different names.
Oh.
They're brothers, after all.
What do you think about Johnny and Jared?
Jared? Okay, well,
what do you think?
Maybe that's a bad idea. We have Grab Ally.
Oh, we do.
That's a good one.
And now we have Telekinesis MK2.
Yeah, that's a good one. Got some big saves now from both sides. Of course, Grab Ally is cooler, so we'll just because of the name.
We'll specifically be looking for that. There's no.
Okay, honest question though.
Yeah.
How good do you think Grab Ally is?
I think it's extremely game specific. In this game, it's okay. Like you can save people from. You can like potentially save people from like a Mystic Flare combo or something like that, but.
Okay, what if certain spells work through it? Like if you're infested, right?
Right.
Radiance will work. Or if like Pudge is inside somebody with Rot, it'll work. Pulse Nova is the one I'm looking at.
Yeah, I think it works if he's in the Tombstone.
You think so?
You don't?
I doubt it.
Huh.
I could be wrong. Maybe we should pay attention to that.
Leshrac not moving is not good, generally.
Yeah.
So if he has Pulse Nova on and he's in the Tombstone.
If you really want to kill him, I mean, you're still saving him, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to think of an interesting way to make it like stronger. That's not just healing, because that's, there's a lot of them like that, like the Pudge Dismember, for example.
What if when you enter the tomb, when it grabs you, it spits out another unit instead in your place, a clone?
A zombie clone of yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah, then Valve will have to make a new model for each Dota model.
Not only that, but it has zombie versions of all your spells.
Yeah, and it has to work with all your cosmetics.
And if it's Rubik that's in there, it has Rubik zombie versions of all your spells.
That's perfect. I think that's definitely worth the dev time. Talon's still sitting on a 5K. We're not done with this conversation?
No, how many people at Valve do you think work on Rubik?
That's literally their resume, right? You look at their CVs. It's not even programmer. It's just Rubik.
Go on LinkedIn, 3 years experience as Rubik coder. What a mess. Imagine how many new and additional cool heroes and features we could have had in Dota if IceRock never made this.
That's true. That is
unironically
He has
taken a lot of time.
That is unironically true. Well, Morphling ult as well, right?
Yeah,
to some degree.
I guess the thing about the Morphling ult is that I guess it's not that much extra work when you already have Rubik. Because like I'm assuming you can borrow a lot of the functionality from how Rubik works.
Probably.
But yeah, there is a good reason Rubik cannot steal Morph. I think that's where they draw the line. Somebody pitched that at Valve and they were like, if you
fired.
make me do this, I quit.
It's that meme where they throw you out the window during a meeting.
Actually, yeah.
Content? No.
Oh, man. You're on top of it today. You knew Dre. You're referencing memes. You've changed for the better.
Thank you. I've been hanging around you for too long.
Yeah, that really changes people for the better.
Monet. Is he going to get jumped here? 23 Savage, I believe, turns into the Luna.
Yep. Time to fight again. Or, well, time to try to fight for Aster.
Yeah, it's all about these Roche timers, right? We can see that it's a relatively long timer, about 2 minutes left. But it really feels like for this patch, the Roche almost feels the same as the one prior to the 7.33.
This could actually be a good timing for Aster because Morph is running out on the Luna. So he's going to have full stats.
Did it very early.
It's not getting much better than this. You have BKB on Lesh. You don't get morphed in the fight. I actually kind of like this from Aster if they just go for the Roche, but unfortunately for them, it's not.
Makoto. Oh, he actually gets the stomp and the Doom on top of it. The telekinesis to try to save him with the Glimmer Cape as well. He's getting healed to a high degree, gets the shield applied as well. And somehow, I think he's going to walk this off. More slows coming in the form of Chakra. And Jab's trying to be that wall for his Ember Spirit, and he will. My goodness.
Why didn't they stun him?
Is that your analysis?
Nah, they used their stuns in the opener, and then he got telekinesis away. So then they couldn't really chase anymore.
And now the high ground push will come, knowing that Doom is down.
And Aster are hoping to trade for Roche quickly, but it's not up for another 50, so the timing really working against them here.
Yeah, that is unfortunate.
Wait, are you coming back or what? Hello?
Tower's dead. All right, Sumail's TPing now. So the tower was given for free. There's the War Stomp. Telekinesis save again.
They almost lost the racks. They were just standing at the outpost, hoping for the Roche to spawn.
I mean, if you trade that tower for Roche, it's worth it. Not the barracks, though. You need more time to take it, I suppose.
Yeah.
So now Roche will be spawning in 15 seconds.
No Talon is going to go to it. Oh, this is
and Doom will still not have his
heartbreaking
ultimate.
for Aster. Absolute heartbreak here. I mean, unless they find some sort of great fight here, but I think it's going to be difficult. I think Doom is too much of a part of your kit to reliably win this fight.
Yeah, they haven't scouted it out yet, just spawned.
23 is going to be a monster in this one. He just needs to turn into Luna. He knows he can't get doomed. Turn into Luna and go to town. Really. That's what it's all about.
All right, they're pinging it out now. Let's see how fast they can take this. And Aster are posturing as if they want to contest despite not having that Doom ult.
Good vision from Talon here again. This ward is mega value right
Madness
now.
pop from Monet, so he won't have that for the fight if he even wanted to use it. And actually, Talon are exiting the pit to try to fight, which is another option considering, again, without that big ult available.
Yeah, he morphed into Luna, so he just stole the stats. Now he's going to go Roche.
Yeah, Aster are continuing Roche now. And by the fountain, Monet, or the, whatever that thing's called, the tulips, the flowers. Sumail does get the split off onto the Morphling. 23 Savage continuing to get it. Yes, he does get the Aegis in the end. And now the BKB popped by Monet. They're fighting around this tombstone, and it's actually grabbed an ally. It got really fat all of a sudden. It was the Undying himself. And somehow nobody has died yet. Waveform in from 23 Savage. Adaptive Strike, not quite enough. Arcane Bolt is coming for the Doom, but he will likely survive. And 23 Savage and company, they will be able to take out Sumail, but it's going to be the cost for their Ember.
That's not
Baboka falls as well. Jabs has the Chakram coming out. 23 Savage actually pins them against the wall. Triple kill for Jabs as he comes in and finishes the job. 4 dead. They lose their Ember, but everything else, including the Aegis.
Just so much of that is the ward they have here. They saw the exact approach angle that Aster was taking. They saw the Undying go into the tree, so they immediately flush him out. And they see Lesh the entirety of the engagement. And they get the Morph off as well because of this ward. You see this try here, but very nice lift from Ollie, just delaying things. No BKB on the Doom to be seen, so it's difficult. Sumail's trying to run away, but he's just going to get chased until he dies here.
Siamese Cat went into the tombstone for some reason. I don't even know why. I think he might have misclicked. That was hilarious. I don't know why that's so funny. But the thing really balloons up. I really appreciate that touch. Is 23 Savage now focusing on the buildings, knowing that Monet is dead for another 10 seconds.
Yeah,
so this will be a set.
He might be happier if Monet were alive, to be honest. Then he could push faster.
True. Yeah, he'd be getting those bouncing glaives. Sumail wanting to try and defend. They get off the stun lock, but the telekinesis saves again. So they don't get the set of racks, but not sure if they're going to continue on. They do have the Aegis advantage, of course, and I think they still have the cheese. It might have been consumed.
This Rubik shard is actually just amazing this game because of Aster's
it's
limitations.
What a 50-50 that was, huh?
Yeah. No, the supports get half a shard each, then, you know.
Sumail, speaking of shards, does not have
Nice
his, which would be
Manta
very
dodge.
handy here. Splitter does end up connecting, though. But 23 Savage has turned into Luna.
Oh my
and now you're getting a taste of your own medicine. Moonglaves destroy the top set of racks. And Talon thinking about continuing here. Now at the 11K lead, they're going to back off for the time being. Double damage bottled right now onto Makoto.
I'd like to see them continue the pressure, though. I think you still have 2 minutes on the Aegis. Put it to use. They're not going to kill you without using Doom.
Well, you could get the tier 2 here, and I don't know when the Tormentor was killed, how long ago, but perhaps that will be spawning soon for the side of Aster that you can potentially steal.
That was some incredibly pitiful damage from Leshrek on buildings. What was that, 120? Oh my god.
Wow.
He has not hit a tower.
He didn't go for the Diabolic Edict build early in lane, which you sometimes see,
but
right?
usually what happens, you go 4-2-4 or something, and then you find, you win a fight or something, and you go Edict. But he genuinely has barely hit a tower this game. It's a big part of the appeal of the hero is its ability to push towers after any sort of advantageous engagement, but they just haven't had any. So, this bottom tower not long for life. I don't think Aster are interested whatsoever in this. They want to buy time, wait out the Aegis if possible. And again, for me, the onus is on 23 to make the call to let's go for it, Don't let the Aegis expire. They'll grab the Tormentor on the way. Don't mind this.
All right, who gets it? Skywrath or Jabs? It will be Skywrath. Which, for this patch, got a lot better because you're getting magic resist with each int that you're gaining. So not only are you getting armor, but magic resist and int.
And it has a good name, which is rare nowadays for new spells.
That is true. 23 Savage, Lotus up, wants to use this Aegis, still has a minute to go, so doesn't have to.
They're just gonna
It's something Scion, right? What is it?
Shield of the
Shield of the Scion.
That's a nice name.
And then there's Grab Ally.
Yeah. At a different intern at work that day.
Yeah. That was the intern, I think, that named that one. Didn't have the thesaurus handy. So Talon taking a commanding 12k lead. They won't use the Aegis, but they did get a lot out of it.
Yep. They're going to complete a data list before they push, I'm assuming, at this point. You're 2k off it, you have full map control. Keep the right heroes in the right place.
Aster, they timed the Aegis, so they're going to try to jump them. They see that the Tormentor's gone. Of course, that is a global message, so they should have known that, of course. Although, it's seeming like they didn't.
I don't know, this just looks so awkward. They just smoked, and then they danced around in the forest, and then they left. They had a little bit of midsummer party, but they went too early. It's not until in a week.
Okay, interesting.
I mean, who brought the crates of beer? Did they at least not litter when they went out there for a picnic?
Aghanim Scepter online for Timber, so you got that reactive armor charge thingy, Mabobber. I don't know if that has a name, actually.
That's actually the name. Reactive armor thingy-mabobber.
Okay. Wouldn't be against it. I mean, I guess you're just activating your passive, which is reactive armor, so no need for a new aim.
So it should be called active armor.
That is true.
That would be a nice name for that.
That is true. It should be renamed. Now, do they wait for the third Roche? Because their lead is not crazy, and you are going up against a Doom.
The world is their oyster, right? Like, you just choose. You don't have to push. You don't have to...
And Sumail has Shard as well, so the Split Earth is going to be really annoying. Well, they're going to run right into Sumail. Stunlock and the Doom. They're trying to get this Timber started. He pops that active armor. He's going to blow up here very shortly, but he's not going to be near anybody. And kaboom.
All right, they got Ollie. That's a good start for
Rubik
Aster.
is dead. Nice stomp coming out from XXS. They will be able to bring down Timbersaw with the help of the Doom ultimate. And now Q getting chased down, but man, this Skywrath is fast. How many shields of Scion stacks does he have? Not enough to survive this. As a triple kill for Sumail. So nice aggressive play from Aster.
Yeah. Talon just got... I mean, again, when I say the world is their oyster, it's mainly about are the heroes placed correctly relative to each other. I think the dream scenario for Aster is exactly what happened there. You find the Rubik and you kill him first, so he can't save the others with telekinesis, because any core you're going to go on, if they get Glimmer, telekinesis away, and just run, it's already going to be awkward for Aster, and obviously a big part of that play as well, the Morph was on the complete opposite side of the map. So if he could have helped there, I think, imagine Morph is here, you just take the fight, I think, but he's nowhere to be seen, completely isolated in the others on the half of the map, and Aster with a nice move here that gives them a lot of comeback. I mean, they're definitely not quite there yet, but this was a 5k gold swing, getting these kills, and nice move from XXS. Yeah, beautifully done. Taking full advantage of the ward that they placed there a couple of minutes ago. Talon not dewarding the area very well. Considering they're really far ahead, I'm actually surprised they're not taking more advantage of a gem and just really covering their tracks.
Yeah, I mean, 7k lead at this point is not... it just became 5 because of the bounty. Okay, that was
Nobody's
4.
been there for a while.
Let me hit enter. Is there more? Yeah, it was exactly 4.
So that was how much net worth? That was like 2K.
That was 2K.
That was just
it went
2K
from
gold.
7 to 5, basically.
Huh. Sometimes you go on a scouting mission and you strike gold.
That's right.
He brought his metal detector to the Radiant Jungle.
Well, Roshan up in a minute 15, so...
Mikoto?
Not the longest of spawns.
Will offer himself up here.
Yep, he has the shield rune activated, so see if they want to actually go on him. Jabs wants to get aggressive. There's a split earth, and this is where Sumail's Shard can really be a nuisance for Talon.
And that was a BKB
any of
out
these
the
tight
window.
corners. Yeah, true.
Mikoto now has to be a little bit careful he doesn't get caught by Doom War Stomp into Leshrac combo. Could potentially threaten him. And Aster are going to go for it. They have everything ready.
Yeah, absolutely.
They see him now with a ward.
They do. He still has that shield rune at half capacity. Split Earth actually does hit all. He's going to telekinesis himself. But there's the Doom. It actually gets reflected. So 2 players doomed right now as the reactive armor is popped. Sumail is melting, though, even with the BKB. Bloodstone healing up a little bit. He does get healed by Siamese Cat and will live as a result, but has to kind of reset completely as Monet is bursted down by Jabs as the Doom finally dissipates on him, and Jabs is just going to break everybody into the corner again as XXS drops to the deck. Sumail is next. 3 dead for Aster, which looked like a pretty good fight outright, but that reflected Doom absolutely decimated them.
Yeah, you take Doom out of the fight, and again, it's a matter of, okay, you get the Doom off, but do you have the damage? Like, the heroes are just playing around each other, and 23 gets a completely free fight. When that Doom is expended on Ember, you can just... He's literally just running them down. He's waveforming in, fighting them. They put their defensive stuff on him. He's insanely farmed, and...
Oh, wait, you shouldn't kill him yet! You should have waited for the Aghanim Scepter!
He dropped eggs.
Wait, what?
He was out of the pit.
Okay, I thought he had to be on the other side.
I thought too, actually.
Interesting. Okay, that's a today I learned. I like that.
Wait, so when exactly does it happen?
Well,
I guess it's just when the timer hits 40.
Yeah, when it's daytime.
I guess it's irrelevant where he is.
Huh. That's cool. All right, well, that's
So we're going to see the replay here, right? So this Doom here, really nice Lotus usage from Jabs. And that means Doom is out of the fight. And you see, Mikoto, sure you're doomed, but he's literally just going to walk it off. He's just going to wait for it to expire.
It could have grabbed Ally there.
Sumail gets bullied out of the fight by the Morphling alone, and then the BKBs expire, and it's Jab's time. Just walk through and clean house. Nice and easy for Talon.
I know we talked about if Pulse Nova works while grab allied, that was a perfect opportunity to do that. They were completely ignoring the Tombstone. Sumail was running away. They could have just fought. Like, that was kind of the issues. They had to run away and reset instead of just fighting on the Tombstone, but who knows?
Wait, why are there so many explanations on the Ags on Skywrath?
On the Ags? Because it upgrades every spell.
Yeah, but it's like, does it need to write the text for all of them?
Yes.
Okay. I mean...
Very thorough on
sure.
the tips.
Okay.
Makes it look more complicated than it is. 20k lead now for Talon as that fight was very big in their favor. Who got the Aghanim Scepter? Was it actually Q? Is that why we're highlighting it? Okay. Yep, that is certainly a good one.
Yep.
And now we have a smoke from Talon. Now the world is truly their oyster.
Yeah. It's a weird saying.
Yeah, I don't really understand it.
Do you like oysters?
No.
Do you like the world?
No.
Makes sense you don't get the saying then.
Okay.
It's just a very negative saying.
Well, I mean, you break open an oyster and eat it. Is that what the saying is supposed to reflect here? Have the connection here. The double Mystic Flare. Sumail will live the initial onslaught. Pops the BKB. 23 Savage might expend his BKB here. Grab ally available to Aster, but refusing to use it. The Doom died without using ult. No buyback at all. Grab ally still there, of course. You can see the arrow pointing at it. Wanting somebody to go inside. Many treasures lie beneath the Tombstone.
Oh, when you go and grab, this should be like a mini game like Indiana Jones when you're inside.
You've never seen that movie.
Oh.
21k lead for Talon as now the second set of racks have come and will soon be gone. Although he loses his Luna form, so this will go a little bit slower.
It's a good slide chains here. I actually thought they were going to pounce on this. There's no Lesh BKB. Mikoto got a double chain, but also fine with this from Talon. Just play it safe. Just keep sieging. Poke and prod.
Split Earth comes out again. It will continue to grow. Range Rax is dead. One more melee stands between Mega Creeps and not. Just like every other game of Dota.
Good one.
And that's Mega Creeps. So Talon, I mean, Aster can't fight without Doom, so it's understandable that they would have to try to fight through this.
Correction, Aster can't fight even with Doom.
I mean, that's kind of true, too. And 23 Savage. He's got the Moonglaves. Now they can start bouncing.
Oh man, this damage.
Yep, you got to do something about this now. Split Earth does hit. XXS wants to get the Doom out, but the Lotus is still applied. Lots of damage coming out from Ember Spirit as the double Mystic Flare again. Makota's in a bit of trouble, gets Force Staff to safety, but now Aster starting to fall near their fountain, although nobody technically dies. 23 Savage, Lincoln's his pop, has to be a bit careful. Still 45 seconds on the Aegis. Will likely try to consume it here.
Refuse.
Can Aster even kill him, though? Not even one time. Now Aster back into the fountain they go. BKB, really late BKB from Makoto. Tier 4 still remain up, but not for long. Another Split Earth comes out as Aster refused to give this up, but they just can't do enough damage to even take this Morphling one time. And Sumail in a 1v1 battle with 23 Savage pops the Bloodstone. Waveform, it actually hits the Split Earth. Very nice prediction, but Sumail will be forced to TP out, but the Lucent Beam will cancel it, and 23 Savage got his second life back.
That was
XXS, okay, he actually gets the Doom on the correct Morphling, but it's gonna likely cost him his life, if not more. Grab Ally still available, but refuses to be used. And eventually the Tombstone is brought down, and the hopes and dreams of Game 1 of Aster go with it.
Honestly,
so Talon, Game 1 victory, very impressive.
I mean, it's a little bit sad that the highlight of the game that I feel like I can say for Aster was Sumail's individual play right there. There was actually a really cool kill he got in the Morph. He pump faked his Split Earth 3 times to try to bait out the waveform. And on the third one, the waveform came through and he stunned on top of himself and killed him. But that was the Aegis. It's just a nice little play. I wanted to highlight that so at least something went right for Aster in this game, because aside from that, this was honestly kind of a pitiful display. I was expecting better from them, but it's obviously just game number 1. I think the panel will be able to dissect this, but Boboka on the end, he has had some standout performances in this hero. This just wasn't it this game. Didn't really work out for him. He didn't pressure mid. They didn't win bot. Whereas Talon on their cores, all 3 of them were having outstanding games, and the supports too. Like everyone on Talon just got to play the game that they wanted, and it looked pretty straightforward. When you play these high risk strategies as Aster do, it's got to work in the first 15, or you're playing an uphill battle the rest of the way.
Yep, definitely a rough start for Aster, but it is a best of 3, so anything can happen. Panel, break it down.
This was not it, Chief. At least out of this Enchantress first phase pick. The whole first phase, Undying plus Enchantress, they go for the support duo on Aster right off the bat. And then they close it out with a Luna carry. But this is 23 Savage Morphling that we're talking about. He's a virtuoso on the hero.
Yeah, I want to fanboy over him just a little bit. They were sieging high ground, and he had 5 slots in an Aegis. He was low, so he used Satanic, and then backpacked it for the Ags. And then he used the Ags on Luna, which apparently only matters when you cast it in order to steal her stats and attack speed. And then he put the Satanic back in his inventory. I don't know. This guy plays a lot of Morph.
he knows his tricks, apparently. As I would say, Talon, they played a very good game. I was very happy with like also how they set up area so that they can fight like on Roche. They always had vision of like Aster coming around. And we did all say, yeah, Aster need to have a good early game. And I think they should have played more aggro at minute 15, even when they're down like 3k, 4k, 5k gold. Like if you have Undying, Luna, Lesh, they're supposed to be the ones forcing Roche. I don't care how far behind they are. When you have Undying, you're not just good at roaching because you help kill it, but you're happy if they run to you to force the fight. But Talon, they just kind of outplayed them. They were always ready. They had good positioning, and yeah, I mean, just a well-deserved win.
Yeah. Every time I saw them go in for these fights, and they responded on the side of Aster, they did just walk away. I was very unhappy with the lack of stuns. I just thought there were just so many fights where you could clearly see how much of an issue it was. And like I think the kill disparity says most of that, right?
Yeah.
They just couldn't kill anyone. They just walk away, they buy like glimmers. It's like really hard because they don't have like that much mobility on the side of Aster to be able to get in there and continue to chase. Everything just looked so freaking hard. And when you're a Luna who, okay, you countered your lane, whatever, and then her jungle's kind of being invaded and she's being like pushed out, things kind of just suck.
Yeah. I would also say I was not very happy with Boboka's early game, like on the Eng. This hero is supposed to play around mid. And when people say, oh, maybe he had to stay in lane to help his Doom, it's not really the right way to think about it, because when he leaves to go mid, the 5 has to follow him anyway. He will turn the lane into a 1-on-1. But that never happened. He was like level 4 at 14 minutes. And when that's your eng, you don't do anything.
I want to rage a bit about this last pick, Luna. Okay, just
Go for it.
Just a bit, rant a bit. So the problem is that we know who picked this hero, right? It's the carry player, right? Oh, Baboka. Sorry, Baboka versus Q, 3-2-2. That's about how he...
Thank you, Brian.
That's a really good stat for the...
I had no idea that was actually the number.
Yeah.
I just wanted to bring up the XPM because we were citing his lack of levels, but...
Yeah, the level 4 at 15 minutes, yeah. Sorry, back to my rant.
Back to Luna?
I have to get this one off my chest. So we know the carry player picked the Luna. Why? Because we talked about needing to play around mid. And Luna, the idea makes sense. Luna's good in lane against Timbersaw. He even went 3 points beam, looking to shut down the Timbersaw. But guess what that means? Undying has to stay there and help him. And you know who paid the price? Sumail. He was getting 3-man ganked with no help. We thought, like, in the draft, Undying and Enchantress going to collapse on the mid lane, and that's going to enable Sumail. Lesh is a carry mid, meaning like you play him, babysit him like he's a carry. So maybe next time Sumail, maybe he needs to go through the translator, whether it's an extra step or
Boys,
two.
come mid, please.
No, saying like, guys, in the draft, we need a carry that doesn't need your help.
So he should have skilled Glaive so he can jungle. It's kind of, you're saying that could have been nice?
The approach should not be to shut down the Timbersaw.
Yeah,
It should be to enable your Lesh because you don't have stuns. You need to worry about your own game plan rather than the opponent's. But, you know, I think they're just going to ban Morph and the game 2 will be much simpler.
Agreed.
What I've been seeing Enchantresses be very effective at rotating on mid many times.
That was on Baboka.
I feel like this is on Baboka more than like the draft issue, a communication issue. I've seen Enchantresses do great things, and this was not it. And I don't know why.
Because he didn't go mid. I mean, sometimes you just get caught up in something. Oh, XXX is having such a bad lane. I need to stay there. But sometimes you help other people more by not being in their lane, but doing something aggressively and forcing the enemies to respond. And sometimes you just kind of forget.
It's a weird relationship between cores and supports. Sometimes you're like, you help me the most by going away.
No cap, it's true.
Yeah, it was just kind of like rough because whenever we went bot, you see the Morph. It's like, oh, he's low because Ench has just been sitting there going, eh.
But it's Morph
Wait,
play.
but he has a wand.
Yeah.
And I think they were able to get the Lotuses as well from the pool. So that also is like a massive W for Morphling. Them being able to just like win out that lane in terms of CS because there was a big gap in net worth. So they won the CS, they won the lane space to be able to get the Lotuses.
Yeah.
Therefore, he's just not dying, not being pressured. Their bot lane was kind of just a massive failure.
Yeah, and then once Morph gets Morbid Mass, then Enchantress is like, great, I have 3 levels and no lane to go to anymore.
Yeah.
Although he did indirectly solo kill Jabs' Timbersaw, which launched him from like level 4 to like level 6.5. But still overall quite clean from Talon, which is something that actually for Talon I'm not that critical of. Other Southeast Asian teams I am. But Talon, whenever they have a lead, generally they are good at maintaining it, but they just have not been getting leads, at least from what we saw yesterday from them.
Yeah, they were just kind of sitting back, right, in the games yesterday. I feel like they were just, I don't know, hoping the enemy team disconnects or something. I don't know what they were really playing for. But today, in this game, it was very clean. From start to finish, with how they all played individually, how they set up the fights, how they use spells. It's like a completely different team.
Yeah, they did well in their lanes, and then they enhanced their lead with those really big stacks in the triangle as well. Like Timbersaw got to just go take that, and then like him taking that gives his support space to get a little bit more experience. They're basically helping each other to help each other and
be happy.
Be happy.
What a very symbiotic relationship. So then now do you need to rearrange your first phase priorities? Because it seemed that part of the motivation for picking the Enchantress, according to us, was that they were preemptively countering Wind Ranger. Because Talon loves their Wind Ranger. They flex it between all the roles. So get a Dispel, then maybe you don't need to worry about Wind Ranger. But Timbersaw continues to be first phase on every single team, and Jabs is very, very good on the hero.
I still don't think Timbersaw should be a priority. I think the Morphling.
Okay.
Like, I think Timbersaw is going to be a Timbersaw. There's a lot of players out there that can play Timbersaw. He's a powerful hero, but a lot of people also understand it. I don't think people are going to be able to beat a Grandmaster tier Morphling on the current patch. I think that's where we're at. I don't think their draft countered it very well. I think the Morphling proved it, like the Enchantress was not very useful. We already talked about that. And you had 3 picks to answer it, so.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like Timber, if you leave him be, he's easier to ignore than a Morph. Like if you ignore a Morph and he has free farm, he's gonna destroy you. Whereas Timber, you can play around it, maybe kite him, or you have later timings to then deal with it. And on the flip side with their draft, if you pick Undying Inch, sure, you can swap it. But with this opening, you're not supposed to be down 5k gold at 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Like, you messed up big time.
you guys specifically cited like they need to be up by that amount on Aster.
It was the opposite.
And it was the opposite.
Yeah.
And
Rough times.
there was no real comeback solution for them. Even in team fights, I don't really think there was any way that they could have executed it that would have brought them back.
I was impressed they dragged it out as long as they did.
Right.
I did honestly feel like the game was over around 15 minutes.
That was a hard game to come back into. I think they needed to, like, I don't know, force some fights or hope that Aster need to run into them or Talon run into them, but that never happened.
It's time to rebuild, perhaps, after that Game 1 draft. Reevaluate, maybe not first phasing 2 supports who can't stun the enemy. We'll see. Stick around, everyone. We'll be back with game number 2 of Talon versus Aster after this.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
So very pleasant from the Pleasant Pandas as we prepare for game number 2 of Talon versus Aster, where I'm eagerly anticipating this first phase. We're commemorating it like you're in my royal court.
Is this your idea?
Make a declaration, Brian.
They will ban Morph.
Wow.
Oh, they did it.
They did it. But as a result, they let the Timber Saw through. But like you said, you think the Morph is more intimidating than a first phase Timber Saw.
Know thy enemy.
There we go. I wanted the oldie English.
Yes.
Oh, they learned nothing. Never mind.
No, because
learned
they
something.
banned Morphling. They
guess.
cannot have their no stun support punished by a guy that plays really well into no stuns.
Anti-mage.
They wouldn't do that, would they?
No, they wouldn't.
They would. You know they would.
Team Spirit would.
probably not.
It's Talon.
Talon. What's a Mikoto hero that they could get that can take advantage of a lack of stun?
Any mid hero. Any spirit, puck,
Pango,
whatever it may be.
They can't take Storm because they banned it out.
Okay. Is this more likely to be a core after the nerfs, Kazu?
I think so, yeah. I don't see why support bad would still be as good. Just to put it into perspective, so his 1 flame break went from 25% slow to 10. So if you flame break now plus blood grenade, it's the same slow as last patch flame break on its own.
Right.
That's a huge nerf. Like last patch it was 40% slow, now it's only 25 if you use both. So I think this just makes core bad a lot better.
So if you had a support bad in your lane, you're the offlaner.
Yeah.
Right? And he levels flame break level 1. Would you accuse him of not reading the patch, flame him, and then break your items?
No, I think you still have to do it, right, if you play sub.
Oh, okay.
What's he gonna Firefly my wave and steal it?
I was just trying to make a flame break joke.
They would take a break from flaming and not break your items.
Ah, okay.
Hey.
Sticky Napalm also got nerfed though.
I'll be
So
less subtle next
even
time.
if you want him as a core, his last hitting in lane is not going to be as good. So
Yeah, it's more about like some Firefly last hitting now. I think this hero in like the first 8 minutes of the game nowadays is a lot more on, I'm just gonna kill creeps. You should think less about killing enemy heroes right now, I think, with bad in the early game. As a core specifically.
Who takes the Ancients, though? Did you get Timbersaw do it last game?
He will do it again, I think.
Okay.
Talon.
Why, do you want to be the carry in this game and you take it?
I'm saying, like, you know, if they do Batrider core, he usually likes Ancients, too.
He does. And what if they now pick a carry where 23 Savage also wants to
Spin it up, TA. Honestly, every carry now, I think it feels way better to just retreat into the
chill.
jungle
Yeah.
above the lane, because those buffs early game, the 1.5 mana regen on Radiant and the 4 health regen on Dire, they're pretty huge. Those are like full items, like 4 HP is a ring of health that a lot of carries may need at that stage, and the 1.5 mana regen is like a ring of Basilius to farm with. So I don't think most carries ever want to go anywhere else. So you guys can have your Ancients spoiled off lane brats.
Let's go jabs. Take the Ancients, bro.
I love it when Jabs farms. It's all he wants. He just wants. You know what? Actually, you know what has been very cool for me to see this tournament? He has been picking his hero in first phase a lot.
Yeah, that's true.
That's cool, because I remember last tournament, it was always last pick. It was like, oh, they've last picked, like, I don't know, wasn't a really hard carry. Phantom Assassin, it's Jabs off lane.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't matter what they picked in the last pick, it would usually be Jabs' weird-ass hero.
He's not exaggerating. It was usually an actual carry.
It was.
It was. Yeah, I remember his
Slog
Naga
offlane.
Siren at Lima Major.
Yeah.
Good times.
Slark. I don't remember the Slark.
I think I saw him play Slug, because I saw him and Mid-One both playing Slug.
Oh, yeah.
And I was just like, what is wrong with Southeast Asia?
We're built different.
Yes, sir.
They surely are.
I miss that region. No, it's very cool to see him just picking with confidence now. I think he's always had, like, even when he moved to offlane as his new role, he always had like a wide pool. So like he's always just been a very versatile guy. He's just offlane has steadily gotten actually better and better, where he's now much more reliable.
And he's itemizing like an offlaner. Other things that we were critical of him is whenever he was picking these heroes that could be built in a variety of ways. We're like, well, he won't go the carry build. He'll go the aura build, and then he still goes the carry build from the offlane. We're like, God damn it. But now he's itemizing like an offlaner, and he's picking himself early on. And as a result, this man on the screen, 23 Savage, gets a little bit more freedom. Although last time they first faced him also.
I mean, I do hope for Aster that this time around. We said that the only thing they learned is the morph ban, but I hope that they talked after the last game about, guys, we have this opening. Our early game should go like this. It doesn't matter how the offlaner is doing. I mean, sure, you would love to do better, but if you can't, like, Ench is supposed to move around, do more stuff, like, try to force some Roshans, so they must have had this talk, otherwise I don't see why you would ever run back the same opening that you just got destroyed with. Queen of Pain. Never mind. Wind Ranger.
Oh, they yoinked the Wind Ranger. Well, all the supports, I guess all the supports other than Oracle are that would purge you are either picked or banned. Shadow Demon.
That's fine. Your carries like will buy Nullifier. So as long as Talon have a core that will buy Nullifier, I'm okay.
Yeah, I think Bloodseeker stands out to me right now. Bloodseeker, even though he got nerfed. Really strong matchup against Wind Ranger. Pretty decent against no stuns. Attack speed for the Tombstone. Kezu?
I would be a little afraid picking Bloodseeker. Blind into Ench and counterpick.
Explain.
See, so the hero got nerfed. I think last patch you could just pick it and you would always do fine. I think you can do it if you see a weak 4.
Okay.
Like a Roamer 4 or let's say a less strong range 4 than Ench, like maybe Rubik.
Okay.
So and then you go like, okay, we go Lich Bloodseeker. Now I'm happy, no matter what they do. But I think Ench, Skyrev, they make it easier for you to find this offlaner that helps abuse the more open carry picks.
Okay.
I think Bloodseeker's okay, but I think he can definitely be abused. So they're gonna put the bad support and pick a 5 now, I would assume.
I mean, they kind of give Aster the Bloodseeker option right now if they think it's still decent
for real.
enough.
Against Timber
yeah,
and
Timber
Pango.
and Pango seems like a really nice rough team.
Yeah, they're gonna pick Bloodseeker to protect themselves. Everything Kezu said is irrelevant.
I agree. And there might also be, like, when you rupture Pango, he might just explode. There could just be another bug.
Literally.
Literally explode. He might just instantly die.
Spontaneously.
But why not?
combust.
I mean, if Mars makes him just stop moving on the spot, why wouldn't another hero just kill him instantly?
Why the hero that actually is meant to counter him, not just make him blow up?
Exactly.
Okay, if they don't pick Bloodseeker, I'm now convinced that hero got nerfed into the ground or something. Okay, I don't know what's going on.
Rest in piss, Bloodseeker.
I feel like the nerf was not that bad.
I
Like,
think it's pretty big.
You think so?
I think it's still a great hero, but
That was it, right?
Yeah, I think
30 damage level 1, I think it's quite a lot.
But like, it's still a sizable nuke, like 90. 90 is not bad. When he gets into like 70, that's like around the same damage as hero's hitting for, so it's hard to use it.
I think it's still a good hero, but definitely got nerfed quite a bit.
Yeah, I just thought this was like a really good game for it. So I'm surprised.
I would not have been surprised if they did pick Bloodseeker.
Okay.
So I think it's more about the fact, okay, we want another hero again that can play through mid. He sees his matchup. If there's some weird stuff where, I don't know, whether it's Bat or Pango mid, it's probably Pango, let's be real.
I don't know. Jabs has played Pango this tournament.
Okay, then Bat goes mid, doesn't matter. Next guy gets clapped. I mean, Jabs could play offlane Pango, but then where are your other... Then you put Timber mid.
It would be with a Bat support and then Timber mid, I guess.
Bat Rider Pango lane. Yeah, I think you should just lose on the spot.
This just like has to be Pango mid, Bat
we
Timber,
can,
right?
yeah.
And then Rubik 5, and then you're gonna pick some jungling carry, maybe Terrorblade.
Doesn't Pango get super owned by Quap though? If you do want to send him in?
I think Quap Timber, Bat, and Pango kind of all get owned by Quap, don't they? I guess Timber has the least bad of a lane.
Yeah, I would say Timber can probably do okay. I guess you can just sustain it and chill. Whereas Pango should get destroyed, especially with the nerfs that Pango kept receiving over the last couple weeks.
Maybe you could send the Rubik with the Pango offlane instead and just have Bat 5. I don't know. I don't know if you're like cocking your draft too hard by like moving things around like this.
They probably have an idea of what they're doing. Like, I don't think there's too much flex in their heads.
Yeah.
But there is probably a lot of questions in the minds of Team Aster, and usually in these spots, like, notice how long they're taking for this ban. You probably just choose to ban heroes that are just countering your draft rather than a specific role.
Well, Talon also doesn't really know where the last troll is, because where's this Wind Ranger going? Do we know between XXS and Monet?
Could be very much either.
Yeah. Which is a pretty cool pick for them, because I wouldn't mind seeing a carry Wind Ranger. You lane with Undying. We've seen that before. It's pretty cool. Undying loves to be with range heroes. If you lane against Timber, you can get some early Javelin, maybe Maelstrom.
They could theoretically try to match up the co-op with the bad either way. Like, they could do
Also true.
where they see whatever comes out, they think, oh, it's bad off lane, like co-op carry Wind Ranger mid. I don't think that's like crazy to do either, because they're going to fill the same role in the game regardless of what lane you put them in.
Yeah.
Yeah, with second pick, Aster really have like everything in their hands.
They banned Venno. We got some melee hero cooking up, or what's happening here for Talon?
Well, it's not TB, because that...
Yeah.
Doesn't Venno just make Bat's game hard? I
Also
feel like
true.
I've seen a lot of Venno responses to Bat call.
That too, yes. But I would say most generally in this spot, you should be aiming to ban for your carry. It might be like a double whammy. It's good against the carry, because, yeah, Bad Rider does not enjoy playing against Venno. Just gets spat on all the time.
They do ban Bloodseeker.
They do
ban
ban
it. It's worth the 12th ban in the game.
Yeah, but it was on the other team, though.
No, they banned it for the team that I said was going to pick it. I was saying Talon
Earlier we
should
said
pick.
Talon would ban it.
Sure,
would pick
but
it.
after seeing Timbersaw and Pango and Bad Rider on the same thing, then you're like, oh, Aster should maybe pick it.
Yeah, but they were thinking that's a good 9th pick carry for Talon.
Sure, I suppose.
And Venno, I think, did own a Bloodseeker at some point in this tournament that I saw. That's why they probably banned it. PL.
That's a weird one. Only because I was thinking about it when I saw the supports, and that it would be a nice PL game to deal with them because you can help kill the Tombstone. They don't have like any AoE control for you. But then I saw the Wind Ranger come out, and if you're able to get the focus fire off on PL, if you ever get the jump on him first,
That's user error on the PL, though, I'll tell you that much.
you think it's really easy to kind of dodge
I'm saying
that?
it's user error where, like, you don't walk in with just you, ever.
I see.
Like, you would have you and your illusions, like, you'd either Doppel first
Right.
or Manta first. Like, that is something that PLs need to do against heroes like Wind Ranger, Doom, single targets, where if they target the real one, you are just dead.
Do you think it's really hard then for Aster with no hero to kind of go in and be able to like find?
They need
PL
to make him use spells to
Yeah.
reveal himself, yes. The thing about Doom against PL is you do have Scorched Earth, which is natural AoE. You can build into Shivas, or you could just go Greaves and Crimson, and he does very little damage. But also, you do free farm against PL. Like, you absolutely free farm. So this Doom pick to me is pretty scary. I think I like Aster's draft all around this game. I think last game they were lacking all the things we talked about, and I don't think they have a Morphling problem this time.
I very much dislike Talon's draft.
Saying,
I
wait,
don't-
you dislike Talon's draft?
Yeah,
Am I the only Talon fan?
I think Talon actually has a pretty bad draft. I don't like this PL. First of all, you have a Gleipnir / Maelstrom Buyer and Wind Ranger. Queen loves playing long fights with lots of AoE, Aghanims, Shivas. You hate playing into that as PL. Queen is going to win her lane. You have heroes that can move to her. I think this Bad Rider 4 is going to be demoted to stacking Ancients. And I think Talon, they're just going to get ran over, and they have worse late game than Aster.
I don't disagree.
Okay, if Aster win their lanes, I agree with everything you said.
But if they lose...
I think Talon has way more ways to fight. I think they have 100 heroes that can go in. They
100? Yeah, PL's like 15.
Yeah, like 100,000 at least on him. But like, I mean, you have this role to play around. You have Jabs who's going to be able to go in and use his body. You have lots of spell casting. You have like ways to deal with like potential BKBs and the Bat Rider lasso and like things that just scale nicely. Whereas on Aster, who the fuck goes in? Who goes in?
They're
You
all
need
going to
this
be
Doom-
fat.
You
That's
need
the
this
problem.
Doom to have everything to be able to go in. And
I think he will.
I need to clarify, is this 100 concurrent heroes, or does, like, when he's spawning new illusions...
They count.
They count.
They start
Okay.
adding.
It adds up.
Okay, I just need to make sure I understand.
Someone's out there with a clicker each time. It's just like, God damn, there are a lot of heroes in this game. This Tormentor's going to give so much gold. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for game number 2. And to play us in, it's the Pleasant Pandas.
game number 2 between Aster and Talon. Talon took a nice fat dump on Aster's face in game number 1.
Whoa, okay.
Will this be a reversal? Because the panel seems to think that Aster's lineup is far superior. What is so funny, Simran? I'm just trying to describe what happened last
phrasing.
game.
The phrasing was funny.
Okay.
I also like the I like the dichotomy between the band playing and you saying that, and then there was also like a foghorn on top of the whole thing. It's like the real clown show going on. Very nice. Well,
we do that best here.
Aster are doing quite a lot of the same stuff as last game. It's the same support duo, and this time they have the Doom again, so 3 out of the 5 heroes are identical. This time around, Monet has a little bit more in the ways of setting things up, and as the panel talked about, no Morphling to worry about. Would love to see Baboka show up a little bit more in this game than he did in the last.
Siamese Cat, he's going to get blood grenaded and likely run down, which means First Blood will go to Jabs on the Timber, which is, I feel like, the only hero I've seen him play in this tournament.
He seems to be getting his hands on it a lot. We saw him play Pango the other day, but this time it's Mikoto playing at mid. I don't know if there was any merit to putting the Timber mid and putting Pango off lane, because that's an option that Talon have. Mikoto does play a good Timber as well, but they opted for doing it this way around. I suppose the Timber feels safer against Windranger than Pango does. Either way.
I mean, that mid lane, though, that is... Quap is going to have... Smail's going to have an easy time.
He should have a field day. That's part of the reasoning that I was thinking Talon might do it the other way around, is that they're just one of the only teams to play offlane Pango, so this time there was actually quite a bit of merit to it. You would avoid this situation as Timber, where you're fighting into the Undying, which can be annoying. Oh, Shackle Shot level 1 from Monet.
Jabs,
Might
he's
catch
in
Jabs
quite a bit of
completely
trouble.
off
Pops
guard.
the stick, Blood Grenade again, Decay, and Death. So Jabs, despite getting that First Blood earlier, does get run down in this bot lane, and now a pause comes out. Mikoto realizes that he cannot play mid versus the Queen of Pain because it's too difficult.
Mikoto's like, do you want to swap lanes? Do you want to swap lanes, Jabs, when you come back from the
how does Timber fare in the mid lane versus Quap?
I would think it's fine. I don't think I've seen it much this tournament, but just intuitively, I don't think Queen has enough true harass to bully Timber out of lane.
Do you think that's how they should have played it?
I don't know. I feel like it's way too early to say. And it's also, I think there's definitely some major downsides to putting Pango off lane. And so far, so good for Mikoto mid anyway. He's 6-0. Sumail is rocking a 3-1. So the first 2 ways have gone fine for the Pango.
True.
I think the time this lane starts getting difficult is when Cop hits level 3 and especially level 5.
That's a nice voice line.
Oh, it's that voice line.
That's a voice of an angel.
Did they just... Did they find a K-pop band on Fiverr or something? I wonder what it means.
Yeah, I don't know. It's probably really, really
Imagine
bad.
it's really offensive.
It's really bad.
Oh, but it's a nice singing voice, so it's gotta be nice, right?
Nobody did the Google Translate on that one. That's,
We took a fat dump on you last game.
Well, Q takes a bit of damage here. So it will be a support Bat Rider, which the panel originally thought was definitely going to be core because of the nerf, plural, in this last patch to Bat Rider.
And they were jokingly saying skill Firefly level 1 and steal your farm. Well, that's kind of what Q's doing.
Yeah.
He didn't skill Flame Break. Yeah, I guess the mindset here is if you just push out the wave and you keep moving around, then you make space for Timber to have some freedom. So far, I mean, I was going to say so far so good. Timber died minute 1, but...
So far so good.
I guess it will stabilize a little bit over time. This is... Yeah, I really want to watch this lane quite a bit, actually, because I feel like Baboka, like I said in the last game, did not live up to expectations for how we usually see him just terrorize the map on Ench. And it's going to have to start up here with bullying the PL so that Doom can get his Vanguard. And when Doom either has that or is close at least, you can start moving off and pressure mid. Pango is very susceptible to Ench ganks, actually, because if he uses any of his spells to farm, Ench flanks him. Even if you have Swashbuckle, after the nerfs, the distance you cover is actually pretty small.
Yeah.
So you can just enchant him and just run him down with Queen of Pain and all her spells.
And from 23 Savage's perspective, do you think that this is a good PL game? They do have Gleipnir Carrier in Windrunner. They have... I mean, they have Doom,
Yeah.
which he could buy Shivas at some point. If you get the Aghanim Scepter, then it's good luck playing PL.
Quap bags as well.
Yeah, a lot of burst damage and AoE from Quap. Do you think that's plenty?
I mean, despite all of that, I actually still think this is a good PL game late enough. Like the panel is talking about it, and I agree. It's definitely not like Aster don't have solutions, but I just feel like sometimes it gets really deceptive how much PL can actually handle toward the end of the game. Like some of the spells that they're pointing out, they will fall off. Like it's not like Queen of Pain is going to always feel like a threat when you have 4k health. Scorched Earth is going to start becoming insignificant. The Gleipnir, you're going to have both Manta and Doppelganger after. So it's... I'm not going to say Aster on a timer, but I feel like the Windranger against PL matchup late game should be pretty PL favored, to be honest, when both heroes get big. And it's also what Talon are banking on, right? They picked the hero for a reason. They're one of the few teams to actually run this hero right now. And it's one of 23's.
The courier is dead eventually after 3 right clicks from the pitiful Bat Rider.
Yeah, level 1 on Bat is pretty underwhelming. Minute 4, you gotta say. Mikoto
okay.
got the rune here.
He
Sumail
did.
actually might need a little bit of help. If he doesn't get the bottom water, this is pretty bad news.
He should be able to.
He has Blink, he'll get it.
Okay. Yeah. And looking at the CS, you're right. It's actually quite even in the mid lane. I think Sumail has a slight lead in terms of denies, but I think if you're a Pango, that is great news.
Yeah, this is definitely good enough. I guess also worth keeping in mind that some of your mindset about how this matchup goes might be outdated. With Pango being universal, you know,
fair.
You just do better in certain situations than you would in the past. Even if it comes like, Ollie.
Yeah, we have TP support coming in, which means XXX trying to run away. He's blood grenaded and now Firefly down, but Ollie's gonna die first. And XXS will follow suit.
Undying comes through the gate, places a ward, and leaves again.
Yep, that's his worth. Now, Sumail has to be very careful. Swashbuckle back up in 3 seconds.
I would agree, though. Instinctively, I still thought this was going to be Queen favored by a decent amount, but for now, it's a draw, more or less. I mean, there's a couple of denies, as you said, but Mikoto's definitely holding his own. He's going to get a nice bottle refill here coming in from Ollie, and even a pool tango. Man, being mid laner must be so fun sometimes. Just, I was going to say everybody loves you, but I think it's like more of like a forced relationship. It's by necessity.
Yeah.
Everybody puts up with you because they want to win.
Yeah, that's how my casting career with you has developed over the years.
Yep. It's a one-way thing, though. I put up with you.
Good one.
Yes. True one.
Sumail has to walk all the way back to base, but he did clear out most of the waves, so we'll get the nice refill of the bottle. And Monet. I mean, what do you think of Wind Ranger? I feel like, for some reason, when the patch first came out, she was mega strong, winning like every game. Makoto will be able to get the illusion rune. And actually, you see the first ult of the game from him, but the Sonic Wave brings him back, and he actually gets stuck into the wall, but luckily for him, has the illusion rune bottled. Oh my god, the Impetus almost one-shots him there. All right.
That was real close.
I thought it actually hit while he was rolling.
Yeah, I don't know if he could have tried
right
to change the angle so he would have rolled into it first before swashing, but either way, he does get away there.
Anyway, back to Windrunner.
Yeah, I haven't been particularly impressed with this as a safe lane carry either, I'll be honest. I feel like, I mean, maybe we've just cast the games where it didn't work out primarily, but I don't know. I think the hero just definitely has some weaknesses when played as a carry. Like most carry versus carry matchups, a lot of carries in this patch love buying Nullifier. That's already a big problem for you.
Yeah.
You have to be able to isolate a target and stick on them in the fight. So saves become really powerful against Windranger as well.
We're going to see this Impetus again.
Yeah.
I mean, the good news about the Nullifier is nobody oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah.
If Sumail's Scream would have connected, he would have died there, actually.
100%.
Very close.
Nobody on Talon really wants to buy Nullifier, right? It's going to have to be the PL.
He definitely can.
But that's not, I mean, typically you want just stat items, right? Like, that's not something, if it's a normal game without something to counter like that.
PL actually likes buying Nullifier as one of his later items because it's just his guaranteed way of assassinating supports. Because otherwise he has to deal with Glimmer, Cape, Force Staff, all this stuff
That's
to
true.
just kite him out. So
I guess
ultimately,
Nullifier just counters so much these days.
you do get it at some point. It's either that or Abyssal, but I just think it's a no-brainer in this game because of the Wind Ranger. It just becomes overwhelmingly.
All right, you've
not
sold
my
me.
favorite.
You've sold me.
But you're right that he's the only one. So she only has to deal with the one. And I guess there's a lot of merit to Lincolns on her in this game when you're playing against both the Rubik and the Bad Rider, so that's also kind of nice as universal heroes. She definitely has her merits here. But yeah, maybe it's just personal bias that I haven't really seen those like insane carry performances. I think personally for me, I like the hero more as a mid. Also because, like we talked about, what Wind Ranger does so well is she gets focus fire and she runs around and killing a single hero and then she kind of resets, right?
Yeah.
In mid, you get those levels faster and you start making those moves on the map and set up someone else to carry the game.
Makoto, he's out of mana. Oh, he pops the wand and just rolls away. But you can see Sumail already popped that haste rune as Doom has made an appearance as well. Going to use it onto the Timber Saw. Gets rolled on by Makoto, though, as Sumail continuing the pressure. Q looks to be mega dead. And Timber under the tier 1 tower still. He's going to get power shot and brought down. So 2 kills for Aster. Make it 3 with the Sonic Wave from Sumail. And even Baboka looks to be living through this engagement. So no casualties at all, as basically both teams showed up in full force in the mid lane. Is this Heroes of the Storm?
Aster did a really good job at spreading things out there. They forced out the Pango roll and the wand like you talked about, but then they didn't get connected on at all. So Mikoto's effectively wasting this entire fight, rolling after a hasted Queen of Pain. He reconnects onto the Doom at this point, but the Doom already out on Timber means he's not a part of the fight whatsoever. And Baboka and Sumail just run through and deal all the damage that they want to, with none of the enemy cores really able to fight. PL TP's in too late for the fight to really be a success. That was nicely coordinated by Aster. They just took out both enemy cores from play, and the supports don't have enough in the tank yet. Bad Rider level, what's he, level 4? Level 5 just now, so I think he was level 4 in that fight. Just doesn't bring enough to the table. I don't know about the no flame break build, by the way. That seems a little bit maybe extreme. I know the nerfs were kind of significant, but I still think there's merit to skilling this spell as a support just because of how your teammates can play off it as well as like a pseudo catch, and might have been handy there, to be honest, to have a flame break point. Anyway.
Yeah, potentially.
Good move from
Aster
Aster.
making all the difference for Sumail. He was able to do whatever the hell he wanted in that fight. And Aster with a slight lead in terms of net worth right now.
Very,
and
very
you
good.
can see Jabs leading the way for Talon, as we're going to see him bottom. Rip right through the Undying. And Siamese Cat will eventually drop. Now, the only real hero that can take down the Tombstone is the PL. As we're going to see, Makoto with that Rolling Thunder and a Swashbuckle
nice
Hurricane.
try.
Not quite there. Was pretty close, though. Shield room from Sumail means he can trade all he wants.
Oh, going for the Witchblade. Pretty standard Queen build up here.
A lot of action in this mid lane.
Falcon
My
Blade
goodness.
into the Witchblade, so the Blade build. The double blade. Just needs a Blade Mail for the triple Blade build.
Okay.
And then Blades of Attack in his backpack.
Shadow Blade?
Yes. There's a lot of blades in Dota, actually.
Are you surprised?
I don't know. Maybe they could have called one of them something else. We don't have a... Do we have a Scimitar? We don't.
I mean, there's only so many names for...
I don't think we
sword.
have... Do we have a single item? We have Broadsword. We don't have a single Scimitar. I guess we have a dagger.
We don't have nunchucks either, actually.
That's true.
That's
Well,
a
that would be
very
amazing.
important weapon. Very realistic.
Brewmaster has those, right?
Isn't
that one of his... Is it his base weapon? No, it's a cosmetic, right?
It's kind... Oh, maybe. But yeah, I can see the similarities.
I think he has either a... I think it's a cosmetic. I think his default is the cane, right?
Is it a cane?
I don't know. It's like some sort of...
There's no way it's
some sort of staff.
Yeah, that's probably more accurate.
I'm going to look this up. This is a very good time to have a pause.
Yep, tell us what...
His default weapon, Brewmaster's Staff.
It has like that little chain on it to make it... Yeah.
I guess he doesn't have nunchucks in any of his sets.
Well, you don't have all the cosmetics either.
Do nunchucks not... It's also called a nunchuck when you use it in one hand, right? It's not like a two-handed thing. It's a
Correct.
one-hand weapon.
I mean, it could be either, but yeah.
Yeah. You know a lot about nunchucks.
Sure. You know me. Always on top of my nunchuck lore.
You watch some movie with them by any chance?
Probably many.
Yes.
Sumail getting his bottle refilled.
Thanks,
Top net
Baboka.
worth on Aster. As Firefly Blood Grenade and Lasso not able to bring him down to the low ground. Has to be a bit careful because XXS has showed up. Although Jabs is here trying to finish off Siamese Cat, and he does so, but Doom, as in the ult, still available, but nobody really close enough to help out. Monet's TP,
yeah, he's
quite a bit of time. But that leaves open this mid tower for destruction potentially as the rally creeps get destroyed. But more gets spawned, and down goes the tower.
Baboka definitely having a much better time this time than last game. Last game at this point in time, he was like level 4. Now he's almost level 6. He's 2-1-2. He's been pushing this mid tower. Found a couple of good kills, especially that fight earlier that we saw around mid. So Aster's conditions are better, but it doesn't look like Talon are under a lot of pressure regardless. Like, you've lost 2 towers, you're still up 1k gold. PL is farming to his heart's content. Timber is #1 on net worth in the whole game. So I don't think Talon are really too unhappy about the situation. Interesting here from Jabs. First of all, going Blade Mail. Secondly, trying to timber chain the camp, but those...
Maybe that's the next patch where the camp are considered trees as well to help out timber saw players.
How would that be for a shard instead of the what's it called? Flamethrower.
Flamethrower's cool.
It is cool, but what if you could timber chain onto people and like a
that could
swing around?
Sounds like a 25 talent to me.
Yeah, probably. That would be very good.
Ollie and Makoto in the smoke right. Oh, Monet can feel it deep in his bowels. He knew that was going to happen.
Spidey senses tingling.
Blade Mail now officially. Talk to me about the Blade Mail. That is quite interesting.
It is quite unusual. I guess there's a lot of... It's obviously going to offer him some protection against Focus Fire, and I guess Queen of Pain is doing a lot of uncontrollable damage in fights, so she can't really avoid taking damage from the Blade Mail. She's going to use Scream, she's going to use Sonic. But I don't know, I feel like a lot of players would have not gone this here, or rather most players would have prioritized something else. I don't know if anyone would have got this idea. Not personally really sold on it. I think something like a pipe, if you want to go more of a defensive route, would have been really valuable for his team.
I mean, would you say, in terms of priority focus firing targets, is Jabs even top
That's the other thing. Is he going to be the target?
Because you're going to get the reactive armor stacks instantly from focus fire. I don't know how much. I mean, once Maelstrom's online, maybe it doesn't matter as much, but...
I don't know. Find it a bit odd. I guess it protects him against Ench, too.
Yeah.
That's maybe the bigger one, actually. Ench has been killing Timber a lot this tournament, but... Don't know.
Well, I think if she does get like a Hurricane Pike or something, and then you have that triple volley or whatever it is, that would hurt.
I don't know. There's just so many items that rival this, right? You could get a Halberd against the Windranger or the Ench. You get the evasion, you get status assist against the Doom, which would be nice. You could buy standard stuff like Lotus. We saw that last game. That would allow him to reflect Shackle Shot. It would allow him to remove Shadow Strike and Chan to reflect Doom, you know. I don't know, I feel like he's still going to go Lotus, but okay, now he's eyeing up the Halberd, actually.
Lasso.
Baboka.
Okay, the Rolling Thunder actually completely misses Baboka, who stays alive a little bit longer, but finally does fall. Here comes the Flesh Golem plus Sumail. Doesn't look like Aster wants to commit, though, because they have lost their Enchantress already, as 23 Savage shows up in addition.
He is just completely untouched this game. There's been no pressure on this
0, 0, and 1 PL. Yeah.
He just gets to farm. Aster seemed content to just move around the map, and I don't really get the vibe that they're really forcing anything much of the time so far in this series. Similar to last game, I guess they were like 5-man smoking a couple of times because out of necessity, but not too much aggression aside from that one mid move 15 minutes in. The Talon heroes are pretty content with the situation.
Yeah, maybe they're just waiting for some sort of power spike. And we talked about Aster having some tools against PL, but it's not like he's hard countered by any means.
No, I don't think so. I definitely wouldn't consider this a bad PL game. If it were, then you just don't pick it, right? Like, this hero is a 9th or a 10th pick in the draft almost always, and...
To be fair, we have seen some last pick heroes that have been hard countered before.
We have.
Yesterday, actually, if memory serves.
I'm trying to remember the last time I've seen a team pick PL into a really bad game. It's like, it's very obvious whether something is a truly bad PL.
Especially these days when, from the carry position, yeah, you can ban a lot of the popular ones, but so many heroes can be flexed as a carry.
Yeah.
It feels there's going to be something you can pick that's at least okay. And Diffusal now
Double
online.
Diffusal. They have one on Pango, one on the PL.
Yeah, and Makoto's farm is, as we're seeing Baboka die, his farm is not particularly good if you look at it in compared to everybody else's. We have the Shackle Shot Focus Fire combination from Sumail. Q is dead.
That's Monet.
No grab ally. What?
Here comes Sumail.
Okay. Big Sonic Wave. Double kill from Monet. Now Jabs with that ult of his. Able to take out Windrunner in turn. Doom applied to the Pango. He's just going to roll away now.
Yeah, don't think Sumail's going to be able to pull this off.
Sumail with the Shadow Strike, but see the War Stomp from XXS. Jabs. This is where the Blade Mail. Okay, the Sonic Wave was stolen by Ollie. And that's going to be enough to push Aster back. What did I say?
You just said a great Shackle Shot Focus Fire combination from Sumail, which is truly impressive if he has... He is creative. If he has invented those spells on Queen of Pain, that is actually unbelievable.
I'm just so used to him playing Windranger. It's funny because when I was having we're having that conversation about Windranger being kind of underwhelming lately.
Mm-hmm.
The beginning of this patch was Sumail playing Windranger, and he was dominating.
He was very good, and he was playing at mid. And for me, it's just been more. I've been more impressed with it in that role in general. But there's definitely something about it because many teams are running at carry. It's not like just a one-trick pony that Aster have or anything. So.
Yeah, well, good luck to Sumail shackling the rest of the game. Try to keep that in mind, of course.
Q and Ollie want to set something up down here with Jabs. Pretty good coverage. They have a deep ward as well. Sumail not going to walk into harm's way just yet, though. If he does go right... well, they're all under a ward as well, I just realized.
You see XXS taking apart the Vanguard to make the Octarine, of course, not as efficient as before because now the Ring of Health remains, but if you can turn it into something else later, then it would feel pretty value.
Yeah.
But he does not have his sights set on anything like that. As Q, finding Baboka, has the lasso, brings him back to Jabs, and Makoto gets the final blow. So 2K lead for Talon, and I mean, not a big lead by any means. Let's just say that this game is even. Do you think that benefits one team over the other at this stage? Like if you're going into the draft saying, it's going to be about an even game at this stage. Either team happy?
I like Talon's odds with that. I
guess you are going against the Doom, right? Although Devour did get nerfed.
Yeah, it's a bit more than a 2K lead against the average lineup, I guess, if you will. But I just think overall, and it kind of, okay.
Oh, they really want Sumail. Flame Break. It was finally leveled just for you, Cinderin. Sumail able to blink out, though. The Rolling Thunder still coming. Swash misses! And Sumail will have blink again, and he is fine. And now Talon are quite deep.
What did Makoto bounce on? I feel like he hit a stone.
The Shackle connects, and they will blow up Ollie.
Wait,
the rest of Talon runs away.
Makoto hit some... Did he just ping that there? I think Makoto hit some random debris in the jungle. So he didn't get on top of Sumail. I wonder if we have a replay of that.
Bad luck.
That was a kill in my eyes. I was like, how the hell did he not connect in time on Pango? Sumail getting out of jail free there. And they get a kill for it. They get the Rubik, so nice for Aster. Lincoln's almost complete on Monet, as we talked about. A pretty straightforward item for him this game. We're going to get it here. So wait, so what happens here?
Okay, so there's the Rolling Thunder.
Makoto must be bouncing off some... Oh, this one. There.
Oh, wait, what is that?
Yeah, so there's a little block in the jungle there. I think it just didn't know. Like, this isn't...
That does look like a dead tree or something.
It's like new terrain, right? Oh, it actually kind of looked like he wasn't even hitting it.
You know, I'm going to look on my screen and see what it looks like on the Monkey King terrain. It's exactly the same. All right, good.
Oh.
Just check. Oh, wait. Yeah, this is the Monkey King terrain.
It's a little stone.
It's a divot just for Pango players out there. Well, Pichu's dead.
What need have I for visit?
So Makoto will be going for the standard Aghanim Scepter on the Pango, and it will align pretty closely to his level 15 talent. And Talon will be in the pit now. Can Aster do anything about this? You can see them drawing on the map. They have an idea that this is occurring. Sonic Wave is up, Doom is up, so this could be a kind of risky for Talon. They're not really taking it that fast.
They have to be really careful.
look ready to go.
They have a good ward for when the smoke breaks.
Yeah,
They
and it has broken. XXS jumps in, going for the Rubik first. Rolling Thunder is there. Will connect on the Doom. Can he get his ultimate off? He does. He's on the blade-mailed Timber Saw, though. Buyback now onto the Rubik, and Talon has to run away and at least reset. But now that Roche is at half HP, that opens up Aster's possibilities for taking it themselves. Swash is pretty big.
They have no Doom and they have no Tombstone. These are two really, really big spells to expend there to only kill a Rubik.
True.
I think Talon should be happy with this. If they just get their resources back up and running, I think you can go in the pit again. Killing Timbersaw is going to prove to be really tricky if he gets back up to full health somehow. I don't know if they have a way of accomplishing that, but just time will do it, I
To the pit
suppose.
they go. They scout it out with a power shot. The Ogre Creep is coming. Watch out for that Ogre Creep. Flesh Golem as well, Decay, but will that be enough to dissuade Talon to get out of the pit? Indeed it does for the time being, but there's the lasso initiation onto the Undying. Siamese Cat in the pit. He's going to get bashed by Roche if he's not careful. Flame Break as well. He is finally taken out by the swash of Makoto. And Sumail, remember, he still has Sonic Wave, so this is a way to finish off Roche and try to steal the Aegis. As long as they have vision in the pit to time it correctly.
Oh, this is
Buyback
so
now onto Siamese
awkward
Cat.
for Aster. They keep walking in circles. They don't really know how to approach the fight now that they don't have Doom. And Talon are taking full advantage of this, just playing around the outskirts.
Yeah, it's hard to get vision in this pit as well. The Tombstone, though, placed on the other side as Ollie actually jumps in, but he gets stunned immediately. Infernal Bladed as well, and is actually Focus Fire and brought down to his knees. There's the Sonic Wave onto two members of Talon, but the Rolling Thunder continues, and it looks like the Wind Ranger is going to get blown up to start this fight. Now Siamese Cat looks to be next on the list, but the Penguin does get killed as well, as 23 Savage getting extremely low doppelgangs to safety, but Boca Fable to death, but Sumail finally finishes off the pesky Phantom Lancer. Does have buyback on 23 Savage though. The Doom, after all of this is said and done, is back again and used again onto Jab.
Can they kill him?
He's in the pit, so some cover is made here. Makoto goes in with the swashbuckle, no mana at all onto Sumail. Timber Chain destroys him. XSS with the help of the impetus onto Makoto.
Shadow Amulet.
Is he gonna live? The swashbuckle kills him, and Roche takes him out in turn. Everybody's getting involved in this fight. Jab's trying to finish off Baboka with the help of Ollie. They use the lasso pretty much for no reason, but at this point, just use everything at your disposal. A full team wipe in favor of, I think, Talon, but a lot of buybacks to come as well.
I mean, the real winner of this fight has to be Roshan, right?
Yeah, he's leveled up a shit ton. My goodness.
He gets a kill and survives as the only entity in this fight. Everyone else. Honestly, really nice play from Ollie this fight on the Rubik. I think he did a ton of work with his Shadow Amulet, just playing the outskirts. I mean, that's hilarious, though, that he finds that swashbuckle of all things. Yeah, I love Ollie's play this game, this team fight in particular, and the game as well. He's just been stable, but yeah.
Oh, it's not over yet. This might get contested. Roche is pretty damn low.
It is over.
23 Savage finally gets the Aegis. That was a long-winded Roche. I do say so myself.
Okay, I thought they were maybe going to think about turning this one around, but with Timbersaw in the base, not going to. Monet had used his entire wind run to try to run down the PL there. But, yeah, they'll back out. 4K lead and an Aegis. This PL is going to prove to be tricky to kill him twice. Obviously, in this last fight, they did do a really good job almost killing him, but he got to reset once this heart comes into play.
Oh, yeah.
I do think that more than offsets the Ags on Queen. I know who I'm favoring for at least some time. And Doom Shivas is very far away because he's going to go BKB first and then eyeing up Shard and then travels. His entire quick buy has nothing against PL.
Yeah.
So it will be a while.
Yeah, PL's going to be a problem.
Ironically, he's done 5k damage, so he hasn't really been a big part of pressure put onto Aster aside from the poke, but he's tanked a lot without dying.
Yeah, I mean, that Roche pit, that was all PL, or a lot of it was, because you have all these illusions in the pit. You don't have to fully commit. You have the vision in the pit to make sure that Aster can't steal it.
Yeah.
Like, just playing around all these illusions, really well done from Talon. Teasing Aster the whole time.
Yep. Oh, a couple bounties for Boboka will...
Yeah, and just like that, the lead is 2K now for Talon.
Yep. No, it's 3K. They
Okay, it's
lost
3K
tower.
now. Yep. Keep me informed. Thank you.
Yep, it's still 3K.
Okay.
And it's still 3K.
Good. Good one.
Double
And
damage.
Monet close to a Blink Dagger.
So
they're going to have a lot of jump now from Aster's side.
I don't know how much this BKB is going to change things on the Doom, actually. He's obviously going to be tankier, but they can still, as long as they get their Pango roll off before he gets doomed, or as long as they get their lasso off, we'll see.
Oh, XXS, he jumps in, gets the Doom off. This is reserved for the support Bat Rider. Impetus blows him up.
I stole Doom.
And just like that. Oh, you're right. That is going to be a scary one.
Sumail might not be aware of this. He actually could be completely caught off guard. There's
Talon.
no dagger on the Rubik, but that's a big one.
I'm sure XXS let him know.
Well,
But we'll
they have
see.
to go through Mad first.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Tier 2 tower.
You did not pick up on that.
No,
It's okay.
I
It's their
was
coach.
I thought about it for a while.
It's their coach translating for Sumail. So he needs to know that Doom was given away.
All right, good one.
But Mad isn't in the room, I'm assuming.
I would hope not. Heart officially completed now for 23 Savage. 2 minutes still on that Aegis. And now we're getting to the point where it's difficult to deal with his illusions.
I would say so, yes.
Radiance is always a pretty good option. Nobody really can go Radiance on the side of Aster.
I mean, Doom can.
Mjolnir. I mean, they had. Did they have Gleipnir? It's just a Maelstrom right now.
Yeah, he's working on it.
So even with that, I feel like the static charge or whatever the hell it's called from Mjolnir is actually pretty damn good itself because you just put it on the tankiest guy or whoever they're going on and it destroys all the illusions.
As soon as it's purgeable though, right? Or am I making that up?
Well, then you're purging. Oh, is it? Yeah, it probably is.
I actually don't remember a static charge can be removed by Nullifier, but if it can, it's just yet another reason that PL will be buying it, right?
Yeah.
Precious bounty.
Damn, I'm unsure. I actually think it might be undispellable. It's not an item I buy a lot.
I don't see why it would be undispellable. That'd be kind of random.
Oh, have you played Dota before?
True. It's not going to say in the tool. Wish you guys could see Cinder now, just every time.
Dispellable.
Okay.
It actually says it.
Wow.
Now, that does not mean it's dispellable.
Yeah, that is also true. 5k lead for Talon. The tier 2 will go in their favor as well. And Makoto, he has a shield rune, which will activate now. And he's priming up the ult. He's actually going to use it with that newly picked up Aghanim Scepter as well. And they're going to be able to clean up Baboka right off the bat.
Bye, Baika. That was terrible, I know.
That's why I didn't say good one. I was thinking about it, but I was like, I should not even...
I'm just immediately going to own that was awful. So
yeah, I didn't want to dignify that with a response at all.
I was just going to say that was a Lacoste joke, but I feel like that's an insult. So I'm not going to say that.
Yeah, that's definitely not
He's
right.
definitely better than that.
He's a genius.
Yeah. Shackle?
Shackle does hit, but this is the Aegis 23 Savage. Tower's going to go there where all he really wanted an opening, actually 4 steps out of the War
They still
Stomp,
have
so
Doom,
it could have been
right?
worse.
No, they don't. Wait, when did he lose Doom? Did it actually expire?
I don't know.
Has it been that long?
No.
Is time just a construct?
Maybe he never actually stole it, you just made that up. You actually baited me big time.
True.
Oh, Talon going to steal the Tormentor. 29 minutes still standing for some reason. And Ollie on the Rubik. So
oh, that feels good against the Doom again. Similar to last game?
Indeed. We saw it last game. Some TP's out for Talon. They're going to be able to back
Makoto
away.
mid, and they're showing PL bot now. So this is actually just straight up go time for Aster if they can find anything. But obviously, Talon have fully disengaged. And Aster will be here to pick up the scraps of just a couple of creeps. Not really accomplishing much. At the very least, they didn't lose their lane of barracks, but
yeah,
they have successfully outlasted the Aegis.
I would like to give a round of applause to both teams because there's only one Lotus Flower in the game right now.
Wow.
I was shocked, actually. There's
as
two, and they just spawned. All right, they just spawned.
Another shard.
The other Tormentor. Ooh, that is a... I'm surprised he didn't have one himself.
Free roll-up.
That's terrific. So now you got the Aghanim Scepter Rolling Thunder. You got the talent to go with it. And you can jump in with the Blink Dagger and just sit on top of somebody with the roll-up. Very, very hard to deal with.
For some reason, roll-up sounds like some sort of chewy candy.
Because it's a fruit roll-up.
Is it actually called a roll-up?
Yeah, fruit roll-up.
Okay, so that's why.
I'm surprised you know that one,
Yeah.
actually. That's definitely a U.S. thing.
I'm surprised you remembered Dre. It's incredible
It's just
how
the
we
first name I thought
we
of.
can
You know?
keep impressing
It's a very,
each other
it's a very common name.
How many Dre's do you know?
Well,
as long as you remember
technically,
them.
I know 0, so, but I've heard of one. I think he's a doctor, if I'm not mistaken. He's
Absolutely.
got a PhD in something. Well, I think we're going to be waiting for the next Roche, which I have to say, in the last few days, the Roche fights have been a lot more contested.
Yeah.
And it's interesting, the dynamic that you just have like these standoffs almost. It's all about getting vision in the pit. That's kind of a big deal.
The nature of this fight that we just had in this game around that pit feels like it would not have happened like that in the old Roche.
Yeah. Oh, instant BKB, but you have the lasso onto the Undying. He's going to die right off the bat. Another Doom on top of Jabs, who's just going to try to walk it off because Makoto's made a lot of space with this Rolling Thunder.
And Rubik stole Scorched Earth.
Okay, good one.
I should have said Doom. You would have just believed me.
I would have.
Yeah.
Why would you lie about something like that?
I mean, honestly, Q is really fun. This Lincoln's is actually kind of a big problem for Aster to deal with. He's just blinking and lassoing someone, and they can't shackle shot him.
So effectively, for the Undying, it was a Doom ult traded for Lasso and Rolling Thunder.
Yeah,
that's really the big one.
Great trade for Talon. I mean, you just get rid of the Doom and you get a kill. Your cooldowns are shorter. Lasso's almost ready again. It's actually incredible how low the cooldown is on this spell.
So your thoughts on
pretty
support
ridiculous.
Bat Rider right now? On this patch, do you see much of a difference?
He did a skill Flame Break.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the difference. So it is weaker, but I still think the hero is really, really strong if you enable it, and Talon have very successfully done that this game. I think they identified when they saw the enemy support duo that neither of these two heroes is particularly good against it. Like, Undying doesn't bully Bat Rider out of lane, so he knew that he was going to have an okay time, and it's been paying dividends. I really think the support duo of Talon in this game have done an immaculate job. I think both of them are really the standout players of this game for me. So,
all right, we have one Greater Healing Lotus completed.
All right. Just another 15 minutes and we'll have a block of cheese.
Probably more than that, honestly. And you have to get all of them.
Yeah. Roche, early spawn timer has kicked in, but unfortunately for Talon, it's a close to max timer, I think. So this is a minute away. Nah, it's about average. It's a little bit beyond 10 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, and both teams now will occupy this area, as we have seen in the last few days at least.
Windranger
Roche
now with
still as important as ever.
Windranger with the Ags, so not really the biggest of deals, it feels like, in this game.
Oh, the reactive armor actually already activated for Jab, so that's going to go to waste, it looks like. They're just going to wait for him to implode. That should be where Friendly Fire is activated. That'll be a case for Friendly Fire, I think. It's realistic.
Wait, when?
When Jabs blows up.
Oh.
That explosion should hurt your teammates.
Yeah, but none of Techie's spells.
No.
Okay. That makes sense to me. That would be very Dota if it worked like that.
Roche in
Remember
10
when
seconds?
everything broke trees except Macropyre, which literally burns everything its way?
Siamese Cats can be spotted out. Jabs takes an impetus for his efforts. He's going to get stomped as well. He gets off the reactive armor just in time. Pops the blade mail as well, but he is doomed again. This time they might actually have enough damage as the Rolling Thunder from Makoto doing so much work in addition to the lasso. That is likely to be enough. Indeed it is to take out Monet. So it's a 1-for-1, but Monet actually buys back. Jabs does not have that option. Sumail in the trees. He's getting drained of all his mana. 23 Savage is the only one going for him, though.
Oh,
He's going to get shackled, though, and the focus fires out. 23 Savage dies out of nowhere. Buys back.
It's time to get the hell out.
And Roche is coming. Watch out.
They cannot kill Peel a second time. They don't have focus fire and they don't have Sumail. So they're going to dip together with Roche. Everybody goes in a trip.
23 Savage is going to greet them from the other side. Shackle does hit. But now, oh man, look at that gap close. Baboka brought back with the flame break and brought down to the grave. Siamese Cat will concede it.
Honestly, not that bad for Aster. I think the way they isolated and blew up the Timber there was crucial. He did not get Lincolned in time by the bat. I wonder if there was a way there for Q to react to that. But I think he was off the other side of the fight, already having his own fight, so couldn't really connect and try to protect the Timber. We're going to see the replay here. Is there a way here for Q? Where is he? Oh, he's all the way over on the left. If he somehow could have Lincoln's Timber here, that would have been massive.
So we did have questions about whether it still worked this way. the reactive armor just got dispelled by Doom, so it is still dispellable for sure. I'm surprised he didn't just go Lincolns on himself.
Yeah. I'd agree. I have not really felt the Blade Mill very much this game, personally. Anyway, still looking good for Talon. They get the Aegis and the
XXS.
Chase
is fine. Yeah, Aegis Cheese now on Talon's side. And with this second rush, let's see how much they can get out of it. There are no tier 2 tower. There's one mid, actually, still to get. So look for them to do that, and then to, at the very least, poke the high ground. But still, not like it's a monumental lead for Talon at all.
Huh. He changed his mind on 23. He was going Nullifier, now he's going Lincolns instead. He wants the defensive potential against the Wind Ranger more so than the offensive one. I get it. I mean, if he gets focus fired, it's annoying. So if he can block that or block the Shackle Shot, this item is amazing against Wind Ranger because she's a 1-2 punch kind of hero. You need to combine the spells back to back, and you can, if you counter either of the two, Wind Ranger doesn't really deal with you very well. So, makes sense. I guess what he's going to do is he's going to get this Lincolns, and then once his Aegis expires, he will replace... He'll probably swap... Maybe he swaps out his Treads for a Nullifier, actually. The Phantom Rush range talent gives him quite a lot of stickiness anyway, so might not need the move speed that badly. Tower's gone.
And
What's
that
next?
is the last outer tower for Aster. How is their high ground defense, would you say?
It's definitely... It's decent. They have some okay poke between Wind Ranger and Queen of Pain Ags to constantly harass and...
Ooh, Martyr's Blade.
Oh, that's a nice one to find.
Really? I haven't been seeing people take it, even on Abaddon, actually. Makoto pops his ult, going in deep, trying to get this Enchantress, but the heal goes off. So it's more for space, if nothing else. The range racks is taken. But now that the Rolling Thunder is down, Talon resets.
It was with Arcane Rune, so not too long before he has it again. But yeah, the Martyr's Plate I think is interesting on Timber here. It's 25% magic resist that you just get for free, and then obviously the redirection could save PL in a key moment. It seems like he's been the primary target regardless, though, so I don't even know if that redirect's going to matter much, but the 25% magic resist is definitely very valuable against a lot of this random damage killing him.
Yep, 23 Savage now focusing on the melee racks. This looks to be theirs.
Oh.
Ollie looking for the opening, but the Aghanim Scepter onto XXS apparently was finished at some point. He gets off the Doom. Now just trying to stay in front of everybody. Finally pops the BKB, but there's a telekinesis save again. So the Doom not really doing too much. Big Sonic Wave comes out, but you can see Sumail with very little mana, able to blink out though. And he's close enough to his fountain that he can reset himself. And these illusions are very hard to deal with for Aster.
This is bad news for
And now
Aster.
Doom is down.
No Sonic, no Doom, no BKB. I honestly think you just go. Like, PL's healing up to full now, passively. He still has 2 minutes on Aegis. Don't back down. He's going to backpack his Treads now, so he has the Lincolns completed. And this is going to be really difficult for us. Like, how do you output enough damage to truly bully 23 out of your base? He has all the protection in the world sitting behind him. Telekinesis from the
There's
Rubik was
Martyrdom.
great there.
It's activated, Cinder. That's the purple.
Oh, it looks cool.
Undying also took that.
Very pretty. Doom is trying to exit the game. Bottom.
Is that where you break your items? There's the initiation. Double 4-step with the lasso puts Enchantress on the wrong side. But Baboka does have buyback available. I don't know how they defend without Doom, though, so this will be conceded. Although they do fortify, and there is backdoor protection. Rolling Thunder, though. There's the roll-up as well. Delicious, fruity roll-up. But is able to be pushed away, so not able to find real good connection. But this will be a second set of racks regardless. And Talon have their sights set on Megas. And they have their sights set on a 2-0. Can Aster do anything about it? There's the focus fire into 23. BKB popped by Monet. He needs to go in a little deeper, but not sure if he's going to find a connection. And it's just the Aegis they're trying to get through as well, with 44 seconds remaining on it. And you can see 23 Savage like, please, kill me! Kill me!
It's not fun when he wants it, though, so they back off.
Yeah, apparently. So he's going to wait it out. I mean, anytime it's under 30 seconds, you do have to be a bit careful.
Yeah.
So Talon will back off
They got
and be
a lot
happy
out of
with
this.
2 full sets of barracks.
Yeah, that's some nasty damage from Sumail there. There was a lot of scream damage, like 8k coming out from him, but he has definitely been doing his best to output. Haven't seen, once again, Windranger has not really impressed me in another game here as a carry.
Yeah.
And it's not really just the raw numbers here. It's also like, how much you feel the impact and how reliable it is. Lasso again. How many times are they going to do this to Baboka? Nice focus fire from the Rubik.
Yeah.
Insane damage.
Very good. Baboka looks to be dead. Still has the buyback, so never expended that one. And the focus fire onto Makoto looks like it's going to not be very effective. Martyrdom activated on the side of Aster. Martyrdom deactivated now on the side of Aster. And this tier 3 remains in the bot lane. Cute. Does not have the lasso up quite yet. Another 30 seconds to try to get another initiation. We weren't able to force out the buyback, but these illusions still doing chip damage on this tower. So eventually this will fall.
They got to be careful walking too close to this wall here as well. Q could flame break them across. Undying did back off there and not get caught in that, but...
Tower there's the Aghanim Scepter XXS. He does get the Infernal Blade, but the Telekinesis saves the PL again, but the Focus Fire still applied to him right now as XXS gets a nice stun onto 2. The Sonic Wave to follow. The Timbersaw looks to be his main sight right now. They will be able to get that, but the buyback did come out onto Q. He's going to reconnect with his team. Jab still holding on to his. And again, now that Doom is down, Talon might just want to go in and finish this despite this being 4v5.
I feel like if you want to push here, you need to buy back your Timber. Like, don't half-ass it. Either go for it or don't.
Yeah, well, there is the lasso initiation onto XXS. Pops the BKB. And Makoto, he's going to get focus fire. Better be careful. He can get ripped apart very easily. He will find his way to the low ground, and we'll be okay. And XXS, he wants to get more.
Nice man
Still
to
no
dodge.
buyback onto the Timbersaw. Instant
Nice
pause, instant unpause, and instant pause to follow.
Baboka's like, how the fuck did you miss that War Stomp? He slammed his keyboard. Left immediately. Just a nice Manta there from 23. Well done.
I mean, at this point, I guess you just don't buy back then?
It's just quite the predicament, right? Like, it's a 5v4. You have the buyback.
How does that line up with Doom? Doom is up in 30 seconds, Timbersaw in 46. So if he had bought back early, they could have theoretically just finished it without having to worry about that spell.
I feel like Talon could have probably ended the game or at least got megas there. And if they don't think they could, then why are they poking the bear 4v5? This is a little bit odd. Like, are they hoping they can just... Maybe they feel like, okay, they don't have Doom, they don't have Sonic, so we're not in any danger just now. So let's see if we can find a pick here or there with Bat or just get some free kills. Maybe that's the mindset, but they don't really want to go for the win. Don't know. It seems a little bit indecisive, but might just work out all the same.
And 23.
That's a dead Undying.
Yeah, Undying just gets drained of all his mana and now his life. But Siamese Cat does have buyback. These supports holding onto it for quite a while. There's the War Stomp. It does connect this time. 23 Savage. He's going to get brought down if he's not careful. Doppelganger. But only one remains. Power Shot does hit him. Sumail going in as well. Pops the Bloodstone, and the last right click will be enough. So yeah, big miscommunication between Talon and Jabs. It seems like as Makoto is brought down as well. So a successful defense from Aster.
Don't get it? I just don't understand. Am I missing something really obvious here? Like, they killed him without Doom and Sonic, by the way, so it wasn't like he was safe. That was a bit strange to me. And honestly, sure, you're going to respawn, you're going to come back. That was a huge gold swing. You just gave away, like...
It's a 2K lead right now.
You gave away, like, 7K just sticking around there. For what?
You sound really angry.
I'm disappointed. I'm not angry.
Okay.
Not yet.
And what would it take for you to get angry? What would it take in this game, Cinderin? You keep thinking about it.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Those bounty runes can bring the game back to even,
Actually, yeah.
Oh, man. We might have ourselves a game here. You're going to have to eat your words about Windrunner.
Guess so. She's a really good hero 5v4. I'll tell you that.
Tier 2 tower taken out in favor of Aster now.
Yeah. All right, 1K lead only. They're going to find some bounties on the way through the jungle.
Oh,
here. They
yeah.
follow the drawing that Pichu just...
That should give them the lead.
Beautifully made on the map.
Oh, yeah. Oh! Delicious.
So Male pings them. He's like, let me bottle. And Boboka's like, money! Wait, that wasn't Boboka. It was Pichu. Anyway.
Well, Undying is greedy. He likes those gummy bears, right?
Yeah.
So that's part of his lore.
Got to be able to buy the vitamins. Roche will likely be hugely impactful here. If Aster can get their hands on this, I mean, this game has honestly been blown wide open.
When is it not impactful? I feel like this game is literally about Roche.
Yeah.
Doesn't it feel that way? It's like literally everything around it is just fluff. And then there's Roche and the stalemate and the fight.
And the
cheese.
Definitely a stalemate right now. Some good Radiant Vision here from Aster.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder initiation. Doom goes off a little bit too late. XXS not able to find any type of connection. Focus fire on Makoto, but he's going to roll away. A couple impetuses are hitting him as well. But it looks like a reset here from Talon, but they know that Doom is down. Focus fire's down as well. XXS, he gets the refresher off. Another Doom, but these are just illusions, XXS. Oh no, Aster getting baited hard. And that means Talon can go back in, but Doom is still up, so he Timber Chains right into it for some reason. Sonic Wave to follow. Jabs gets Force Staff. Looks like he's going to Timber Chain to safety. There is the initiation finally onto Sumail, who dies. Has to buy back now.
Consolation engage so that XXS doesn't feel so bad about his Doom. He's like, you hit me. He did bait him out. Honestly, that looked kind of reckless from Jabs, but he did survive it. It was kind of close, but he baited them in.
They have the vision. Boboka goes down.
So it worked out for him in the end. Like, he ended up tanking a crap ton of spells and just buying time for the Doom to expire and giving them those exit kills. But wow, this game is definitely
it's delivering.
It's delivering. It's getting entertaining, and I wanted to say for a moment, I wanted to say for all the wrong reasons, but it's not really true.
I mean, you can tell if you're XXS right now, you are so pissed. Like, this is a rage Doom.
This
right
is
there.
real
Like, you are
bad.
so angry that there's a PL in the game.
Jabs is like, wait.
Yet you haven't bought Shivas for some reason.
What if I went into this?
Yeah, that was odd.
But I mean, it worked out really well for him because he effectively baited them to use Sonic Wave. He baited Sumail to stick around, and he got saved. Honestly, that was a bit... It worked, but it was close, and it was dangerous.
That's fair. The Sonic Wave being, that's definitely true. As Roche is being attempted and should be a freebie for Talon. And we are 2.5 minutes until daytime, so we will not be seeing the Agnum Scepter. It will be the Refresher Shard instead, which this game is actually quite valuable. You can put it on the Pango, you can put it on the Bat Rider, which, I mean...
I would like to see it on the Bat. I feel like Q is really making this game happen.
Yeah, he is.
Give him another lasso. Let the man do it.
You can get double Boots of Bearing out of that Refresher.
Double Lincoln's double Trickster Cloak.
Oh, yeah.
That's the shit. I think, you know what? I like this better. Keep it in the backpack of Pango.
Sure.
I'm guessing he's going to use his ult and then swap it in as he's rolling. And
No,
get a
that's
second.
probably...
I mean, either's good. Both spells are really valuable here, so... There's a finished Disperser here for the PL.
So upgrading from Inhibit to Suppress.
He is still working on the Nullifier now, so he does want it, but it will be his 6th item. Absolutely rounding out his inventory at the very last with this, except a Moonshot.
What are your thoughts, though, on the thing I mentioned?
This is a good talent.
XXS does not have Shivas yet.
There's actually a really interesting thing we just got highlighted there. Windrunner just got the level 25 talent that it can't be dispelled. So
okay.
You're kind of missing the timing on this now. I don't know if he's aware. Because, like, is it actually worth buying it at all now? If you're not... It's still good against Glimmer. It's still good against Pike. But it's at least some of the appeal is out the window here.
Yep, that is definitely fair. And Talon are smoked up. Right behind 23 Savage. It's Makoto still with that Refresher Shard available. And Q looking for the lasso target. He's been on point so far this game. Although they haven't really forced the supports yet to buy back, but here we have the initiation. Boboka is going to be the first target. Focus fire again on the Rolling Thunder target. As Doom actually jumped in, gets the Doom onto 3 heroes. XXS, he's going to be able to find the Rubik. Will buy back into the game instantly. 23 Savage trying to just stay on the outskirts of this AoE Doom, and they will do so successfully. Of course, XXS does have Refresher available. Might have to use it in Fog. Q, oh, he was looking for a target, but no lasso to come. And that's because he was lag.
Do you think there's a connection between Tombstone Zombies and a million PL illusions and lag?
No. This game's fully optimized.
Unrelated. I think it's unrelated as well.
We're missing Wukong's command.
Yeah.
I mean, did you see the game earlier today where people were crashing constantly after the 60-minute mark? I forget what all the heroes were.
The map didn't come apart, though, right?
No.
The really old school.
I love that one.
That was so funny.
It didn't crash, though.
No, so supposedly what used to happen back in the day was at some point there's like a table of things happening in the game, and that table at some point in the game would overflow. And when that table would overflow, random stuff would just start happening because things were just... I don't know the exact technicalities behind it, but that's what it was. And what Valve did at that point was that they just expanded the size of the table, I think.
Lots of particles.
Yes. So it just started having random particles around the map, like meteors just falling from the sky randomly.
Some heroes like Darkseer would just be immolated by fire forever.
Honestly, I kind of miss it. It was kind of like...
I did too. It felt like an accomplishment to get to that point.
It's like a sort of Armageddon, right? Okay, sudden death.
Yeah.
The world is coming apart. This is when we're going to end the game one way or the other.
Well, in a way, that's been replaced by
neutral items.
Tier 5s.
Should be a neutral item that just breaks the world. Just when you carry
World
that,
Breaker.
meteors just start raining all over the place.
Yeah. I mean, it could be used from like a deceptive standpoint, I feel like.
To make the enemy team think the world is coming apart.
Legitimately, you can make a tier 5 item that changes the way the map works in some way, but that's all. Like, it doesn't provide you anything, but it just makes it like weird to play. I'm sure we can think of some good things sometime.
That makes a lot of sense to other people.
Don't worry. We'll figure it out. And Talon still sitting on the Aegis. They know that one Doom is down.
Sonic's down for a bit. Flesh Golem down for a long time. You see Rolling Thunder ready in 35.
Yeah. And the best time to fight is actually... maybe now. Monet, focus fires there. Gleipnir connects onto 23 Savage as well. He's going to continue to get chased by the Wind Ranger, but has to reset now. And there's the lasso onto Sumail. He's completely surrounded, but blinks out with help from that Lotus. And all the while, Doom does not have his ult, has not used the Refresher. Looks like Baboka is going to be the first to be cleaned up. Gleipnir holding 23 Savage in place again. This is the last remaining barracks here for Aster, and there's the buyback. On to Baboka, 23 Savage getting controlled now. Shackle on the 2. Focus fire as well. There's a Sonic Wave only on the 1, but it is Makoto, and it's a very valuable kill at that. Reactive armor is going to blow up and do almost no damage. As Jabs now kind of stuck in the corner. Actually, will eat the cheese, so we'll survive a little bit longer, but there is the AoE XXS Doom. Doppelganger coming out. He's actually chasing. He wants to die with his Aegis. He'll get the Doom first. Aegis still remains. And another lasso comes out, this time onto Sumail.
No buyback.
No buyback at all. Second Doom from XXS. He'll be able to finish off the Timber Saw. Will buy back into the game now. Makoto, this will be a huge kill. They're able to get it. They do. Pango diebacks. And now the PL, he's completely out of mana. XXS forced to TP away. This should open it up for the Mega Creeps for Talon, despite not having their Pango. And it indeed will be the case. Another missed Timber Chain from Jabs, despite there being an entire forest of trees right there. As the Ancient is now completely exposed, and 23 Savage can just right-click away, knowing that Sumail cannot buy back. They're losing a lot of the damage, but Monet gets off this. Okay, Jabs actually is going to die back as well. And 23 Savage trying to finish this game despite not having 2 of his cores in the game. He's completely out of mana, still the Aegis intact for 45 seconds, so probably can just right-click the Ancient. Lasso is there to help provide some space, and Talon finally win this game. Very exciting way, though. 2-0. Well played from them.
Yeah, really nice result from them. I was not expecting them to 2-0 here today. After the... I'm not going to say it was a total smackdown by EG last night, but definitely there seemed to be a little bit of a level of difference in that series. But today, Talon leveled up. They get it done. It wasn't the cleanest win, to be sure, but I'm sure they're still very pleased with this end result. Obviously, who wouldn't be with a 2-0 victory against Aster?
Yeah.
Yeah, entertaining game. There's a lot to break down here. I'm really curious to hear what the panel thinks about the PL, because they were a little bit on the fence about how good it was. I thought it looked great this game, but maybe Aster made some big mistakes to let it happen.
Tsunami, tell us what you think, bro.
Yeah, it's me. I'm the authority around here. Phantom Lancer. He got nerfed. I would have thought that reducing juxtaposed damage and other such nerfs would have made him less viable. But this seemed like a good, I don't know, illusion carry situation. This is the full series highlights, so looking at game 1 right now with the Luna carry. Talon just knows what to give 23 Savage, Brian.
Yeah, his heroes consistently, when they have success, the be-all end-all late game, right? If they get to this stage of the game, this series, they were ahead the whole way, which is usually a bit different than the way they approach it.
I don't know. I feel like, so Talon, once again, just like game 1, they played very well. But I've been pretty disappointed with Aster in both these games. Like, when you have Doom in your lineup, this hero, you need to be very clean when you start the fight. He's one of the worst heroes. If you make a slight mess up, your whole team fight is going to fall apart. Like, this is a PL that's playing into Queen of Pain, Doom, and Windranger. And I feel like Talon's teamfights, they're so easy. I do think they played very well, and their position was very good, but I think Sumail's item build wasn't correct. I didn't like the way they were team fighting. They would never smoke around and like, because I get it. You only have Doom who can initiate. But it's easy to make excuses and be like, oh, it's so hard. But you can smoke, you can go behind, you can kill the supports first, your queen can join you. I never really saw that. And instead, Talon, I feel like all of them, they just played well. They did their jobs. Made it look good.
It was easy to execute, and they executed it. That's what I liked so much about their lineup. I see like 3 heroes that can go and stop fights for them. Whereas...
No, 100.
100,000
That is
ways.
what you said.
No. 3 heroes, but 100,000 ways.
Oh, okay.
Come on.
Guys.
Nah. But that's kind of the thing, though. When it is awkward and hard, it becomes awkward and hard. And like in the pressure of the moment in a pro game, like you see them just struggle. And I think as well, some of the ways that they took the fights, maybe they're correct, but it made the fights harder. Like, for example, Pango would roll into like most of these fights, and he would either get doomed or get wind range ulted, and then he just rolls away. And you're kind of like nullifying the impact of his ult by not letting him stick in the fight with it. But at the same time, he's getting away, you're not killing him, and now you don't have that utility in the fight.
I don't think I saw a single situation in which Aster was like, there's the real Phantom Lancer. He is not ready for us to jump on him. Let's all converge and use our spells. Pretty much any single fight was initiated by Talon creating chaos, or even Phantom Lancer sending illusions, and XXS self-dooming himself and being like, one of these has to be real, right?
Yeah. Well, as I mentioned in the draft, it's user error if they catch the real PL.
That is what you said, yeah.
23 Savage, I don't know if you see that Dota Plus badge at the top next to his PL. He's got some heroes in the Grandmaster tier.
It was another level 30?
Yeah, he's got like 4 or 5, I think.
First he lose to his level 30 morph, now it's 30 PL.
Yeah.
Come on, guys.
What I wanted to say about the lane top was like the new PL nerfs. What I thought would happen is his early to mid game would struggle. And I'm telling you, unless something about that nerf to Doom drastically changed something, Doom is supposed to free farm that lane. Maybe PL has a good game too, but I imagine Doom should be rich.
I mean, I think he's supposed to be higher net worth than PL.
Yes.
He wasn't. I think in the mid game, when you play against a Blade Mail, Halberd Timber, you're not supposed to Doom him. You can. It's even easier for you to ignore him when he buys defensive items like that. So I don't. Yeah, I feel like Aster really dropped the ball for me, but I'm happy for Talon. They completely flipped from yesterday, like how they were playing.
It's like one team dropping the ball means the other team also has to rise to the occasion.
Right. Yeah,
So
and they
by no
did.
means are we saying Talon didn't earn it.
Yeah.
I do want to say though, I did like Queen of Pain's itemization, having the Bloodstone Axe Kai Assange. He was like so tanky that it was sort of another way to be in the middle of fights. There was like a timing like around the Roche Pit bottom, especially kind of earlier on, where they took this big fight and things were going so well. And I really want to shout out Ollie, because that Shadow Amulet Roche fight actually could have like just won the game straight up. He Shadow Amuleted like 3 different cores.
Cheap. Don't tell it to me.
Oh my god.
Tell it to him.
Oh,
because on the line we have Ollie for an interview. Ollie, are you hearing the praise that Sheepstick has for your sick Shadow Amulet plays?
I'm hearing it.
Oh dude, no, now I'm embarrassed.
Oh no, don't worry. Yeah, in these high pressure Roche fight situations, you were making a lot of. Did you even know that Aster didn't have detection, or were you just hoping like, I'm trying my best to save you guys?
I'm just trying my best to save you guys because I saw they have one sentry and we got it, and after that they didn't press any dots. So I just gonna use a straight up miller.
Well played, good perception, Ollie, and a good reset as well, because we got to see you guys yesterday in your series against Evil Geniuses, and what we saw today is night and day. So how did you guys spend like the last, I guess, 20 hours recalibrating after that last series?
After we lost the last series and we have a very long discussion and we try to figure out what is the problem and try to apply it into the end. It works out. So it's good.
And was any of that dependent on learning more of the patch, or you think like the D patch, it didn't change too much, it's mainly just how you approach that one specific series against EG?
I think the patch doesn't really change too much. It's just like some hero get nerfed but still can play. I can say that the Timber is still good, Wind Ranger is still good.
Yeah, we noticed that from your drafts. Sheepstick, aside from the Shadow Amulet, do you have anything on your mind for Ollie?
Of course. You've been spamming really hard lately, the Silencer and Rubik. I feel like some other players tend to just pick like 1,000 different heroes and just send it every game. Do you think these two are just like the strongest right now that you just want every game, or is it just a matter of the way your drafts are or the way that the other players on your team want to play? These two are just fit the best.
Sorry, what hero? Rubik?
Basically, you've been spamming Silencer and Rubik. What is it about them that you like so much?
Rubik is like kind of a strong laner, so you don't really lose the lane and make the lane consistent, and the carry gets fast and you can carry the game. Silencer is like more on counter the mid hero, like spirits, just make them annoying. That's it.
I see. So it's more for enemies and stuff rather than it just makes your teammates' heroes do better.
Yeah.
I'm also curious, what has it been like on Talon, like as a journey? Since you joined to now, do you think the team has changed a lot?
Yeah, since I joined until now, the team already grew a lot. Like when I first joined, we didn't really win a tournament and we barely make to the first major. It's like we have to play a tiebreaker, and after the first major, we got better and better. But still, we didn't qualify for the Bali.
No.
I wish you all the best in the future. Congrats on this win.
All right, I'll take it next. Hello, Ollie. Nice games today. Very happy to see a better performance than yesterday. And so you guys didn't make it to the Bali Major. What was the biggest difference to you guys not performing in DPC, but now you guys are actually looking very strong? Like, what was the main discussion you guys had right after not qualifying?
I think it was the hero we play, and also the enemy just playing like different hero. We are just getting outplayed, like Naga, Silencer, Void Spirit, this kind of hero that we don't really pick in the early stage, and the enemy just pick it and we cannot really counter it and make our games really hard than having.
Okay, and I think you look like a very very good support player. What would you say is like your personal strength as a player? Like, what do you think you do way better than any other support?
I think the mentality is important. So you don't really like care about MMR, just spam all the heroes you can win in a match, and not for the entertain. Like you don't play what makes you entertain, you play what makes you win.
Yeah. Okay, that's a solid answer. And one last question. Your guys' team fighting looked very, very solid, especially today. Is there someone who steps up a lot and tells you guys, okay, I want to play long fights, I want to drag them out, I need you to go in first? Is there anything like that, or is everyone just doing, the same amount of communication?
I think there's a lot of communication, and maybe today the 23 Savage is playing very well, and we can take a long fight. We just don't let him like really die, and we just watch behind.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for the answer, and congrats. I'm done.
I've got a simple question. How do you feel about Blood Grenade?
I think it's a very strong. It's a spell, I think, It's just like when you are level 1, you have to spell and you can get a kill like anytime, even though the enemy is full HP. I think it's broken.
Okay, so do you think it... I agree it's broken. I'm glad you agree. Do you think that it's so broken that it might actually influence what supports are viable? As 5s, for instance.
I don't really think so, but you just have to watch out your position, and the blood grenade may not do anything.
Gotcha. Okay, well, last time I saw you, it was at the ping pong table at Berlin. So I was wondering, you know, do you guys get to game very much at the team house you're at outside of the Dota game itself?
I think our team's like more like introvert, not really going out.
Oh yeah, you don't have to go out to play games. You know, are you guys like doing other games together, or do you have a ping pong table there?
We don't have a ping pong table, but we do other stuff like watching anime, manga.
What's the go-to? Your favorite or the anime and manga you guys are watching right now?
I don't. My team.
Oh. Okay.
I only play Dota.
And you do it very well, Oli, we gotta say. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us, and congratulations on this 2-0 victory against Aster.
Thank you.
He's laser focused.
I heard the judgment. He's like, it's not me.
Yeah.
I just had to tell you that because that's what happens here.
Please don't judge me how my teammates spend their free time. Don't associate me with that filth. He's much more sophisticated.
Yeah, it was good. I kind of wanted to know what they were watching, but if he doesn't know,
Apparently he doesn't know.
in his anime, in their anime habits, what can you do?
They need to win more. Then we'll get more interviews, and then you can find out.
I just forgot how to use English during my first question. It was very hard.
Well, I didn't even realize. I'm that bad at English. What did you mess up?
I think, I mean, what you were asking about his silencer and his Rubik?
Yeah, I just jumbled the words a little bit too much, I think. Whatever. It's fine.
God damn it, Sheep.
He was the only one that noticed, but now we all know.
He knows. He asked me to rephrase the question.
I'm sifting through the VODs.
Same, I'll call you out tomorrow.
Flip it and ship it. Solid victory out of Talon. I don't know. Anytime I hear the length of the talks, I always like the varying amounts. Because, like, a team will get a harsh loss, and then I'll hear, yeah, we talked for like 3 hours after that. We had a replay analysis that went on, like, all night long. And I don't think I've ever talked about a single Dota game for, like, more than an hour.
Oh, God, you need to hit up my friends, bro. We get
Really?
mad arguments about games.
Multi-hours. I mean, is it productive, though?
No, not at all.
It's just blaming each other and getting mad?
It's just like, I think this should have happened here. And I'm like, no, this should have happened here. And then it gets into like all these hypotheticals of like, well, half an hour ago, this thing happened and it would have influenced it here. I'm like, I want to kill myself.
This is what happens when like two people who will not be, it's like, I'm right. No, I'm right. And then you just
It's like,
keep butting
okay,
heads.
I see your point of view, but...
Oh yeah, I love those discussions.
Uh,
You agree a little bit, but then you squeeze in your own.
You
your
have
own
to
little
completely
point.
change the subject
Yeah.
from what they were discussing to how you actually feel about the scenario. That's how you make the game of debating the replay drag out as long as possible.
You know, really, it brings you closer together when you get through to the end.
Does it?
Always?
Yep.
I don't think always.
That looks like a pretty fake smile.
That depends on the conclusion, yeah.
We stopped having those thoughts.
They were so close, they stopped.
Exactly. The friendship was so solidified, we were like, we no longer need to do this. But in a debate situation, I would hope that like the coach is the tiebreaker and be like, you're both wrong. I'm actually right. You're all morons. Why didn't you, if I was in this game?
Well, I think the coach job would be more like, okay, guys, I get you all have egos way up here, but maybe we can figure out what we're going to do next time.
Yeah.
Maybe not like who's right, but okay, maybe we find ourselves in a similar situation. What would we prefer to
Also,
do?
what can be very good, because I've dealt with players who the game's over and it's like, yeah, I couldn't play my game because you picked me, I don't know, last pick,
That
last
is
rack.
exactly how they
And
sounded.
So instead of that, you just eliminate them crying and you're just like, okay, guys, let's watch the replay. You know, don't give them any time to talk about random bullshit. Just get straight into the replay and tell them this.
No feelings, just objective facts.
Yes, like
of what
just get
occurred in the
into it.
game.
Because like, nah, draft. Like when the game ends and all your players always talk about that, I want to kill them. Legit, it's horrible to deal with.
I'm curious if Sunby is that kind of coach, because I'm obviously the big motivation for him joining Talon was that Jabs is there. So I'm wondering, does he always side with Jabs, or would he actually be more combative to be like, Jabs, you dumbass?
I hope he doesn't always side with one player.
I would hope not.
Terrible.
That's horrible.
That sounds like real bad team morale after
you
like
gotta
the
get-
first 2 arguments.
Yeah, you gotta get fired if you're always saying, well, he said that and he's correct, right?
What if he's right?
I mean, sometimes he's gonna be right.
Sometimes he's gonna be right.
Sometimes.
Never know. These this is a lifestyle. Like gaming is a lifestyle. You gotta take the good with the bad, and you gotta have tough talks, Brian.
Sometimes you just gotta love it, and then you gotta, wear it.
Yeah, we're doing it right now.
And sometimes you really gotta ship it. Also, you gotta ship it all the way across the map. Sometimes, you know what it's time for, my friends. DHL Pro Tip. Let's see it.
Portal is a good game. Dota 2 is also a good game. But how about Dota 2 with portals? Well, in 7.33, we got that. Because with the expansion of the map to include 4 new jungles and 3 new objectives, Valve had to add the twin gates to let people TP from one corner of the map to the other. Clicking on one twin gate transports you to the other after a 4-second channel time. Due to the obvious power of this, knowing the ins and outs of the twin gates has quickly become an imperative part of being good at Dota. For example, did you know that the twin gate channel can only be interrupted by stuns, but will not be cancelled by roots or leashes? Also, if somebody is using a gate, then the one on the other side of the map plays an animation and a sound effect, so you'll always know when somebody's about to come through. Because of this, pro players have started prioritizing putting a ward and a sentry down on one of the gates, especially during the laning stage. And you might expect that these gates would lead to essentially a quad lane in the side lanes, but this is not the case. Instead, a lot of position 4s are starting off in the safe lane because it's really far away from the enemy tower. Then they use a blood grenade to murder the offlaner. After, they'll use their twin gate to get to their lane and play the game normally. This is pretty much an instant game win, especially if you already first blooded one of the offlane heroes and then you kill them a second time after they TP in. Other than this, the twin gates are most often used during the laning stage only when the core is farming safely under the tower, so that when you leave, you aren't griefing your core. Outside of the laning stage, the twin gates have generally changed the way that people play the Dota map. Before, everyone would kind of chill mid because mid was the only lane that was adjacent to the 2 others, but there were only enough heroes to occupy one other lane, so the other one became the dead lane. But now, the side lanes are technically adjacent to each other because of the portals, and there are a ton of new objectives and camps near the side lanes. So now the mid lane is the dead lane in Dota 2, and the side lanes are where people look to play.
See, now, if I wanted to get that box from there on the floor to me, how many seconds do you think it would take before I could suddenly, I'm channeling. Oh my God.
Wow.
It's here. But how many seconds did that take? If you know the amount of time it takes to channel a twin gate, well, you should go to esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips, and you can have a chance to win a €200 Steam voucher. But only if you know how long it took. I may not have, maybe this box got bashed by Roche on the way in. I don't know how many seconds it takes, but if you know, and you were paying attention to the video, you should apply to the quiz. €200. Twin gates. Could I get the Kezu cam? Give me the Kezu solo cam.
Okay. What are we doing?
I'm still on the camera.
You're
No,
always
this
still
is-
on the
oh,
camera.
that's a
There he
solo
is.
cam!
Not quite what I had in mind, but it is adorable.
Hello, I'm Kezu. I'm not.
Oh, back to Kezu.
So this thing is the Tormentor. This is one of the new objectives that have been introduced around the map.
Okay.
But Kezu, above your left shoulder.
Wow.
Right here? Or thank you, Brian.
Nice butt,
Okay.
Brian.
I had to see what was above his left shoulder. I don't know what they're saying.
Well, now where his left hand is.
This one?
Nope, not that
The
one.
other one.
Nope, yep, that one right there, baby.
Mm-hmm.
That's the twin gate.
That is the twin gate, boys. It's right there.
I can't believe how quickly this got updated. I was
did.
still impressed the day we
Play it,
got here.
everybody.
We hit the ground running. ESL.gg/DHL Pro Tips, and you get a chance to win. Meanwhile, we have a chance to kill some time, which I've been eagerly anticipating, because it's always the first 2 series that have all these fills and games, and we just gotta do Dota all the time, Brian. Ugh.
Screw Dota.
Screw Dota.
The game we're all here for.
I hate it.
I hate it.
Yeah.
But if you love it, you wear it. Anyway, we have an opportunity to play some games as we get ready for our final series of the day, which will be in roughly 20-ish minutes. But until then, we will keep you thoroughly entertained. So stick around and we'll be back with some fun content after the break.
love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome, friends, as we get ready for our final series. But getting ready is that's a very vague term. There's a lot of preparation involved in your average game of tournament-ticketed Dota 2.
Well, I thought you were implying you did prep, or like I was supposed to do prep.
I do no prep whatsoever.
Okay.
Someone else is doing it for us? The prep?
Guess who? It's Purge! You've brought some note cards with you.
I did some prep.
You did some prep.
I did some prep.
You're the only one.
You know what I didn't prepare? I didn't shave my face today. I meant to.
I see a bit of like a 5 o'clock shadow that you got going on.
Oh, this is a four-day shadow.
This is a 4-day shadow.
4-day shadow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you find that it influences how you do on panel at all?
Yeah. You know what? There's. I have some theories. It might affect many aspects of your life, like your appearance, your confidence.
Okay.
Your that's all I got.
Those are
Charisma,
important aspects.
Success.
But Neil,
Yeah.
do you think it affects your Dota skill?
For sure, right?
Is there a correlation? Purge, I need more information.
Well, we need pictures, clearly.
Yeah, I'm a visual learner.
Let's take a little look.
I can't look in the mirror.
Look, we have some famous beards in the Dota scene.
Let's
The
see
most
'em.
famous? No beard.
Okay.
Okay.
Babyface Sumail.
Bad intro. This guy,
Yeah.
very good player when he came out. First place DAC in 2015. First TI5. First in Manila Masters. No beard.
And he was like 16
Great eyebrows.
at that point.
Great hair. But no beard. First beard sighting.
Ooh.
This is ESL 1 Hamburg 2019. Finished 9th to 10th. Not
At how
good.
many?
Ooh.
Not so good for the beard column. I'm sorry, what?
Out of how many teams?
Probably 16, 18, or 20.
It was
Right.
it was a 50-team
I
major.
prepared, but I didn't prepare that much.
Oh,
Okay.
gosh. Okay.
Well, good question. Good question.
First beard sighting.
What happened afterwards? He had another beard. This is OG, of course. 0 major tournaments. This is
Aye.
OG. Not so good. Not so good, right? And then he's like, you know what? Let's go back to the original.
Back
he
to Babyface.
removed the beard once again. This was exclusively for TI10. He finished 7th to 8th. It's pretty good. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad.
Okay.
Acceptable.
Some after that, some shit happened. There's a mustache.
We don't talk about
I
it.
Where
like
did you
the
get this
mustache.
picture from? This is like from his Snapchat or something.
I don't know where they got this. They had to hack his device or something. But it didn't last very long. That's the mustache. I like mustaches. Not everybody does. This is the group stage of, I believe, this tournament.
Correct.
They did okay. They're doing okay. They're moving on. But then he shaved it.
And they just lost.
And they just lost.
I'm
So,
beginning to see a pattern here, Purge.
Look, we did just enough prep. When he did not have a beard, he won $3.8 million. And with the beard, it's only 100K. Not looking good.
It's time to shave Tanami and start playing some Dota, my friend.
You might need to. In fact, let's keep moving on. There's other examples of face hair. We already concluded. Matumba Man.
Matumba Man.
Doesn't he look so young here?
This
is a beautiful picture.
Look at that chiseled jaw that he has.
Yeah, he wears a hat. He's clean shaven. He played up that sea captain thing, but it's more like the sea. I don't know. What's a word for like being on a boat, but like you're new to it or something like. That's what it looks like.
He's
to
a
me.
skipper.
He looks like a skipper here to me personally, but he was the sea captain at the time, right?
And 4 anchors.
Yep. Time changed. 1 TI7, no beard. You know, still skipper territory. Moved on.
Bald
Things got bad. This was when he was only picking green heroes. Got kicked shortly after this. I'm sure there's some correlation here.
Chemotherapy by like proxy.
Exactly. It moved on quickly. Then we got the Team Secret era. This is a good period for Matoma.
Well, we don't know what his hair status is right now, though.
Well,
it's covered up.
But there's some...
Whatever
he's got more hair
That's about facial hair.
Yeah, than the entire previous picture.
Some kind of beard and mustache combo. This was a very, very good squad. Let's see. Won Dream League Season 13.
Okay.
Do I need to say anything else?
No, of course not. Dream League, the most prestigious tournament. I don't care about any other ones.
Third place TI10. Very good stuff. And then it really went upper level.
Okay.
Another third place TI11. Then he retired.
What about
Great
the rest of that year, though? The rest of that year was a bit sketch.
I didn't do that much research, but I'm sure it was.
Stop asking questions,
We
Brian.
also found a picture of him in the military. They forced him to shave his face.
They did. Supposedly, his justification for growing out his hair as much as he did is that he knew he was going to have to shave.
Yeah, a fun fact, we actually got this photo when hacking Sumail's telephone for his mustache photo. It's really weird. Who knew it was going to be
in the DMs?
I didn't know. It was just a nice surprise. Really just pulled the segment together. Conclusion, what do you think about the Matu beard? Seemed decently powerful.
It was good for him, though.
Yeah, I mean, he won TI without it. He got 2 third places, which is incredible as well.
Pretty good.
I feel like on him, he's just going to be a winner no matter what.
Yeah,
it's the shorts, actually. It's the shorts.
What the
What?
Who is that guy?
That's our host. His name's Neil.
We hacked your phone, too.
Again, it was on Sumail's phone. Very weird.
This is a deep depths of
Neil,
the
what's up? Why are you looking like that?
There's no way you can prove that's me.
Yeah? All right, this is what you... Here, I got a way to prove it. Who's that look like? Anybody? Any?
That's you.
That's you.
I don't know what you're talking about. I see no correlation whatsoever.
Anyways, I don't know what... He was like a mad scientist back in... I don't know what he's doing with his life. Some other shit happened. Was there a beard? I'm not sure. And then early Tsunami. Let's take a look at what I wrote down in my note cards. Not a pro, 0 tournaments won, made YouTube videos. It is an improvement.
Sexier than ever.
And it's a glorious, luxurious beard, well shaped, very like.
This was so I had to basically learn on the job about what to do with the beard. This is longer. What that picture right there is probably one of the longest ways that I had it. It was too much effort to keep it that long.
Gotcha.
I wasn't a fan.
That's great, but this is not an interview. This is about beard power, okay?
Okay.
We want to know what it did for you. And clearly, it gave you a lot of power here. The makeup definitely helped the eyeliner. Still no pro team, no tournament winnings, unless you had a side gig or something.
My esports earnings will remain 0 till the day I die.
He's still getting hired, though, so.
Yeah, it is Greek God Tsunami, though. It's looking good. Let's see what else we got.
Oh, yeah.
TI11 Tsunami?
Yeah, so this one, I actually have critiques on my own beard for this one.
Oh, really?
I don't know if you'll be able to see it, but back then, I used to have a lower cheek line. Because I would do it more like a chin strappy kind of thing.
Like a more conventional beard.
Oh, right. I see it now.
Yeah, it's higher on my cheek.
Yours
now.
is way better now.
That's wow. You agree, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
There was something funny looking about it, but I wasn't sure.
I was so
now we know. Now you're just like mildly humorous looking.
Wow,
humorous
funny. A mere 4 days ago.
Oh.
What a beard.
Okay.
Dude, this is like a... What's the I can't say anything.
No, you can say
guy
it.
from the commercial. No, I don't want to...
The guy from the commercial.
Beard and
I don't want to say the product, because, like...
You can say
know
the
what I mean?
guy's
The guy
name.
that says, like...
Billy Mays here.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? Yes.
Yes.
I'm an infomercial man.
Yes.
I'm here to tell you all about DHL.
Ooh.
And Intel. And
Perfect. Tell me more.
You nailed it. That's exactly what I was trying to segue to.
All right, what's the conclusion? Beard powerful or not? What do you guys got?
Kazu, what's your assessment? Be very careful with what you say.
Well, it's powerful on only you.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think the rest of the people... Matu stayed the same with beard. You know, nothing really changed. But I think Sumail, he needed to be beardless. But you can really pull it off, baby.
But are you willing to sacrifice your Dota skill for hopefully the other things that I might be good at? Because it's not the Dota.
I don't think so.
What are you getting at here?
You gotta make sacrifices. If you have the beard, then other aspects of your life must suffer. Which for professional players, it might be their Dota skill.
Wow. So insightful. I wrote down, I don't know.
That's a good conclusion.
And that's the end of the segment. Thank you, everybody.
Round of applause.
I don't know what's
Round of applause for Purge.
I'm just going to leave this up.
I think you should leave it. It looks
good set dressing.
It's a good visual aid for
I can
anybody who
keep
missed the
looking at it.
presentation.
Yeah.
They can go over their notes.
Anyways, that's all the research I did today.
So the
What are we here
inspiration for this bit, Purge, do you even know what the inspiration, or did they just give you this thing to do, and you don't know like what the genesis of the idea was?
This was a white label weatherman, and I refuse to say that I didn't write it.
Of course.
On camera.
But you performed it very well.
Thank you.
The idea was that we were wondering, have there been any bearded TI winners? And the only conclusion that we were able to draw was GH.
Yeah, last time, right?
Yes. And so we thought, is there a correlation between facial hair and Dota skill? Evidently, it seems that beards are just cursed to suck at Dota. And I'm living experience.
It's really inconclusive. I mean, your average age is pretty low these days. You know,
True.
it's probably like 22, 23. The beard stuff doesn't come until a bit later sometimes. And frankly, a lot of people are too focused on gaming to, like you said,
It's a lifestyle.
diversify their life skills. So even if they had a beard, it was going to look bad, and thus they would get scared and shave it off right away.
We need more TIs to know. 2 years ago, it was the shave your hair meta.
That is...
Yeah, you needed a bald head.
Corroborates what we're seeing.
I think we need to talk about the people like myself that can't grow a proper beard.
Yeah, like me
So,
as
like,
well.
Wait, how many days is this?
This is 3.
Okay.
So,
I shaved since last time too. This is also like 3 days.
Yeah, so the thing is about people like us is if we get a beard, it's like kind of patchy. It definitely looks like we haven't taken care of ourselves. Like you look like you cleaned up, like you came, that's your look. For us, it's like he didn't have a look. This is just him not giving a shit. So I feel like for me, it means I'm not taking care of myself. Like I'm not really I'm kind of apathetic or tired or lazy that week, which means I play worse at Dota. So for me, I would definitely say people like us, beard probably means bad. What do you think, Kazu?
I think beard is bad because I need to focus on my Dota. I can't like put some stuff in my beard, try to make it look nice, fix my jawline, or like I don't even know what this guy was talking about earlier. Yeah, it looks better now. That's all I know.
I do like the change.
It's great.
Thank you. I'm glad.
But like
these are the details that people don't notice.
When you die, though, you have something to touch on your face. That's more tactily rewarding.
You die.
But I don't need a
in the
lot
Dota game. I assume.
Oh, I see. Oh, that is true.
Or in the coffin.
We have
whatever.
we have been seeing on the webcams whenever I know we've basically seen Duracio's same expression every time, which is like every time he dies.
Imagine Quinn instead of going like this, going.
Everyone does it. Everyone has their own little quirk whenever they die. I think I'm a nose scratcher. Whenever I die, I'm like I do one of these. I just don't.
It's like you're wiping blood off your nose or something.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just let's get into game number 1 of this draft. Welcome, everyone. It's time for BetBoom versus Evil Geniuses. Do any of these players have beards?
Pugna has a beard.
No, players, not heroes.
Enchantress probably has a beard.
These are heroes, not players.
I don't think anybody in this series has a beard.
GPK has.
Yeah, GPK.
GPK
has a beard right now?
Wait, actually, I don't know if I can get production to do this.
Player cam.
Any chance we could get the illustrations of these two teams to do some quick analysis? Because I know GPK has one.
I mean,
He definitely has.
If we go player cams, all we're going to see is foreheads. So this is a bad time to.
No, but we have the illustrations.
The illustrations for the
Those
tournament.
could be accurate.
I don't know if it'll break everything. We'll let them work on that while we analyze Dota. Techies and Doom first phase.
Both these teams are picking exactly what they picked in their previous series yesterday. Panda on his interview was raving about, Undying being one of the strongest supports right now, and they're going to pick him up whenever he can. And then they opened Doom Techies on BetBoom yesterday as well.
I mean, I do think Undying just makes your carry picks like pretty nice, pretty fluid. Like whether if you want some more of Medusa, they love having Undying, and vice versa. Undying loves having them. Brian is gonna get his Bloodseeker, so we'll see if it's still good. I think it is.
Yeah.
So why is Undying moved up to first phase? Obviously, he's still a strong laner. Is it just like the techies and other support, other heroes that would have filled that role are just slightly worse or something?
I think the job of the 5 right now is to make sure your carry doesn't get destroyed. Like that, like the offlane combos right now are so threatening and scary that the sole purpose of the 5 is to win the lane. So with the other heroes getting nerfed, like you mentioned, Undying's always been a lane winner, lane secure. So I think a lot of it boils down to how much pressure do carries experience in a given patch, and that kind of affects how much Undying is prioritized.
I also like I think people are getting a little better at using Blood Grenade as well. I mean, obviously people have had time to adapt, but there's a few heroes, and I think Undying is definitely one of them, where you just need like this, you need this little more. to just get some kills.
Yeah, the play is to run away from Undying. Like, just try to kite him.
Yeah, now you have a zombie, you're getting blood grenaded, your carry is happy, everyone's happy, I'm happy, Brian's happy.
I'm not when I'm off lane.
Yeah, but you're the carry most of the time.
Yeah, I'm the carry here.
So stick to that.
Usually I get Ricky or Bounty Hunter in pubs. Not Undying.
What can you do?
Yeah.
5 Ricky, very strong.
No bounty hunter in this game. Gets banned out second phase.
Wonder why, actually.
Yeah, I think it's just because Matthew.
Yeah, I guess
literally
Matthew
just Matthew.
He's just an Invis specialist.
Matthew's in the game. You got to worry about it.
He just sniped. He snipes so many couriers. It's definitely like his hero.
The amount of brain power, the record.
No, well, was it Taiga on Pugna that just killed 3 of them in one go?
Yes, that did.
That was one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
Yeah. That was like near the Radiant secret shop, and he just randomly found 3. But Matthew goes hunting, and I imagine the amount of brain power that the enemy has to dictate to being like, oh god, I gotta micro my courier, I gotta send it over the trees, and then when I send it back, I can't just press hotkeys. That takes a lot out of you.
BetBoom's coach doing the right thing here. They're a very volatile team. You wouldn't want GPK dropping his items in this game. So.
Absolutely, regardless of how much area he has
Banning
on his
Bounty
face.
Hunter is... I mean, EG are like by far the best team at playing a Vision hero on your post 4. Like Matthew, I don't know how he does it, but he can make any of these heroes like just seemingly work in every game. I mean, EG's bans are pretty good, I would say. Would you have wanted to ban anything else if you're playing Bloodseeker, Brian? I think the Void ban is good. I think the Morph ban is good. Storm is also kind of annoying. He has an easy time ganking you, as GPK also has no beard.
Yeah, the biggest part about these
right.
heroes, these 3 heroes, is they all threaten you and you don't threaten them with Rupture. Yeah. That's like the commonality between all of them. I think Void is actually the most obnoxious to get rid of because it's a carry to carry matchup that also is a BKB piercing counter. So you don't even have options. Like at least against Storm you can buy a BKB, maybe more if you can hard commit onto him with a BKB. But against Void there's really just, other than being really far ahead, there's no really options there. Disruptor, that's a Eastern Europe special, good against the mobility of Bloodseeker. Offers them some catch when they have a Doom.
Some nice burst right there. Rupture guy, kill him. Ooh, great with Legion as well.
And this could be a flex pick, right?
Yeah.
We've even seen them run a mid. Maybe like a preemptive, like, you better not pick Ember. Because it's good against the mid.
Oh, he's right there.
That transition was
sick.
I was going to say
Do you know where that photo was taken?
I do know. That's from my YouTube video, The Passion of Io, when I was participating in the short film contest for the TI.
So that was actually you.
Yeah, that's actually me.
Holy
I think that's TI. Wait, you actually couldn't tell?
No, like I thought there was some photoshopping there.
Oh, no,
like,
that's actually me.
They
That's-
like removed your beard or something.
People assume that like I am somehow shamed of my pre-beard existence. There's plenty of footage of me back when I was a YouTuber. So that's like 2016, I would think. A whole 7 years ago.
What a great picture.
The transition gets me every single time. You gotta move slightly to your left right there, or other way.
Other way?
Other way.
This is my right.
Yeah. A little down now, a little down.
We need a slow. We need a
One more
slow
time,
fade.
one more time.
Slow fade, please.
Yeah.
Oh, close.
Yeah. Slow fade. Slow. Yeah.
Less concerned, but more like sad and depressed, I think is the look there.
Well, that's what happened in the past 7 years, Bert.
Oh, okay. I see.
It's been a rough 7 years. Terrorblade gets picked up as the last second phase pick for BetBoom team, which they feel confident in the carry-to-carry matchup against a Scotty buyer against Bloodseeker.
I really like TB here because it's not as much about the individual matchups, but if you look at EG's draft, they're all about see a guy on a lane like farming creeps and kill that guy. So that's usually when I see single target pickoff that relies on vision. Terrorblade's my go-to carry because he pushes out the lanes with his illusions and he never really puts his real hero at risk in that situation. He plays the map without having to buy like a Manta or a Lincoln's. He can itemize purely for fights. He can just go the Yasha Scotty, Sanjin Yasha Scotty.
This is similar to what you were saying about Phantom Lancer, where if he gets caught, it's kind of user error.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
But it's more about wave threat when you're picking Terrorblade as opposed to PL. Like, Terrorblade's much more about the fact that he can... Like, PL's more about fights. They can't initiate onto you in fights. But Terrorblade's more about not getting picked off that way, if that makes sense.
Gotcha.
TB is also amazing with the other 3 heroes that BetBoom have. Like, Doom loves when people shove lanes in for him. Same with Disruptor. They want to like find some pickoffs here and there. TB Illos, they will continue to do that. He has an incredible carry-to-carry matchup later. It's going to help you take objectives. And Nightfall, he's really good at this hero. As long as he makes sure that he doesn't get bursted by some LC duel into Mystic Flare, he's going to clap this game.
I want to see
Really
Sanj and Yasha, Scotty Satanic, or like Butterfly Satanic. Like, I think the beauty of this game is they have no stuns on the side of EG. They only have taunts so far. So if you just itemize to man fight the Legion, you can do that because you have such high armor the Blade Mail doesn't kill you.
Yeah.
Tiny banned out. I haven't seen that hero.
APK special.
Yeah, but okay, so we got some buffs. I think Avalanche cooldown got buffed.
Yeah, level 1 through. Yeah, it's like 3, 2, 1, 0
Yeah.
seconds.
3
buff.
seconds extra.
But this hero's been off the grid for quite a while.
It's also really bad versus dying.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure exactly what they're thinking. Maybe this is meant to be a Legion mid now, because those are 2 matchups that she doesn't particularly love playing, especially TA.
Yep.
You don't do anything to the refraction.
Or they just banned it. That way they still have the flexibility or something like that, you know.
I know I might be skipping ahead and BetBoom have last pick, but this is one of the few times where I could see a last pick Kunkka actually be very good without even seeing EG's hero. When you look at EG's draft, they're going to rely on... They need to win the fight in dual Mystic Flare and Rupture Duration plus BKB of Bloodseeker.
Yes.
If you get to delay through that with... First of all, Kunkka is tanky, so he's not a good target. Doom isn't going to be an amazing target. If they don't go on Kunkka, he can bolt them. And any plus 1 or 2 seconds in this game or team fighting, it could just be the deal breaker.
Is there... Oh, go ahead.
No, like if TB gets to live through anything and suddenly Sunder, the fight's over.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, like, I'm hearing you and I agree. What if they kind of realize they can't burst the TB or Doom, so they burst like a support with the Legion duel, and then the rest of the team itemizes for kiting the Terrorblade and Doom? Because these are heroes that you can just run away from. Like, if you kill Disruptor at the start of the fight, TB metas, Doom somebody, what's really stopping them from just walking away? Is that maybe a better option?
I think if you make your... If you force your enemy team to ignore TB because they can burst him, they're in a bad spot. Like, you can still play around trying to kite him, but I think TB still has a quite big window to play the fight. Like, meta is what, 40 seconds-ish?
And it feels really hard to kill him, too, without something like dual Sky Ulti or something. Like I feel like he can sit and fight. Darkseer is obviously a great solution. But
Darkseer is good.
Bloodseeker can man fight you, by the way, if he's not stunned. Like, if he goes Mjolnir, Shard, Basher, he can actually man fight TB if he gets up in your face.
I suppose a lot of mixed damage.
So it's about, like, it's easier for TB to hit Bloodseeker than it is for Bloodseeker to hit TB, but if it's just TB and the other heroes are out of the equation, Bloodseeker's pretty fine there. I don't really like this Death Prophet pick, I'll be honest. I think it's nice for the mid lane, but it kind of gives them the target they want to go on now.
Yeah.
It is a hero that's burstable if she's not able to cast her spells. And I like the Darkseer so much against the TB. It's a sick matchup. I was leaning towards BetBoom before these last 2 picks, but I'm really liking EG's draft here.
Yeah, I don't know about this DP pick, personally. I feel like it makes EG's game somewhat more simple, like more straightforward of what they want to do. Oh, we're going to duel him, we're going to drop Mystic Flare, and we're chill. I think for BetBoom, it's more about we're going to need to push some lanes with our TB, wait a bit, have Doom get his items, have TB get his items, and try to like survive this minute. I think minute 10 to 20, BetBoom need to be really careful that the game like doesn't break there.
Yeah, and it's all going to be a lot of like dual kill potentials type stuff. Like I feel like GPK has to go Yules this game to either protect him or other people that get dueled, or even just like Matthew roaming on him or protecting himself. Like he's going to be the front liner in a lot of cases. So he has to not get picked off in these mid-game things, or they're not going to have a good timing later in the game where Nightfall and Pure can basically carry for them.
I think EG's going to poke and prod, force out the big ultimate buttons, disengage, and create the chaos that they love, and maybe the lanes will work for BetBoom. I think that's their win condition, is just stomping the lanes and...
surging away.
Yeah.
Let's see if it works out. I can't wait to see a classic mid lane matchup of Death Prophet versus Legion Commander at 7.33D for you friends. And this is the Pleasant Pandas.
the Pleasant Pandas as we pleasantly enter game number 1 between EG and BetBoom, who are on opposite sides of the map currently cindering.
Thank you for the excellent voice acting. Very,
Thank you, young man.
yeah. You may stop.
Thank you.
Yeah, a lot to unpack here. This is pretty interesting. So mid Legion Commander is kind of a special for EG. They're the only team really that runs this, and I found it to be very polarizing. Like some games, C-Smile does great. Other games, it's like, why on earth did they even pick this hero to begin with?
Yep.
He's going to be leaning against GPK on another hero we haven't cast at all this tournament. You and I, the Death Prophet, will be going mid up against him. Wonder how big a part of this is just straight up the matchup and how much of it is that they see something else here. This doesn't strike me as an obvious DP game, because as the panel pointed out, she can get dueled and blasted. She has no defensive support to save her, like an Oracle or Shadow Demon.
Yep.
And I find that this hero actually suffers quite a bit against Rupture, which might seem ironic because you're like, oh, well, she can just stand still and use Siphon and have her ult running, but DP actually moves a lot during fights in order to deal
very
her
fast.
damage. Yes. So I can't help but feel like there was a better pick here, and I'm looking forward to seeing what GPK is going to bring to the table to make this look really great. Definitely a curveball, though. There's no way EG expected it.
Yeah, for sure. And like you said, C-Smile will be playing Legion mid, which excites me greatly, of course. Now that the support Legion is just dead in the water, very happy that she's core again, Cinerent. And we'll see how he ends up faring in this game. I mean, there are going to be some challenges. You have Glimpse to worry about. I mean, actually needs quite a few items to actually be able to lock people down easily. I think BKB being the main one.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this hero, when played as a mid, just needs a lot of things to come together. And I think the biggest upside here that I see is the Darkseer pick, actually. Oh, Pure is in a world of hurt. He's
dead.
Super dead. Not
Very
even close
easy
to living there. I mean, this is a really hard Doom lane. You're playing against Undying, and then the carry is Bloodseeker. So Bloodseeker is always going to just be able to sustain any harass you output in the lane with your Infernal Blade and your Scorched Earth. And he's going to get some pot shots in on you here and there, and then ultimately get the kill. Will happen there. C-Smile, unfortunately, missing the overwhelming odds there on the creep wave. Obviously, not ground target anymore. You're casting it around yourself, so you need to know the range by heart.
Top lane, we're going to see a trade of kills as both Toronto, Tokyo, and Matthew take a death each. So both supports.
If he dies again.
Pure, not again. Blast off, beautifully done, but it's not going to prevent the kill onto Pure.
Oh my god, taking that CS is
sticky bomb.
insanely greedy. What the hell?
Panda, is he going to be taken out by Save as well? Another right click might do it, but the decay is there to give him a little extra HP.
Sticky bomb will kill him if he lands it.
Save, he runs right into him, and this should be a sticky. Doesn't even need to bother. We'll just right click, so 2 kills there for Save, essentially. I mean, at least he gets XP for both.
He was trying to kill the range creep for a little bit of heal, of course, because of with his passive, but I think he took an extra tower shot or 2 to get that CS, so I think in the end it wasn't worth it. Oh my. Wait.
What is the start of this game?
I mean, Save has 9 sticks, so he's not going to be killed off here by Picasso, but he's definitely playing with fate here.
Yeah, well, either way, Pure is the one that's off to a horrific start. 2 deaths already, had to walk back to lane. It is a hero that can farm a lot, so there is comeback potential in that respect, but they need to get that lane sorted in some capacity. And you can see mid lane, GPK, 18-4 versus the 15-3 C-Smile. So essentially even or close to it if C-Smile can get these couple of creeps here under the tower. Is there a point where DP, I know you haven't seen this matchup yet, but would you think there's a point where DP can force Legion out of the lane early?
I wouldn't think so. I think it's more about what does Legion do when Exo gets popped for the tower, right? Like how good are you at defending it? I guess you're okay. Trying to wrap my head around the overwhelming odds plus the swap around of the skills essentially with how you skill build a mid Legion, whether just sustaining becomes a problem at some point. It's gonna grab a water in here. So at least for now, I don't think Legion's in any immediate trouble until maybe a level 6. But of course, any sort of rotation is way more DP favored than Legion. Legion doesn't have any kill power against DP until level 6. Whereas, let's say Techies ganks mid, C-Smile could be in a lot of trouble really fast. Or Disruptor, really. Either support can come gank here. He's going to steal that bounty ring. Very nice.
And save with the sticky bomb.
The save is level 4.
Yeah, he's doing pretty well. Toronto Toki is going to get chased under the tower by Whisper, who's just getting pounded by Nightfall on the backside. And he's going to be punished really hard. Doesn't even find the support kill he was looking for. Meanwhile, mid lane, Spirit Siphon from GPK has a level advantage right now on the C-Smile.
Okay, he might be able to bully him out just now then. Level 5 might be the breaking point where it becomes too much. Where it becomes overwhelming for the Legion, but not in her favor. C-Smile will not go back to base though. He did still stick around somewhat, but definitely feeling the pain a little bit. Still, his CS is okay, but mainly the denies from GPK should lead to a much faster level 6 on that Death Prophet, and curious to see if GPK is even going to skill his ult. We've seen mid DPs sometimes not get it until later in the game, like level 9. We've seen 404s. We've seen ult skilled at level 6 immediately. We've seen a silence value point sometimes. I personally feel like not skilling ult on DP on level 6 is very situational. You need to have a good reason to justify it. See a kill here. C-Smile.
C-Smile, Spirit Siphon. He has to pop the Fairy Fire. And
all right,
GPK still bullies him out. And C-Smile, the scan comes out as Nightfall getting pushed out for the time being against these two supports, Matthew and Panda teaming up with that Ion Shell. And Knife, is this actually going to be a kill?
Yeah,
he has Arcane Bolt as well, so yeah. Wow, two supports, and actually
there.
Whisper does get credit for that because of the Ion Shell. That's very nice for him.
Call back to yesterday with that, but obviously concussive shot. Not grenade, Shannon.
Did I say grenade again?
No, you didn't. I said concussive grenade, but you didn't hear it because you don't listen.
There's a reason for that. C-Smile is glimpsed back, still only level 5. Exorcism, Blast Off, keeps C-Smile in place, and 3 members of BetBoom successfully take out the Legion.
Textbook gank. DP hits 6. You have Siege Creep Wave. It doesn't get much better than this. Both supports come in, kill him off. He's going to lose his tower minute 6 here. I don't think anyone can TP in and defend this. They don't have resources on Sky. They don't have resources on the Darkseer. Wonderful stuff here from BetBoom. Great play call.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Yeah, super good.
And a 6.5 minute tower in the mid lane. Yep. We'll see if BetBoom are able to snowball that into a major advantage as the 7-minute Wisdom runes are upon us.
Oh, this will be fun. Let's see if we can...
Matthew, he's going to get silenced so he can't pick it up. These two done. And it looks like it's going to be a trade as Matthew will likely fall here. Toronto Tokyo will die shortly after to Whisper. And yeah, first duel of the game. Nice setup overall.
Nice and fair fight.
Yeah, why not? It's
full
10
HP
damage.
Legion against 10% health disruptor with no resources. Wonder who's going to win.
As long as you're not stealing damage, right? It's just additive. You're creating it out of thin air.
Michael Jordan against me in basketball. Wonder who's going to win.
Well, I don't. He's pretty old now. So.
Yeah, so am I.
True.
Oh, there used to be a tower here.
Well, that'll provide some space for C-Smile to farm.
That was all part of the plan.
Yeah.
He wanted to get ganked and lose his tower, so he could have more space.
We can see on the minimap, BetBoom corralling their troops again to try to go for this kill. C-Smile will try to TP out knowing that the glimpse is down, but the blast off cancels it out. He's able to take off the sticky bomb, but just too much damage from BetBoom right now. And C-Smile, I mean, talk to me about Legion as a core. How important is it to get off to a good start?
I think it's more important mid than it is offlane almost, because you're given higher priority by the team, right?
Right.
Like if you're meant to be one of the playmakers in this game, so I think him being stifled like this is massive.
Oh, because
BetBoom,
the smoke is gonna break, and he's gonna have no vision until the right in his face gets off the rupture, and he's gonna get glimpsed and die. And the rupture onto Toronto Toke, who can just sit tight. And with the Exo popped, I would assume that BetBoom want to at least pressure this tier 1 bot a bit.
Looks like it. Gonna stand in this corner.
Classic.
We'll be able to damage the tower here. The ghosts are very clever.
They are. They have a mind of their own.
Yep.
What unit historically in esports is Exorcism based off of Cinderin? You can do it.
Ghost.
Nope. Carriers. Brood War.
Radiant's bottom tower has
That's
fallen.
right.
I'm gonna go with Ghost.
Top lane, we're gonna have some action. Toronto Tokyo and Save on the high ground with GPK as well. They put down the Static Storm and they get Undying. You're very excited about that one. But they're gonna get vacuumed and they're gonna be dueled by C-Smile. They're just gonna get a second kill on top of that.
It was a
As
trap
this
the
time,
other way.
EG able to set the trap successfully. Save with the blast off. But now they're gonna get the vision and Pakaz will claim his prize.
I thought you were gonna appreciate that. You know that's a reference, right?
What did you say?
It's a trap. You know that
It's
one.
from Star Wars.
It's from something, all right.
It was a trap, though.
Yep.
To a degree.
But who got trapped?
I think BetBoom.
Yeah, they felt really good about that one, that setup, right? They had the mines set up, they had the vision, but EG had the numbers.
Oh, look at this stack that they're taking.
Oh, that's juicy. You want a custom sound for that one?
Yeah.
There you go.
I don't think that's safe for work. I would say that would be a TI line, but that's too sexual, so we can just forget that one.
Blizzard does it in card games.
If they want to get 30 million this year, they can use that voice line and they'll get there. Let me tell you.
Probably going to get sued. It sounded too much like a Murloc.
It actually did. That's true. And it's a team effort here.
I love some family farming. It's the best.
Yep,
Fun
they'll
for the
split it
whole
off.
family. And,
A lot of
well,
creeps.
more fun for Pakaz than the rest, I'm assuming, because he keeps his health. But, you know.
Indeed.
Anyway. Yep, that was a big sequence there for EG. They got a couple of nice kills. They get a dual victory. They farm that stack. And very important, again, for C-Smile to be brought into the game like this. He's now level 9. And suddenly, EG find themselves with the top 2 net worths. And the kill on GPK, of course, big. He was worth a lot there, high level. He had a 3-0 streak. And this hero is very, what's the word for this? I guess snowball is just a standard way of saying it, but Death Prophet, you know what I mean when I say there's some heroes in Dota, when you die twice almost?
Yeah.
You know what I mean with that? Death Prophet kind of falls into that category. She can very quickly fall behind. Even if she has a great start, just a couple of deaths and you just miss that curve.
Panda's going to die once.
Well, that's for sure. He could have definitely died twice there. Wonder if they were allowed to hit him for 10 seconds, how many times they could have killed him there. Probably like 5.
At least.
Yeah. A lot of overkill damage there.
Oh, if he keeps respawning, I think it's just indefinite.
Oh, C-Smile.
Yep. He is thunderstruck by Toronto Tokyo. Glimpse back into the river. Silenced up and Spirit Siphon. He's not going to be stuck inside the kinetic field, but they should be able to take him out, and they do. Mystic Flare doing a decent amount of damage, but Save able to sidestep it a bit. He's going to go down before putting down a couple mines, which Pakaz will just run right through so he can heal up on the creeps. 2K lead here for BetBoom, and haven't really talked about Pure too much.